2025 that within the confines of Donghai City's campus, a multitude of students engaged in fervent discussions regarding the sensational news broadcasted by various media outlets earlier that morning. The zombie virus has erupted along the coastal regions. Our Donghai City is doomed. Is this for real? Are zombies actually on their way? That's utterly ludicrous. It has been verified as a hoax. Could it be that the person spreading the news has indulged in too many apocalyptic novels? The outbreak of the zombie virus had stirred a whirlwind of chatter within the school. Even the principal and teachers were seen exchanging thoughts on the matter. Moreover, the chaos extended beyond the school grounds, enveloping various districts in disarray. I have an inside scoop. It is rumored that zombies are less than 500 kilometers away from us. If the city defense forces cannot hold their ground, we are finished. If that's the case, my assessment is game over, since the authorities had yet to officially announce the zombie virus outbreak. Despite claims of sightings, many dismissed them as mere rumors. After all, the notion of zombies felt too distant from their reality. As the afternoon progressed, the citizens of Donghai City witnessed a myriad of military aircraft soaring through the skies, while armored vehicles and tanks thundered across the land. Fully armed soldiers hastened towards the front lines, with thousands of troops equipped with Type 95 rifles deployed to various locations of the city's periphery. A staggering mobilization. The citizens were left in a state of bewilderment. The zombie horde was indeed approaching. In the school, students had lost all interest in attending classes, their gazes uniformly directed towards the windows. Some were exhilarated, others anxious, and many were engulfed in panic. Oh no, this is real. I take back what I said. This is not a drill. We are truly doomed. Those who had previously jested were now stricken with fear, their expressions transforming as they stared outside. I wonder how many zombies are out there. Can our military withstand them? I just heard that some islands have already fallen. At this rate, we won't last a few days. The students buzzed with speculation, the atmosphere shifting to chaos as many began to gather their belongings and hurried home. Classmates, don't panic. We haven't received any official notice from the school, and we still have evening study sessions. The lecturer stood at the podium, visibly flustered. What nonsense! Old Lee, zombies are coming. Hurry and take your family to safety. Several students rushed out of the classroom. Now, an important announcement. Due to the outbreak of the zombie virus, chaos has ensued across various nations, and our coastal regions are also witnessing a surge in zombie activity. However, citizens, do not fear. As an international metropolis, Donghai City will do everything in its power to protect you. We are mobilizing forces from various military districts, so stock up on supplies and remain calm. Trust us. We will prevail against the zombie virus. The television station broadcasted this news. The resounding assurance provided a modicum of comfort to the anxious citizens. Seeing so many armed soldiers on the streets, coupled with reinforcements from various military districts, the notion of zombies seemed manageable. At this moment, the priority was to hasten the accumulation of supplies. Soon after, the school announced an early dismissal. Students rushed home in a frenzy to prepare for the impending crisis. On the road, a strikingly handsome student, adorned with a backpack, exhibited a demeanor starkly different from those around him. Absent were the signs of anxiety or excitement. His expression was grave. Rebirth, has it truly happened? Long Yu surveyed the chaotic surroundings, his gaze contemplative. Yet, what purpose does a second chance serve? He was not being pessimistic. Rather, he was acutely aware of the impending events that would unfold in this world. The outbreak of the zombie virus? This was merely an appetizer. What followed would be the zombie frenzy, their evolution, and the utter impotence of ordinary military forces in the face of such calamity. And that was merely the beginning. In the ensuing decades, biological mutations, spreading mists, monstrous sea creatures, volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and meteor strikes. These terrifying disasters would arrive in quick succession, with humanity unable to evade them. In the presence of such calamities, humans appeared as mere ants. In his previous life, Long Yu had evaded and survived for decades, only to perish in the indiscriminate natural disasters that ensued. The thought of facing those horrific catastrophes again made Long Yu feel as though fate were mocking him. Despite having survived until the end in his past life, To endure it all once more felt far more excruciating than death itself. Damn it. I've survived for decades, only to return to square one. I'm nauseated. While he lamented vocally, he was already in the midst of preparing supplies for the imminent apocalypse. The crowds in the supermarket were overwhelming. After a considerable effort, he managed to gather some supplies and make his way home. Calculating the time, he estimated that there were 5 days left until the apocalypse struck, and organizing himself during these days would be invaluable for his survival thereafter. Seated on the couch, he continued to scheme for the future. Suddenly, he was transported to a mysterious realm. Surrounded by darkness, 2 colossal screens came into view. What on earth is this? Just as Long Yu was engulfed in confusion, a vivid image appeared on the screens. Temporal Merchant, Mr. Qin wishes to initiate a video call with you. Do you accept, Mr. Qin? The name seemed vaguely familiar. Instinctively, Long Yu chose to accept the call. In an instant, a mysterious figure appeared, and upon seeing Long Yu, he expressed an eagerness to shake his hand. Even through the screen, Long Yu could sense the man's elation. What is this about? Long Yu questioned, bewildered, and soon learned that the individual was a temporal merchant who traversed various realms, and that their current location was a trading space. As an exceptional temporal merchant, Mr. Qin would facilitate transactions between Long Yu and individuals from other realms. Long Yu understood that this man was essentially a broker. He could exchange items he possessed with others from different realms through Mr. Qin's introductions. So, I could trade my possessions with people from other realms? Indeed, my dear Yu, I will assist you in every transaction. During their conversation, Long Yu grasped Mr. Qin's intentions, yet he remained skeptical and remarked, "The apocalypse is imminent. I have little of value to trade. Is that so?" Mr. Qin pondered, nodding thoughtfully. "I have a client, namely Shutong, who is keen on acquiring a game called chess. Although I'm not familiar with it, he appears to be quite fond of it. If you have one, he is willing to trade. As for your desires, you may choose freely. Whatever can be fulfilled, he will accommodate." Chapter 2. Trading in High-Tech Sanctuaries Chess, Traditional Chinese Chess, or International Chess. After inquiring, Long Yu understood that the other party desired a set of traditional chess. Qin continued to elucidate that the world in which the other party resided was a cyberpunk realm, where high technology was ubiquitous, and many ancient artifacts had long been abandoned by its inhabitants. The individual known as Li Shutong had a particular fondness for traditional chess, which prompted him to seek this transaction. As a time-space merchant, Qin was well-positioned to facilitate this exchange. Long Yu pondered the matter. Traditional chess was plentiful in his vicinity, readily available at any department store or grocery shop, and quite inexpensive. In fact, he recalled that he had a set at home, which he had intended to discard as it had not been used for a long time. This presented the perfect opportunity for him to barter with the other party. "As it happens, I do possess a set of chess at home, and I can fetch it for you shortly." "Excellent, Yu. However, I must remind you that this time-space trading space enters a cool-down period after each transaction. I have just heard that your location is on the brink of apocalypse, so you must ensure your safety," Qin advised earnestly. "Should you lose your life, this time-space trading space will be irrevocably closed." "Thank you for the reminder." With that, the trading space closed, and Long Yu's consciousness returned to his current surroundings. Qin's words rang true. The first disaster was imminent, and the priority was to secure his own safety. Having been granted a second chance at life, with a golden opportunity in hand, he resolved that this time he would not have to live in subservience. In his room, Long Yu began to organize the supplies he had recently acquired. After taking stock, he calculated that these provisions would sustain him for a week. The streets were rife with chaos as people frantically hoarded supplies, and soon the supermarket would close its doors as the owner sought to ensure his survival. Only Long Yu knew that in 5 days, a horde of zombies would lay waste to the entire Donghai city. As for why the military could not withstand the onslaught, he remained uncertain. Long Yu made his way to the storage room, rummaging through the clutter. Soon, he unearthed a chess set, which had gathered dust from neglect over the years. He found a towel and simply wiped away the dust, not bothering to clean the pieces thoroughly, for he believed that the grime only enhanced the antique quality of the chess set. At that moment, a single question occupied his mind. What could this item be exchanged for? Holding the chess set in his hands, He concentrated and once again entered the time-space trading space. Qin had been waiting eagerly on the other side, and upon seeing that Long Yu had procured the chess set, a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. You brought me the item so swiftly. Your speed and efficiency are unparalleled. You truly are my deity. Qin exclaimed excitedly, his enthusiasm nearly causing Long Yu to flinch. Long Yu cleared his throat and spoke with utmost seriousness. This item is something I painstakingly acquired. It is indeed an antique. You must discuss this with that individual named Li, as what I require is of considerable value. Rest assured, I, Qin, as a premier time-space trader, guarantee that you shall not suffer any losses. Mr. Qin, displaying remarkable efficiency, promptly showcased the goods to Mr. Li, who immediately broke into a beaming smile. Upon Mr. Qin's return to the trading space, his face radiated joy. What do you wish from Boss Li? He was exceedingly pleased with the chess set you provided and mentioned he owes you a significant favor. Feel free to ask for anything. Long Yu raised an eyebrow. Anything? Is this for real? He already had a decision in mind. In this apocalyptic world, with various calamities looming, securing a reliable shelter was paramount. Safety is always the top priority in a world on the brink of collapse. Qin, I desire shelter. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? A shelter? Why? Is it hard to come by? Long Yu queried, puzzled. Qin paused briefly, then broke into a relaxed smile. Haha, acquiring a shelter is exceedingly simple. Don't worry. I will speak with Mr. Li and ensure you receive an absolutely remarkable refuge. Long Yu nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism. He then exited the trading space and awaited the delivery. Within 10 minutes, the trading space system promptly chimed a notification. The shelter has been placed in the system space. Please check your inventory. This time-space transaction is complete. The cooldown for the time-space trading space is 16 hours. It has arrived. Hearing the notification, Long Yu hurried to an open area that connected to his home's basement. He chose to place the shelter there, eager to determine its efficacy. The city was overrun by zombies, and the majority of individuals had succumbed due to the fragility of their shelters, which were breached by the undead. Surely, the shelter provided by that Mr. Li would be commendable, as they hailed from cyberpunk world far more advanced than this one. As he placed the shelter, the environment before Long Yu began to transform. The surface remained unchanged, but the basement was crucial. A series of alloy gates stood before him, dimly illuminated. Before Long Yu could examine them closely, the alloy doors emitted a clear sound of pneumatic activation, swinging open. Identity verification successful. Welcome, Master Long Yu. A mechanical voice resonated from above. Long Yu glanced up to see four drone-like devices gracefully descending to welcome their master. His gaze lingered on the ceiling, where 8 Gatling guns were embedded within the alloy material, and numerous flickering muzzles of energy guns emerged from the surrounding walls. Finally, an energy barrier completed the fortifications. The interior was temporarily configured as a one-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and a bathroom, spanning approximately 80 square meters, though it was currently devoid of furnishings. Good evening, Master. I am the artificial intelligence steward of the refuge, Xiao Yi. Subsequently, Xiao Yi began to provide an introduction to this sanctuary. According to its description, this is an upgradable refuge. As long as there is sufficient power, it will automatically assist the master in upgrading after a period of time. The machine guns at the entrance are merely a trifle. The most crucial feature is the energy barrier, which, as Xiao Yi explained, is impenetrable even by missiles. After hearing Xiao Yi's introduction, Long Yu assessed the refuge as secure, technologically advanced, and comfortable. Simply put, it was remarkable. Next, it was time to move all the supplies from home. Long Yu approached, ready to begin the task. Suddenly, 4 drones appeared beside him, hovering to assist in transporting items underground. Long Yu had intended to do it himself, but he was pleasantly surprised by the convenience of high technology. The items available for trade were indeed impressive, and he began to anticipate what wonderful goods he might acquire next. Chapter 3. Hoarding Supplies. Encountering the bedroom of the refuge, once barren, was now fully equipped with appliances. With the help of the drones, the cumbersome furniture was swiftly relocated to the refuge's bedroom, saving Long Yu considerable effort. The next morning, Long Yu arose, prepared to gather more supplies. Outside, chaos reigned, with some individuals resorting to theft in their desperation to stockpile food. Master, considering the dangers outside, he has decided to deploy drones for your personal safety. The AI sweetly advised just as Long Yu was about to step out. Having drones beside me will attract too much attention. It's best to avoid that, he replied. Moreover, I survived until the end of my previous life, so do not underestimate me. With a wave and a smile, Long Yu expressed his confidence. He was a man seasoned by various terrifying disasters. He knew that if those ruffians dared to confront him, it would be their own downfall. Master, the drones can remain concealed by your side. They will not reveal themselves unless a crisis arises. Having the secret weapon as a backup adds a layer of security for you. One must admit, Xiao Yi's foresight was indeed commendable. Long Yu, intrigued, asked, "Oh, how does the concealment work?" No sooner had he spoken than one of the drones swiftly transformed before his eyes, emitting a crisp mechanical sound as it morphed into a sleek, black and gold wristwatch. Long Yu gazed at the watch with mild astonishment. Xiao Yi continued, "The drone possesses formidable transformation abilities. It can be activated in times of danger. This drone is equipped with infrared laser capabilities, allowing it to eliminate threats silently and effectively, making it invaluable in critical moments." Long Yu nodded in satisfaction. Such an item could indeed serve as a secret weapon, providing him with a reliable contingency plan. Upon exiting, Long Yu observed the streets outside, congested with vehicles of all sizes. Some vegetables and meat were transported to his home. He noticed an individual riding a small electric scooter, swiftly carrying 4 pieces of pork. As he strolled through the bustling streets filled with people, he encountered a senior from his school, Eulele, who was a year ahead of him. They had often played together in the past and maintained a wonderful relationship. "Long Yu, I've been intending to look for you these past few days. I heard that zombies are on the way. How is your stockpiling of supplies coming along?" Eulele, clad in a fitted sports outfit, showcased her tall and graceful figure perfectly. With her hair tied up in a high ponytail and her fresh face complexion, she could rival any leading actress. Her slender waist, curvy hips, and long, straight legs were striking, exuding a sense of cleanliness and vitality. "Good morning, senior. It's been a while," Long Yu greeted her. Eulele, delighted to see him, replied, "I thought you had left this city at such a critical moment. You seem so composed wandering around. It appears you aren't afraid of zombies at all. Fear is inevitable, but we must confront it. If zombies do approach, there's little we can do. We might as well eat and drink as usual." The two walked side by side, engaging in light-hearted conversation, creating a stark contrast to the chaotic environment surrounding them. In the past, they would have attracted envious glances from passers-by, but now, the onlookers were too preoccupied with their own concerns to notice the pair. Although the atmosphere had changed, the two maintained their jovial demeanor, as if unaffected by the turmoil. They reminisced about their childhood, and when the topic of playing house arose, the atmosphere turned slightly awkward. After a moment, Eulele spoke earnestly. "Long Yu, while I understand your perspective, for your safety, it would be wise to leave this city as soon as possible. You never know when the zombies might arrive. I've contacted a few classmates, and they are preparing to leave. Are you not planning to go?" Long Yu replied without hesitation, "I think I'll stay." "Why? Isn't it safer to leave?" Eulele asked, her concern palpable. Long Yu refrained from elaborating, knowing that even if he explained, she would not comprehend the impending disasters. Only through personal experience can one truly grasp humanity's vulnerability in the face of calamity. Noticing Long Yu's silence, Eulele adopted a parental tone, saying, "Oh, you've grown up and no longer heed your senior's advice. Well, don't worry. I practice Taekwondo, and I will protect you if danger arises." She stood tall, radiating confidence. Long Yu's gaze momentarily lingered on her, and he thought to himself that Eulele indeed possessed ample self-assurance. Sensing his attention, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Let us prioritize stockpiling supplies for now. We can chat later," she suggested, kindly offering him some of her supplies before bidding farewell and quickly blending into the crowd. Long Yu hadn't intended to accept her provisions, yet he found himself holding the food and daily necessities she had given him. 2 bags of rice flour, A variety of vegetables, toothpaste and toothbrush, women's facial cleanser and shampoo, disinfectant, several towels, and an assortment of cosmetics for women. Isn't this gift from the senior rather casual? Upon closer inspection, he noticed there were even large adhesive bandages specifically for women. One might think that Ulele was coming to stay at his home. Outside a small supermarket, a multitude of people gathered, clamoring noisily. The owner of the supermarket was unwilling to bring out the goods, as he intended to reserve most of it for his own future needs, which sparked discontent among the crowd. I'll offer 500,000. Sell me everything inside. As a businessman, why won't you let us in? We want to buy. Damn it. Since the owner won't open the door, let us just smash it down together. As those outside sought to enter and procure supplies, the owner resolutely refused to conduct business, leaving the people with no choice but to resort to vandalism. Meanwhile, Long Yu happened to pass by. The shopkeeper cowered in a corner, terrified. If these frenzied individuals were to break through the door, all his stock would surely be plundered. Suddenly, he spotted a man holding a bag of supplies and, in a moment of desperation, shouted, "Everyone, that young man over there has bought everything from my store. If you need anything, go ask him. I truly have nothing left." The owner pointed towards Long Yu, drawing the attention of the crowd. "Young man, may I buy those supplies from you? I'll pay any price." The anxious crowd quickly surrounded Long Yu, their eyes fixated on the goods he carried. "I'm sorry, but I'm not selling these supplies," Long Yu replied, feeling quite helpless amidst the throng. Chapter 4. The Senior Takes Action. Protected Long Yu, the crowd's greedy gaze was unmistakably fixed upon the supplies in Long Yu's possession. In such dire circumstances, ensuring one's own survival was of utmost importance, and they had resolved to obtain supplies by any means necessary. If persuasion failed, they would resort to theft. "Young man, I'll offer 100,000 for everything you have. What do you say? I can pay more if necessary." A middle-aged, rotund man produced a wad of cash. "I have 2 infants at home, both just a month old, who require these supplies. Young man, could you show some compassion? Come on, you're young and agile. Just give us those supplies, and you can still gather more elsewhere. I'm getting on in years. Have a heart, will you?" A middle-aged woman chimed in, followed closely by a hunched old man. "Good heavens, are they attempting to morally coerce me?" Long Yu observed them, unfazed. Frankly, he had witnessed similar scenes countless times before. "I'm truly sorry, but I need to keep these supplies for myself." He offered no further words and turned away. Recognizing that ensuring his own survival was a stroke of fortune, he had no obligation to concern himself with the fates of others. Amidst the crowd, there was an individual who clung desperately to his precious supplies. A few men swiftly charged toward him, intent on seizing the goods from his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, they opted for outright robbery. "Hand it over." The 3 burly men brandished their daggers and wrenches, their eyes glinting with menace, attempting to intimidate their target. However, to their surprise, he exhibited no signs of fear. On the contrary, a dreadful killing intent lurked within his gaze. The 2 muscular men were momentarily taken aback. They had expected the youth to retreat, but he remained completely unfazed. What was with that look in his eyes? It was filled with cold indifference and disdain, qualities unbecoming of a young man. They felt as though they were being regarded as mere corpses. A chill ran down their spines. That look seemed capable of extinguishing their lives in an instant. Indeed, in his previous life, Long Yu had witnessed the cycle of life and death too many times. A few ordinary men were insignificant in his eyes. He could easily dispatch them single-handedly. Furthermore, with the mechanical watch on his wrist, these men were simply courting death. "Hey, little brother, could you spare me a bit of your supplies?" One of the burly men mustered his courage to speak, though his voice trembled with uncertainty. Even his hand, grasping the wrench, shook uncontrollably. Just as Long Yu was about to respond, a graceful figure appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick, sending one of the muscular men crashing to the ground. Long Yu turned to see it was his senior, Ulele. How had she arrived here again? Ulele had been nearby, gathering supplies, and, upon noticing the crowd gathered around Long Yu, her curiosity compelled her to investigate. Upon seeing him surrounded by several muscle-bound men, her heart raced, and without hesitation, she chose to intervene. With remarkable decisiveness, Eulalie struck with her long, slender legs, delivering precise kicks to her opponents. The two men groaned in pain, and as they attempted to retaliate, she executed a series of self-defense moves, effortlessly taking them down. Long Yu watched in awe. He had heard about Eulalie's training, but had not anticipated her skill. After dispatching the troublesome foes, Eulalie confidently shook her arms, relishing the opportunity to showcase her abilities in front of her junior, feeling a sense of pride. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have had a rough time, she said, unable to suppress a triumphant smile as she flaunted her recent victory to Long Yu. He responded with a grin. Senior, your skills are indeed impressive. They surpass mine by far. Hearing Long Yu's praise filled Eulalie with joy. Are you hurt? She approached him to assess any injuries, and upon discovering that he was unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief. The two then moved to a less crowded area. Today is just the beginning, Long Yu. You can stay by my side. I am about to form a team. When the zombies truly arrive, I will protect you, she said earnestly as they sat together. I appreciate the kind intentions of my senior, yet I firmly believe it is wiser not to form a group. I plan to navigate this perilous world alone. Why? One might ask, is not teamwork preferable? Deep down, she is genuinely concerned for Long Yu's safety. How does one confront an unexpected zombie onslaught alone? Long Yu offered no response to her inquiry. Such matters can only be fully comprehended through personal experience. The apocalypse harbors threats that extend beyond mere disasters. Thus, the two parted ways on somewhat sour terms. Upon returning home, Long Yu entered the shelter, meticulously inventorying the supplies before settling onto his bed. It was then that he heard the cool-down for time-space trading had concluded, signaling his opportunity to enter the trading realm once more. With a mere thought, he arrived in the trading space and proactively sent a video invitation to Qin. After approximately 5 minutes, Qin finally appeared, somewhat disheveled, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, and lipstick marks decorating his face and neck, as if he had just emerged from a tumultuous encounter. Qin, you look a bit under the weather. I apologize for the delay. A girl named Chi-Chi proved to be quite a handful. After catching his breath, Qin recalled the purpose of his visit. I bring you wonderful news. I managed to procure some nano-armor from the Federal Assembly. It is primarily designed for military use, enhancing their capabilities and facilitating the extermination of various monsters. This nano-armor can withstand impacts of up to 1,000,000 tons while boasting an output of 1,000,000 horsepower. Long Yu's eyes gleamed at this revelation. Nano-armor? He remembered that decades later, in the face of ensuing calamities, research teams across the globe endeavored to develop armor capable of withstanding impacts and combating monsters. Regrettably, due to limited technology and resources, as well as a severe shortage of talent, their years of research culminated in failure. To discover that the realm Qin inhabited had already achieved such high-tech advancements was astonishing. Long Yu felt a profound sense of awe. The technology in Qin's world was undoubtedly light years ahead of his own. To think that just 100,000 horsepower could effortlessly lift 10,000 tons, while 1,000,000 could manage an unfathomable weight. The technological disparity was akin to a dimensional assault on Long Yu's world, truly formidable. Seeing Long Yu's astonishment, Qin continued to elaborate. In comparison to the high-tier armors wielded by federal officials, this is still woefully inadequate. However, I cannot obtain those advanced technologies. Do not be surprised. They possess even more sophisticated innovations at their disposal. I will provide you with a virtual reality training chamber, allowing you to experience the nano-armor firsthand. If it meets your approval, we can proceed with the trade. Chapter 5. The Exchange of Nano-Armor. Named Zeus. You can even try it out beforehand. The time-space merchant. Qin indeed has a sense of integrity. He generously gifted Long Yu a simulation training chamber, allowing him to gauge the effectiveness of the nano-armor, with the assurance that he could terminate the transaction at any moment should it prove unsatisfactory. Soon after, a prompt from the AI assistant, Xiaoyi, resonated. Master, an external device has been detected connecting to the sanctuary. Shall I proceed with the connection? Connect. Before Long Yu lay the simulated training pod. Upon acquiring authorization for its use, A wealth of information regarding the nano-armor flooded his mind. Nano-armor name: Zeus. Weight: 175 kilograms. Attribute: thunder. Energy supply: the nano beam harnesses electromechanical coupling and electrolytic microstacking to convert energy. It contains hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells, with kinetic energy derived from light and thermal energy. Main system: semi-automatic enhanced combat suit. Neural integration with an AI companion. Auxiliary systems: respiratory circulator, defibrillator. Rapid scanning module, dual entry, UV high-efficiency air filters. There were additional details that eluded Long Yu's understanding. These data were cryptic codes challenging for humanity in this world to decipher. Following this was a brief introduction to the simulation pod. It could replicate any combat scenario, transmitting neural impulses to provide users with a sense of genuine experience, all while ensuring no injuries or fatalities occurred. It was reported that due to the armor's extraordinary explosive capabilities in real combat, which caused extensive destruction, soldiers typically enhance their control over the armor through virtual simulations. In this training pod, regardless of one's prior skill level, after a period of training, one's abilities would significantly improve. Long Yu recognized that for someone who had never utilized such equipment, mastering it would be quite challenging. He pondered, if he possessed such nano-armor, would he still consider the impending zombies and future mutated creatures as adversaries? Thus, he must familiarize himself with the armor as swiftly as possible. Having absorbed all the information, Long Yu stepped inside the pod. Welcome to the Realistic Simulation Training Pod. Please select the content for this training session. Before him lay an array of maps, varying in difficulty. Long Yu wisely chose to start with the simplest one. Before him stood soldiers wielding energy rifles, simulating a cybernetic world. First, Long Yu commenced learning the activation tutorial for the Zeus nano-armor. The activation sensor was secured at his waist. Zeus armor. Engage. In the next moment, layers of nano-armor rapidly enveloped him, shimmering like radiant scales, as Long Yu felt as if he were entwined in lightning. Perhaps somewhat theatrical, but the completed Zeus armor truly exuded an impressive aura. Let the training begin. Time passed without his notice, and when Long Yu emerged from the training pod, his expression was somewhat grim, rivaling that of Mr. Qin earlier. Damn it, those mechanical soldiers are truly terrifying. Fortunately, the armor's defensive capabilities were astonishing. The soldiers could only inflict superficial damage, failing to pose any real threat to him. The primary challenge lay in the fact that this was his first experience with Zeus, and he felt somewhat disoriented. Wearing it was quite unfamiliar, and he struggled to determine which foot to advance while walking. Thanks to the presence of this simulation chamber, had he ventured out to confront the zombies directly, he would have faced a dire predicament. Although the zombies were no match for him, the armor would have rendered him vulnerable to being thrown about mercilessly. Long Yu returned to his chamber, sipped some water, and took a moment to rest before re-entering the trading space. Upon seeing Long Yu's pale complexion, Qin burst into laughter. "You look just like I did during my first experience. Ha ha ha. I too was in quite a predicament back then." The initial encounter is always a bit overwhelming, but with time, it becomes second nature. With a serious demeanor, Qin inquired, "So, how does the armor feel?" This technology was something that could never be developed in their world. For Long Yu, acquiring this nano-armor was imperative. However, at that moment, Qin was uncertain about what he could offer in exchange for the armor. "What are your terms? Speak freely. I am willing to accommodate you." Without a hint of hesitation, Qin, ever the straightforward merchant, stated, "Let me be frank. I acquired this armor from a federal legislator through a rather fortunate arrangement. He and I share a good rapport, and he generously gifted it to me. This armor holds no value for me, and I can easily pass it on to you. However, I require a favor in return." "Oh, what kind of favor?" "For our next transaction, I need your assistance in downloading some melodious songs from your world onto a USB drive. To be candid, my legislator friend has a penchant for vintage songs steeped in history. Unfortunately, our world has advanced so rapidly that many of these timeless tunes have vanished." Qin's expression turned earnest. He harbored a deep affection for these old songs. Yet, as society focused on technological advancements and productivity, the construction of spiritual culture was neglected, resulting in a loss of entertainment and artistic heritage. The preservation of cultural artifacts, such as traditional songs and pastimes like chess, had nearly become extinct. Despite the legislator's considerable power, he could not source these melodies through any other means. Thus, it fell upon the time-space merchant Qin to fulfill this request. What do you say, my dear you? I would be immensely grateful for your assistance. That is agreeable. I will download the songs onto a USB drive during our next exchange. Really? You? I cannot thank you enough. I eagerly await your next visit, and I shall bring you even more valuable items. Trust me. Qin rejoiced, dancing with glee. Long Yu made a face of mild distaste before concluding the conversation. This time-space transaction is complete, entering cooldown period, lasting 3 days. Upon returning to the real world, Long Yu's first task was to locate a long-unused USB drive. He plugged it into his computer, subscribed to a membership for 10 yuan to gain downloading privileges, and proceeded to download all the songs. Additionally, he included 2 gigabytes of his own study resources, opting not to delete them and considering them a gift for Qin. In total, Long Yu acquired a piece of nano-armor at the minimal cost of a USB drive and 10 yuan. This was an extraordinary bargain. For the time being, Long Yu decided to refrain from gathering resources. He wished to continue his training within the simulation chamber, for mastery comes with practice, and the operation of a nanotechnology armor demanded relentless refinement. Despite the formidable challenges ahead, this fueled Long Yu's determination. That night, he remained entrenched in the training pod until he had thoroughly familiarized himself with its functionalities and combat capabilities, only then allowing himself to rest. A mere 48 hours remained before the first wave of calamity would strike. Chapter 6. Trial of the Armor. Art Pulse Cannon, the stockpiling of supplies, had nearly reached completion, and now he needed to dedicate his time to perfecting his skills with the nanotech armor. Thus, for the remaining 3 days, he devoted himself entirely to training in the simulation pod. During this period, his beautiful senior had attempted to reach him several times. But as he was only momentarily away for meals and restroom breaks, he had no chance to return her calls. Investing substantial time in deliberate practice of an unfamiliar endeavor yielded increasing proficiency. He had now become adept at maneuvering the nanotech armor and combat techniques. As the apocalypse loomed ever closer, he dared not squander a moment. From stumbling in his initial attempts to now effortlessly navigating treacherous terrains. Whether on land or in the air, he could deftly manipulate his movements, be it leaping or flying. Moreover, within the simulation pod, the once formidable simulated soldiers had gradually ceased to pose a threat. Adorned in this formidable armor, he was assuredly equipped to confront the impending hordes of zombies, an unequivocal display of technological prowess. Congratulations, Master! The basic training of the nanotech armor is complete. You are now a qualified nanotech soldier. Long Yu emerged from the simulation pod, wiping the sweat from his brow. After quenching his thirst with a few sips of cola, he smiled and mused. Does this mean I can don a nanotech armor in reality? The artificial intelligence affirmed his query, stating that he had fully mastered the fundamental operational methods, and controlling it in the real world would pose no challenge. However, he did not allow himself to bask in complacency, recalling the impending calamities, biological mutations, the spread of mists, and the invasion of sea beasts. He recognized that he would need to fortify his strength further. As dusk settled, only 36 hours remained before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Long Yu was not content with mere simulation training. He needed to conduct a real-world combat exercise before the zombie tide surged. Only through practical engagement could he truly gauge his proficiency with the nanotech armor. After all, in the simulation pod, he faced no real peril, whereas once the zombie horde erupted, a moment's carelessness could render him a feast for the undead. To avoid drawing attention, he chose to transform in the most concealed refuge. In an instant, a suit of nanotech armor, reminiscent of thunder and lightning, swiftly enveloped him like liquid mercury. Testing his limbs, the crisp sounds of machinery echoed as he stepped outside, his silhouette blending seamlessly into the night. Activating stealth mode, the nanotech suit altered its outer layer. Utilizing a crystallization process to absorb light waves, rendering him invisible to the naked eye and surveillance equipment. This refers to what is commonly known as the invisible state. After making physical contact with the enemy, one is exposed before all onlookers and surveillance devices. Gradually, his speed increased, and the thrusters on his feet suddenly ignited. Upon realizing they operated identically to those in the simulation chamber, his once tensed heart steadied, and he dove into the night sky. He executed a 360-degree glide midair, exclaiming in exhilaration. In the northern district of Donghai City, the front line was drawn. Thousands of soldiers awaited with bated breath. Not far away, a sniper lay in ambush under the cloak of darkness, as still as a falcon poised to strike. As the situation escalated, Captain Zhang received alarming reports. The city's outer defense system had issued a breach signal, predicting that within half an hour, zombies would fully invade the northern district. Reconnaissance troops were briefing the city defense commander, Captain Zhang Chun, whose complexion darkened upon receiving reports from other cities that had already succumbed to large-scale zombie assaults. The city's defensive forces were utterly incapable of withstanding the relentless tide. The situation was already lost. Reports indicated that the soldiers' firearms were woefully inadequate against the onslaught of zombies surging like a tidal wave. The most terrifying aspect was the rapid transmission of the zombie virus. The rate of infection far surpassed the rate of elimination. Thus, the zombies were able to continuously flood in, and when their ammunition was exhausted, it would signal the city's downfall. Captain Zhang, should we continue to resist? Our ammunition is severely limited. What nonsense! We must fight regardless. Reinforcements from other battle zones will arrive shortly. Everyone hold your ground. Zhang Chun inhaled deeply, his face betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Would they be able to endure until help arrived? He had already reported to his superiors. If they could hold for just 1 hour, troops from other areas would arrive in time. Yet, their numbers were grossly insufficient, while the impending horde of zombies would number in the thousands. Minutes later, Lin Feng, the supreme commander of the Donghai City Armed Forces, called personally. Old Zhang, keep it steady. Do not let the soldiers falter. Our reinforcements are en route. You must hold out until we arrive. Boss, rest assured, even at the cost of my life, we will buy you time. Old Zhang, this time I will personally lead the troops. We must eradicate those fiends. Half an hour later, countless zombies surged forth, fierce and overwhelming. Their numbers akin to a relentless tide. The soldiers spared no effort. All aimed and fired, a multitude of flames erupting in that direction. A barrage of bullets lit up the night sky, and the front line of zombies fell one by one. However, they had grossly underestimated the sheer volume of the undead. After 10 minutes of firing, their ammunition was utterly depleted, yet the zombies remained unyielding. Furthermore, as the zombies lunged at the soldiers and bit them, mere moments later, they too succumbed to the virus and transformed into the undead. Captain Zhang's gaze sharpened. He led his soldiers in drawing their close combat weapons to engage in a fierce battle with the zombies. Meanwhile, Long Yu, piloting the nano-armor, glided through the night sky, surveying the water surfaces below. Upon inspection, he discovered that most of the waters had already been contaminated by the zombie virus. This corroborated his previous notion that the outbreak of the zombie virus originated from the water supply. With this thought in mind, he resolved to gather more clean water. He then ascended skyward, selecting a location at random before diving downwards. As the refreshing gusts of wind enveloped him, he felt an overwhelming sense of pleasure and comfort. Within a matter of minutes, he finally spotted a vast horde of zombies below. "It is you." He aimed at the target, successfully locking it in. The arc pulse cannon was charging, and upon completion, the armor he wore, known as Zeus, plummeted toward the horde. In the next instant, he raised his hand, and the arc pulse cannon discharged with ferocity. A massive bolt of lightning, a blinding beam, descended from the sky, racing swiftly to the zombie swarm. The pressure emanating from the arc pulse cannon was palpable, causing the ground to tremble upon the light wave's contact. Subsequently, a terrifying laser swept across the entire expanse of zombies, turning the frenzied creatures into mere dust in an instant. The power was astonishing. Chapter 7. The city defense forces in shock in the wake of a single arc pulse cannon shot. The surroundings transformed into a desolate wasteland. with swathes of zombies eradicated in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Chun, the captain of the city defense team in the Northern District, remained oblivious to the source of the striking light wave. "Captain, most of the zombies have been eliminated." The soldiers at the forefront felt a chill run down their spines. Just moments ago, a shock wave had descended from the heavens, and they were fortunate to have escaped with their lives. Zhang Chun was in a state of utter bewilderment. Who unleashed that laser? What is happening? Where did that shock wave come from? "Captain, it came from the sky. Quickly, hand me the binoculars." He hastily retrieved the binoculars and, under the moonlight, was taken aback to behold a highly advanced piece of armor. What on earth is this? He rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be encountering extraterrestrial beings. The snipers in ambush, peering through their scopes, were equally astonished. What the? This resembles Iron Man. Not merely a resemblance. This was indeed Iron Man. How could such advanced armor exist? The snipers gazed in disbelief at the armor, which shone like a star in the night sky. They observed that the right hand of the armor still crackled with the blue-violet lightning from the recently discharged pulse cannon. Captain Zhang stood rooted to the spot, unable to regain his composure, as if trapped in a dream. He had never anticipated surviving this battle. Yet the shockwave from above had effortlessly eradicated the majority of the zombies. How terrifying was this? There was perhaps only one explanation. The research departments from other battle zones had previously developed a secret weapon against zombies and dispatched it for support. "Captain, what exactly is going on? Is this entity friend or foe?" The snipers inquired nervously through their radios. If that mechanized armor were an enemy, they would all be doomed. The destructive light wave could annihilate their entire city defense force in a mere second. Do not panic. This should be reinforcements sent from above. Zhang Chun swiftly regained his composure, urging the soldiers not to panic or act recklessly. He was acutely aware that had the enemy harbored any hostility, they would have been reduced to ashes by now. Simultaneously, he rallied all combat personnel to unite their efforts and decisively eliminate the remaining zombies that had yet to be dealt with. Without delay, he dialed the phone number of the overall commander, Lin Feng, in Donghai City. "Old Zhang, don't panic. You must hold on. We are less than 5 miles from the North District. We cannot allow the zombies to breach our defenses." Lin Feng's voice crackled with urgency over the line. The sounds of tanks and armored vehicles advancing rapidly audible in the background. Zhang Chun paused, gazing at the armored vehicles silhouetted against the night sky, and replied dazedly, "Boss, the zombies have been completely cleared. We are grateful for the reinforcements sent from above." Lin Feng, still anxious, urged his soldiers to quicken their pace and shouted, "What? We are on our way to support you. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." Zhang Chun chuckled, bemused by his superior's jest. Had he not already dispatched assistance? Those formidable mechanical armors were more than capable of handling the zombies without fear. Above in the night sky, Long Yu, clad in Zeus armor, finally noticed a contingent of troops below. Observing the soldiers, he comprehended why Donghai City had fallen so swiftly. The city's defense forces were severely undermanned. How could they withstand the relentless onslaught of zombies? Moreover, a critical flaw was evident. When soldiers' comrades were infected and turned into zombies, they hesitated to eliminate them promptly, which accelerated the spread of the zombie virus. Watching the soldiers organize themselves and mount a counteroffensive against the zombies, Long Yu made no move to assist. He understood that the zombie threat was insurmountable. With over 100 million infected globally, these zombies were but a drop in the ocean. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, merely surviving was fortunate enough. He had no desire to play the savior. His practical experience with nanotechnology armor had concluded for the day, and he prepared to enter stealth mode. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang Chun drove swiftly toward Long Yu, eager to inquire about which battle zone had sent such formidable support. Feeling a deep need to express gratitude. Had it not been for them, their soldiers would have faced total annihilation. Just then, the figure before him abruptly vanished into the night, miraculously disappearing. Zhang Chun was left bewildered. What has happened? Suddenly gone? In that moment, 3 words echoed in his mind. High technology. This was indeed advanced technology. Could the nation truly have developed such sophisticated weaponry? Before long, a large contingent of reinforcements arrived at the scene. Upon reaching the North District defense line, they beheld the collapsed, desolate rubble not far away. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor as he approached Zhang Chun, grasping his shoulders with excitement and exclaiming, "Old Zhang, you have lived up to expectations. You held the North District. You are the pride of our Donghai city. On behalf of all citizens, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." Lin Feng immediately lavished high praise, fully aware of the formidable challenge posed by the zombies. Contemplating this, his heart brimmed with admiration and pride. Zhang Chun, somewhat perplexed, queried, "Boss, weren't you the one seeking support from other battle zones?" Lin Feng, taken aback, responded, "Other battle zones? Support? What support? Have we not come here to provide assistance ourselves? Once we eliminate this wave of zombies, there will be no need for us to support you." It was only then that Zhang Chun recounted to Lin Feng everything he had recently witnessed. Lin Feng initially thought his counterpart was jesting. "Mechanical armor? Iron Man? Old Zhang, have you been infected by the zombies? Let me examine your wounds." As he spoke, Lin Feng began to inspect Zhang Chun's body. Zhang Chun shook his head and called upon his soldiers to reiterate the extraordinary sight they had just encountered. Lin Feng listened intently for some time, becoming deeply contemplative. "Boss, my commander Lin, please do not toy with me. Is this not the support you summoned?" Zhang Chun believed that Lin Feng was reporting to higher authorities, which led to the deployment of secret weapons. With a grave expression, Lin Feng replied, "Old Zhang, to be candid, the soldiers from other battle zones have yet to arrive in Donghai City. Furthermore, I have reported the situation here, and the higher-ups expressed their helplessness. Otherwise, I would not have laid all my resources bare to fend off the zombie onslaught. As for any secret weapons you mentioned, that level of armor technology is beyond the realm of possibility with current scientific advancements. Not a soul in the world could produce such a thing. Such technology exists solely within the pages of science fiction or the frames of movies." "What?" Zhang Chun stood frozen in disbelief. But we all witnessed it. Chapter 8. Can your sanctuary withstand the zombies? The electric arc pulse cannon that just fired was exhilarating. In an instant, the tide of zombies, akin to a deluge, was reduced to nothingness. It was an unparalleled thrill. This was even more exhilarating than battling the doctoral soldiers in the simulation chamber. With continued training in the simulation chamber, he would undoubtedly be capable of tearing Iron Man apart. Although a significant wave of zombies in the Northern District was eradicated by Long Yu's electric arc pulse cannon, it did not prevent the subsequent zombie onslaught. Upon returning to the shelter, Long Yu knew that his most pressing need was to amass supplies. Indeed, before the apocalypse fully descended, he aimed to stockpile one last wave of resources. This time, his primary focus was on procuring potable mineral water, as the reservoirs had been rendered undrinkable due to viral contamination. Before the news was reported, he needed to stockpile as much drinking water as possible. While Eulalie busied herself gathering supplies, she formed a shelter team with her classmates. Now, she had organized a relatively structured small group, and they had all agreed to depart together for a relatively safe area. What weighed most heavily on her mind was still Long Yu. Their bond, forged since childhood, was profound and not to be underestimated. Long Yu, being alone and not from a wealthy family, would undoubtedly struggle to amass sufficient supplies. She was resolute in her determination to leave with Long Yu. Lele was once again fretting over her junior, Long Yu. The speaker was her close friend, Zhang Tian, who was also a member of her team. With the impending threat of zombies, it was imperative to focus on their own survival. They should huddle together for warmth and prioritize reaching a safe zone. Another team member, Guahao, the wealthiest among them, had arranged the vehicles for their escape to safety. Furthermore, their vehicle was already at full capacity, leaving no room for her junior. "Let him sit next to me. Adding one more person shouldn't pose a problem," Lele asserted, her resolve unwavering. Guahao, however, was somewhat displeased. As the primary financier of this escape plan, he considered himself the leader of the group. The inclusion of an outsider could potentially jeopardize their carefully laid plans if that person turned out to be a burden. He had a particular aversion to the idea of unrelated individuals joining them. In truth, he harbored ulterior motives. In a post-apocalyptic world, Guahao envisioned himself escaping with several beautiful women, away from the desolation, where he could indulge in unspeakable activities in the confines of their vehicle. Guahao, drive us to Long Yu's house. I must bring him along, Lele insisted, urgency in her voice. The zombies could breach any moment. We cannot delay. Is that wise? If we don't take Long Yu, I want to accompany you, she added firmly. Guahao gritted his teeth, but ultimately chose to drive to Long Yu's residence. To ensure that he could later enjoy his escapade with the lovely Lele, he decided to temporarily include Long Yu, planning to eventually devise a plausible excuse to abandon him. After all, he could not allow that boy to disrupt his plans. Soon enough, an RV arrived at Long Yu's doorstep. Lele anxiously knocked on the door. But no one answered. Where's he? Where has that boy gone? Guahao honked the horn in frustration. Lele, if he is not home, we should leave. Perhaps he never intended to join us, Zhang Tiantian added, equally displeased, finding Long Yu to be a nuisance. Lele felt a pang of disappointment. Having called him multiple times without success, let us wait a little longer, half an hour. If no one shows, we'll depart. Unbeknownst to her, Long Yu had merely stepped out for a moment. A few minutes later, he arrived on a rented electric tricycle, hauling several boxes of bottled water. Upon seeing the luxurious RV parked at his doorstep, he was momentarily puzzled. Then he noticed Lele anxiously waiting outside, and it dawned on him that she had come to take him away. A warm feeling enveloped him. Senior, you're here, Long Yu greeted, then began unloading the boxes from his tricycle. Without hesitation, Lele joined him in the task, and their unspoken understanding filled the air. She followed Long Yu, transporting boxes of bottled water to his home. After a considerable amount of time, she discovered the existence of a basement beneath the house. However, the mysteries of the basement were not visible from above, leaving her somewhat astonished. Long Yu, did you decide to stay here because you have a basement that can serve as a refuge? Is it your line of thought? After finishing his task, Long Yu handed her a tissue and nodded gently. He chose not to disclose the basement's secrets, preferring to keep certain information under wraps for the time being, especially with a group of outsiders whose gazes were far from friendly, watching closely. Didn't T, the senior, mention that with the zombie horde approaching, various places in the city are constructing shelters? But do you truly believe these shelters can withstand a zombie invasion? Or do you think your shelter is particularly robust? The senior raised an eyebrow, gently explaining to Long Yu, like a concerned parent. Right now, heading to a safe zone, their shelters are undoubtedly far more fortified than yours. I understand, but I have no intention of leaving just yet, Long Yu replied while continuing his work. A few minutes later, the two individuals in the vehicle could no longer contain their impatience. Guahao, with an impatient expression, stormed into Long Yu's home. Upon hearing their conversation, he learned of the existence of the so-called shelter. Listen to me, little brother. Heed my advice and abandon the idea of a shelter. I once considered creating one myself to evade the chaos, but you know as well as I do that our flimsy residential structures cannot possibly withstand a zombie attack. Just a gentle push from those zombies, and your shelter would likely collapse. I can assure you, civilian shelters are nothing but child's play. If they could withstand zombies, I'd gladly eat my words. Long Yu glanced at him incredulously, as if he were looking at a fool. What? You mean to say that your shelter could be toppled by a mere push from a zombie? Long Yu nodded. Ah, yes, you are absolutely correct. If you were to take a look, he would undoubtedly choose to stay here. Therefore, Long Yu decided not to reveal this to them. He remembered that in his previous life, apart from Yulele, the others had never escaped Donghai City. They had been overwhelmed and infected by the advancing horde along the way. With this thought, Long Yu chose silence and continued his work. Meanwhile, Guahao seized the opportunity to persuade the goddess Yulele to leave. With no other option, Yulele could only hope for Long Yu's safety as he insisted on staying. We tried to persuade him, but if the junior refuses to leave, there is nothing more we can do. Let us go, get in the car. My RV is quite comfortable. Chapter 9, Nightfall. The first wave of disaster arrives. Guahao wore a look of resignation, perceiving Long Yu as a foolish individual. In this day and age, Could there really be someone who believes they could rely on their self-constructed shelter to fend off zombies? Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. He glanced at Eulalie, indicating that he had said all that needed to be said, and if this junior was ungrateful, there was little he could do. As long as Long Yu did not join them in the car or interfere with his subsequent plans, he would not mind forming a friendship with him. Dear Junior, I wish you a smooth passage through the impending apocalypse. We must make our way to the safe zone. Guahao, with a beaming smile, patted his companion's shoulder before returning to the vehicle. Eulalie felt a twinge of reluctance, but alas, Long Yu was not accompanying them. She had no choice but to join Guahao in the car. At this moment, only 12 hours remained until the zombie outbreak. Once they departed, Long Yu employed a drone to transport the numerous crates of bottled water back to the underground shelter. However, it was insufficient to effectively evade the initial catastrophe. It was prudent to stockpile additional supplies. Thus, he mounted his electric tricycle once more, venturing to various stores to procure goods. This time, he returned with 2 boxes of sugary beverages, several instant noodles, and his favorite culinary delights, rice noodles with vegetables and eggs, as well as pickled cabbage. As night fell, Long Yu entered the shelter and settled onto the sofa to watch television. According to international reports, the entirety of South Korea was rapidly succumbing to the zombie virus. Thus far, only Axe Mountain remained unscathed. All other regions had fallen, and survivors were flocking to Axe Mountain. Goodness, this was akin to a real-life Axe Mountain expedition. Long Yu reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the broadcast. Breaking news from the Southern Combat Zone reported that the initial wave of the zombie virus had been tentatively contained, with various regions successfully repelling the undead onslaught. Researchers from the Southern Combat Zone disclosed that zombies were not impervious to harm, and the most effective strategy was to strike at their heads, ensuring a swift demise. Investigations by international research institutions preliminarily suggested that the fastest transmission medium for the zombie virus was water sources, urging citizens to exercise caution with groundwater usage. Long Yu glanced at the time. It was nearly upon them. The first calamity was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Guahao and his companions drove to a luxurious hotel. Along the route, pedestrian traffic dwindled, unaware of the looming disaster. Guahao, shall we spend the night here? Could there be any danger? Zhang Tenten nervously rolled down the car window, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Fear not. The zombies won't reach us here. Donghai City remains quite safe. Tonight, we shall stay in the hotel, and when the apocalypse truly erupts, we can retreat to the car without haste. This hotel was one of the more opulent establishments in Donghai City, boasting comprehensive amenities, ample space, presidential suites, and excellent soundproofing. He certainly did not wish to spend the first night in a vehicle, especially with several beautiful ladies. The pleasures of such a hotel were undeniable. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The group disembarked and approached the hotel entrance. It was already closed for the night, but due to Guahao's connections, they were granted entry after a brief negotiation, and they promptly settled into the presidential suite. Observing the spacious and comfortable surroundings, Guahao chuckled with delight. At last, he had the opportunity to share a marvelous and passionate night with his goddess, Eulalie. However, Eulalie was no naive damsel. During the formation of their team, she had concealed self-defense weapons on her person to guard against any ill intentions. Should Guahao dare to overstep, he would surely regret it for the rest of his days. Let us settle here, each in our own room, Eulalie remarked nonchalantly. There's no need to rush. Tonight marks the official establishment of our team, and we must celebrate this occasion. The food from the car had already been brought in. Guahao, accompanied by several bottles of red wine, gathered everyone around the dining table. He was generous, with an array of delicacies elegantly arranged before them. Come on, ladies. With the apocalypse looming, we should indulge ourselves before disaster strikes, shouldn't we? At that moment, Guahao resembled a refined gentleman, pouring red wine into the goblets. Guahao, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic. This wine is delightful, Zhang Tiantian said, seated beside him. As they shared a sip, a rosy hue bloomed on her cheeks. With Guahao beside her, she felt an immediate sense of security. Having a reliable man by her side amidst the impending doom alleviated much of her anxiety and unease. Eulalie, seated nearby, consumed her food in silence, abstaining from the wine, her expression heavy with concern. Noticing her demeanor, Guahao raised his goblet with a mischievous smile. "Goddess, are you still worried about Junior Longyou?" Eulalie remained silent, continuing to eat. "Do not fret. Junior Long believes a shelter is quite sturdy." Guahao emphasized the word sturdy, his face betraying disdain. "Lele, let us focus on ourselves. Do not concern yourself with others. The junior has his own plans. You need not worry. Isn't our current situation rather pleasant? We have wine and gourmet food, and soon we can enjoy a lovely hot bath," he chuckled. Observing the two indulging in merriment, Eulalie felt a pang of regret for teaming up with them. She perceived them as unreliable, considering it preferable to be with Longyou, despite the apparent shortcomings of his shelter. "All right, let's retire early. Tomorrow we head to the capital," she declared, standing up and coldly tossing out a few words before returning to her room. The capital is the heart of the nation, rumored to be constructing the largest shelter, boasting unparalleled safety worldwide. "Let us rise early tomorrow and set off at dawn," Guahao called out to Eulalie's retreating figure, then shifted his attention to Zhang Tiantian. Before long, the two had indulged a bit too much. Zhang Tiantian, blushing, found herself seated on Guahao's lap. In the dead of night, the atmosphere was just right as Guahao prepared to escort Zhang Tiantian to his room. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a series of strange, eerie growls. "Brother Hao, what is that sound outside?" Zhang Tiantian's once dreamy eyes sharpened with alarm. She was still somewhat frightened. "Do not be afraid. It could be outsiders breaching the hotel. I will check it out," Guahao replied, donning his clothes, picking up the baton and flashlight from the table, and gently opening the door. Zhang Tiantian followed closely behind him, like a timid bird. Chapter 10. The Zombie Attack. He is no longer here. This hotel is vast and currently under emergency lockdown. It is not impossible for outsiders to sneak in and attempt to check in unnoticed. Guahao, displaying a facade of fearlessness before Zhang Tiantian, armed himself for self-defense and took her outside to assess the situation. In the hotel corridor, only a few emergency floodlights flickered intermittently, casting a dim glow. Within the hotel rooms, strange sounds were barely audible, yet upon opening the door, both Guahao and Zhang Tiantian sensed something amiss. "Brother Hao, are you certain someone has entered?" Zhang Tiantian closely followed Guahao, the terrifying atmosphere around them sharpening her senses. "I am quite familiar with this hotel. There are indeed ways for someone to climb in nearby. Someone must be trying to steal something during the lockdown," he asserted, though his nerves were taut and his palms slick with sweat. In hindsight, he regretted not hiding in their hotel room, but now that they had ventured out, he felt embarrassed to retreat in front of Zhang Tiantian. Descending to the second floor of the hotel, illuminated by the emergency lights, they indeed spotted several figures. Upon seeing these silhouettes, Guahao breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you, someone must have climbed in from outside. Look at those people. Their clothes are tattered. They are likely beggars seeking shelter for the night." Guahao raised his voice and swung his flashlight toward them. The instant the bright beam fell upon them, the ragged figures abruptly turned their faces toward the two. To their horror, they discovered that these beings were not human at all. They were zombies. Under the harsh light, grotesque and terrifying visages were revealed. Unbeknownst to them, the zombies had breached the hotel's entrance and surged inside. "Zombies!" Zhang Tiantian screamed, turning on her heel and sprinting away. Guahao's earlier bravery evaporated. Witnessing zombies in reality nearly terrified him into submission. "Run! Quick, back to the room!" Guahao shouted. However, the bright flashlight had already alerted the zombies, who now charged at the two in a frenzy. Zhang Tiantian ran swiftly, with Guahao hot on her heels. Fortunately, as they reached the door of their presidential suite, it swung open, and Eulalie pulled them inside. "What are you two doing? Making such a racket in the middle of the night?" Eulalie glared at them, her expression grim. "There are zombies outside." Guahao, his former bravado replaced by disarray, gasped for breath. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of zombies crashing against their door echoed through the room. Without hesitation, Eulalie began moving the surrounding sofas and urged Guahao to assist her. Together, they barricaded the door to prevent the zombies from breaking in. Once the sofas were in place, the zombies would be temporarily thwarted. Eulalie inquired, "Now, tell me, what on earth happened?" The two recounted their harrowing encounter. How did the zombies suddenly invade the hotel? What should we do? Could it be that the zombies have already swept through Donghai City? The city is on the brink of collapse. We haven't managed to escape yet. It's all your fault, Guahao. If we hadn't taken a break in this hotel, we would have likely left Donghai City by now. Zhang Tiantian complained bitterly, directing her ire at him. How can you blame me? Weren't you quite happy when we first entered the hotel? Who could have anticipated that zombies would invade at this moment? The two, having lost their previous flirtation, began to bicker fiercely. Eulalie watched the scene unfold, feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, she recalled the words of Long Yu, who had cautioned her against hastily forming a team. The disaster had only just begun, and already her group was in discord. They argued for quite some time until the increasingly louder sounds of zombies crashing against the door made them realize the gravity of their situation. At this moment, they needed to devise a plan to escape the hotel. Outside, their RV awaited them. If they could just flee the hotel and get to the vehicle, they would surely be able to evacuate from Donghai City. However, it seemed that the zombies had already surrounded the hotel. Eulalie opened the window, and indeed, chaos reigned outside, with zombies frantically tearing at the citizens. Stop arguing. There aren't many people in the hotel. The number of zombies here shouldn't be too overwhelming. If we can eliminate the zombies outside, we stand a good chance of escaping. Eulalie calmly analyzed the situation. Zhang Tiantian and Guahao, witnessing Eulalie's composed demeanor, began to realize that she was truly their leader. "Lele, what should we do?" they implored. "Goddess, just tell us what to do, and we will comply." Eulalie instructed. "Guahao, when I open the door, grab a weapon and handle the zombies in front. Tiantian, you take the food from the room." Zhang Tiantian's expression soured. "Lele, what about you? I will take care of the zombies myself." After some discussion, they decided to open the door. Before them stood several zombies, mouths agape, eager to bite. Guahao shouted and swung a stick at the nearest zombie. Eulalie drew a sharp dagger from her side, its elegance striking, and swiftly stabbed it into the zombie's forehead. In an instant, brains splattered everywhere. Guahao, witnessing Eulalie's decisive action, felt a shiver run down his spine. Thankfully, he had not acted against her. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "Why are you still dawdling? Run." The two, nearly disoriented with fear, were reminded by Eulalie to follow her down the corridor and down the stairs. Along the way, Eulalie wielded her dagger, dispatching any zombies that approached her with a swift stroke. Guahao, trying to emulate her, swung his stick at the zombies, but in his anxiety, he accidentally flung the stick away. This led to several zombies pouncing on him. "Guahao!" Zhang Tiantian screamed in horror. Observing this, Eulalie rushed over, plunging her dagger into the back of a zombie's skull, withdrawing it and striking again. Two zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. "Stop wasting time. Hurry up," Eulalie urged. Despite this, Guahao's shoulder was bitten by a zombie. Zhang Tiantian noticed Guahao's wound. The three of them hurriedly descended the stairs and quickly got into the car. Outside, throngs of people began to flee in a frenzy, their screams punctuating the chaos. Donghai City had fallen completely. Once inside the vehicle, Zhang Tiantian suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, I left the water we need in the room." "What?" Both Guahao and Eulalie were alarmed. Water was an essential resource for their escape. Due to the contamination of the zombie virus, drinkable water was nearly depleted. "Wait for me, I'll go back for it." Guahao grit his teeth, grabbing a baton, ready to dash back. Eulalie urged him, "It's too dangerous. If we don't have enough water and Haven Tea reach the safe zone in the capital, we'll all perish. Just wait for me. I'll be back in 2 minutes." Having just been saved by Eulalie, Guahao yearned to impress her and restore his image as a fearless man, thus flinging open the car door and rushing back. Meanwhile, as Guahao ascended the stairs, Zhang Tiantian unexpectedly took the driver's seat. "Tiantian, what are you doing? Guahao has already been infected. We have no choice but to leave without him." With that, she accelerated away. Chapter 11. You should tend to yourself first, Lele. The news said that if bitten by a zombie, one will be infected within minutes. Guahao will inevitably become a zombie. At that point, we'll both be in peril. Zhang Tiantian shouted as she drove recklessly, not glancing back at Eulele. Eulele thought to herself. She and T realized how decisively Zhang Tiantian could act. After much contemplation, Eulele fell silent. The truth was undeniable. Guahao had been unfortunate enough to be infected, and his chances of survival were non-existent. For their own survival, they had no choice but to abandon Guahao. Crash! Zhang Tiantian plowed the RV into several zombies, maintaining the accelerator to the floor. Along the way, they witnessed scenes of zombies viciously tearing at people. Some houses had already been overrun by hordes of zombies. Witnessing such horrors, Eulele couldn't help but worry about Longyu. Would his makeshift shelter withstand the onslaught of the undead? Lele, it seems there's a traffic jam ahead. Beep, beep, beep. Upon reaching an intersection, Zhang Tiantian honked frantically. The sudden zombie attack had sent numerous citizens fleeing in their vehicles, causing a massive traffic congestion. The entire road was blocked by vehicles, impassable. What do we do? We have no way out. Zhang Tiantian despaired at the endless line of cars before them. At that moment, attempting to push through seemed utterly impossible. They were too late. Donghai City had fallen, and too many people were trying to escape. Eulele composed herself and turned around to face the horde of zombies rushing towards them from behind. The undead could breach their defenses from the outside, while those within found it exceedingly difficult to escape. They had become proverbial fish in a barrel. The zombies outside were now freely inundating Donghai City, and the city's severe traffic congestion rendered any exit impossible. At this juncture, there was but one choice. Tiantian, turn the car around. Quickly. Zhang Tiantian nodded in understanding, hastily maneuvering the steering wheel. After executing a U-turn, they resolved to avoid the congested route. With the zombies closing in, it was far better to seek an alternate escape than to remain trapped in traffic. The vehicle surged forward, colliding with several of the frenzied undead as they arrived at a commercial street. A throng of zombies had surged towards the earlier blockage of vehicles, leaving this nearby street relatively clear of the undead. Lele, do you have any thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Eulele replied, we cannot remain in the car overnight. Should the zombies discover us, we would be surrounded and doomed. We must find a place to shelter temporarily and devise a plan to break free by morning. Zhang Tiantian nodded thoughtfully. This seemed to be the most prudent course of action. At this moment, everyone was preoccupied with fleeing for their lives. And with vehicles unable to exit the city, perhaps the situation would improve by the next day. However, where could they spend the night? Lele, why don't we seek out that junior of yours from elementary school? Zhang Tiantian suddenly recalled the seemingly foolish Longyu. Although the individual might be unreliable, he did possess a refuge. It would certainly provide them with shelter for the night, and by morning, when traffic had lessened, they could escape. Eulele shook her head. That one do. It's too far from here. If we head over there, we might inadvertently attract nearby zombies, putting him in danger. Zhang Tiantian took a deep breath and regarded Eulele with seriousness. Even at this critical moment, she was still concerned for her junior's safety. Let us go. While there are fewer zombies here, we should disembark and search for a suitable place to stay. The two of them gathered some provisions and weapons before exiting the vehicle. The area was eerily quiet. They deduced that the residents must have fled the moment they realized Donghai City had fallen. They ventured into a villa, selecting it for its advantageous location, which would facilitate their departure the following day. Most importantly, the front door of the villa was ajar, suggesting that someone might still be inside. Though the interior was dim, they could faintly detect sounds emanating from within. Surely there can't be zombies in there? Zhang Tiantian expressed her fear. If there are zombies, that would be good. We could eliminate them and take refuge inside, Eulele replied. Zhang Tiantian nodded in agreement, instinctively stepping back to let her best friend take the lead. Without uttering another word, Eulele tightened her grip on her dagger for defense and stepped inside. Suddenly, she spotted light emanating from one of the rooms. Wonderful! There is someone here, Zhang Tiantian exclaimed with excitement. Who is there? A male voice called from within the room. Yule's expression was rather peculiar. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Upon opening the door, both individuals were taken aback. Inside the room, a handsome young man sat at the dining table, relishing delectable dishes. This young man was none other than Long Yu. How had he ended up here? What a remarkable coincidence. Long Yu? Junior? What brings you here? Zhang Tiantian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing a familiar face. Long Yu was momentarily stunned. When had his whereabouts been discovered by the two of them? In truth, just half an hour prior, he had been at home, engrossed in television and munching on instant noodles. Feeling unsatisfied after the meal, as the noodles were rather unappetizing, he donned his sensor-equipped nano-armor, strapped on his drone-transformed watch, and set out on his electric tricycle in search of food. His purpose for visiting this villa was quite straightforward. He had realized that this residence was affluent, its refrigerator brimming with countless culinary delights, and it was equipped for cooking. Most importantly, he had discovered that the villa possessed a generator. In a post-apocalyptic world, such a treasure was invaluable. He could bring it back to the shelter, apprehensive that his high-tech refuge might run out of power. And this generator could provide the necessary electricity. I came here to dine. You two haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, sample my culinary skills, Long Yu smiled, inviting them to sit. Upon hearing Long Yu's nonchalant words, Yule and Zhang Tiantian blinked in astonishment, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. Was he truly risking infection by the undead just for a meal? Did he not value his life? Outside, hordes of zombies lurked. How could he indulge in such a leisurely meal? Moreover, his demeanor suggested he was entirely unfazed, as if the apocalypse were merely a distant concern. Yule pointed at the feast before them, asking, Long Yu, aren't you afraid of turning into a zombie? You came here just to eat? Long Yu, savoring the cola chicken wings he had just prepared, remarked, Zombies? Now that you mention it, it seems the outside is indeed swarming with them. You both should be cautious. Yule and Zhang Tiantian were left speechless. You should worry about yourself first. Chapter 12. The exchange of the legendary mantis blade. The two exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was unfathomable that amidst the chaos of zombies outside, someone could remain so nonchalant, indulging in a feast. Was this Junior out his mind? Zhang Tiantian expressed her bewilderment. Yet, despite the enticing dishes laid out before them, both felt a lack of appetite, consumed by the worry that the zombies might break through the villa's doors, leaving them with no escape. Yule, seated beside Long Yu, appeared increasingly anxious. Long Yu, at this moment, your life is paramount. You came here to gather supplies, didn't you? The outside is far too perilous. Perhaps you should accompany us when we leave tomorrow. Long Yu continued to eat, seemingly oblivious to Yule's concerns. As Yule continued to chatter, Long Yu suddenly looked up and suggested, Come, try what I made. With that, he offered her the spicy chicken neck he had just prepared. Yule shook her head in resignation, feeling utterly defeated by Long Yu's unwavering optimism. For them, the situation was dire. Yet he appeared completely detached and indifferent, which left her in awe. As the two girls watched, Long Yu finished the sumptuous feast laid out before them. A few minutes later, he stood up, tidied the plates with a casual gesture, and prepared to step outside. The girls stared blankly until they saw him about to leave and immediately called out to him. Long Yu, where are you going? There will be many people fleeing outside. It's going to be crowded. Is it really necessary to go out now? With the chaos outside, how can we possibly return? Going back now would be tantamount to courting death. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Long Yu calmly observed the scene below. At that moment, the streets were still filled with vehicles, their drivers desperately flooring the gas pedals in a bid for survival, while explosions echoed continuously. The outside world could scarcely be described as anything but chaotic, like a hellish purgatory. Behind him, the two girls stood, peering out alongside Long Yu. As their gaze fell upon the carnage, they instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. Zhang Tiantian was gripped by terror. Yet what could she do at this moment? Unless she had a formidable ally capable of crushing the zombies. Escape from death seemed impossible. Though her close friend, Yule, displayed remarkable decisiveness in dealing with the undead, she was still an ordinary person. ultimately unable to withstand the sheer numbers of zombies. "What should I do? I don't want to become a zombie," Zhang Tiantian exclaimed. Yule's expression turned grave. "Let's leave first thing in the morning." A moment later, she turned to Long Yu, her face serious. "Long Yu, we should leave at dawn. It's indeed better to stay here tonight. The darkness outside is too overwhelming." Long Yu turned and retreated into one of the bedrooms. "Darkness?" Tiantian questioned. "Isn't it because the streets are crawling with zombies?" The fall of Donghai City marked the early stages of the apocalypse, yet there had not yet been widespread power outages. Soon, the entire city would be devoid of electricity, making the presence of a generator exceedingly valuable. Long Yu reclined on the soft bed, when suddenly a notification tone echoed in his mind. The cooldown period for the time-space transaction had ended. This signified that he could engage in his third time-space trade. With this thought, he promptly entered the transaction space. Before a massive screen, Mr. Qin greeted him with a beaming smile, as if he were seeing a long-lost father. Long Yu was puzzled. Why was Qin so exuberant? Upon noticing Long Yu's arrival, Qin eagerly exclaimed, "My Yu this time, it's all up to you. The federal representatives on my end have been pressing me relentlessly. They truly desire what you have." Long Yu produced a USB drive. "I've already downloaded those songs onto this flash drive." Qin's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the USB, as if he had discovered a treasure. "You are truly my savior. Do you have any idea of the value of this item?" Seeing Long Yu's curiosity, Qin swallowed hard and continued. "That congresswoman wields significant power within the Federation and is as wealthy as a nation. Most importantly, she has a stunning granddaughter. She is the object of desire for many from high society. Thanks to this USB drive, she has already agreed to go on a date with me." Ha ha ha. Long Yu, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. It turned out that what Qin truly desired was not the congresswoman's wealth or influence, but rather her granddaughter. Truly, Mr. Qin is something else. "All right, Qin, here's south the USB drive. Now, tell me, what treasures do you bring me this time?" Long Yu interrupted Qin's daydreaming about his date with the enchanting lady, knowing that if it continued, it would devolve into a melodrama. "This time, I intend to gift you my personal weapon." Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Qin became serious, for he was a legitimate temporal trader. "This item has accompanied me for over a decade, and I've faced numerous conflicts with it. Enough of the preamble. Since we are in an era of peace, I no longer require it. I shall bestow it upon you, and it should serve you well in your world." With that, Qin transferred the item through the exchange space into Long Yu's hands. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a legendary weapon, the Mantis Blade. The trading space is now on cooldown for 3 days. Item description: the Mantis Blade is a highly lethal and stealthy arm blade, swift as the wind, guaranteeing fatal strikes against foes. Once equipped, the host can upgrade the weapon as proficiency increases. Would you like to equip the Mantis Blade? Equip. In the next moment, 2 mechanical arm blades resembling sickles emitted a chilling gleam. Qin, being quite supportive, provided Long Yu with a complete tutorial on the use of the Mantis Blade, considering that Long Yu is still unfamiliar with it. Following the tutorial, Long Yu practiced in his bedroom, swiftly mastering the techniques of the Mantis Blade. Host proficiency has increased, successfully executing the Mantis Blade skill, //. Long Yu was pleasantly surprised at the rapid increase in proficiency. However, he did not cease his practice, striving to enhance his skills further. As night deepened, an indeterminate amount of time passed before a sudden series of violent impacts resounded outside the villa's front door. This was soon followed by the growls of zombies. By this time, Long Yu was drenched in sweat from his training. Hearing the commotion, he opened the bedroom door. In the living room, Yu Lei and Zhang Tiantian were cautiously observing the situation below, weapons in hand. They too had heard the sounds. It was evident that the zombies had arrived, and far earlier than anticipated, leaving them unprepared. Yu Lei, armed with a dagger, prepared to descend the stairs. "You two stay here for a moment. I will deal with the zombies below." Judging by the sounds outside, there shouldn't be many of them. They needed to keep quiet and avoid drawing too much attention. Just as Yu Lei was about to go down, the front door was abruptly breached by the zombies. Approximately a dozen of them lunged at them like ravenous wolves. At that moment, Long Yu's Mantis Blade sprang forth. Chapter 13. Instant annihilation? The two women stood in shock as the scythe-like blades sliced through the air with such speed that they barely grasped the unfolding scene. In an instant, the heads of 3 zombies were severed from their bodies, a swift execution that was both clean and decisive. Long Yu offered no mercy to the undead, wielding the mantis blade as he charged forward. Before him, dozens of zombie heads fell apart like tofu, lifeless and scattered. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies had been dispatched. Block the door with sofas and cabinets. Don't let these zombies in. They are far too noisy, he instructed. The zombies provided him with a perfect opportunity to hone his skills with the mantis blade. Once you're done, get some rest. Long Yu casually remarked before sheathing his weapon and retreating to his room. The two onlookers remained frozen in astonishment, still processing the spectacle they had just witnessed. Euleilei's hand trembled uncontrollably as she gripped her dagger, her mouth agape at the sight of the lifeless zombies strewn across the floor. Zhang Tian, nearly breathless from the dazzling display of combat prowess, felt a wave of oxygen deprivation wash over her. Had he truly killed them all? She struggled to comprehend how those zombies had met their demise. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes drawn to Long Yu's retreating figure as he ascended the stairs. Seemingly unfazed by the effortless destruction he had just wrought, Euleilei was filled with questions. When had Long Yu become so formidable? As a black belt in Taekwondo, she knew the importance of caution when facing zombies. There were times when being surrounded left her feeling helpless. How could Long Yu single-handedly eliminate so many? And were those fearsome blades he wielded? They appeared extraordinarily sharp, perfectly suited for decapitating the undead. Yet, how had he acquired such terrifying weaponry? Let's clean up quickly and block the entrance to prevent any more zombies from entering, Euleilei finally suggested, taking charge. Together with Zhang Tian, they began to clear the battlefield, barricading the door with sofas and cabinets to thwart any further incursions by the undead. While they worked, Zhang Tian suddenly had a revelation. Leilei, it seems we underestimated our junior. Why don't we join forces with him? Perhaps aligning ourselves with him will ensure our safety. Memories of the earlier encounter flashed in her mind. Initially, she had viewed their junior as a burden, but now it appeared he was a remarkable ally. With him by their side, would the zombies dare approach them? Wasn't this the support she had longed for? Euleilei shot Zhang Tian a sidelong glance. It irked her that Zhang Tian, who had previously opposed Long Yu's inclusion alongside Guahao, now wished to align herself with him. Long Yu was undeniably powerful. Dispatching a few zombies seemed effortless for him, indicating that he was several levels above her in skill. However, once confronted with a horde of corpses, the risk of infection looms ominously. Recalling her previous encounter with Long Yu, when she boldly proclaimed her intention to protect him, she now felt a twinge of embarrassment as he ended up safeguarding her instead. How could she, who had vowed to be his protector, find herself in such a position? Euleilei's expression turned serious. She resolved to exert greater effort in combating the undead next time. Zhang Tian, slightly bewildered, pondered how Long Yu, possessing such formidable strength and extraordinary weaponry, could be compared to her. After their labors concluded, the two returned to their respective chambers. Zhang Tian lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Her primary concern was the uncertainty of their survival. Without Long Yu's assistance, their escape from Donghai City seemed fraught with peril. Consequently, she made a bold decision. In the dead of night, Zhang Tian quietly opened her door and navigated through the darkened living room until she arrived at Long Yu's door. She gently knocked. "Who is it?" Long Yu, ever vigilant after years of surviving in this apocalypse, inquired from within his room. "It's me, Zhang Tian. May I come in to speak with you?" What could Zhang Tian want? Long Yu opened the door to find her in a nightgown. A flicker of joy crossed her face upon seeing him, but it quickly faded, replaced by a vulnerable demeanor. "Long Yu, I'm scared. Can I stay in the same room with you?" Long Yu paused for a few seconds, scanning Zhang Tian once more. He then noticed that her long, slender legs were deliberately exposed, and she wasn't even wearing any undergarments. "Will sleeping here ensure your safety?" He chuckled lightly. "You were so impressive earlier. I want to stay by your side." "Long Yu, what do you desire from your senior?" "I can fulfill your wishes," she said. her demeanor seductive as she gazed at him, filled with longing for his response. She yearned for Long Yu's protection, willing to become his plaything if it meant surviving the apocalypse. Long Yu acknowledged that Zhang Tiantian possessed a certain allure, although she could not rival Eulalie. Her charm was undeniably captivating. Yet, after enduring countless encounters in the apocalypse, he had grown weary of such advances. Instead, it was the inherent stubbornness of Eulalie that he found admirable. Do you become paralyzed in the presence of women? Long Yu was clearly not that type of person. Apologies, I'm tired. Right now, all I wish for is to sleep. Isn't it fine for us to sleep together? Where you can sleep, and I will rest beside you. Senior, please maintain your dignity. With that, Long Yu disregarded her further entreaties and closed the door. If she could handle those rich second-generation heirs at school, why was she struggling with this? The next morning, Long Yu emerged from his room. Yule's expression was one of distress. Last night, she had heard noises from outside and had ventured out to investigate, noticing Zhang Tiantian's actions as well. She now deeply regretted forming her team. She truly should have heeded Long Yu's advice. Long Yu, what actions do we have planned for this morning? Zhang Tiantian asked, completely disregarding Yule and directing her inquiry solely towards Long Yu. In her eyes, Long Yu was the one truly worth relying upon. Long Yu replied, sister, once I deal with the zombies outside, you too can leave. I have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Yule nodded, preparing to bid farewell to Long Yu. The moment Zhang Tiantian realized Long Yu intended to leave, her heart sank. She could not afford to lose such a valuable ally. Long Yu, both Yule and I can assist you. We have food and drink, and we even have a spacious RV. Shall we journey to the safe zone together? Long Yu remained silent, continuing to descend the stairs. Outside, hordes of zombies had gathered, surrounding the villa. Chapter 14. The terrifying power of zombie slaughter. Initially, the two women had contemplated supporting Long Yu, helping him fend off the zombies. However, upon reaching the ground floor, Long Yu's mantis blades unfurled as he leaped forward, effortlessly dispatching 3 zombies with a single stroke. He did not require their assistance at all, despite having witnessed Long Yu's prowess the night before. The ease with which he eliminated the zombies filled them with immense admiration. Stop dawdling, Tian. Let's handle the zombies approaching from behind Long Yu. After exiting the villa, you'll turn to face the street, where approximately 20 zombies were charging towards them at an alarming speed. All right. In her eagerness to prove her worth to Long Yu, Zhang Tiantian had contemplated all night. She realized that to remain close to someone like him, she must demonstrate her value beyond mere attractiveness. She needed to showcase her capability. With that thought, she swung her iron rod fiercely at the approaching zombies. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient. The zombie remained unscathed, growing more aggressive in its attempts to bite her. Yule intervened, swiftly plunging her blade into the zombie's temple, thus ending its life. Both women were now panting heavily. Compared to Long Yu's devastating weapon, their tools appeared clumsy and rudimentary. While he effortlessly sliced through zombies as if harvesting crops, they struggled to take down even one with all their might. This disparity was not solely due to their weapons. It was also a matter of their inherent strength. After all, in his previous life, Long Yu's power was unparalleled. Despite being reborn, the memories of countless life and death battles remained vivid, and his experience dealing with monsters had long since become muscle memory. You too should exercise caution, Long Yu advised as he continued to advance, methodically slaying the zombies that blocked his path. The zombies could not advance a single step towards him, as the sharp mantis blade effortlessly severed their heads with precision. Congratulations to the user. The proficiency of the mantis blade has increased. The skill Flash Assault has been unlocked. The host can now teleport within 3 meters while wielding the mantis blade, launching a surprise attack on enemies. As the proficiency of Long Yu with the mantis blade enhances, a series of legendary hidden skills will be activated. The close-range weapon of the time-space trader, Qin, proves to be quite formidable. This technique will be invaluable against the even more terrifying monsters that lie ahead. Thus, Long Yu had no intention of employing the blade techniques against these low-level zombies. Soon, the zombies before him were vanquished. 100 meters away, more zombies were rushing towards him, and Long Yu decided not to prolong the encounter. These zombies were far too weak for him, and he could no longer increase his proficiency against them. The zombies were endless, making it unnecessary to waste his strength. After choosing to leave, he turned to bid farewell to Eulele. The two had been dealing with the remaining zombies together until they had finally cleared them away before catching up. "Senior, I am leaving," Long Yu announced as he mounted his electric tricycle, preparing to depart. "We can accompany you part of the way," Eulele offered, feeling a twinge of reluctance, though she did not show it. Zhang Tiantian remained silent, her head lowered. At that moment, Long Yu found it peculiar that Zhang Tiantian was quiet. Hadn't she always wished for him to stay? Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss, and his expression turned serious. "Eulele, you should go alone." "Huh?" Eulele was taken aback by the sudden suggestion that she leave on her own. Long Yu offered no further explanation. She glanced at Zhang Tiantian, but said nothing. "We still need to drive. We must head to the safe zone." Zhang Tiantian's voice trembled. Eulele then noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Tiantian. Upon closer inspection, she saw that Zhang Tiantian had been bitten by a zombie on her arm. "Tiantian, when did this happen?" Zhang Tiantian feigned calmness, covering her wound and hastily insisting. "I'm fine, really. Lele, let us go. We need to reach the safe zone. You've been infected. You will turn into a zombie." Eulele appeared utterly despondent. Realizing that the last member of her team, her dear friend of many years, had also succumbed to infection, she turned and entered the RV alone, shutting the door behind her. "No." Zhang Tiantian shook her head vigorously. "I'm not infected. I accidentally bit myself. I truly am not infected. Don't leave me behind." Terrified, Zhang Tiantian cried out desperately to Eulele, even attempting to pound on the door. However, Eulele steeled her resolve and ignored her. Meanwhile, Long Yu rode off on his electric tricycle. As he navigated the road, he activated the drone on his wrist, assigning it the task of scouting ahead. Should any hordes of zombies appear, it would deploy infrared beams to eliminate them on the spot. Thus, the journey was uninterrupted. At a corner, the drone abruptly halted, descending rapidly to transform back into a mechanical watch that wrapped around Long Yu's wrist. This sudden stop intrigued Long Yu, prompting him to glance back and discover an RV obstructing his path. "Where are you heading?" inquired the RV's driver. Long Yu smiled warmly. "I have other matters to attend to. I wish to visit the refinery. Does your electric tricycle still have power? If not, would you like a ride in my vehicle?" The driver's voice was unusually melodious. Long Yu scrutinized the innocent and enchanting senior, Eulele, and broke into a long-lost smile. "Sure." In the RV, only the two of them occupied the space. Long Yu sat in the passenger seat, while Eulele focused intently on the road. "Do you feel guilty for leaving your dear friend behind?" Long Yu suddenly posed this question. Eulele paused for a considerable time before responding. "The moment she abandoned Guahao, I realized this was the end of days, not merely a game of house. Hence, I do not feel remorse." Excellent. Such a mindset is essential for survival in these dire times. Long Yu's words eased Eulele's heart somewhat. She refrained from inquiring about Long Yu's intentions at the refinery, concentrating solely on driving. "Long Yu, I have nowhere else to go. May I accompany you?" Eulele suddenly interjected, solemnly assuring him, "Rest assured, if I become a burden, you can discard me at any time. Accompanying me means you must be prepared for hard labor. Are you willing, senior?" Long Yu turned his head, wearing a somewhat mischievous expression. "Huh? What sort of labor?" Eulele's face flushed as she unexpectedly envisioned more intimate forms of toil. "Ha ha ha. Do not misconstrue my words. I am a serious person," Long Yu replied. "That is perfectly fine," he nodded. "Then from this moment forth, you are mine." At this declaration, Eulele's face reddened further. Long Yu's decision was influenced not only by Eulele's admirable character, but also by her academic prowess in medical nutrition. She was a top student at her university. In her previous life, she achieved remarkable success in her field, developing energy bars and carbohydrate capsules that could swiftly replenish human vitality, contributing significantly to humanity's survival in the future. A beauty who embodies both charm and intellect is surely not to be overlooked. Moreover, the senior's S-shaped figure was truly stunning. Coughs. A serious person, indeed. Chapter 15. Control the Refinery. The aloof goddess, Qin Bingxue, as the apocalypse descended, money and power became utterly irrelevant. The most vital commodities now were food and resources. Within long-used refuge, he had amassed a considerable food supply and acquired a generator. His next objective was to seize control of the refinery, thereby obtaining the city's oil dominance. In any nation, refineries hold paramount importance, and the one in Donghai City was no exception. The facility sprawls over an area equivalent to 2 public squares, guarded by 100 soldiers armed with real firearms. An entry typically requires stringent security protocols. As the apocalypse unfolded, the city of Donghai fell into chaos. Within the industrial complex, thousands of workers stood defenseless, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of zombies, with some succumbing to bites and becoming one of the undead. Gunfire erupted throughout the scene as armed soldiers engaged in a fierce battle against the relentless horde. Qin Bingxue, we should retreat from here, suggested a soldier commander, armed with a rifle, as he reported the dire situation to the manager of the oil refinery. At the office desk stood a tall, elegantly proportioned woman dressed in a black uniform. Her pale skin contrasted sharply with her commanding presence, her piercing gaze fixed on the outside world. She was Qin Bingxue, merely 25 years old, yet she commanded absolute authority as the refinery's general manager. No, we cannot abandon the refinery until reinforcements arrive, she responded firmly. But the commander hesitated. There are no buts. Tell the soldiers to hold this position. Qin Bingxue stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her expression radiating an icy confidence. The soldier commander, wishing to voice further concerns, swallowed his words under her unyielding gaze. Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, the soldiers still heeded her commands. This commander had contemplated challenging the icy goddess's authority in the wake of the disaster, yet he refrained, wary of the formidable forces backing her. Qin Bingxue was a direct relative of a prominent leader in the imperial capital, who held sway over military power. Aligning with her might offer them support from other war zones in the capital, a fact that deterred any rebellious thoughts. Yes, Manager Qin, my brothers and I will ensure the zombies below are dealt with, he declared. I will await your return. If this mission is successful, I will speak on your behalf to the authorities in the capital and secure benefits for you. Upon hearing this, the commander felt a surge of elation and exited the office, rallying his men to combat the undead. Time passed, and the cacophony of screams, pleas for help, and gunfire gradually diminished as the zombies were systematically eradicated. The remaining 50 soldiers exchanged relieved smiles, finally able to breathe easier. They discovered that the zombies were not as formidable as they had anticipated. Brothers, today's performance has been commendable. As long as we protect Manager Qin, we can secure our futures upon returning to the capital. One soldier exclaimed, is that true? Can I ascend to a higher rank? Another chimed in, laughter echoing among them. Manager Qin is incredible. Finally, we won't have to remain in this place. Thankfully, my family is in the capital. We must ensure Manager Qin's safe return. Their aspirations for a brighter future blossomed, believing their sacrifices would not be in vain. Protecting a scion of privilege in such dire circumstances could pave the way for their own advancement. Moments later, Qin Bingxue, adorned in a long, deep black dress, complemented by a pearl necklace and other exquisite jewelry, surveyed her surroundings with a frigid demeanor. Why are those corpses still here? Noticing the lingering bodies of the undead not far off, her brows furrowed in discontent as she pointed towards them and reprimanded. Manager Qin, we shall clean that up immediately. Why the delay? Do not make me endure the sight of these revolting remnants. Go, burn them all. Her expression was one of cold disdain and arrogance, dismissing the soldiers entirely. She understood that these soldiers harbored aspirations of returning to the capital with her, hoping for promotions and wealth. Thus they had no choice but to obey her commands. Several soldiers hastily set down their rifles and jogged to remove the corpses, subsequently igniting a fire to incinerate them. Once the battlefield was meticulously cleared, they formed into 5 orderly rows, awaiting inspection from Qin Bingxue. How many brothers have we lost? Report, Manager. We have 47 infected by zombies. Qin Bingxue lowered her head, her face remaining impassive and silent. In that fleeting moment, the assistant manager noticed that her high heels had become stained with blood, prompting him to swiftly produce a tissue and rush over, kneeling to wipe the blood from her shoes. "Manager Chin, your shoes are dirty." As she observed him attending to her footwear, she reached out and gently patted his head. "You possess quite the discernment." The rows of soldiers looked on with disdain, thinking what a sycophant. Yet they dared not express their feelings, fearful of being discovered. While the man continued to clean Qin Bingshue's shoes, the sound of an approaching vehicle echoed from a distance. The commanding officer's eyes brightened, thinking that reinforcements from the Qin family were arriving from the capital. This meant they could leave their post and be escorted to the safety of the capital. Promotion and survival awaited them. However, it turned out not to be reinforcements, but rather a van speeding toward them. Inside the van, Long Yu sat in the passenger seat, observing the unfolding situation ahead. "We're almost there. Stop the car at the entrance and disembark." Over 50 soldiers immediately became alert, breaking formation to adopt combat stances. Once Long Yu and Yu Lele exited the vehicle, the commanding officer raised his weapon, frowning, and asked, "What brings you here? Are you survivors?" Upon seeing a young couple unarmed and lacking even the most basic weaponry, the soldiers' vigilance waned. Long Yu smiled, raising his hands above his head. "No need to be alarmed. We are students from Donghai University." "Yes, I'm a junior," Eulele quickly chimed in, admitting she was still uncertain of Long Yu's intentions. After all, this was a place patrolled by armed soldiers, and intruding here was undoubtedly perilous. Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers exhaled in relief, lowering their weapons. "Oh, the pride of Donghai University. What brings you to seek us?" Qin Bingxue regarded Long Yu and Eulele with a playful tone. With her arms crossed and a condescending posture, she continued, "If you wish to join us, you must demonstrate your worth. Otherwise, we do not welcome the useless here." As she spoke, she kicked the man who had been polishing her shoes, causing him to stumble. Long Yu smirked. "I shall remember your words. We have come today to claim this oil refinery, and you will supply us with oil henceforth." Chapter 16, The First Wave of the Undead in the Face of the Provocation from General Manager Qin Bingxue. Long Yu responded with remarkable composure. Beside him, Eulele wore a look of astonishment, thinking to herself how audacious Long Yu was to brazenly seize control of the oil refinery in front of armed soldiers. The moment those words escaped his lips, not only Eulele, but also the surrounding soldiers and remaining employees felt a jolt of disbelief. They scrutinized the young man before them, finding nothing particularly extraordinary about him. Had he lost his senses? How could he dare to utter such defiance in front of over 50 soldiers wielding automatic rifles, risking being turned into a sieve? Did he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Or was it that this university student had been so traumatized by the apocalypse that he had lost his grip on reality? "Hey there, young man. You seem to have mistaken your surroundings. This is a heavily guarded oil refinery." A soldier warned him sharply, urging him to recognize the peril. While the apocalypse had unleashed chaos, one could not simply arrogantly attempt to seize such a fortified location. Qin Bingshue's expression grew even more frigid upon hearing this, incredulous at the audacity of his claim. "What nonsense is this? You think you can take over here? On what grounds? Because of your good looks?" Eulele, upon hearing this, turned to glance at Long Yu, her heart racing. It must be said, he was indeed quite handsome. But what good was beauty? Could it be eaten? "Listen here, you insolent brat. This is the apocalypse. The outside world is crawling with zombies. This place is the only sanctuary. You must grasp the reality of your situation." The vice manager, who had been knocked down by Qin Bingxue, stumbled to his feet, puffed up with arrogance as he confronted Long Yu. In front of Qin Bingxue, he was a submissive sycophant, but in front of others, he wielded the authority of a vice manager. Dusting himself off, he pointed an accusatory finger at Long Yu and continued, "Did you see those dozens of zombies just now? They were all dispatched by the subordinates of our esteemed Miss Qin. Is this a place for you to act recklessly? I suggest you leave before things get ugly." Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air. His words were abruptly silenced. Before anyone could comprehend, Long Yu had appeared beside him, his arm wielding a blade as swift as a mantis strike. In an instant, the vice manager was dispatched, Such a loquacious dog, Long Yu remarked, unfazed by the act of taking a life, while those nearby stared in disbelief. The vice manager was dead, right before so many soldiers? How ruthless this young man was. At that moment, even the commanding officer of the soldiers could no longer tolerate this blatant display of violence on their territory. The frontline soldiers prepared to open fire. But just then, Long Yu activated his mantis blade skill, vanishing for half a second before reappearing behind Qin Bingxue. One arm encircled her waist while the other brandished the blade against her throat. The entire maneuver was completed in less than a second, leaving the onlookers with expressions of sheer astonishment. Unable to fathom how he had accomplished such a feat, Eulalie held her breath, her heart whispering, "What remarkable skills this hero possesses." The speed of his strike was astonishing, his movements seamless and fluid, far surpassing the self-defense techniques and taekwondo skills she had honed. Release Manager Qin. Several soldiers broke into a cold sweat. If Qin Bingsnow were to perish at this moment, their bright futures would be irrevocably shattered. What was once a promising path would dissolve into thin air in an instant. "You all step back," Qin Bingsnow managed to utter, realizing that Long Yu was indeed extraordinary. His agility was unmatched, and his arms wielded blades as sharp as a mantis, emanating a mechanical precision. This man possessed formidable combat prowess. "Let me go. State your terms," she demanded. Long Yu scoffed. "Why should I release you? Wouldn't it be better to eliminate you?" Qin Bingsnow remained defiant. "If you kill me, they will open fire. You will have no means of escape." "Do you truly believe they can kill me?" Long Yu's wrist housed not only an unmanned combat drone, but also sensors of nano-armor at his waist. If he wished, he could activate Zeus at any moment, rendering their firearms mere toys. Hesitating at his words, Qin Bingsnow found herself at a loss for words, uncertain if her soldiers could indeed overpower him. "Do not, under any circumstances, harm Manager Qin. She is the eldest daughter of the Qin family from the imperial capital." The soldier commander suddenly cried out in urgency, which piqued Long Yu's interest. "Oh, the Qin family? Commander Qin, you say?" Her father was a high-ranking officer in the military and would play a pivotal role in the forthcoming calamities. In a previous life, he had heard tales of the Qin sisters, renowned for their breathtaking beauty. He had only focused on survival then, never having seen them in person, merely hearing descriptions from others. To encounter one of them here was unexpected. The icy goddess, Qin Bingsnow, intrigued him. Long Yu chuckled playfully. Confused, Qin Bingsnow wondered how he knew her name. The two stood in tense opposition for what felt like an eternity. As Long Yu tightened his grip around her neck, her breaths grew heavier. Suddenly, he released her, and the soldiers redirected their weapons elsewhere. The ground around the oil refinery trembled violently. An earthquake? The employees of the refinery fled in panic. "What is happening?" "Xiao Tian, go check the situation above." One soldier ascended the lookout tower, and the moment he reached the top, he froze in shock. "What is it?" The soldier named Xiao Tian stammered, his face drained of color. "A horde of zombies." "What did you say?" The sight he beheld was horrifically overwhelming, sending chills down his spine. Countless zombies were surging forward, piled upon one another, advancing toward them in a frenzied rush. The area was rapidly becoming encircled. The zombie tide. This was the first wave of the zombie onslaught that had invaded Donghai City. The zombies at the rear propelled those in front, countless heads bobbing toward them in a rapid, chaotic swarm, obscuring any view of an end. Only a dark mass was visible. Eulalie hastily climbed atop a camper van and witnessed the terrifying scene unfold. She, who had always maintained her composure, was rendered speechless by the scene before her. A horde of corpses. The zombies were surging towards us. Everyone immediately fell into a state of heightened alertness. This time, all the soldiers present uniformly retrieved every bullet from the warehouse. The icy demeanor on Qin Bingshue's face softened slightly, as even the cold beauty began to feel a sense of dread. With only over 50 soldiers, could they possibly contend with countless zombies? Eulalie brought Long Yu up to the roof of the RV and anxiously asked, "What shall we do?" Long Yu gazed into the distance and replied, "We will eliminate all these zombies." Eulalie gasped, looking out at the approaching tide of the undead. How could they possibly eliminate them all? Chapter 17, Senior Sister. "Save me. I transform into Zeus armor. The sudden onslaught of the zombie horde prompted the two confronting groups to swiftly change their course. The soldiers' attention was entirely drawn to the violent tremors surrounding them. They soon realized they were completely surrounded by the relentless wave of zombies, seemingly trapped with no escape. As the horde drew closer, panic became increasingly evident on everyone's faces. To survive, they had no choice but to fight desperately against the zombies. Brothers, protect Manager Chin, and follow me as we break through. The squad leader, with a resolute heart, gritted his teeth and prepared to charge forward with his comrades. Long Yu, what should we do? Eulalie felt a tinge of anxiety, yet seeing Long Yu's calm demeanor somewhat reassured her. A delicate white hand gripped a dagger tightly, ready to carve a bloody path alongside Long Yu. At this moment, even taking refuge in the RV would be futile. They would only find themselves besieged by the multitude of zombies. Thus, the only option was to fight their way out. Long Yu was no stranger to zombie hordes. In his past life, he often grappled with such situations, plagued by the relentless onslaught of zombies. Fortunately, this time he possessed the nano-armor exchanged for Mr. Chin in the trading space, making the previously daunting horde less troublesome. Don't rush. Follow me. Let's practice our skills, Long Yu said nonchalantly, referring to their practice with the knife, leaving Eulalie utterly perplexed. Even at such a critical moment, he treated the zombie horde as a mere training exercise. At that instant, Eulalie felt that Long Yu was incredibly reckless. Even if he possessed formidable combat prowess against zombies, he was still outnumbered, facing at least 1,000 of them. Just using a knife would take ages, not to mention the risk of being grabbed or bitten by the zombies. Noticing Eulalie's concern, Long Yu reassured her, "Are you worried about my stamina against the zombies?" "Don't worry, senior sister. My stamina is quite robust." Eulalie shook her head. "I've never witnessed your capabilities. How would I know your stamina?" "Haha, you will see in due time," Long Yu replied. As a light-hearted atmosphere lingered between them, both seemingly unfazed by the impending zombie apocalypse. However, the individuals at the refinery displayed a starkly contrasting demeanor. Upon witnessing a massive horde of zombies surging towards them, the majority lost their composure entirely. Even the most seasoned soldiers had never encountered such a scenario. What more could be expected from the refinery staff, who were all seized by terror and fled in all directions? The terrain of the refinery was not particularly intricate. Within a kilometer radius, it was enclosed by barbed wire, with numerous chimneys, towering structures, factories, and pipelines scattered throughout, all of which provided crucial hiding spots to evade the zombies' onslaught temporarily. The fortunate survivors from earlier had once again chosen these locations to conceal themselves. "Hey, stop running. There are guns in the warehouse. Grab a weapon and help us fend off the zombies," the commanding officer shouted at the fleeing workers. "It's hopeless. The tide of corpses is upon us, and we are all doomed," cried out a few workers in a frenzy, scrambling up the chimney. The top of the chimney became overcrowded, with others attempting to clamber up, only to be kicked down by those above, forced to seek alternative escape routes. Seeing this, the commanding officer sighed in resignation and reported to Qin Bingxue, "Manager Qin, the zombies are almost at the barbed wire. When will our reinforcements arrive? There is no escape." Qin Bingxue replied despondently, surveying her surroundings. "My father will need at least 5 more days. We have no way out." The soldiers took a deep breath, fully aware that their dreams of ascending to wealth and power in the capital would soon dissolve into nothingness. How could this group of 50 withstand the assault of thousands of zombies? Yet, despite the grim outlook, they resolved to fight a little longer. The commanding officer organized all the soldiers into 4 columns, preparing to confront the zombies from various directions. As the chilling growls of the undead drew nearer, the specter of death loomed over each heart. When the zombies approached the barbed wire, fire at will. The sharp sound of bullets being chambered echoed as the soldiers took aim. Bang! Bang! Within a minute, the zombies began to violently crash against the barbed wire, reaching in with their bloody hands and emitting horrifying shrieks. "Open fire!" Long Yu and Eulalie positioned themselves at a vantage point, and in the blink of an eye, the zombies were on the verge of breaching the wire. They observed that even as the zombies in front were shot in the head, they were still propelled forward by those behind them, who used their fallen comrades as meat shields. This was the insurmountable challenge of the zombie tide. Are you scared? Long Yu noticed a peculiar look in Euleilei's eyes. I'm not afraid, Long Yu. Do you remember when we were kids and played that monster fighting game together? Euleilei tilted her head, a beautiful smile gracing her face. Long Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Back then, you said you would transform into an armored warrior to protect me. Unfortunately, I am not an armored hero, but the monsters have truly appeared. Euleilei turned her head, her gaze resolute as she addressed Long Yu. You are more skilled than I am. You charge outward, and once you break through, I'll stay behind to attract the zombies. I will hold them off for as long as I can. Long Yu was momentarily taken aback. The cold-heartedness he had cultivated over years of apocalypse began to waver at her words. Rest assured, you shall be unharmed. Long Yu donned a buoyant expression and playfully patted her rear, saying with a smile, Perhaps I shall transform into an armored warrior to protect you. Even in such dire circumstances, he maintained a light-hearted demeanor. Euleilei, unfazed, observed the approaching horde of zombies and prepared to confront them, each armed with their respective weapons. The mantis knife unfurled swiftly, executing a decisive strike that cleaved through the heads of 5 zombies in an instant. With a deft sidestep, he delivered another swift blow, efficiently dispatching the undead, who found it impossible to approach. On Euleilei's end, witnessing Long Yu's rapid dismantling of a dozen zombies surged her morale. She transformed into a fierce warrior, plunging her dagger into the heart of a zombie with fierce determination. As time trickled by, both were splattered with blood. Yet they continued to fight valiantly. Congratulations, user. The proficiency of the mantis knife has increased, and you have acquired an electronic module. Equipping the electronic module will enable the mantis knife to inflict electric damage upon foes. In the blink of an eye, lightning coiled around Long Yu's mantis knife. With another strike, the blade crackled with electricity, toppling numerous zombies in its wake. His proficiency had finally ascended, marking the completion of a personal task he had set for himself. Henceforth, there was no need for further practice. A thorough eradication would suffice. Before long, Euleilei found herself beside Long Yu, breathless and utterly exhausted. I can't go on. Long Yu, you must break through. I will stay behind. She gasped. Long Yu remained motionless before her. Perceiving his hesitation, she pointed urgently. What are you waiting for? Hurry and escape. Senior, do you believe I am truly an armored warrior? I believe. Now flee, or you shall perish. Nano-armor Zeus. Fusion. Euleilei. Chapter 18. Swiftly clearing the confused crowd, Euleilei remained oblivious to Long Yu's sudden bout of enthusiasm. The situation was perilous. They were on the brink of becoming the zombies' next meal. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened, and her mouth fell agape, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Energy transmission normal. Power system operational. Neural conduction system functioning properly. All systems are go. Before her stood Long Yu, having completed the fusion with the Zeus armor. His electronic screen displayed all pertinent data regarding the armor. The fully fused Long Yu radiated with electrical energy, leaving Euleilei momentarily stunned, instinctively retreating. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her. From within the armor, Long Yu's voice resonated. It is I. Do not be alarmed. As the voice emanated from the Zeus armor, Euleilei finally comprehended the situation. Long Yu? Her heart raced with astonishment as she struggled to contain her excitement, gazing up at the towering figure of Zeus, incredulous. Where did this come from? Are you truly an armored warrior? Long Yu could not help but chuckle at her bewilderment. What are you talking about? This is the genuine nano-armor. Impressive, isn't it? Euleilei cautiously approached, still hesitant to touch it, her eyes sparkling with wonder. It's simply magnificent. Where did you acquire it? Let us not dwell on that. I'll help you break through first, Long Yu replied, stepping forward. A mechanical arm enveloped Euleilei, while the other began to charge. The electric arc pulse cannon was preparing for action. Energy fully charged. Release. A blinding light emanated from Long Yu's arm as the sound of pressurized air filled the air. Once the energy was concentrated, the armor exhibited no recoil, and a shockwave was abruptly unleashed. A flash of lightning erupted, and the pulse cannon swept through the oncoming horde of zombies. Boom! The relentless wave of zombies, impervious to gunfire, was annihilated by long U.S. single-pulse shot. Of course, a few zombies managed to survive, their howls echoing as they sought to rush towards Long Yu. Seeking death, he muttered. The sound of pressurized air erupted again as Long Yu delivered a powerful punch, sending the approaching zombies flying, leaving a significant dent in the ground. A few minutes later, the zombies to the north were completely eradicated. Long Yu held Lele securely, single-handedly dispatching the undead. With the immediate threat eliminated, it was time to seize control of the entire refinery. However, zombies continued to surge from other directions. The soldiers, having expended all ammunition in their automatic rifles, were left to grapple with the zombies in brutal close combat. "We're out of bullets. We're going to die here." Exchanging glances, the soldiers felt powerless in the face of such a catastrophe, resigned to await the inevitable arrival of death. Fortunately, each of them retained a single bullet, a final resort for a swift end. Qin Bingshua's gaze flickered, the coldness in her eyes dissipating. The once authoritative figure softened her tone, saying, "Make sure to give me a shot too. I don't wish to become one of those wretched creatures." This was her final vestige of pride. As the zombies drew nearer, the group reloaded their firearms, preparing to conclude their lives. Just then, an unidentified flying object descended from the sky. Long Yu descended rapidly, propelled by a plasma thruster, his speed remarkable. In his arms, Lele's hair was tousled by the wind, presenting a chaotic sight. The onlookers were stunned by the sight of the mechanical armor, utterly bewildered. No one could fathom where this individual had emerged from. "The refinery is now mine." Upon hearing this voice and seeing Lele, the realization struck everyone. "What is this?" The commanding officer attempted to inquire further. Long Yu turned, his gaze fixed on the encroaching horde of zombies. "The tracking missiles are fully loaded." A mechanical voice resonated from within the armor. "Launch." In that moment, dozens of missiles materialized from Zeus, following an uncanny trajectory, striking the heart of the zombie horde with pinpoint accuracy. The next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the silence of the air. Flames erupted from the ground, billowing dark smoke into the sky. Amidst the swirling black smoke, it seemed as though countless restless souls had found their liberation, dissipating gently with the wind. This spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all present, leaving each individual in a state of astonishment, rendered speechless. Advanced armor? Mutated? Has humanity truly reached such remarkable technological innovations? Surely, this cannot be reality. What once belonged to the realm of science fiction has now materialized in the real world, leaving everyone momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. As the smoke began to clear, the tide of zombies had already disintegrated, leaving only the unfortunate remnants on the fringes, those who had managed to survive against all odds, some still writhing on the ground. A testament to the zombies' tenacious vitality. However, they had lost their capacity to attack. The missiles had reduced the area to rubble, causing the dense horde of zombies to vanish, leaving only the weak and frail behind. What terrifying power lies within this seemingly unremarkable university student? Qin Bingxue felt a profound shock resonate within her. During her time in the capital, she had never heard her father mention the existence of such technological battle armor in the modern world. Impossible. Where on earth did this come from? Qin Bingshue's mouth hung agape. This suit of armor far exceeded her comprehension. She had never experienced such awe, utterly captivated by its magnificence. Its formidable power was astonishing, and it appeared remarkably cool. To be frank, I am a student majoring in mechanical engineering at Donghai University. I have tirelessly devoted myself to the invention of this very technology, Dragon Yu explained simply after removing his armor. Yet, no one would believe such an explanation. You expect me to believe that an undergraduate has created something of this magnitude? Are you joking? I can only express two words: impressive. Astonished, several soldiers stood dumbfounded. 4 Dragon Yu's missiles had just saved their lives. Otherwise, they would have already faced their demise. Regardless of Dragon Yu's assertions, they were utterly convinced. They had completely submitted to his prowess. With such formidable combat capabilities and such advanced technology, how could they possibly challenge someone like him? As the awestruck crowd continued to marvel, Dragon Yu stood before them, unfazed by the recent eradication of the zombies. He spoke. You should know that my intention was not to rescue you. I simply wish to prevent the zombies from seizing this resource. From now on, this oil refinery belongs to me, and you shall be responsible for transporting the oil. What was that phrase? Yes, I do not accept uselessness here. It would be wise for you to demonstrate your worth. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere fell silent. The disdain and contempt that had previously colored their gazes were replaced by a profound respect for Dragon Yu. They silently regretted their earlier dismissiveness, for he possessed undeniable power. If he wished for their demise, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Is it over? It has indeed concluded. What has transpired? Where have all the zombies gone? Not far away. The employees who had just been scurrying about in panic, upon hearing the absence of the zombies' roars outside, cautiously peeked out. To their astonishment, the tide of corpses had receded. The zombies had mysteriously vanished. The man who had been lying on the chimney quietly alerted the nearby workers. Be vigilant. Did you see the young man who spoke earlier? Yes, what about him? You cannot imagine. Just a moment ago, he single-handedly annihilated all the zombies. What? Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Do you know Iron Man? That young man possesses technology akin to his armored suit. The worker explained in hushed tones, and, at that moment, all the surviving employees began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Mr. Long, we are all employees of the oil refinery. We are technicians. We hold value. I possess skills. Please do not abandon us. We can do anything. If we can stay here, please let us remain. The employees, in a frenzy, were eager to kneel before Long Yu. Long Yu's expression remained calm. He glanced at Qin Bingxue and chuckled lightly. Manager Qin, these are your people. Please manage them well. From today onward, you will be responsible for guarding this oil refinery. Periodically, I shall send drones to extract oil resources, and I expect your full cooperation. The crowd listened intently, mentally noting every word spoken. Cooperation was imperative. The terrifying armor possessed by their benefactor could easily obliterate the facility with a single missile strike. How could they dare to disobey? Mr. Long, what tasks do we have? The officer respectfully awaited Long Yu's orders, fully aware that in this apocalyptic world, Qin Bingshua's power and connections paled in comparison to the young man before them. Immediately secure the battlefield, reinforce the barbed wire, and preferably restore electricity. Set up additional traps around the perimeter. I entrust these tasks to you. Deploy soldiers to guard this area rigorously. No one is permitted to enter without my command, and those who do so will be dealt with ruthlessly. I will not provide you with any assistance. You must procure your own food and water. Understood. The employees hurriedly nodded. Long Yu's intentions were crystal clear. The refinery was to supply resources periodically, while their survival depended solely on their own efforts. It seemed unfair, yet there was no other option. Moreover, had Long Yu not intervened to eliminate the zombies today, they would have become mere fodder for the undead. Eulalie, observing Long Yu as he commanded the crowd, realized that he was no longer the same person she once knew. The aura he exuded was far beyond what one would expect from his age, especially his decisiveness and dominance in this apocalyptic setting, which starkly contrasted with her previous impressions of him. Previously, she had been worried about Long Yu's safety, but now she recognized that her concerns had been unnecessary. Does anyone have any questions? Qin Bingshu gently bit her lip, noticing that Long Yu seemed inclined to leave. She hastily spoke up. Long Yu, the evening is drawing near. We have an abundance of food here. Would you care to stay and join us for dinner? Oh, Long Yu glanced at the time, surprised that dinner had arrived so swiftly. He decided to take advantage of the opportunity to enjoy a complimentary meal. Accompanied by Qin Bingxue and Eulalie, they made their way to the staff canteen. True to her affluent background, Qin Bingxue had an impressive stockpile of provisions, enough to last a month. Later that night, Qin Bingxue changed into a casual outfit that exuded an aura of sophistication. She wore a black shirt with a V-neck that subtly accentuated her fair neck, and her proud, statuesque figure further enhanced her allure. Her high-waisted black wide-leg pants elongated her legs, and as she stood gracefully, the seams of the pants were obscured, resembling an elegant gown. This form-fitting ensemble highlighted her exquisite proportions. Long Yu was perplexed by Qin Bingshue's sudden change in attire. Nevertheless, her expression remained strikingly cold, akin to a rose that one could only admire from a distance. Dinner at the staff canteen was lavish, a celebration of Long Yu's arrival, filling everyone with a sense of rebirth after adversity. After the meal, Qin Bingxue unexpectedly invited Long Yu to her office with a stern demeanor, as if she had something significant to discuss. "What does Manager Qin want with you?" "Be careful, Long Yu," Eulele warned him. "Don't worry. You should head back to rest. I'll see what she wants," he reassured her, instructing Eulele to return to her quarters while he made his way alone to Qin Bingshue's office. As he opened the door, illuminated by the cunning moonlight, he could discern Qin Bingshue's alluring figure. With a frosty expression, she remarked, "You think we will provide you resources for free without any effort on your part? Your expectations are rather lofty." Long Yu settled onto the couch, questioning, "What's wrong? Is Manager Qin displeased? If I hadn't intervened, you all would have faced dire consequences. I am well aware of that. I can provide you with resources, but what?" As she approached him, her presence became increasingly intense. "You must keep me company." Her body was drawing nearer. "I truly enjoyed how you held on to others' necks before." Qin Bingshue's voice transformed, her previous aloofness vanishing. What was happening to Qin Bingshue? Was this her alter ego? In the next moment, she had seated herself beside Long Yu, the stark contrast in her demeanor palpable. Noticing Long Yu's calmness, she leaned closer to whisper in his ear. "Let me tell you, I only act this way in front of you," she teased, playfully sticking her tongue out at him. "You may not know, but the eldest daughter of the Qin family has a penchant for masochism." Long Yu recalled whispers from his previous life, a mere rumor that now struck him as astonishingly true. He rolled up her sleeves to reveal her fair arms, marred with bruises, evidence of her self-inflicted torment for the sake of pleasure. This sensation brought her immense joy. In these apocalyptic times, where life and death hung in the balance, she sought the comforting embrace of a man, yearning to indulge in this feeling without restraint. Chapter 20. Evading the shelter. The next transaction. Fortunately, Long Yu had heard whispers of Qin Bingshue's peculiarities from his previous life. Today, as Qin Bingshue summoned him, Long Yu was eager to witness this rarely seen side of the frosty goddess. That very night, Long Yu allowed Qin Bingshue to fully explore her unique desires, and her cravings were fulfilled. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed in. Long Yu, impeccably dressed, leaned against the balcony, surveying the sprawling panorama of the oil refinery from his elevated vantage point. He then glanced at the beautiful ice maiden still lost in slumber on the bed, the sheets stained with a vivid crimson. Last night, she had not been like this. This Qin Bingshue had startled him. He had expected her to be formidable. Yet, she proved to be quite the opposite. Faced with Long Yu's teasing, Qin Bingshue felt helpless. She was utterly exhausted and, in that moment, battered and devoid of strength. After Eulele finished breakfast with the workers in the canteen and loaded several crates of oil onto the vehicle, the two embarked on their journey. "Where shall we head next?" Eulele inquired, now serving as Long Yu's dedicated driver, curious about his next undertaking. "There are too many zombies outside. Let us return to the shelter," Long Yu replied. Eulele, upon hearing this, teased, "Are you still afraid of zombies?" In her eyes, Long Yu had become an invincible presence. At least in this phase, no one could harm him. "First, we return to the shelter, then we will gather additional supplies." The two fought their way back, driving for about 10 kilometers until they finally reached Long Yu's residence. Although Eulele had taken care to minimize noise during the journey, they still attracted a fair number of zombies along the way. After parking the vehicle, they disembarked, only to see several zombies approaching from a few hundred meters behind. Eulele drew her weapon and glanced back. "The zombies are still following us. Should we deal with them? If we don't act quickly, I worry they might breach Long Yu's sanctuary." "Rest assured, they cannot enter," Long Yu reassured her. Seeing Long Yu carrying a generator towards the house, Eulele had no choice but to follow suit, laden with several crates of resources. Curiosity piqued. She asked, "They really want to break in?" Before Long Yu could respond, Eulele followed him into the basement. A mechanical voice echoed, "Identity verification successful. Welcome, Master Long Yu." The familiar voice of Xiao Yi resonated, and with that, several alloy gates slowly opened. Eulalie stood frozen for a moment, taken aback. Suddenly, she noticed a few Gatling guns mounted on the ceiling, forming a storm of weaponry, their dark muzzles appearing exceedingly menacing. A shiver ran down her spine as she widened her sparkling eyes. She recalled how she and Guo had previously questioned the robustness of Long Yu's shelter. It now dawned on her that she had been the fool. From the outside, it appeared so unassuming, yet within, it was a realm of wonder. These alloy gates, not even a barrage of artillery, could breach them. The initial impression of Eulalie is one of safety, followed closely by a sense of advanced technology. The refuge is replete with a futuristic ambience, rivaling Long Yu's armored installation. After registering with the artificial intelligence, Xiao Yi, Long Yu ensures that Eulalie will be shielded from the onslaught of the metallic storm upon entering the sanctuary. Inside, the space is adorned with an array of fully equipped household appliances and with the addition of a generator. They are well prepared even in the event of a citywide power outage, alleviating any concerns about electricity shortages. Living here instills a profound sense of security. The provisions available are sufficient for both Long Yu and Eulalie to sustain themselves for an extended period. Consequently, he has refrained from venturing outdoors over the past couple of days. Within the sanctuary, with ample food, drink, and entertainment, one cannot help but relish the situation. During this period, Eulalie has remained industrious. Long Yu observes her, astonished that she has embarked on researching the cultivation of nutritious resources essential for human survival, and she is approaching her studies with utmost seriousness. Approaching her, he gazes at her exquisite profile and suggests, take a couple of days to rest. You can always resume your research later. Why not? She replies, I fear that I may not discover anything of value, and you might abandon me if I prove to be useless. As she speaks, she remains engrossed in her experiments at the living room table. You have already created such advanced technology. I must strive to keep up. Long Yu cannot help but chuckle. He truly wishes he could invent such high-tech devices, as the raw materials required are exceedingly rare in this world. I will become a nutritionist. I will be a person of worth, Eulalie asserts with determination. Observing her earnest demeanor, Long Yu feels a sense of satisfaction, knowing that she will indeed achieve this. It is essential to recognize that in the impending apocalyptic landscape, the value of scientists, inventors, botanists, and medical experts will be of paramount importance. This is also a primary reason why Long Yu encourages Eulalie to join him. As the days are counted, a new wave of zombie evolution approaches, promising to enhance the combat capabilities of the undead to alarming levels. Therefore, during the upcoming period, Long Yu must continue gathering resources while enjoying his time in the refuge. After spending 2 days within the sanctuary, the cool-down period for the time-space trading hub concludes. In the trading space, Mr. Qin has been waiting for quite some time. Upon their meeting, Mr. Qin expresses his deep gratitude to Long Yu, showering him with words of appreciation for nearly 10 minutes. The elderly senator, over 80 years of age, upon receiving the USB drive and hearing the classic old songs contained within, is moved to tears. She fervently insists that Mr. Qin must convey her sincere thanks to the young man named Long Yu. This time, I have procured a batch of imported high-tech sports cars, which are undoubtedly among the finest in our region. I wish to trade for a selection of items. Mr. Qin proactively proposes the items for trade, indicating that he has new demands. The prospect of acquiring sports cars from Mr. Qin piques Long Yu's interest. Having a robust means of transportation amidst the apocalypse would significantly aid him in resource collection. Speak, what items do you wish to trade? Qin, without any hesitation, candidly expressed his request. A friend of mine is planning to open an antique firearm exhibition hall and requires a collection of obsolete firearms for display. Surely, you must have a few relics from the bygone era, correct? Just a handful will suffice. I shall deliver them to him to enhance the exhibition. Long Yu pondered for a moment. Acquiring firearms was not a daunting task. At this juncture, one could easily procure them from a gun factory in Donghai City. Thus, Long Yu readily agreed. Mr. Qin appeared elated and produced an exquisite box from his pocket, presenting it to Long Yu. In these apocalyptic times, my dear Yu, you must not perish. After much contemplation, I have chosen to gift you a token of protection. This is a personal memento. Before long, you lay the elegant box, and upon opening it, he was astonished to find an energy source within. Chapter 21. Transformers? Mechanical behemoths, to be frank. Long you had only encountered such an object in films. This cube-like artifact, translucent and shimmering, seemed to encapsulate boundless energy. Name, energy source, function, can be used to activate objects, bestowing upon them vitality. Mr. Cheen, fearing that Long Yu might fall victim to zombies, had deliberately gifted him this advanced technological marvel from their world for self-defense. The tales depicted in cinema were indeed true. He had only seen this in the Transformers movies. This extraordinary item, when infused into an inanimate object, could conjure a mechanical life form. Rest assured, I am not so easily vanquished. It's not that I fear for your demise. Ha ha ha. Consider this your deposit. Once you deliver the goods, I shall part with my sports car. Long Yu accepted with enthusiasm, preparing to embark on his journey. This time, he decided to leave Lele at home to diligently study the items she possessed. Though she longed to accompany him, she realized her presence might not be of assistance. So she devoted herself even more earnestly to her research. Be swift and cautious on your way back. Lele's cheeks flushed as she felt a twinge of reluctance upon seeing Long Yu preparing to leave. Fear not, I am quite capable. Long Yu exited the shelter with the energy source in hand, and upon noticing the RV at the entrance, his eyes brightened. He had just been pondering where to store this item. This GMC RV, once infused with the energy source, could transform into a mechanical life form, proving to be immensely useful. Thus, Long Yu retrieved the energy source and, without further ado, inserted it into the RV at the entrance. As the technological energy coursed through it, the vehicle began to morph at the moment of contact. With a series of mechanical clicks and whirs, the transformation was underway. In under a minute, the RV completed its metamorphosis into a magnificent entity, towering at approximately 5 to 6 meters, exuding an imposing presence reminiscent of Optimus Prime. Upon sighting Long Yu, it knelt before him in reverence, for such a creation obeyed only the one who activated it. Boss. Long Yu then observed the data manifest before him. Name, GMC Business Star. Level. Speed, 8. Agility, 10. Endurance, 10. Function, possessing tremendous brute strength, with an internal storage space, allowing the equipping of any weapon. Long Yu pondered the prospect of exchanging for advanced technology weaponry in the future, envisioning an arsenal of high-tech armaments for ease of transport. From now on, I shall call you Behemoth, he declared. Let us proceed to the armory in Donghai City. Understood. Boss, please get in, came the reply. Subsequently, Behemoth transformed once more into a mobile home, carrying Long Yu towards their destination. This time, Long Yu employed a drone for aerial reconnaissance. As they traversed the main thoroughfare, they encountered throngs of zombies. However, Behemoth showed no mercy, charging through the horde with brutal force, scattering the undead in disarray. Along the way, numerous survivors cried out for help upon seeing the vehicle, but Long Yu feigned ignorance. In truth, he was oblivious. The mechanical entity could drive autonomously, allowing him to recline comfortably and indulge in slumber, indifferent to the turmoil outside. After a brief passage of time, Long Yu arrived at a large arms depot. A multitude of zombies clad in military uniforms congregated at the entrance, indicating that the personnel within the armaments factory had all succumbed to infection. Among them, some wore bomb disposal suits and military helmets, brandishing tactical shields, their resilience unmistakable. Long Yu had no intention of confronting these zombies directly. Instead, Behemoth stood protectively before him. If you seek to harm my master, you must first contend with me. With heavy footfalls, Behemoth charged at the zombies, employing his massive form to execute a savage onslaught, obliterating a significant portion of the horde. Following this, he unleashed a colossal steel fist, dispatching multiple zombies with each strike, swiftly eliminating those clad in armor. Clear the path. Let us enter. Long Yu instructed Behemoth as they ventured into the arms manufacturing plant. Fire. Assist me in scouting the location of the weaponry warehouse. Long Yu commanded the drone to locate the arms. While awaiting the drone's reconnaissance, he took the opportunity to scour the residential area for any valuable items. This compound housed the prominent figures of Donghai City, and the resources within were undoubtedly abundant. He stationed Behemoth at the entrance to guard the premises while he ascended the stairs. Though the exterior of the compound appeared unremarkable, the interior boasted high-end appliances and luxurious goods. Most intriguing was when Long Yu entered a dilapidated vacant room. Upon opening the refrigerator, a cascade of items tumbled forth. Stacks of currency spilled out, prompting Long Yu to reflect that these individuals likely hailed from generations of farmers, having been impoverished for far too long. Beneath some of the beds lay hidden gold bars, which, amidst the apocalypse, could prove invaluable for future exchanges within safety zones. Thus, he took all the gold bars with him. After thoroughly scouring the first floor and reaping considerable rewards, he proceeded to the second floor. Here, he encountered an abundance of food, drink, and supplies, far superior to anything he had gathered before the cataclysm. Even the bottled water was a luxury brand costing thousands per bottle. What manner of individuals resided in this unassuming residential complex? He left everything in the capable hands of his burly companion, intending to collect it all later. Having diligently searched the second floor for quite some time, word came from the drone that they had likely located the armory. Just as he prepared to descend, he suddenly heard a noise from the adjacent room. Was there movement? Were there still survivors? Or perhaps zombies lurking within? Upon stepping outside, he turned only to find a petite girl, a head shorter than him, brandishing a handgun in his direction. "Don't come any closer," she stammered, fear evident in her eyes. She clearly had never wielded such a weapon before and was hesitant to fire. Upon closer inspection, he noted her wearing a split, long tunic, her youthful beauty unmistakable. "Please don't kill me. I have a gun." The girl's eyes were filled with panic. He smiled, "But the weapon is in your possession. How could I harm you?" Behind him, the drone aimed its firearm at the young girl as well. Chapter 22. Encounter with a beautiful lowly in truth. Long Yu harbored no concern that she could inflict harm upon him. Conversely, he could effortlessly appear behind her and dispatch her in an instant. As the girl witnessed his calm approach, the pressure became too much, and she relinquished the handgun, letting it fall to the ground. "I can't bring myself to shoot," she admitted. Long Yu approached, picked up the gun, and discovered it was devoid of ammunition. Had he known, he could have theatrically proclaimed that he wagered her weapon was unloaded. The girl sat on the floor, her expression one of desolation. Please don't kill me. My father and sister are both formidable." Tears streamed down her face, and she feared for her life. After some inquiries, Long Yu learned her name was Qin Yun'er, the second daughter of the Qin family from the capital. She had come to Donghai City during her holiday to visit her sister, Qin Bingxue, only to find herself trapped in this residential complex when the apocalypse struck. Fortunately, her unique status had led her to stockpile a considerable amount of supplies before the disaster, all of which were now stored in her room. Having just parted from her sister, fate seemed to conspire to reunite the two sisters in this dire time. Perhaps it was a twist of destiny, compensating for the missed encounters with the beautiful Qin sisters in a previous life. Trembling with fear, she sat with her knees drawn to her chest, a stark contrast to her sister's icy demeanor. "I have plenty of supplies. You could take everything. Just please don't kill me. I'm still young, and I don't want to die." Long Yu found her plight amusing. He stepped into Qin Yun'er's room, and indeed, it was filled with a substantial stockpile of food and water. "I shall not take your life, provided you comply obediently and hand over all the belongings in this room." Qin Yun'er rose to her feet and, without protest, began to transport the bread, instant noodles, and bottled water downstairs in large bundles. Moments later, her supplies lay barren, completely cleared by Long Yu. It was as if she suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, and cautiously inquired, "Brother, you've taken everything. What will I eat now?" With her head drooping, she resembled a child fearful of reprimand. Observing her demeanor, Long Yu affectionately ruffled her obedient hair and reassured her, "Do not fret. It won't be long before someone comes to retrieve you. Your father would never abandon you and your sister." "My sister?" Qin Yun'er's gaze flickered with renewed hope. "You know where she is?" "I had the fortune of meeting your sister, Qin Bingxue, once," Long Yu replied, weaving a small deception, for their encounter had been more profound than a mere meeting. "All right," she murmured, her head hanging low once more, anxiety still etched upon her face. She confided in Long Yu that just days prior, hundreds of soldiers had occupied the area, but they had succumbed to a zombie onslaught, leaving them infected. The last time, she had narrowly escaped by hiding beneath her bed, relying on her petite frame, and she remained uncertain if she could endure the coming days. Long Yu expressed the necessity of remaining there for a day, primarily to transport weapons from the nearby armory. With Long Yu's presence, Qin Yun'er felt a semblance of calm wash over her. Having a man by her side was far more reassuring than being alone. Thus, she followed him, assisting in the relocation of supplies, while Long Yu systematically cleared all the provisions from the compound. Numerous supplies were loaded into the spacious vehicle. With the quality of the goods exceptional, they had gathered dozens of boxes containing thousands of yuan worth of bottled water alone. After a busy morning, Long Yu sat on Qin Yun'er's bed, and they shared a meal together. He had prepared a pot of golden soup with tender beef, adding some noodles, while each had a chilled bottle of cola by their side. The atmosphere was delightful. "Brother, your cooking is exquisite. What a pity I cannot cook," Qin Yun'er remarked. Her guard lowered after a morning spent alongside Long Yu. She discovered him to be quite amiable and dependable. Aside from insisting she carry the supplies, he was indeed a commendable cook, better than her father's culinary skills. "This meal is a reward for your help in transporting the goods," he said. "Now enjoy. It smells so good." After their meal, Long Yu reclined on Qin Yun'er's large bed for a brief respite. Suddenly, he sat up and announced, "It is time to attend to serious matters." At these words, Qin Yun'er hastily adjusted her blanket, her cheeks flushing as she shyly inquired, What serious matters? I just graduated from high school. I'm still young." Long Yu shook his head in exasperation, donning his clothes as he replied, "What are you thinking? I have important tasks to attend to." "Oh, so that's it. I want to go too." Qin Yun'er realized her misunderstanding and quickly rose, facing Long Yu as she exclaimed, "What use is it for you to go? I can assist you. I possess great strength." With that, Qin Yun'er showcased her delicate, fair arms, mimicking a bicep curl, radiating an endearing charm. Since Qin Yun'er was willing to serve as his free labor, Long Yu accepted her help without hesitation. The two promptly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered a hefty figure guarding the entrance. When suddenly moved, Qin Yun'er was startled. Once she regained her composure, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, is this your robot? How impressive." "Enough chatter. Let us proceed," Long Yu urged, guided by the drone's coordinates. The trio made their way toward the nearby armory. As they turned the corner, they were abruptly greeted by the sound of barking. "Are those the military dogs here?" With the outbreak of the zombie virus, both animals and humans were susceptible to infection, which explained why the second wave of calamity involved mutated creatures. Long Yu's expression grew grave. "Those are zombie dogs." Indeed, before them stood a pack of over a dozen zombie dogs, creatures with crimson skin resembling hounds, hairless except for a layer of blood-red hide. They appeared as if drenched in blood, an utterly repulsive sight. Qin Yun'er trembled in fear. The dogs had been infected. Long Yu, however, maintained a stoic demeanor as he approached them. "Well, it seems we meet again sooner than expected." In his previous life, these zombie dogs had inflicted considerable suffering upon him. He had once desperately shouted at them, questioning their relentless pursuit, nearly succumbing to despair. Zombie dogs are social animals, seldom appearing alone. At this moment, they surrounded Long Yu in a formidable pack. Yet, he now felt an unwavering confidence. Chapter 23. Zombie Dogs? Annihilation. However, these creatures were particularly cunning, necessitating caution. Surveying his surroundings, he noted not only the visible zombie dogs, but also crimson figures lurking behind several nearby buildings. As expected, these zombie dogs intended to launch a surprise attack, having sensed that their adversary was not to be trifled with. They had already set up an ambush, using the initial pack to exhaust their opponent's stamina, while the concealed dogs prepared to strike once their prey was sufficiently fatigued. "Boss, shall I teach this pack of beasts a lesson?" The hefty figure emitted a cold, mechanical voice, eager to engage in battle. "No, leave this to me. I have a score to settle with these zombie dogs for their relentless pursuit in my past life." Furthermore, these zombie dogs were agile predators. Posing a challenge for the heavy figure, as their cunning nature allowed them to evade clumsy attacks, effectively countering brute strength. Long Yu activated his arm-mounted mantis blade, which shimmered with electric pulses due to its electronic components, appearing exceptionally striking. Yet, its true power remained uncertain. "Brother, go for it. Defeat these wicked dogs," Qin Yuner cheered, her tiny fists raised in encouragement. As Long Yu advanced, the zombie dogs bared their teeth, displaying their menacing fangs, assuming an aggressively predatory stance. The undead hounds are said to be capable of severing a human head within a mere second upon pouncing, showcasing formidable strength. Long Yu awaited the advance of his adversaries. As anticipated, the next moment saw 3 zombie hounds launching a coordinated assault towards him. In that split second, the blade of Long Yu's mantis knife sliced through the air, emitting a sizzling sound akin to electricity with a voltage that could rival millions of volts. With 2 swift strikes, the 3 undead hounds were cleaved in twain, their bodies rendered to charred remains. The transformation from crimson to ebony occurred in an instant. A roar erupted as the hound on the right continued its charge, while a shadow swiftly darted from the left, an act of feigned distraction. Those unfamiliar with the hound's typical attack pattern would find it challenging to respond, yet Long Yu was prepared. With a flick of his mantis blades, he coldly scoffed, confident that the 2 hounds had met their demise. The speed of the hound's assaults intensified, paralleled by the ferocity of Long Yu's strikes. He carved through the air, leaving trails reminiscent of lightning, as several hounds attempted to evade his onslaught with their agile movements. However, before they could react, the electric discharge, unleashed mere half a meter away, incapacitated them. "Fire! Target the hounds behind the building. Leave not a single one alive." After dispatching the initial wave of zombies, Long Yu was aware that more hounds lurked, eager to launch a surprise attack from behind. Yet, the infrared lasers of the drone were already in position. Under the drone's automated control, these lasers accurately penetrated the hounds' abdomens. With a series of swift shots, the concealed hounds fell silent, blood pooling beneath them, with none surviving. Behind him, Qin Yuner stood in awe, initially concerned for Long Yu. She was now captivated by his terrifying prowess and the flying drone overhead, an undeniably cool spectacle. "Brother, you are so impressive," she exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. "The boss is indeed formidable. I feel utterly inadequate. If it were me, I doubt I could even approach those agile beasts." The burly figure joined in the applause, creating a charming scene with a robot and a little girl. "Enough flattery. It's getting late. Let us depart," he said. The 2 humans and 2 machines made their way to the armory. Within the storeroom, a group of rugged men eyed the array of firearms with mischievous grins. "This is indeed the armory of the weapons factory. There are quite a few weapons here," one exclaimed. "Brother, with these arms, can't we establish our own military base?" Another chimed in. "Absolutely. With this military hardware, East Sea City will soon belong to us." The group, armed with various equipment, felt a surge of excitement, especially with a Type 96 main battle tank parked nearby. With guns and cannons at their disposal, they sensed that their dominion over East Sea City was within reach. This is a band of professional ruffians. Following the zombie invasion of EC, they arrived here, armed with their weapons, intent on securing some firearms for self-defense. They stealthily infiltrated the premises, only to discover an astonishing array of machine guns and grenades, not to mention the presence of tank. "Do you know? I heard there's a beautiful lowly in the family compound. Once we establish a military base here, she will undoubtedly follow us obediently, haha." With guns in hand, they felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. But let us not get ahead of ourselves. Who among you can operate this tank? This is a prized possession. If wielded correctly, we could obliterate those zombie dogs lurking nearby with a single shot. "You, Towsy, can you drive it?" The leader of the ruffians pointed at one of his subordinates. "I can't, big brother. I've never driven a tank." "What do you mean you've told the brothers you frequently drive tanks? How come you can't now?" The ruffian leader scolded him angrily. "Brother, the tank I drive is not like this one. This tank is not the same as the one I mentioned." The accused ruffian protested with a look of grievance. "Enough. Go gather information right now. You all help him study it. You have 1 hour to figure it out. Do you really think the zombies outside are easy prey?" Just having guns doesn't mean we can do as we please. We must understand how this tank operates before we are worthy to confront the undead. The group then began to delve into the workings of the tank. Eventually, they grasped the basic mechanics of how to fire it. Towsy, you're impressive. You figured out. Next time we go tank driving, remember to invite the brothers along. The others chuckled mischievously. At some point, Long Yu entered the warehouse with his robot and the little lowly. Upon spotting a tank aimed directly at them, he exclaimed, "Hey, where did these little kids come from? What the heck? And a robot too? Wait, ISNT, that the beautiful lowly living in the military district?" Chapter 24, What the hell? The shell 1T penetrate? Seeing the robot resembling Optimus Prime and their long-desired adorable lowly, the ruffians' attention shifted entirely towards them, neglecting Long Yu's presence. Brother, they actually have a tank. This is the tank of Uncle Lin, the commander of the city defense. You must be careful, Qin Yun whispered, having spoken with Lin Feng prior to her arrival. However, as the commander of the city defense, he had already led many soldiers to various regions for rescue operations, and his fate remained uncertain. Although these individuals were intimidated by the formidable robot, they soon remembered that they were the ones with the tank, and this massive contraption could easily be shattered with a single shot. Hey, kid. What are you doing here? Don't you know this is our territory? As the saying goes, first come, first served. This place has already been occupied by us. Even though the opposing side has that mysterious robot, they remained undaunted. Here lie a dozen boxes of grenades, military rocket launchers, Type 95 automatic rifles, M16 automatic rifles, and more. With over 20 individuals, accompanied by a tank, this is their source of confidence. Long Yu felt a twinge of impatience towards this ragtag group. Leave the firearms here, and I shall allow you to depart. However, this group dismissed Long Yu's words. No, brother, considering you have a robot and a lovely young lady with you, we are willing to let you join us. However, your imposing companion and the little girl must belong to us thereafter. You must recognize the situation. We are numerous and heavily armed, leaving you with little choice. Long Yu merely dug into his ear, a cold smile gracing his lips. Imposing companion. Yes, boss. Dispose of these individuals, since they refuse to behave. Let the zombies outside teach them a lesson. With a mere gesture, the mechanical being surged into action. Before the crowd could comprehend the unfolding chaos, those nearby hastily opened fire. Yet, ordinary firearms proved utterly ineffective against them. The imposing figure charged forth like a wolf, effortlessly dragging each person out as if they were mere chicks. Outside, zombies roamed, their presence a chilling surprise. What are you doing? Let go of me. We have a tank. Do you wish to die? They struggled desperately, shocked by the robot's formidable strength. Ordinary bullets had no effect on it, and its power was monstrous. Their frantic attempts to break free were met with indifference from the imposing figure, which unceremoniously hurled several individuals outside. Upon witnessing the humans, the zombies lunged forward in a frenzy, prompting terrified screams and frantic attempts to escape from the few thugs. Meanwhile, the imposing figure turned away, devoid of any emotion. Their earlier bravado stemmed primarily from the presence of rocket launchers in the tank. Despite the robot's towering stature, it was ultimately no match for the armored vehicle. After discarding one group, the imposing figure pivoted to address another batch. The sight left all the thugs dumbfounded. How could this person be so ruthless? At that moment, the leader of the thugs hastily rushed to the tank, opening the door to bark orders at his comrades inside. You are forcing our hand. Towsy, fire. The inexperienced driver hesitated, aiming the cannon at Long Yu. He found himself in a moment of doubt. Brother, if we fire, they will surely perish. What does that matter? They initiated this. I will obliterate them. Hurry, fire that damned Italian cannon. The leader screamed frantically. Towsy swallowed hard, poised to fire. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, suddenly enveloped in a silvery sheen, his speed soaring as nano-armor enveloped his form. Boom! A shot was fired. Inside the tank, Towsy shut his eyes in terror, too afraid to witness the carnage that would ensue. The gang leader, grinning widely, gazed at the billowing smoke before him, pondering to himself that the young lad must have been obliterated. Such is the might of a tank. Is this truly the extent of your artillery? As the dust settled, every onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the tank, Tao and the leader were utterly dumbfounded. Before them stood a figure clad in mechanized armor, resembling Iron Man. This was nothing short of miraculous. Who is this individual? Long Yu revealed half his face, allowing them to recognize him, while a cold smirk graced his lips. Your projectiles cannot even scratch my nanotechnology armor. What? Nanotechnology armor? Surely this is a jest. The gang members, though uneducated and lacking in culture, had seen Marvel films. Is this the very suit worn by Iron Man? The Mark suit? The highest tier? Goodness, what sort of deity is this? The gang members were bewildered. They had believed that seizing the tank had granted them the most formidable weapon, only to find themselves confronted by advanced technological armor that left them utterly flabbergasted. Let us test my missiles, Long Yu declared, his nanotechnology armor equipped with anti-tank missiles as well. No, we were mistaken. We shall never dare again. They pleaded in desperation. Long Yu paid them no heed, choosing instead to unleash a missile that would obliterate them entirely. Behind him, Qin Yuner stared in disbelief. She recalled that her father surrounded himself with numerous top-tier scientific talents, yet never had anyone devise such advanced armor. Brother, your armor is so cool. This was the first time Qin Yuner had encountered such a magnificent suit, and she cautiously approached to touch it. The tank was clearly rendered useless. It's fine. My father has plenty more tanks like this, she exclaimed. Brother, your armor is so sturdy. Not even artillery can penetrate it. Indeed, this armor is reinforced with vibranium. What? Vibranium? What on earth is that? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Suffice it to say, it is incredibly tough. Wow, so hard. I really like it. Qin Yuner continued to marvel at the armor for quite some time before finally stopping. Long Yu instructed the giant to gather all the weapons in the vicinity. They could not allow outsiders to obtain such military arms to commit nefarious deeds. A portion would be kept for future trade, while the remaining items, such as rocket launchers and grenades, could be equipped onto the giant, enhancing his combat prowess. Giant, load the grenades and rocket launchers onto yourself. How is your aiming ability? Long Yu inquired, curiosity piqued, as precision was crucial. Careless handling could harm their own. The giant slightly bent forward, earnestly assuring, Boss, rest assured. I guarantee that every shot I fire will hit its mark. Good, that's excellent. The next step involved entering the exchange space to trade with Mr. Qin. He was eager to discover what sort of high-tech sports car Qin would provide him. Chapter 25, A Personal Expression of Gratitude. He had swept away all the firearms in this place, leaving no trace behind for others. Even if these firearms are of no use to oneself, they cannot be left here for others to exploit. This is the wisdom Dragon Yu has gleaned from years of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. Loading all the weapons onto the bulky figure, which was already laden with a vast array of munitions. Dragon Yu observed the cumbersome silhouette and decided it was time for some exercise, suggesting it eliminate the zombies still roaming outside. Boss, you're so kind to me. The bulky figure replied with a foolish grin, rushing out with its arsenal. Armed with 2 Uzi submachine guns, it unleashed a barrage upon the gathered zombies before hoisting 2 rocket launchers onto its shoulders. The thunderous explosions echoed through the air. Once the area was cleared of the undead, Dragon Yu and Qin Yuner stepped outside. Returning to Qin Yuner's bedroom, Dragon Yu began to gather his belongings. I must take my leave. Today's haul has been substantial. I've acquired a significant cache of high-quality supplies and seized a batch of weaponry. My objectives have been met, and there is no reason for me to linger here. Brother, can you please not go? Qin Yuner implored from her bed, her voice tinged with sorrow. Someone will come to fetch you soon, and the zombies in this vicinity have been eradicated by the bulky figure. It's likely there won't be any undead wandering here for the next couple of days. You are safe. I must return. Wait, when my father arrives. Can't you come with us? She pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Throughout the day, this young man had brought her immense joy. It was her first realization that humans could live so freely even in the apocalypse, with drones, robots, and impenetrable armor. Not to mention his culinary skills that were simply exquisite. Where could she ever find such a remarkable man again? Dragon Yu gently touched her cheek and smiled broadly. Once you're with your father, you'll have a comfortable life. I prefer solitude. Pouting, Qin Yuna murmured, I just feel sorry for you, brother. I don't want you to remain so lonely in this desolate world. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. Take care. As he spoke, Dragon Yu had finished packing his belongings and opened the door, leaving without a backward glance. This time, he returned laden with treasures, looking forward to enjoying the spoils of his expedition. Not only had he acquired ample supplies, but he could also trade with Mr. Qin for a sports car, which would be an additional delight. Inside her bedroom, Qin Yuna stared blankly at the departing figure of Dragon Yu. Would they truly meet again? She felt a pang of nostalgia, already missing the golden soup beef he had prepared for her earlier. Suddenly, she realized that she didn't even know his name. Soon after, a helicopter swiftly approached, hovering above the military family compound. Hearing the sound, Qin Yuna dashed out of her room without bothering to put on her shoes. Yuna called a tearful officer dressed in uniform from the helicopter. Daddy. Upon seeing her father, Qin Weigua, Qin Yuna could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. After embracing her daughter, Qin Weigua gently consoled her. Yuna, I am sorry for arriving so late. Wash! There are zombies everywhere. I was terrified. She cried. Do not fear, for your father is here. Qin Weigua felt a pang of sorrow within. The outbreak of the zombie virus had plunged the capital into chaos. Dad, I met someone remarkable these past few days. On the helicopter, Qin Yuna recounted the events of recent days to her father. Oh, was it this person who saved you? He inquired. Yes, he is incredibly capable. Qin Weigua was somewhat taken aback. Was this merely a coincidence? Just yesterday, while searching for his eldest daughter, Qin Bingxue, at an oil refinery in Donghai City, she had mentioned encountering a formidable young man as well, claiming that without him, she might have lost her life. Unfortunately, Qin Bingshue's stubborn nature prevented her from returning home, insisting that she needed to stay for a while longer. In truth, she was complying with long-used directive to periodically provide him with oil resources, which was why she was so determined to remain there. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Qin Weigua arranged for several strong individuals to protect her, before hastening to find his second daughter, Qin Yuna. What is that person's name? Qin Weigua asked. I do not know, replied Yuna. Qin Weigua shook his head, letting out a weary sigh. He yearned to learn the identity of this mysterious young man. Yet Qin Bingxue was unwilling to divulge his name. This posed a dilemma. He was still uncertain whether the young man who had saved both of his beloved daughters was indeed the same individual. Moreover, the information he gathered from them suggested that this young man's abilities were extraordinary, leaving him to ponder how powerful one young man could truly be. This matter piqued his interest. He promptly notified Lin Feng, the commander in charge of Donghai City. Before long, Lin Feng appeared in his office. Following the recent fall of Donghai City, Lin Feng had dedicated himself to the search and rescue of survivors, though his forces had dwindled significantly, leaving him nearly a lone commander. Old Qin, what can I do for you? Lin Feng asked. Fengzi, I need you to investigate a person, possibly two. I'm still unclear on the details. Please keep an eye out in Donghai City, and if you find them, ensure their protection at all costs. They are the saviors of my daughter, and I wish to invite them to the capital to express my gratitude personally. Rest assured, Old Qin, if it weren't for your arduous journey and the helicopter you sent to our aid, I would have perished amid the hordes of zombies. Moreover, Donghai City is my home. I will exert every effort to rescue any survivors. Lin Feng spoke with conviction, his strength having grown through days of battling the undead. They had now established a rescue team in Donghai City, comprised entirely of elite members. Reassured by your words, I feel at ease. My daughter mentioned that the individual possesses remarkable skills. If that is indeed the case, I implore you to assist me in retaining such a talent. Having conveyed my message, Qin Weigua, occupied with state affairs, did not linger. The military would soon arrive in Donghai City for rescue operations, and he needed to return to the capital to oversee the situation. Chapter 26. The Cyber Supercar. Long Yu returned to the shelter in the dead of night, expecting Eulalie to be fast asleep. To his surprise, she was anxiously awaiting his return in the living room. Upon hearing the sound of the alloy gate's pneumatic mechanism, Eulalie looked up, her excitement propelling her towards Long Yu. "You're finally back. I've been waiting for you all day." "You're dirty." "I'm quite filthy," he replied. In her exuberance, Eulalie instinctively rushed to embrace Long Yu. It took her a moment to realize her impulsive action, and her cheeks flushed crimson. After a brief pause, she attempted to alleviate the awkwardness, saying, "I don't mind." Long Yu spoke the truth. Due to their frequent encounters with zombies, even after changing clothes multiple times, he remained quite dirty. He noticed that Eulalie was also in a similar state. The water supply in Donghai City had been contaminated, and they had not bathed for quite some time. When covered in blood, they could only use a towel dampened with a little water to wipe themselves down before donning clean clothes. Still, a bath would be rather pleasant. This posed a dilemma. Without the ability to bathe, they would soon become quite odorous. In this apocalypse, I am already satisfied to reside in such a safe haven. As for bathing, I no longer hold any expectations. Eulalie squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly. Without a trace of hesitation, she embraced Long Yu once more. This time, she felt no embarrassment. Having a beautiful companion awaiting his return each day was indeed a source of happiness for Long Yu. Although he remained silent, the matter of bathing lingered in his thoughts. He returned to his bedroom and immediately entered the temporal trading space. Old Qin," Long Yu called out, having brought the items for exchange. Qin quickly connected, and upon seeing Long Yu safe and sound, he was filled with excitement. "You finally returned. I've been waiting for you all day." Just moments earlier, Eulalie had expressed similar sentiments. The echo of Qin's words felt somewhat amiss. "Now that you are safe, I can rest easy." How's the energy source I provided?" "To be candid, that item was gifted to you by a federal legislator as a token of gratitude." After listening to Qin for a while, Long Yu responded, "That energy source is indeed impressive. There is no doubt about that. I wish to know what you have brought back this time. What about the supercar you mentioned?" Qin nodded, beginning to elaborate. "Yes, I recently procured a batch of supercars called the Rayfield Stone Sword. It is a fine specimen of a supercar, and I would like to exchange it for your firearms. What do you think?" As he spoke, the other party positioned the vehicle before Long Yu. Following the usual procedure, he mentioned that one could utilize the simulation chamber to experience the sensation of driving. Should dissatisfaction arise, one could readily exchange it. Qin remained as forthright as ever. Before Long Yu stood a sleek, all-black supercar. Name, Excalibur. Production year, 2077. Powertrain, all-wheel drive. Horsepower, 1660. Curb weight, 3682. Information. The engine's sheer ferocity renders it the most formidable, legally operable vehicle on the streets of Night City. And perhaps the most visually stunning, featuring a fire-breathing engine and an aerodynamic chassis infused with a spirit of speed, unmatched in velocity. Manufacturer, Rayfield. Long Yu activated the simulation chamber and soon found himself in an expansive, unobstructed roadway. The Excalibur idled beside him, patiently awaiting its driver's command. Upon close inspection, Long Yu noted the car's high-end design, reminiscent of a Bugatti's front and a Lamborghini's body. As the gull-wing doors opened, he slid into the driver's seat. Possessing a valid driver's license and having piloted numerous vehicles in the post-apocalyptic world, he had never before encountered a cybernetic supercar. "Master, this vehicle is equipped with fully autonomous driving. However, should you prefer, it can also be operated in semi-automatic mode. I shall provide you with the necessary controls." The AI, Xiao Yi, had seamlessly integrated with the Excalibur, proving to be quite reliable. While fully autonomous driving diminished the thrill of operating a supercar, Long Yu opted for the semi-automatic mode. It was akin to the difference between driving a manual and an automatic transmission, with Long Yu favoring the tactile experience of shifting gears. The array of buttons and switches appeared rather flamboyant, yet their operation was straightforward. After all, one of the purposes of future technology is to enhance convenience in daily life. Once he mastered the driving mechanics, without further ado, he surged forth. The engine roared magnificently as Long Yu engaged the Excalibur, launching into a rapid start. Like a tempest, he raced across the open plains, adrenaline surging through his veins. Let us see how it drifts. Long Yu maneuvered the Excalibur through a curve, raising clouds of dust. He found the vehicle to be exceptionally stable, with no tendency to skid. The top speed could reach 320. The sensation of racing through the wind was exhilarating, truly an electrifying experience. However, at such speeds, driving the Excalibur felt akin to piloting a jet on level ground. After an hour of relentless driving, Long Yu began to feel fatigued. He activated the fully automated driving mode and continued for a while before finally stepping out of the car. Upon exiting, he felt as if he were floating, as though he had been transcended to a higher realm. How is it? Are you satisfied? If not, I can arrange for another vehicle on another day. I have many cars at my disposal. Nevertheless, the Excalibur is quite striking and aligns perfectly with your temperament, Qin said with a cheerful grin. It is indeed a magnificent vehicle. I shall take it. However, I do have a minor request. What is it? If there's anything, just tell me directly. I can certainly assist you. Long Yu spoke candidly, expressing his thoughts without hesitation. As you know, I am currently facing an apocalypse. The water source here has been contaminated by the zombie virus, and I haven't been able to bathe for some time. I wanted to inquire if you possess any advanced technology to purify water. Qin paused momentarily, processing Long Yu's request before breaking into a playful grin. Oh, is that all? This is nothing. Just wait a moment. I will fetch my water purifier for you. Mine is a quantum mechanics water purifier, capable of purifying even water contaminated by nuclear radiation. Within a minute, Qin returned with a small machine in his arms. This has been sitting and used at my place for quite some time. Since you've helped me so much this time, I'll throw this in along with that vehicle. Quite generous, isn't it? Chapter 27. A luxurious hot bath. Long Yu accepted the quantum water purifier with gratitude. Thank you, old Qin. Too polite, you. We are like family. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave for now. When the next trading space opens, I will bring something useful. Long Yu nodded. All right. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I will do my best to assist you. Mutual benefit is the principle that both parties in a transaction adhere to. Long Yu would find it inappropriate if the other party provided unconditional help. You help me, and I shall do my utmost to help you. This is the philosophy Long Yu lives by. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Ryfield Stone Sword and Quantum Water Purifier. This time-space transaction has ended. The space will enter a cooling period of 5 days. He looked forward to what valuable items Qin might procure next. Closing the trading space, Long Yu went outside to park his vehicle, leaving the burly figure to guard it. Currently, his refuge was somewhat cramped, lacking sufficient parking space, which posed a problem. He would need to consult the AI, Xiao Yi, on how to expand this sanctuary. With the quantum water purifier now in hand, he could finally enjoy a bath. Following the instructions, Long Yu installed the purifier and turned on the faucet, fresh water gushing forth. Previously, the water had been thick, murky, and reeked unpleasantly. Now, seeing the clear, clean water brought a smile of satisfaction to Long Yu's face. Stepping out of the bathroom, he spotted Eulalie lounging on the living room sofa, already preparing to sleep. Over the past few days, she had been sleeping on the sofa at night and rising early to study the nutritional materials at her disposal. Lele, come over. It's time to bathe, Long Yu called out to the living room. Upon hearing the word bath, Eulalie's heart skipped a beat. She hurried over to investigate. Long Yu, you aren't planning to use our drinking water for bathing, are you? That would be far too wasteful. We cannot use our life-sustaining water just for a bath. Eulalie felt a surge of anxiety. In the apocalypse, water had become even more precious. Indeed, Long Yu chuckled. I procured this exquisite bottle of water for over 1,000 yuan just this morning. What? How would you do that? Such extravagance is unacceptable. Where is it? Let me pour some into my cup. This is far too wasteful, Eulalie exclaimed, her anxiety propelling her to the bathroom. To her astonishment, she discovered the bathtub brimming with water. You used all the mineral water? Eulalie said, staring blankly at the bathtub. Observing Eulalie's frugal demeanor, Long Yu burst into laughter, approaching her to turn on the faucet, allowing her to see. Foolish girl, do you think I am unaware of the significance of mineral water? This is all tap water, but rest assured, it has been purified using a water filter. Perplexed, Eulalie approached and gently touched the warm water in the bathtub. It was crystal clear, devoid of any impurities. She gasped in surprise. What kind of water purifier do you have? It's superior to mine at home. which costs several thousand yet fails to purify water tainted by the zombie virus. Long Yu mused to himself that this Qin water purifier was likely decades ahead of theirs. My purifier is quite advanced. We now have an endless supply of water. Hurry and take a shower. All right, she responded. Long Yu recalled that this purifier could purify 8 cubic meters of water in just 1 hour, which coincidentally matched the daily water supply for the bathhouse. Thus, with just 1 hour of operation, they would have more than enough water. As Long Yu exited the bathroom, he could hear the sound of the shower. The girls typically took longer to bathe, and he found himself growing drowsy on the sofa. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. Eulalie emerged, having changed into a loose t-shirt paired with high-waisted denim shorts, which accentuated her figure. Her hair was styled into a simple bun with a hair tie, radiating youthful vibrancy. Long Yu inhaled sharply. Her appearance was simply stunning. After her shower, she looked even more beautiful. The shower was incredibly refreshing. The water temperature was perfect and required no adjustment. How convenient it is to have artificial intelligence. The moment I reclined in the massage bathtub, it recognized my body temperature to provide the ideal warmth. Eulalie beamed with satisfaction as she approached Long Yu. How do I look? Beautiful. You should wash up too. With a sweet smile, she reclined on the sofa. All right, Long Yu replied, stepping into the bathroom. After days of exposure, he was covered in blood and felt rather unsanitary. A wash was essential for his health. The shelter had excellent soundproofing, rendering the zombie growls outside inaudible. As he lay in the bathtub, he began to relish the foot massage, awakening his body and easing his muscles, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of bliss. Shaoyi, could you play a lovely song for me? Certainly, master. Here comes some delightful soft music. Accompanied by soothing melodies, Long Yu reclined in the bathtub for half an hour, his body thoroughly cleansed. After donning his attire and exiting the bathroom, he discovered Eulalie sprawled on the living room sofa, sound asleep, her posture reminiscent of a playful kitten. The sofa, a remnant from the upper floor, was rather small, compelling Eulalie to curl her long legs. Turning back, he contemplated relocating a more luxurious bed and sofa with his robust companion. It's been days of her curling up those long legs in slumber. It must be uncomfortable. Long Yu mused before approaching the slumbering figure beside the sofa. With a gentle embrace, he lifted her into his arms and carried her into the bedroom. He lay beside her, soon succumbing to slumber himself. In the middle of the night, Eulalie was suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare. The harrowing experiences she had recently endured, particularly the terrifying zombies, haunted her dreams, where she was chased and bitten. Despite her usual courage, fear enveloped her. In that moment of awakening, she found herself on a large bed, with Long Yu beside her. Instantly, her fear dissipated. Seeing him peacefully sleeping next to her brought a blissful smile to her face, and she turned to embrace him tightly, a sense of security blossoming within her. Within moments, she nestled against his body and drifted back to sleep. Chapter 28. The collection continues. Racing in the apocalypse, the morning sun shone brightly, invigorating the day. Upon awakening, Long Yu found his face pressed against something soft and warm. Curious about the source of such comfort, he opened his eyes to discover Eulalie curled up in his embrace, her fragrance occasionally wafting towards him. He had enjoyed the most delightful slumber. He shifted positions, sat up to stretch, and, after a brief exercise to loosen his limbs, he reclined once more, burying his head into sleep. When he awoke again, he found Eulalie blushing as she gazed at him. I truly apologize for last night. It was unintentional, she stammered, feeling a bit shy for having clung to him. She recalled the terrifying dream where she nearly fell victim to a zombie. Thankfully, she had instinctively wrapped her arms around Long Yu, finding solace in a man's embrace, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and safety. I had a nightmare and was frightened, Eulalie murmured, her voice tremulous like a girl caught in mischief. Don't worry, I'll get up and prepare breakfast, Long Yu replied with a gentle smile, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. This gesture deepened her blush, making her shy away from meeting his eyes. Fortunately, Long Yu had already exited the bedroom to head to the kitchen for breakfast preparation. Soon, they sat at the dining table, relishing their meal, while watching the morning news. The broadcast reported on the situation in Donghai City. The zombie virus had not only threatened Donghai, but was rapidly spreading throughout the eastern region, infecting the Central Plains at an alarming rate. Yesterday, our reporter accompanied the military to Donghai City, where we discovered a significant number of survivors. Consequently, we are diligently working to restore the city's communication network, hoping that the survivors can reach our rescue team through the media. Greetings, I am Li Feng, the leader of the Donghai City Search and Rescue Special Forces. I am aware that many individuals are witnessing this scene through radio and television broadcasts. If you are a survivor in Donghai City, please contact our rescue team as soon as possible, informing us of your location and the surrounding conditions concerning the undead. In the footage, Lin Feng, the former commander of the city's defense, stands behind a dozen elite soldiers clad in special operations attire. Please remain calm for those survivors who have not yet received assistance. Help is on the way. The first wave of rescue is imminent. Standing beside Lin Feng is Zhang Chun, the city defense captain, who is now also a member of the rescue team. Due to extensive damage to Donghai City's power infrastructure, communication networks have faltered, leaving the majority of survivors seeking out the rescue team. Moreover, Long Yu is acutely aware that the undead are on the brink of an unprecedented evolution. Currently, humans armed with firearms can combat the zombies with relative ease. However, once the undead undergo their next phase of evolution, the efficacy of firearms will diminish significantly. Indeed, the zombies are about to evolve. Only Long Yu understands how repulsive those bizarre, evolved zombies will be. He contemplates the necessity of gathering more supplies before the zombies undergo their transformation. Once the evolution occurs, he plans to remain hidden, allowing the zombies to evolve without interference. The grotesque nature of these creatures will not concern him, as he intends to avoid confrontation. When a second wave of disaster strikes, the newly emerged monsters will naturally deal with the zombies, akin to the cycle of larger fish consuming smaller ones. In this apocalyptic scenario, unarmed humans resemble mere shrimp. Senior, let me take you to gather some more supplies. This time, you must help me carry more items. I promise to treat you to barbecue afterward, with summer upon them. The thought of enjoying beer and grilled skewers amidst the apocalypse is tantalizing. No problem. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and give it my all. Eulalie exclaimed, invigorated by her own enthusiasm. The duo embarked on a new round of supply collection. This time, Long Yu aimed not only to replace the sofa and bed, but also to acquire additional furniture. With his robust stature and the aid of a drone, he was undeterred by the weight of the items. Equipped with weapons, Eulalie with a dagger and Long Yu wielding a mantis knife, they exited the shelter, with Eulalie feeling elated to have Long Yu by her side. Arriving at the garage, Eulalie prepared to sit in the RV, ready to serve as Long Yu's driver. However, as Long Yu lifted the garage door, a sleek, high-performance sports car unveiled itself before her. Without waiting for her to inquire, Long Yu slid into the driver's seat. Eulalie was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling with 100 questions. Just where did Long Yu acquire such an impressive vehicle? Could it be that he is, in fact, a wealthy and handsome young man? Suddenly, Eulalie had an epiphany. With Long Yu possessing such advanced armor, owning a sports car seemed quite reasonable. However, in the next moment, she was once again bewildered. As she settled into the GMC Business Star RV, she was startled by a mechanical voice emanating from within. "Dear madam, where would you like to go?" Eulalie gasped. "Long Yu, who is speaking?" Long Yu rolled down the window and smiled. "Do not be alarmed. I've modified this RV. I've integrated artificial intelligence, and it can even transform. You'll see shortly." Transform? Is such a modification even possible? As Eulalie gazed at Long Yu, a name suddenly surfaced in her mind. Tony Stark. Indeed, it was Iron Man. She felt as if the individual before her was the Iron Man of the Dragon Kingdom. How magnificent! Unable to contain her excitement, she pressed the accelerator, following Long Yu's Excalibur-like sports car. In mere minutes, Long Yu's vehicle had already left Eulalie's GMC far behind. "Madam, the boss's sports car is exceedingly swift. I will endeavor to increase the power." Eulalie nodded, savoring the exhilarating push of the car against her back. "Boss, could you slow down a bit? I truly cannot keep up." The bulk of the vehicle felt as though it was subjected to a dimensional strike, comparing its speed to that of the Boss S supercar. Thus, they raced through streets teeming with zombies, Long Yu's Excalibur completely dominating the scene. Despite the bulk's efforts to reach maximum speed, it still failed to catch a glimpse of the other car. Were this not the apocalypse, they would surely have been stopped by traffic police, charged with reckless driving. However, in this dystopian reality, the law could not restrain them. Moreover, with so many zombies around, speed was essential to evade their pursuit. In truth, the zombies never even had the chance to see the two cars. Firstly, their speed was too great, and secondly, the bulk's vehicle was so ferocious that it merely crashed into any zombies it encountered, leaving them no chance of survival. Thus, they sped along the road. Along the way, many survivors, hearing the commotion, peeked outside to assess the situation. Upon seeing Long Yu's technologically advanced luxury sports car, they were left utterly speechless. Were they racing? Drag racing in the apocalypse? Chapter 29. Heading to the wealthy district for supplies in EC City, many survivors remained. Those who had fortified their homes before the apocalypse struck, while a portion of the populace had sought materials to construct civilian shelters. These survivors often banded together in groups of 3 to 5, consisting of friends or family, making their existence in the shelters bearable. Yet daily, they were plagued by worries over food and resources. When they heard the sound of racing cars on the street, they instinctively assumed it was a rescue team. Cautiously peering out to observe, they soon realized it was 2 cars in pursuit of one another. The leading vehicle was strikingly cool, but what truly astonished them was its speed, which seemed to defy gravity. What kind of car is this? Is it a Bugatti Veyron? I think it resembles a Lamborghini. How could that be? Behold the speed of this vehicle, rivaling that of a high-speed train, is it not? Moreover, its exterior is remarkably resilient. Those zombies were sent flying upon impact. Indeed, the velocity and sturdiness of this car are astonishing. If I possessed such a vehicle, would I ever worry about escaping Donghai City? Those zombies would stand no chance against me. Look, the owner of that car has begun to evade the zombies effortlessly. Survivors, watching the sports cars zoom past, are left with nothing but envy in their hearts. Some survivors, perched on the upper floors of the towering buildings, hastily grab their phones to capture the moment through the windows. What are you taking pictures for? Conserve your battery. Once the network is restored, we shall need a call for rescue. You don't understand. I am taking these photos now, and when the connection is re-established, I will post them online to try and contact the owner of that sports car. Did you not see? The zombies on the road are avoiding that driver. His prowess must be on par with a rescue team. If we become acquainted with him, he may very well take us away. A vehicle of such speed could surely whisk us away, even in the face of a zombie tide. The survivors behind, upon reflection, found this reasoning sound. Nowadays, the arrival of rescue teams remains uncertain, and even when they do arrive, their ability to protect us is not guaranteed, as they have far too many survivors to safeguard. That car owner must undoubtedly be a formidable individual. We must reach out to him. Quickly. Snap more pictures. Alas, the car is too swift. None of the photos are clear. What kind of wretched phone is this? Let me take over. My phone boasts 100 million pixels. The survivors above frantically snapped photos. Yet, the vehicle's speed was akin to a fleeting specter. Even after numerous attempts, not a single clear image materialized. Long Yu, piloting the sword in the stone, and Eulele, aboard the GMC, had been racing for quite some time until they finally came to a halt. Long Yu, you are far too fast. Upon arriving, Eulele disembarked, her long legs trembling. You two, knowing full well you could not keep pace, still chose to pursue. Eulele expressed her exasperation toward the hulking figure, recalling how the car had maintained its maximum speed, nearly falling apart in the process. The large man remained defiantly unimpressed. Apologies, but I simply refuse to accept that vehicle can outpace me. Long Yu approached, briefing the two on the day's plans. They had arrived at the Tangshan Apartments, once a residence for the affluent. He intended to procure some high-end furniture to enhance his shelter, gather supplies, and treat Eulele to a fine meal. Upon entering the Tangshan Apartments, Long Yu parked the car in the basement. He was astonished to discover the absence of zombies in this vicinity. This was hardly a positive sign. The surroundings bore no trace of the undead, a place where one would expect to find them, yet there was only silence. This indicated the presence of something far more terrifying than zombies, something that kept them at bay. Boss, there's a palpable aura of menace nearby. I see it. As they ventured further, Long, you noticed the doors on the ground floor of the upscale complex were marred by claw marks, evidence of a struggle. The scratch marks were unmistakably not those of a zombie. He dispatched a drone to scout the surroundings, yet it yielded no results. The creature was adept at concealing itself. Eulalie, clutching a dagger, scrutinized the vicinity with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, the trio heard a noise and hastily directed their gaze toward the entrance of the building. In the shadows of the doorway, a creature resembling a ferocious tiger approached them slowly. This beast measured 3 meters in length, its maw stained with blood and flesh. Its fur entirely stripped away, revealing its muscular physique. What manner of creature was this? Eulalie had never encountered such an oddity. Only Long Yu understood. This was a harbinger of the second wave of calamity, a precursor to biological mutation, much like the zombie dogs they had previously encountered. But this creature exhibited a far greater ferocity. To be precise, was this creature a cat? A cat? You dare label this a cat? Long Yu chuckled. If this were truly a tiger, it would be far larger. This was a cat transformed by the zombie virus, a grotesque result of mutation. Should the second wave of disaster descend, all living beings would undergo transformation, and the form of a mutated tiger would be far more terrifying than this. The drone, through scanning and big data comparison, identified it as an orange cat that had mutated into a zombie cat after consuming contaminated water. Boss, let me handle this cat. The burly one eagerly volunteered. No, you mustn't approach it. That creature could infiltrate your mechanical body and wreak havoc. At that point, your components would be beyond salvaging. Is it that terrifying? Boss, perhaps you should take the lead. Upon hearing Long Yu's warning, the burly one involuntarily shivered. Despite its lengthy physique, this cat possessed extraordinary agility. Long Yu had witnessed firsthand in his past life how a zombie cat had slipped through the gaps of a constructed refuge and slaughtered everyone within. He couldn't fathom how it had managed to infiltrate. You all step back. Allow me to deal with this cat. With a growl, the zombie cat seemed to comprehend Long Yu's words. In an instant, it lunged at Long Yu's neck with uncanny speed, akin to a specter. Long Yu unfurled his mantis blade and swiftly countered with equal velocity. It was evaded. The zombie cat darted beneath Long Yu's legs. Meanwhile, the creature's eyes reflected a flicker of fear. Long Yu noted the cat's trepidation and refrained from holding back, unleashing a skill with his mantis blade for a swift strike. The zombie cat was rendered immobile. Its speed rivaled that of a phantom. Yet Long Yu's movement was even swifter. With a crackle of electricity, he delivered a decisive blow. Victory. Chapter 30. The brightest star in the night sky. The cat had believed its speed was unmatched, having claimed countless victims in its domain. So fast that humans could scarcely perceive it, it had felled many with a single bite. Yet, it did not anticipate that this human before was anything but ordinary. This speed was utterly unfathomable. The cat was left in shock. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by the dazzling display of Dragon Yu's lethal prowess. The burly figure in Eulalie gazed in admiration at the recent spectacle. Boss, when will you teach me how to teleport? My speed feels rather sluggish. The burly one lamented. Dragon Yu sheathed his mantis knife and replied with a smirk. It's simply your nature. There's no hope for improvement. Ah, well then. The burly one fell into a moment of despondency. Don't be disheartened. I noticed you have an impressive arsenal. If you can wield those weapons effectively, you can still make a difference. Eulalie encouraged him. Upon glancing at the array of armaments stuffed in his garage, the burly one's spirits lifted once more. Sister-in-law, you're so good to me. Eulalie's face flushed crimson. Who's your sister-in-law? He's just a fool. Pay him no mind. Dragon Yu chuckled, the atmosphere lightened. Unaffected by the earlier grim encounter with the merciless feline, they proceeded to a magnificent building, nestled amongst a cluster of elegant villas. At the entrance stood a conspicuous Rolls-Royce Phantom, which made the burly one feel a twinge of inferiority. This is the place. It boasts the highest concentration of affluent residents. Rumor has it that the chairman of Tongchun, the owner of that phantom, resides here as well. As usual, due to the burly 1's size, he could not enter the building and had to remain outside as a lookout, while Dragon Yu and Eulele ventured inside. Fire. Please scan this building for me. It had 36 floors, each one bustling with activity. In the past, Dragon Yu could scarcely have dreamed of residing here. Yet, amidst the apocalypse, many had departed or perished. What good is wealth if it ultimately benefits others? Dragon Yu is the one who collected the spoils, not resources. With determination, he forcefully severed the exquisite door with his mantis knife, and they stepped inside, ready to seize anything of practical value. An advantage of pillaging in affluent neighborhoods is that the items are often smart and designed for comfort and convenience. Dragon Yu relished in transporting these treasures back to their refuge. Eulele gleefully scavenged as well. Upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered an abundance of gourmet ingredients. All high-quality meats. Dragon Yu, they even have hot pot utensils. It seems the owner enjoys hot pot. Let's take them. We'll see if there's S-power nearby later. They rummaged from the first floor up to the 20th, gathering everything of worth. Luxurious sofas, beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs were tested and selected based on comfort. He also uncovered several exquisite timepieces in various boxes. The Rolex Submariner was the most modest of the lot, while Audemars Piguet, Richard Mille, and Patek Philippe watches were among the opulent mechanical marvels that could still prove useful. Items that had once taken a lifetime to earn were treated like refuse by Dragon Yu. Anything deemed valueless was discarded without hesitation. They searched until nightfall, and as darkness enveloped the surroundings, a profound silence settled in. Once again, it was a day abundant with harvests. The two had been busy throughout the day and deserve a moment of respite. He brought Eulele to the balcony, where they gazed upon the enchanting nightscape. The evening sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. Even more delightful was the discovery that Long Yu had found numerous solar panels on the 20th floor, which had already accumulated a substantial amount of energy. With this, he illuminated the entire building. The opulent 36-story structure shone brilliantly amidst the darkness, a beacon in the night, seemingly capable of casting light upon the shadowy city of Donghai. However, was it truly wise to keep the lights on? Eulele observed the surroundings, aware that such illumination would undoubtedly attract attention. A large figure at the base of the building noticed the radiant edifice and shouted towards Long Yu, "Boss, won't lighting up the entire building attract zombies?" Long Yu, standing on the balcony, responded from above, "It's fine. Anyway, you're down there. If zombies come, you can just take care of them, right? I'm not worried." The large figure was already prepared to confront any zombies that might appear. Yet, despite shadows flitting around the vicinity, no zombies were in sight. How peculiar. Just moments ago, he had distinctly heard the growls of the undead. "Boss, what is going on? I heard zombies. Where are they? Could it be that they know I'm on guard and are too afraid to approach?" "Ha ha." He laughed heartily. Long Yu found himself at a loss for words. He was not foolish enough to attract zombies and invite unnecessary trouble. The reason for illuminating the entire building was to deter the evolved nocturnal zombies lurking in the vicinity. Thanks to drone reconnaissance, he had discovered these creatures earlier that day. These zombies thrived in darkness, typically emerging only at night. Compared to ordinary zombies, they possessed remarkable agility and a degree of intelligence. By lighting up the building, Long Yu ensured that these night creatures would think twice before coming near, thereby averting potential complications. As the lights of the tallest building in the affluent district suddenly flickered to life, it was not just the night creatures below that took notice. The surrounding survivors, upon witnessing the brilliantly lit structure, were momentarily bewildered, unaware of what had transpired within. However, one thing was certain. It was a deliberate act, implying that there were indeed people inside, living in that secluded villa. This was astonishing. The survivors had previously attempted to venture into that area, but had been thwarted by a terrifying creature, the infamous zombie cat, which had mercilessly slaughtered those who sought to gather supplies, leaving the rest to flee in desperation, never daring to return. To their surprise, it seemed someone had managed to enter. Could it be that the monstrous guardian of that region had been vanquished? Meanwhile, the Donghai City Rescue Team had made significant progress in restoring the network signal. This meant that survivors could now seek assistance through various media outlets. Soon, survivors uploaded photographs of Long Yu driving the stone sword to the Donghai City Forum. Chapter 31. Official Doubts. The Donghai City Rescue Team, under the command of Lin Feng, dispatched network maintenance technicians to tirelessly restore connectivity. With an internet signal, they could trace the whereabouts of the survivors. Some survivors sought to identify the owner of the sports car by posting images on the online forum. That night, several pictures emerged on the Donghai City Forum, titled, "Is Someone Racing Under the Apocalypse? A Man Who Terrifies Zombies." Once these images were published, all survivors in Donghai City could view them. Are you out of your mind? The streets are teeming with zombies. Is this a death wish? Dude, did you not notice? The zombies are too afraid to approach the owner of that sports car. A few individuals recognized the vehicle they had seen that morning. However, it had sped by so quickly that they could only recall a vague impression. That car is incredibly stylish. I have never seen a model like it before. In a shelter, I caught a glimpse of it, and even a Bugatti Veyron pales in comparison. The sheer speed of that sports car was terrifying. If I could drive such a vehicle, I would have already escaped Donghai City. The majority of people were skeptical. Firstly, the images were too blurry for them to discern the car's true appearance, and the claims made by netizens seemed fantastical. Zombies avoiding the car? How could that be possible? The zombies in Donghai City were notoriously fearsome, and everyone who remained had witnessed their terrifying capabilities. Not only were they fast, but they also excelled at smashing through iron gates. Even an armored vehicle would struggle to escape a horde of zombies. What kind of car could it be? I have personally experienced the horror of zombies. Does the owner not fear them? This is absurd. If he possessed such a car, he would have long since fled this cursed place. The truth is that ordinary vehicles cannot break free from the encirclement of zombies, which is why most people remain trapped in Donghai City. However, Long Yu's stone sword was unparalleled in speed. It sliced through the zombie horde like a razor-sharp blade. The uniquely crafted body could shatter obstacles in an instant. Moreover, with a formidable companion who relished crashing into zombies, the undead sensed the overwhelming aura and dared not approach recklessly. Yet, many survivors had never witnessed such a spectacle and remained unconvinced. Do you truly not know who the owner is? Does anyone recognize him? I'll offer 10 million. If only he would take me for a ride. I am certain that riding in his car would guarantee my escape from Donghai City. Those who had uploaded the photographs to the forum were eager to locate him. Having seen the terrifying prowess of that vehicle, they held immense hope for its owner. Are you dreaming? The apocalypse is upon us. What good is that amount of money? Don't place your hopes on unrealistic expectations. Perhaps the car owner himself is in peril. The best course of action would be to send their location to the rescue team and urge them to come quickly. The rescue team must save so many individuals. When will it be our turn? Today, I have witnessed the zombies growing more formidable. If we do not hastily depart from Donghai City, we shall meet our demise. Is this for real? Oh, rescue team, please come my aid. Rest assured, the rescue team will arrive at the latest by tomorrow. I am so hungry. Does anyone have food? I wish to exchange my body for something to eat. What? Miss, send a photo and your location, if it's nearby. I shall come over right away. The discussions on the forum are lively. It is the only diversion in this apocalyptic world. However, the majority still harbor doubts regarding the prowess of the car owner mentioned in the posts. At the Donghai City Rescue Command Center, Lin Feng, having restored the city's network, can now ascertain the locations of the survivors from the forum's back-end data. This information is immensely advantageous for their rescue efforts. Commander Lin, we have discovered that there are approximately over 900,000 survivors in Donghai City. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. This figure was substantial. Given their limited manpower, they could not possibly attend to all the survivors. This was an unavoidable reality, and they also noted that the zombies were evolving daily, rendering the rescue operations exceedingly arduous. The soldiers displayed resolute expressions. Boss, what shall we do? We are all listening to you. They still needed to complete the rescue mission and await reinforcements. At that moment, a journalist stumbled upon something unusual on the online forum. Commander Lin, you must see this post. Someone has shared a peculiar photograph. A photograph? Is it one of the survivors? Lin Feng hurriedly opened his computer to investigate. Upon reading the title, He was engulfed in confusion. Racing in a car through the zombie-infested Donghai city? How could this be possible? Xiaoli, please verify the authenticity of this photograph. A few minutes later, the technician reported back. This photo was taken at 9:32 a.m. on Binhai Road. Aside from being somewhat blurry, there are no signs of editing. Lin Feng paused in surprise, scrutinizing the image before inquiring, "What kind of vehicle is that in the front?" All the technicians and soldiers fell silent. "I recognize the vehicle in the back. It's a GMC Business Star, worth about $1 million. However, the vehicle in front is too blurry for me to identify. It resembles a Bugatti, yet also has traits of a Lamborghini." The crucial question remained, could someone truly drive through a zombie-laden area? One technician voiced his thoughts. "The photograph is genuine, but the title may be exaggerated. Perhaps there are not many zombies on that road, or the driver has no intention of surviving." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "Yet, I am quite eager to meet the owner of that car. It takes considerable courage to race in such a place." "Boss, where shall we head for the next rescue?" inquired several soldiers nearby. "First, we shall go to Donghai University. Previously, there were tens of thousands of students. Now, there should still be many remaining on campus." Lin Feng, accompanied by several hundred brothers, divided into multiple small teams, fully armed, continued their search and rescue mission. Meanwhile, the protagonist of these photographs, Long Yu, remained in a luxurious high-rise in the affluent district. That evening, he and Eulalie lounged in the living room, enjoying the air conditioning while indulging in a hot pot feast. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite ingredients. Chapter 32. The survivors of Donghai University. Regardless of the discussions outside, Long Yu savored his meals, living quite comfortably. The beef and lamb, immersed in a pot of fragrant, spicy broth, filled the entire room with an enticing aroma. The quality of the meat consumed by these affluent individuals surpassed anything they usually tasted. Even after some time in the pot, it remained tender and delicious. Eulalie, using her chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Long Yu's bowl, playfully saying, "You've worked hard all day. You should replenish your energy." Hee. Long Yu looked at her mischievously, responding, "Perhaps we will have more to attend to later tonight." "What? What else do you have to do tonight?" Eulalie blushed, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Long Yu's eyes. "After we sort through everything tonight, we leave tomorrow." "What were you thinking?" "Oh, I was thinking the same thing," she stammered, her cheeks flushed, seeking solace in her meal to mask her earlier embarrassment. Illuminating the entire building to deter the nightmarish intruders spared them considerable trouble, allowing Long Yu to sleep soundly that night. While they occupied separate rooms, Eulalie tossed and turned, unable to find rest. She kept envisioning Long Yu sleeping beside her. Glancing at the empty space beside her brought a sense of unease and longing. Knowing Long Yu was in the adjacent room provided a modicum of comfort, yet she still felt a pang of sadness. The following morning, Long Yu entered Eulalie's room and found her still sound asleep. He called out to her several times without eliciting a response. She must have had a restless night and was catching up on sleep. "The sun is already up," he remarked, approaching her bedside and gently tapping her shoulder. So sleepy. Let me sleep a little longer," she murmured. "All right, I'll head down for breakfast and call you later," he replied, embarking on his morning culinary delights. Not long after, the enticing aroma of food wafted into the air, stirring Eulalie from her slumber. "That naughty Long Yu, tempting me with delicious food again," she thought, rising to join him for breakfast. "Oh, if only you had been beside me last night, I would have slept so soundly," she lamented, sporting dark circles under her eyes as she entered the living room. After satisfying their appetites, the two descended the stairs, laden with the furniture and supplies they had scavenged, returning triumphantly. This time, Eulalie climbed into Long Yu's vehicle. As the larger truck was filled to the brim with furniture, leaving even the driver's seat occupied with supplies, the larger man followed closely behind, rendering his vehicle effectively driverless. "Long Yu, don't go so fast." "Am I going too fast?" he replied, pressing the accelerator and launching forward. After a lively exchange of banter in the car, they once again pushed the vehicle to its limits. Eulalie clutched Long Yu's thigh tightly, her gaze fixed away from the road ahead. They chose a route that was closest to the shelter. As noon approaches, Long Yu drives and inquires. I recall that this road should lead us past our school. Eulele, still shaken, hesitantly responds, yes, indeed. What's the matter? Last time, I mentioned taking you for some barbecue. There are plenty of stalls near the school. We can borrow some grilling tools, and I still have fresh ingredients in my bag that cannot go to waste. Donghai University, once vibrant with youthful exuberance, now lies shrouded in desolation. The teaching buildings are strewn with severed limbs, and the floors are stained with dried blood. In a cramped self-study room, all the desks and chairs are barricaded at the door, nailed together as if forming an artificial wall, rendering it difficult for zombies to break through. At this moment, several students, appearing as young men and women, huddle in a corner, desperately seeking rescue through their phones. They have gone 2 days without food, and if this continues, they will all perish. Suddenly, they hear commotion outside, mistaking it for zombies wandering the corridor, causing everyone to hold their breath. Ludai, you go check if there are any zombies in the corridor, suggests a burly male student with red-dyed hair, pointing towards the door of the self-study room. Beside them are iron rods, severed from the benches, serving as their makeshift weapons. Young, I'll go, says another student with a mischievous grin, cautiously moving towards the door. The Ludai they mention, Lucia, trembles in the corner, her body inadequately clothed. After the apocalypse erupted, the once unattainable beauty of Donghai University had become a plaything for these robust athletes. This group, known for their prowess in the sports academy, had managed to survive the onslaught of zombies in the Donghai campus by wielding homemade weapons and relying on their athletic abilities. Lucia, whom they rescued during their escape, initially believed she had found hope, only to discover that within 2 days, their true nature surfaced, treating her as an object of their release. Yet to survive, she endures. Young, the corridor is empty. It's not the sound of zombies. Suddenly, they hear what seems to be the sound of vehicles in the distance. What is all this noise? Who the hell is driving a car? If I find out who's making this racket nearby, I swear I'll smash their head. This noise could very well attract the zombies. The group pulls back the curtains to peer outside. They observe 2 cars racing down the road with audacity. The zombies on the streets daring not to impede their passage. As they catch sight of the vehicles, their eyes widen in astonishment. Hey, no way. ISNT that the car posted on the forum last night? Can you see clearly? Yes, it's definitely it. The image has become a sensation on the forum, with many expressing disbelief that anyone would dare to race a car amidst a horde of zombies. I, too, found it hard to believe, yet here we are, confronting the reality. Yang, what are we to do? Everyone is aware of the uproar caused on the forum last night, and they cannot fathom how someone could be so audacious in the face of apocalypse. Upon witnessing the scene, astonishment and excitement enveloped them. It is indeed true. There exists a formidable figure. Look over there. The nearby zombies have been obliterated by that RV. What a powerful vehicle. If only we could board their car, we would not have to cower in this desolate place. The young man with red hair, Yang, understood that for the sake of survival, he must take a chance. Lu, the school beauty, quickly called for help. Perhaps if they heard a damsel in distress, they would stop. Yes, hurry. Otherwise, we may perish from starvation. Wouldn't that attract the zombies? Lucia felt a surge of fear. What are we afraid of? We must take a leap of faith. Lucia nodded and began to scream for help, her voice sweet yet resonant, as a few others held up an SOS sign. To their dismay, the vehicle sped away too quickly. Before she could even finish her call, the car had vanished from sight. Where did it go? This speed is unbelievable. Chapter 33. Instilling fear in the rescue team. Cursed be that sports car for escaping. As the roar of the engine faded, despair filled the students' eyes. It's all your fault. Lucia, just a few days ago, your cries were quite loud. What happened now? They clearly did not hear you. The students began to voice their grievances. Their former admiration for the school beauty now replaced with harshness. I did my best. You ungrateful wretch. When I confessed my feelings, you rebuffed me. Why are you still clinging to us now? You are of no use. One student, consumed by frustration, attempted to charge forward to vent his anger. Enough. Yang's commanding voice cut through the chaos, halting his subordinate. At this critical juncture, conserve your energy. If assistance does not arrive soon, we must break free from the school. But Lucia will be a hindrance to us. They were all physically fit athletes, and when it came to running, they were not inferior to the zombies. However, having a delicate girl in tow would impede their escape. Noticing their intent to abandon her, Lucia immediately began to plead with Yang. "I am still of value. Just a few days ago, I provided comfort to everyone, did I not? Take me with you. I promise not to slow you down. I will strive to prove my worth." Under normal circumstances, the group would have been captivated by the voice of the school beauty. Yet now, in this life-or-death situation, such desires had faded. As the saying goes, when one is preoccupied with hunger, carnal desires diminish. Presently, they were deprived of sustenance, enduring both mental and physical torment, leaving little room for such inclinations. Deep down, Yang was reluctant to part with Lucia, the beauty, if there was a chance to survive. He would still wish to savor her exquisite allure. Bring her along, but if she proves to be a hindrance, we shall expel her without hesitation. Yang instructed gravely to the group. Lucia appeared to see a glimmer of hope, promptly kneeling beside him in gratitude, repeatedly expressing her thanks. "Thank you. Thank you, Yang, for saving me. Enough. We cannot remain idle any longer. Everyone, arm yourselves and prepare to charge out." The group leapt from the window. Upon reaching the ground floor of the academic building, they heard sounds nearby. It could be zombies. The group immediately became alert as they discerned the source of the noise. Their eyes brightened with recognition. Not far away, a squad of soldiers clad in tactical gear was slowly advancing towards them. Were they human or undead? One soldier quickly aimed his sniper rifle at the approaching figures. "We are human, university students from Donghai City. And you? Are you the rescue team?" Youngu exclaimed, his heart soaring at the sight of soldiers. This signified their salvation. What is the situation inside? Are there any survivors? The lead soldier was none other than Lin Feng, holding an M16 with a serious expression. There are no survivors left. The zombie invasion has infected all the dormitory residents. We from a sports college managed to escape swiftly and are fortunate to be alive. You are from the sports college? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Yes. What of it, sir? Old Zhang, provide them with combat gear and weapons. The students were bewildered. What does that mean? Lin Feng explained that they encountered numerous formidable zombies en route to Donghai University, all of which were evolved species that even their team struggled to handle. To be frank, these evolved zombies posed a significant challenge. Thus, equipping the students with combat attire and tools would enhance their team's strength. Naturally, the rescue team would refrain from distributing firearms to prevent accidental harm to teammates, providing only riot shields and electric batons instead. Indeed, a circumstance. These shields could very well save their lives. You few, stay close to us to ensure your safety. B brother, what about me? Lin Feng's team had not noticed that amidst the sports students was a girl. Observing her attire, Lin Feng understood the gravity of the situation and his impression of this group soured. Leave her to Officer Lin, he instructed. The rescue team included the only female soldier, Lin Yun, a former captain of the Women's Special Forces, whose skills and combat experience rivaled those of her male counterparts. Upon seeing Lucia's inappropriate attire, Lin Yun furrowed her brow and cast a disapproving glare at the male survivors before leading her away to change clothes. Once Lucia was properly attired, the group prepared to depart from Donghai University. On their way, the sports students suddenly recalled something they had seen outside the window and immediately reported to Lin Feng. Sir, did you see the forum for Donghai City last night? Lin Feng was reluctant to engage, yet replied, I did. Why? This morning, we once again beheld those two vehicles atop the teaching building, boldly cruising down the street, utterly indifferent to the so-called evolved zombies you mentioned. Upon hearing the report, Lin Feng turned his head, casting a cold gaze upon the speaker. Is this true? He inquired. The nearby boys hurriedly replied, Yes, Brother Yang's words are indeed true. We witnessed it ourselves. The speed of those vehicles was so swift that they vanished from our sight. We had intended to seek their assistance, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Lin Feng appeared somewhat astonished. They had encountered numerous troublesome zombies on their journey, particularly those repulsive, tongue-lolling, crawling creatures. Just moments ago, their armored vehicle had been penetrated by those very monsters. Yet these survivors claim that the vehicles navigated the roads with ease. How could this be possible? Captain, I believe it could be that the speed of their vehicles is simply too great for the zombies to pursue, suggested one of the boys. Lin Feng pondered this possibility, though he acknowledged that those crawling monsters were also quite fast. Be cautious. Raise the blast shield, he instructed in a hushed tone. We may very well encounter those creatures again on our path. The student survivors nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grain, contemplating what could instill such fear in the rescue team. Chapter 34, Crawling Zombies. The Lickers, according to the official statement from the Donghai City Rescue Team. These squads comprise the finest special forces, elite among elites. If even they could not contend with those monsters, how could anyone hope to survive? This thought led them to realize that the driver of the swiftly departing supercar seemed entirely unafraid of those creatures. The rescue team prepared to escort them back to the base. As their armored vehicle had been rendered inoperative by the crawling monsters, they had no choice but to proceed on foot, selecting the most discreet route to ensure their safe return. Meanwhile, near Donghai University, the earlier roar of engines had drawn a horde of zombies. Lin Feng and his companions opted to scale the walls from the side. The perimeter of Donghai University was surrounded by iron railings, a favorite spot for students to enjoy takeout. These barriers were not particularly high, allowing for easy traversal. Lin Feng, equipped with binoculars, searched for a momentary refuge from the undead. However, he overlooked a crucial principle of the apocalyptic world. A seemingly vacant area devoid of zombies may not be a mere coincidence, but rather a space where the undead dare not linger, for something far more terrifying resides there. This reality was well understood by Long Yu, who had endured the apocalypse for many years. Unaware of this notion, Lin Feng's group assumed that the zombies were simply absent from the area, prompting them to attempt the crossing. Under Lin Feng's guidance, they scaled the iron railing, the surroundings spacious, filled with numerous abandoned vehicles. This area is familiar to the students, for it is replete with myriad couples hotels, frequently visited by university students. Further ahead, at the next intersection, lies a bustling street of snacks, lined with numerous stalls and barbecue stands, a favored choice for night market escapades among the students. However, for Lin Feng, this locale remains largely uncharted territory, and he does not hesitate to request the assistance of the students for guidance. Once a thriving thoroughfare filled with the ebb and flow of passers-by and the sound of laughter, it now lies in eerie silence. A group of university students cautiously advance, using their shields as protection. Surrounding the hotels are numerous vehicles, carelessly strewn about in disarray. Some lay overturned, with several bodies grotesquely spilling from the wreckage, all appearing to be young. These students, likely desperate to escape this place, have nonetheless met a tragic fate. Lin Feng's tone is laden with gravity as they proceed onward. Upon encountering a disturbing accumulation of corpses, Lin Feng raises his hand, signaling the group to halt. The atmosphere is stiflingly quiet. He observes that the bodies are severely damaged, yet have not transformed into the undead, indicating they were not infected, but rather subjected to some tremendous force. Survey the surroundings, but be cautious and maintain silence, he instructs. A few special forces soldiers, weapons in hand, begin to methodically inspect the vicinity. Around the vehicles, strange marks are evident, with handprints and footprints chaotically overlapping on the walls. Suddenly, a university student lets out a piercing scream. Over 20 Special Forces members immediately turn their attention toward the source of the distress. Not far away, 3 of the previously encountered crawling creatures emerge. These abominations are devoid of fur, their eyes regressed, and their finger joints contorted in a grotesque manner, appearing razor-sharp. Their brains are grotesquely exposed, lacking skin, and their bodies are drenched in blood and flesh, with elongated appendages that can no longer be termed tongues. They crawl atop the hotels, seemingly regarding the humans as potential prey. Do not come any closer. Above a survivor, one of these creatures begins to crawl ominously. As a student-athlete, he instinctively bolts away. Don't run, but the creature's appendage darts forth, swifter than his flight, piercing through his skull with a gruesome explosion of brain matter. Open fire. Protect the survivor. Lin Feng commands his team, to engage. The speed of these crawling monstrosities is astonishing, allowing them to evade lethal strikes, and firing automatic rifles merely incapacitates them without delivering a fatal blow. The sounds of gunfire echo, bang bang. Zhang Chun and Lin Yun, proficient marksmen, each fire several rounds from their sniper rifles. One creature, struck and sent reeling, quickly regains its composure and lunges toward them. One of the monsters extends its appendage toward Zhang Chun's head. Lin Feng, wielding a ballistic shield, intercepts the attack and charges forward, bringing the shield down with tremendous force upon the creature. The two engage in a fierce struggle, while the others contend with the remaining two beasts. Among them, two Special Forces soldiers had their hearts pierced directly by the sharp tongues of the adversaries. How infuriating! It seemed impossible to vanquish these creatures. Was there truly no weakness in these evolved zombies? After a prolonged struggle, over 20 Special Forces soldiers appear to have made the three monsters reconsider their assault. At last, the crawling beasts, sensing the overwhelming firepower of the soldiers, decided to retreat momentarily. A collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone present. Were these truly zombies? They resembled monsters more than anything else. The student, referred to as Yang Gu, was thoroughly terrified, while the remaining survivors, including Lu Xie, were left in a state of shock. They had witnessed firsthand how even the elite soldiers were powerless against these creatures. What were they to do? They were fortunate to have encountered only three. Had they faced more, they likely would have been impaled by those vile entities. The mere thought was terrifying. Enough of this. Hold the blast shields high. These shields are crafted from a special material that the monsters cannot easily penetrate. As they spoke, the group continued their advance. Further ahead lay several bustling food stalls and barbecue stands. It appeared that there were no zombies in sight. However, Lin Feng realized that in places devoid of zombies, there might be more formidable entities lurking. A rather precarious situation. Everyone, keep your voices down and move swiftly through this area. They would prefer to encounter hordes of ordinary zombies rather than these evolved monstrosities. Thus, under Lin Feng's guidance, everyone jogged quietly. The campus belle, Lu Xie, scanned her surroundings as they passed through. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a familiar vehicle. That's Lu Xie's eyes widened in astonishment. What's wrong? Xiao Lu asked the nearby soldier, Lin Yun, aiming his weapon in the same direction. That's the sports car we saw this morning. What? At this revelation, the survivors in front were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 35. So easily overlooked? During the midday hours, the two lost interest in returning to the shelter. Long Yu took Eulele to a nearby barbecue shop adjacent to the school. Using the grill's tools to skewer the beef and lamb he had scavenged from the affluent district buildings. Boss, there should still be plenty of beer crates left over there. The burly man pointed towards the warehouse behind the barbecue shop. Long Yu nodded. All right, I'll load a few crates into your vehicle shortly. Huh? We still need to load more? My car is already packed. Long Yu made his way into the underground storage of the shop, pulling out several crates of beer. To his delight, the prolonged stay in the basement had kept the beverages chilled. He loaded a few crates into the car and opened another to place on the table. Eulele was diligently grilling the skewers, and soon the savory aroma of lamb wafted through the air. Her movements were deft, expertly managing the heat. And after sprinkling some cumin, she turned the skewers over. Come on, try this lamb skewer. Hee, let us grill more. There's plenty of ingredients here. Meanwhile, less than 100 meters away from the barbecue shop, Lu Xie had already spotted the technologically advanced supercar. Up close, the vehicle was strikingly handsome. Xie, what did you say? The supercar was parked nearby. As the crowd turned their gazes towards it, they were indeed met with the sight of the two vehicles that had appeared on the forum that day. However, the owners were nowhere to be found. Lin Feng noticed the collective attention of the onlookers and followed suit. There was no mistaking it. It was the car they had never seen before. A marvel of technology unlike anything available on the market. It was also a Survivor-S vehicle, but where were its owners? Beside him, Zhang Chun queried in confusion. Everyone yearned to meet the car's owner. The rescue team believed that since it belonged to a survivor, they had an obligation to offer assistance. Meanwhile, the university student survivors began to covet the sleek supercar. They had witnessed its speed firsthand, which seemed to propel it through the air, rendering the zombies incapable of pursuing it. With that car, escaping this place would be a trivial matter. The group made their way toward the parking area. There were quite a few snack shops around, and at one barbecue stall, they were astonished to see the smoke rising from charcoal. Could it be true? Was that barbecue shop still in operation? Lin Feng raised his binoculars to scrutinize the establishment. There were indeed people inside. They must be the owners of those 2 cars. Let us go take a look, Lin Feng urged, leading the group into a brisk run. Where are we going? Young Asket, are you foolish? If they have a car, and they're willing to take us in, we could escape those monsters without a hitch. Lucia nodded in agreement. She shared similar thoughts. Currently, this team of rescuers struggled against the few creatures they faced, and if they encountered more on their way back, their fate would be sealed. If following the rescue team was not an option, they would have to seek alternative routes. Perhaps the owner of that sleek black supercar represented another possibility. At this point, her attire was already soiled, and it mattered little. As long as she could survive, she was willing to offer whatever was necessary. Curiosity propelled the group forward. Lin Feng still clutched a handgun, wary of any unexpected developments. As they approached the entrance, Lin Feng's steps suddenly halted, causing the soldiers behind him to come to an abrupt stop as well. What is happening? The university survivors exclaimed, quickly raising their riot shields and rushing forward. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were all left astounded. Inside the barbecue shop, a young couple sat comfortably at a table, sipping beer and enjoying skewers. Their expressions were relaxed, savoring the moment. Beer paired with barbecue was indeed a perfect match. Under normal circumstances, this scene would not have been shocking. However, given the surrounding hordes of zombies and mutated creatures, how could this dashing couple be so nonchalant, drinking beer and feasting on barbecue? What was going on? The university student survivors, witnessing this extraordinary sight, could not help but swallow hard. Truth be told, they were still famished, although the rescue soldiers provided them with some provisions. The food was rather unpalatable and insufficient to satiate their hunger. Before them lay an enticing array of succulent meat skewers, grilled chicken wings, and roasted lamb legs, generously sprinkled with cumin and chili, simply irresistible. Everyone gazed hungrily at the feast. One might mistakenly believe that the apocalypse had not yet arrived and that Donghai City remained unscathed. It must be said, the audacity of this pair was quite remarkable. Their courage is truly commendable. Given their possession of such a sports car, it seemed to me that even if zombies approached, they could swiftly escape in that vehicle. Lin Feng wore a puzzled expression. Is that car really as fast as you claim? He had never witnessed it himself. Lucia, peering through the glass, watched the 2 individuals relishing their meal. A faint smile crept upon her lips as she recognized the young man devouring skewers. He was a fellow student from Donghai University. Being alumni made things easier. A crowd had gathered outside, watching intently, and even Lin Feng, the leader of the rescue team, was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he should intrude upon the couple's meal. It was indeed an awkward situation. A throng of onlookers watched as Long Yu and Eulele voraciously gnawed at chicken legs. Long Yu, there are people outside, Eulele remarked. He had already noticed them. No matter if they wish to watch, let them. We shall finish this meal and return. Here, try this lamb leg. It is truly delectable. Delicious indeed. Here, have some lamb kidneys to replenish your strength. She mischievously offered, placing several skewers before him. The 2 remained entirely unfazed by the crowd outside. When they finally finished their meal, Long Yu let out a satisfied belch. The dining experience had been truly enjoyable, particularly with the chilled beer. It was simply exquisite. Even Eulele had indulged to the point of mild inebriation. As they rose to return to their vehicle, Lin Feng saw that they had completed their meal and approached them politely, saying, "Gentlemen, we are from the rescue team. The outside is perilous. May we escort you back? We assure you a safe passage to the secure zone." Long Yu and Eulele appeared oblivious to Lin Feng's words, walking straight to their car. Am I truly being ignored? Lin Feng thought, feeling a sting to his pride as the leader of the rescue team. Behind him, several special forces soldiers were also taken aback. Could it be that these young individuals did not wish for rescue to the safety zone? This was unexpected. They had their own opinions. While many others pleaded desperately for assistance from the rescue team, these two seemed indifferent to their offer, as if encountering mere air. Zhang Chun rushed to intervene as he noticed them attempting to leave. Brother, it is exceedingly dangerous outside. Although you possess this unfamiliar vehicle, what you do not realize is that the zombies have evolved, becoming exponentially more formidable than before. Stay with us, and we will lead you to safety. Zhang Chun proclaimed confidently, patting his chest. Though he exuded confidence in the presence of Long Yu, he was acutely aware that the outcome of this rescue mission remained uncertain for them all. I appreciate the goodwill, but I have my own place and shall not accompany you, he declared. Long Yu, without lifting his gaze, approached his car, the stone sword, and with a gentle touch of his fingerprint, the door slowly ascended. Is it truly this casual? I did not comprehend. Zhang Chun pondered. Surely, following them would ensure greater safety, for they were indeed the elite among fighters. Perhaps the young man harbored his own thoughts. L'enfant glit à cigarette. His demeanor steady as he drew from it, his eyes reflecting admiration for Long Yu, who was boarding the vehicle. This lad, amidst the apocalypse, relying not on them but holding his own convictions, is quite an intriguing character. Their rescue team had saved numerous survivors, yet one must question how many truly deserved saving. For many had succumbed to darkness in these dire times. Some committed heinous acts, slaughtering the innocent for their own survival, sparing neither the elderly nor children. Lin Feng often contemplated whether such individuals merited their assistance. Was the existence of their rescue team solely for the likes of these? I shall remember his visage and inquire upon my return. Should the opportunity arise, I wish to speak with him personally. With a side directed at Zhang Chun, Lin Feng led his team into the barbecue restaurant, only to find the table stripped bare, save for a few bottles of beer beneath. Seizing the unopened bottles, he swiftly distributed them among his comrades, for beer was a most effective means of staving off hunger. By heavens, this is delightful. Ice cold, too. Zhang Chun procured a cup for himself. How long has it been since I indulged in this? Truly refreshing. I envy those young ones, with barbecue and beer. They're the epitome of life as winners. The soldiers savored their drinks, leaving a portion for the surviving college students. They gulped down the beer with fervor. How splendid it would be to enjoy skewers as well. Dream on. If only one possessed a vehicle like theirs, swift enough to gather supplies. Alas, we are not so fortunate. Let us not compare. Being able to sip on a few beers is already a blessing. Where's the illustrious Liu? Outside the vehicle. Long Yu prepared to start the stone sword with Eulele beside him. Suddenly, a hurried knock echoed against the driver's side window, transforming the glass to a transparent hue. Long Yu beheld a striking beauty outside. Hello, classmate. Long time no see. We seem to have crossed paths on campus, Lu Xie greeted, waving enthusiastically toward Long Yu in the driver's seat. Casting a glance, Long Yu inquired, "What is it that you seek?" "Classmate, I wish to join you in your vehicle. Would that be permissible?" "I can pay, of course. Whatever you desire, I can provide," Lu Xie asserted, accentuating her alluring assets for Long Yu to notice. With a playful smile, Long Yu responded, "Oh, and what is your worth?" Taken aback, Lu Xie hesitated, caught off guard by the question. "Worth?" She lingered in thought, contemplating the answer for quite some time. Long Yu was about to activate the stone sword and leave when suddenly she snapped back to reality. She hurriedly began tapping on the window, exclaiming, "Hey, handsome classmate, I can do anything for you. I can serve you and ensure you enjoy yourself. My skills are quite impressive." As Long Yu began to reverse the car, Lu Xie continued to call out in a coy tone. Long Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No can do. My car is already full." Lu Xie, unfazed by the girl in the passenger seat, persisted, "I can sit in the back." Long Yu replied, "The back is packed with a few cases of beer. It's already full." Lu Xie was completely taken aback. Was she truly less desirable than a few cases of beer? "Please, I beg you, brother." Lu Xie began to act cute. "I'm sorry, Lu, the campus beauty, but I don't accept flower vases here." Long Yu quipped lightly before swiftly turning the car around and accelerating away, leaving Lu Xie standing there, looking like a clown. Did he know me? But why would he still choose to discard me? Was it because I wasn't attractive or had a poor figure? Lucia began to question her self-worth. Previously, she had been pursued by countless boys, to the point where it seemed like they lined up from the female dorms of Donghai University all the way outside the school. Lucia had rejected one after another, treating those boys like mere jesters. Whenever a boy confessed his feelings, she would often respond with a dismissive remark, "Did I give you the wrong impression?" to undermine their self-esteem. Little did she expect that today, in front of that young man, she would become the jester herself. As Long Yu drove away, Eulalie, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke up. "Long Yu, your attitude toward the campus beauty was incredibly cool. What a real man." Long Yu set the car to autopilot, turned his head, and feigned seriousness, asking, "Then why won't you even call me Brother Yu?" Eulalie laughed at Long Yu's words. "Brother Yu, forever my idol. You are my male god." Long Yu chuckled. "To be honest, Lele, with your looks and figure, you could easily rival that campus beauty." Eulalie thought for a moment, shook her head, then nodded, appearing somewhat conflicted. "I could never compare to her. She's so flirtatious. I never participate in those campus beauty contests. They only attract sycophants, which is meaningless." Long Yu agreed with Eulalie's sentiments. She had no desire to engage in the so-called beauty competition. Otherwise, the top spot on the beauty ranking might not necessarily belong to Lucia. Although he recognized the campus beauty, he also noted her negative influence. She often toyed with boys' feelings for her amusement, treating them like mere pawns. Moreover, in a post-apocalyptic world, what value did someone like her hold? Apart from being somewhat attractive, she was utterly worthless. His evaluation was that Eulalie was superior, both beautiful and practical. Chapter 37. The functions of the technological shelter upon returning to the shelter. Long Yu's first task was to replace all the outdated furniture. He meticulously cleaned and restored the furniture he had brought to present it in a brand new appearance before arranging it in his refuge. Certainly, there is no need for them to exert themselves. They can leave everything to their intelligent assistant, Xiao Yi. Eulalie, upon returning home, naturally changed in her pajamas and settled cross-legged in a chair, scrolling through messages on her phone. "Yuga, the internet in Donghai City has been restored. Is that so? Please see if there is any significant information online." As Eulalie flicked through the official forum of Donghai City, she soon found herself captivated by a photograph. Wasn't that a snapshot of their street racing escapades? When had it been captured by other survivors? She opened the thread only to discover that most were mocking the owner of the vehicle, questioning the rationale behind risking one's life amidst a zombie-infested world. Even now, numerous survivors were replying, inquiring whether the car's owner had met their demise. After all, the majority of zombies had undergone evolution, and to dare to engage in such reckless behavior on the roads was nothing short of foolishness. The comments continued, with some asking whether they had perished, and others offering supplies in exchange for a glimpse of their corpses. Eulalie scoffed, her delicate hand waving dismissively in the air, denouncing the actions of those commentators. There was no need to heed them. They were indeed correct that zombies were on the verge of a complete evolution. However, they would not be the ones to perish first. It would undoubtedly be those foolish enough to taunt them. Long Yu removed his clothing and headed in the bathroom for a shower, eager to unwind after 2 strenuous days. Noticing that Eulalie was still engrossed in her phone, he casually discarded his t-shirt and pants, slipping into his slippers as he prepared to enter the bathroom. Eulalie, upon glancing up, inadvertently caught sight of Long Yu's impressively muscular back, and she couldn't help but steal a few more glances. "Whatever it is, we can discuss it later. I'm going to take a shower first." "Oh, okay." Eulalie's heart raced as she heard the sound of the shower running, stirring a flutter of excitement within her. "What a splendid physique," she lamented, wishing she could see his front. With a sigh, she rested her chin in her hand, returning her focus to her phone. Meanwhile, Long Yu entered the bathroom, immersing himself in the bathtub as he activated the foot massage feature, instantly alleviating the fatigue in his muscles. "Xiao Yi, what other functions do you possess?" Reporting to the master, "Xiao Yi is currently occupied. Please hold on." At that moment, the artificial intelligence, Xiao Yi, was connecting multiple laundry devices, collaborating with a hefty figure to clean the furniture they had salvaged from the affluent district. The hefty figure had also taken on manual labor, diligently using disinfectants and cleaning tools to restore the furniture to its former glory. After a few minutes, Xiao Yi finally spoke. Master, there are multiple modes available in the shelter. Xiao Yi began an audio explanation. As Long Yu had previously been too preoccupied with gathering supplies during the apocalypse to thoroughly explore the functionalities of this high-tech shelter. Activate bathing mode. Long Yu issued the command. At that moment, warm light illuminated the bathroom ceiling, and a multitude of crystal-clear bubbles materialized around. Long Yu, immersed in the warm water, suddenly found bath salts added, accompanied by soothing music, transforming the entire bathroom into an ethereal realm. Furthermore, the surrounding walls altered their original form. Once immaculate white surfaces now resembled a colossal, multidimensional holographic screen. Within this enchanting display lay a forest abundant with lush greenery, making him feel as though he were enveloped in a hot spring nestled within dense woods. Xiao Yi explained that the entire spectacle was a product of 5D technology, designed to allow bathers to fully relax both body and mind. Coupled with the massage from the bathtub, it alleviated fatigue and promoted well-being. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Yu genuinely felt the tension accumulated from the apocalyptic world dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort and satisfaction. After finishing his bath, he switched to a sleep mode. As the words left his lips, only a few light strips on the floor illuminated, casting a soft glow that instinctively beckoned him to slumber. The white noise mode activated next. In an instant, the walls transformed again. Long Yu observed raindrops pattering against glass. A heartwarming sound, as a deep yet clear rain echoed within the room, creating a delightful ambience. He felt as if he were in a refreshing autumn rain, perfectly suited for snuggling under the covers for a long, restful sleep. This mode was particularly fitting for those enduring the apocalypse. Individuals often grappled with anxiety over survival, making it difficult to fall asleep. Yet with this technology, did the notion of an apocalypse still hold weight? Master, Xiao Yi has many more modes. Would you like to try some? She inquired. Let us wait for you, Lele, and try together. Long Yu dried himself with a towel, donned his clothes, and stepped outside. Eulele, having finished her phone browsing, had resumed her research on nutritional inventions. Upon seeing Long Yu emerge with a mysterious smile, she curiously asked, "Why did you take so long? Slower than me. I was enjoying myself in there." "Ah, were you up to no good?" she teased, assuming a knowing expression. Long Yu remained silent, proceeding outside with several drones to arrange the furniture, which had been disinfected and cleaned, inside the shelter. They worked diligently until nightfall. The shelter's furnishings now appeared revitalized, their combined worth reaching astronomical figures, yet remarkably comfortable. After dinner, Eulele was eager to experience the spacious bed. "Come, let us try lying on the bed together," she exclaimed, happily bounding onto the mattress. "So comfortable, such a soft bed, and it even massages." Long Yu entered the room, observing Eulele rolling joyfully on the bed, and shook his head in amusement. "Let me show you something even more interesting." He sat on the bed and called for Xiao Yi. "Activate the white noise mode." In the next moment, the walls of the bedroom transformed into multidimensional screens, revealing an elegant fireplace. The crackling of burning logs resonated throughout the room, enveloping it in a cozy winter ambience. Although the surroundings were slightly chilly, the warmth radiating from the fireplace was exceedingly inviting. It felt remarkably luxurious, akin to a winter's night. Eulele was taken aback by the enchantment and promptly nestled into the soft, fluffy blankets, peeking out with a playful expression. "I wish to sleep. May I stay here tonight?" Chapter 38. The Night Demon. The stirring in the basement, a grand bed accommodated two individuals under one blanket. Long Yu slipped into the covers, savoring the delightful scent of Eulele, whose cheeks were flushed. An inevitable, drawn-out battle was about to ensue. Upon waking, both remained invigorated and engaged in another round of playful combat. Eulele, who had been regularly exercising, possessed remarkable stamina. Over the past few days, the duo had relished their time in the shelter, thoroughly exploring all of Xiao Yi's modes. While the forum's participants speculated whether the mysterious driver had met a grim fate at the hands of zombies, Long Yu and Eulele had already begun to take turns preparing delectable meals in the refuge. With ample ingredients at their disposal, they showcased their culinary talents, indulging in a variety of sumptuous dishes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Had the forum dwellers known of their lavish experiences within shelter, it would likely have plunged them into existential despair. As night fell, having tasted the joys of their culinary exploits, Eulalie eagerly volunteered to engage in yet another spirited contest, only agreeing to sleep after 300 rounds. Long Yu remarked that despite Eulalie being a nutritionist, she nearly rendered him undernourished. Days later, the food supplies in the shelter had been depleted by their indulgence, necessitating a quest for more resources. Eulalie, feeling fatigued from recent events, chose not to accompany Long Yu this time. She was acutely aware of the heightened dangers outside, as most zombies had completed their evolution. Stay safe at home. I will return shortly. Be cautious, and come back early tonight. I will be waiting for you in bed, she mischievously hinted. Long Yu recalled the famous saying, "There are no fields left uncultivated, only exhausted oxen. I shall strive to do my best." With that, he kissed Eulalie on the cheek and prepared to depart. This time, without Eulalie by his side, he climbed into the substantial vehicle. The drone continued to hover above, monitoring the surroundings. As he drove out, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of wandering zombies on the streets. A frown creased his brow. The situation did not bode well. In the struggle for survival, only the fittest endure. With the zombies having evolved, the weaker ones had naturally been eradicated. The newly evolved zombies possessed extraordinary abilities. Before him lay the ominous presence of the night demon. Alongside the crawling monstrosity known as the Licker, their images captured by the drone surveillance displayed on the monitor in the upper left corner. It was evident that numerous rescue teams had established makeshift shelters in the vicinity, encircled by electric fences designed to thwart the onslaught of evolved zombies. This arrangement was primarily aimed at accommodating survivors, as the official shelters provided by the rescue teams were stocked with ample supplies, prompting many survivors to flock towards them. However, before entering these military shelters, the survivors were required to undergo comprehensive health examinations by medical personnel, as the rapid spread of the zombie virus posed a significant threat should anyone within the shelter become infected. After a brief glance at the screen, Long Yu closed it and drove towards several supermarkets, only to find them utterly looted and devoid of goods. As he continued his search, he heard shouts from the roadside. "Hey, there are people in that car. Stop. Help us. Can you give us a ride to the rescue team's shelter?" A group of individuals waved frantically, pleading for assistance. Long Yu, however, chose to ignore them, accelerating past without a second glance. "What a shame. Can't he lend a helping hand?" One of them scoffed. "I hope he gets bitten by a monster soon. Come on, let's head to the rescue team's shelter. I've heard Commander Lin's place is impenetrable even to the monsters." Their curses followed him as he drove away, unconcerned by their threats of impending doom. Suddenly, two lost lickers appeared in front of his vehicle, blocking his path. These zombies were old acquaintances. Long Yu halted the car, reclining in his seat, observing them with a languid gaze. With their gaping maws and flickering tongues, they eyed him menacingly. "Big guy, let us see if your cannon is accurate," Long Yu said, crossing his arms with a playful smirk. "Leave it to me," replied the big guy, executing a swift maneuver in mid-air, transforming his form to reveal two robust arms that mounted the rocket launcher onto his body. With a thunderous roar, the lickers were obliterated in an explosive display, their remains splattering across the vicinity. After executing this flamboyant sequence of actions, the big guy reverted to his vehicle form, ready to continue their journey. "Well done," Long Yu complimented. "Ah, just a humble service," the big guy replied with a grin. The vehicle progressed onward, eventually stopping beside a small supermarket. This was a commercial street that once bustled with activity, offering a plethora of culinary delights. Yet since the outbreak, most of the items have been pillaged, leaving only this modest supermarket with a wealth of resources still available for collection. However, given its inconspicuous nature, one would wonder if such an abundance of supplies had escaped the notice of the numerous survivors. It struck Long Yu as peculiar. Upon exiting the car, he opened the supermarket's door, nodding in satisfaction. This place appeared promising, with food in plentiful supply. If they were to gather all these provisions, It could sustain them for an entire week. Long Yu made a deliberate effort to bring several burlap sacks, filling them with food and various daily necessities, all of which he intended to take with him. This time, his haul proved to be quite substantial. Just after gathering and packing everything, a sudden noise echoed through the dimly lit convenience store. Long Yu's eyes gleamed as he activated his mantis blade. I wondered why this supermarket had not been completely looted. It turned out that such creatures were the reason. The basement of the supermarket was shrouded in darkness, an abyss where one could barely see a hand in front of their face. Ordinary individuals could not discern what lurked within. There had been others who ventured here to collect supplies, but they were met with ominous sounds upon entering the basement, armed with weapons and makeshift firearms. These individuals found themselves ensnared within mere seconds, dragged into the depths of the basement to face mutation. Consequently, the number of monsters in the basement multiplied. These creatures were none other than the nocturnal demons that thrived in darkness. Before long, you lay approximately 8 of these fiends, lurking in the shadows, their grotesque faces fixated on one another. Possessing a measure of intelligence, they had devised a plan to remain hidden, using the supplies to lure unsuspecting humans. Once someone approached, they would leap forth and drag them into the basement. And so, another human had taken the bait. However, this individual would far exceed their expectations. Chapter 39. Gathering Medicine. Slaying the nocturnal demons, the demons were not far from him, watching stealthily in the dark. Their chilling growls echoed ominously, enough to petrify an ordinary person with fear. Yet, Long Yu felt no trepidation. On the contrary, he yearned for a confrontation with the demons. In his previous life, dealing with such creatures often involved elaborate traps and ultraviolet searchlights to force them back. He had never truly executed a nocturnal demon, as they possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities and were exceedingly agile, making it challenging to strike their vital points. Now, Long Yu unsheathed his mantis blade, its edge crackling with electricity, appearing particularly formidable in the gloom. He noted that 4 or 5 demons charged towards him, their dark forms stark against the night, revealing their elongated limbs, devoid of any hair. In an instant, 2 demons leapt at him, one from the front and the other from behind, attempting to coordinate their assault to subdue him. Long Yu swiftly swung his blade, forcing the lead demon to stagger back. The one behind attempted a surprise attack, but Long Yu delivered a swift kick, sending it sprawling aside. In a fluid motion, he arched his arm, and the mantis blade cleaved through the air, severing the demon's head in an instant. Its body continued to convulse, a result of the electric shock it had received. The demon in front widened its eyes in furious rage and lunged at Long Yu. He countered with another swift stroke, bisecting the demon with a single blow. The electrical damage instantly reduced both demons to charred remnants. After dispatching the 2, Long Yu leapt forward, the mantis blade slicing through the air with lethal elegance. Before him, several night demons were caught off guard, their heads swiftly severed by the razor-sharp mantis blade. Sparks crackled along the blade, illuminating the pitch-black basement with a hissing sound. Only 3 night demons remained, their confidence shaken. Since their ambush began, they had never encountered such a formidable human. Had they known, they might have opted for a more cautious approach, setting traps instead. But it was too late for such considerations. Long Yu charged at them, striking one blow after another, leaving the walls of the basement marred with deep, sinister gashes. The entire basement reverberated as if it were on the verge of being cleaved apart, with no escape left. The remaining night demons met their end beneath Long Yu's relentless strikes. Congratulations, the proficiency of the mantis blade has increased, and you have acquired the flame plugin for the mantis blade. Equipping the flame plugin will grant the blade fire attribute damage. Equip immediately. During combat with the mantis blade, one can freely switch the blade's plugins. Successfully switched to the flame plugin. At that moment, flames erupted along the edge of Long Yu's mantis blade. The flame mantis blade. The entire basement was now aglow with the brilliance of the blade. Long Yu aimed at the wall of the basement and swung once more. This time, he merely aimed 3 meters away from the wall. Yet the fiery strike had already carved a gash into the surface. Flames continued to dance within the fissure. The power was considerable, and most importantly, This weapon had the potential for continuous upgrades, proving its might. Having dealt with the night demons, Long Yu exited the supermarket, laden with supplies, and prepared to retrace his steps. Along the way, he unexpectedly came across a pharmacy marked with a seal. Peering through the glass window, he saw an array of pharmaceuticals displayed within. Considering the need to gather more supplies for the shelter, and with Eulalie still conducting research on nutritional supplements, he recognized the necessity of acquiring additional medicines as raw materials. Long Yu approached the entrance, cracked the door open, and slipped inside. He soon discovered a wealth of medicines, including antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and numerous nutritional supplements. All of these would prove beneficial for Eulalie's research. Protein powder, glucose, zinc supplements. These were essential commodities in a post-apocalyptic world. He retrieved a large sack and filled it with the medicines. He noticed an array of umbrellas from various brands on the shelves. After a moment's consideration, he decided to gather those as well. Kidney treasure pills? He took those too. This time, he not only secured food, but also valuable medicines. Satisfied, Long Yu stuffed the sack into the trunk of his vehicle and climbed inside. "Boss, I hear something nearby." The large man suddenly remarked to Long Yu in the driver's seat before their departure. Could it be a devourer? The two men steeled themselves. If it truly was a devourer, they needed to resolve the situation swiftly. That creature's tongue could pierce steel, and a large man's vehicle lacked the necessary durability and speed to withstand such an assault. The sound of footsteps echoed, and it appeared that they were not the scavengers. Long Yu paused for a moment, taken aback. Could it be them again? He recognized the leader of the group as Commander Lin Feng from the rescue team. How could this man be so persistent? With a sigh, Long Yu turned to the burly man and said, "It's the rescue team. Let us depart." "Commander Lin, I heard there is a pharmacy nearby," he inquired. "If my memory serves me right, there indeed is a pharmacy." The members of the rescue team quickly discovered the pharmacy sealed with tape. Just as they approached, the sound of an engine caught their attention. A vehicle was nearby. They hurriedly looked towards the direction, spotting a motorhome driving away. The silhouette of that vehicle seemed oddly familiar. Had they seen it somewhere before? Zhang Chun scratched his head, struggling to recall. It was no wonder, as their minds were preoccupied with the flashy supercar, the sword and the stone. This motorhome appeared rather unremarkable. Let us not dwell on that. It's likely that other survivors have already invaded this place. We must see if there are any essential medications left. Antipyretics, cold medicine. There are still some here. They were relieved to find a few boxes of cold medicine remaining. However, other antibiotics were nearly depleted. No worries, let us take these back. Those university students, particularly the athletes with such poor immunity, will likely fall ill the moment they reach the shelter. It's truly a headache. Lin Feng referred to the group of university students they had rescued a few days prior. It seemed these individuals had succumbed to madness in the wake of the apocalypse, leaving them weak and vulnerable. There are no anti-inflammatory medications left. Let them drink plenty of mineral water to recover on their own. Lin Feng instructed the team to gather the medications and prepare to return. Suddenly, a soldier stationed outside for reconnaissance reported, "Boss, there's a supermarket nearby." "What? A supermarket? I wonder if the supplies inside have been cleared out." Zhang Chun voiced his concerns. "Regardless, we must investigate. We need to know what resources are available." The members of the rescue team nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of their venture. Whether or not resources remained, they would only discover the truth by exploring. Failing to go would mean relinquishing their last hope. Upon entering the small supermarket, a pungent odor of blood assaulted their senses, causing every brow to furrow. The soldiers in the front raised their riot shields and gripped their handguns tightly. "Captain, something feels off here." Lin Feng, armed with an M16, cautiously advanced, keenly observing his surroundings. The supplies had been entirely stripped away. The air was thick with the unmistakable stench of blood. Someone had been here, and it was uncertain whether that individual was alive or dead. Zhang Chun quickly caught up, thoroughly scanning the area. "Boss, do you think it'd be the owner of that vehicle we just saw?" Lin Feng fell into deep thought. It was highly probable that the owner of that vehicle was indeed the one they sought. However, in such matters, certainty eludes us, and the whereabouts of the other party remain unknown. "Captain, there are the corpses of monsters ahead. At that moment, a soldier wielding a bomb-proof shield suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Lin Feng and Zhang Chun hurriedly rushed over. Upon seeing the bodies on the ground, their pupils dilated in profound disbelief. Other soldiers followed suit. Scattered across the ground lay the dismembered remains of the night demons. These creatures had been completely decapitated, with a few exceptions being severed at the waist. Their bodies appeared charred, as if they had suffered electric shocks. How is this possible? A nearby soldier questioned in bewilderment, visibly shaken. "Quick, carry these monster bodies back to the research team," Lin Feng said calmly, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. "Boss," Zhang Chun stammered, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the slain night demons, overwhelmed with emotion. "This creature is responsible for the deaths of dozens of my brothers. How could we have possibly faced such a monster? Who possesses the power to slay all these beasts?" A soldier crouched down to conduct a rudimentary examination of the night demons. "Commander Lin, these night demons have only one fatal wound from decapitation, while the electric burns appear to be secondary. This means that these creatures were killed instantly with a single strike." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nearly dropped his cigarette. His eyes widened in astonishment. "What did you say? A single strike? Instant kill?" "Absolutely true." With these words, an eerie silence fell over the group. They had all witnessed the ferocity of the night demons, which were nearly unbeatable at night, their attacks and speed far surpassing theirs, coupled with their cunning use of traps that left them bewildered. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they could hardly fathom such a fate befalling these monsters. Lin Feng took a deep drag from his cigarette, turned to the crowd, and spoke solemnly. "Do you see this? In Donghai City, there is someone who has already surpassed us by a considerable margin. This individual can eliminate monsters that our dozen brothers could not defeat together. Everyone, we must work harder. We will face even more terrifying zombies ahead, and we must strive to enhance our own strength." Amidst their shock, Lin Feng seized this opportunity to motivate the members present. Once, they had all been the elite of their respective districts, full of pride and self-assurance. Now, confronted by a mysterious figure who far exceeded them, it was time for these individuals to elevate their abilities. They were left with only one question. Who was responsible for this? In this apocalypse, could one truly eliminate monsters so effortlessly? The group continued their search, discovering that the small supermarket had a basement. Lin Feng led the soldiers down to the cellar, where they were further astonished to find numerous night demon corpses, each having met their end with a single stroke. The horror was unimaginable. It was difficult to conceive that someone could possess such formidable strength. "Look, what is this?" A soldier illuminated the basement walls with the beam of his firearm. As the collective gaze fell upon the walls, two deep gashes, as though sliced by a formidable blade, emerged into view. What manner of weapon could inflict such damage upon the wall? Zhang Chun felt a tumult of emotions. It was his first encounter with a weapon that could carve such profound grooves into the surface. It was not merely the blade's efficacy. The adversary's strength was undeniably formidable. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, a cigarette dangling from his lips, before ascending from the basement. Alone, he gazed toward the desolate street in the distance. Who could it possibly be? He must be found. Meanwhile, Long Yu in the car involuntarily sneezed several times. He pondered whether those individuals had discovered the corpse of the night demon. Nevertheless, he had eradicated all traces he had left in the vicinity. There was no way for them to ascertain his involvement. If they were to uncover his identity, it was highly probable they would begin a fervent attempt to recruit him, which would be quite troublesome. It was far more comfortable to lead his own modest life. Until he possessed absolute strength, he could not afford to reveal his identity, as it would invite unnecessary complications. Upon returning home, he beheld Eulalie clad in black stockings, donning an apron, diligently cooking in the kitchen. After sorting through the provisions he had brought, he placed the nutritional supplements on her experimental table. "I brought you a plethora of nutritional supplements. You can conduct some thorough experiments with these," Long Yu remarked as he settled at the dining table. Moments later, Eulalie approached, carrying several dishes. "Here you go. This is our last bit of ingredients. Let us enjoy a hearty meal today, for soon we shall have to resort to instant noodles," she said. Long Yu pointed toward the remaining supplies with a grin, Instant noodles? What a bleak prospect. I just found some more ingredients at the supermarket that should last us 4 or 5 days. On the dining table lay braised pork ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, spicy diced chicken, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, all complemented by a steaming bowl of white rice. Nearby stood a pitcher of chilled beer, an excellent accompaniment to the meal. The comfort of savoring a delicious lunch upon returning home was indescribable. After indulging in their feast, they took a brief respite before both engaged in their respective tasks at the shelter in the afternoon. Long Yu entered the simulation training pod, intending to hone his combat skills and enhance his control over the nano-armor. Prior to this, Mr. Qin from the time-space trading realm initiated a video invitation to him. Meanwhile, Eulele was engrossed in her research of the nutritional supplements at her experimental table. The evolution of the zombies had commenced in full force. All zombies had undergone evolution. Those that had not were already eliminated. Yet, this was merely the precursor, for after the zombies evolved, a second catastrophe would descend. One far more terrifying. Chapter 41. The Coin Exchange Space Storage Ring. A profitable venture. In the military shelter of Donghai City, robust and formidable barriers have been erected all around. The outermost layer was fortified with electric fences, and spikes were laid on the ground. Atop the barriers, several watchtowers have been established, with sharpshooters rotating every 24 hours to monitor the situation. The search and rescue teams returned, each appearing despondent, reminiscent of deflated balloons. This time, encountering individuals several times stronger than themselves seemed to have dealt them a significant blow. Lin Feng, with a serious expression, gazed intently at the crowd and delivered a stern admonition. Everyone, exert yourselves. While searching for survivors, we must continuously enhance our combat prowess against these monsters. Without delay, the group commenced their training in the expansive refuge area. Meanwhile, Commander-in-Chief Qin Weiguo of the Imperial capital, seizing a moment of respite, hurriedly contacted Donghai City to inquire about the situation. He casually asked whether anyone had been found to rescue his 2 daughters. A hint of bitterness crossed Lin Feng's face. As it stood, there appeared to be no leads whatsoever. With so many survivors remaining in Donghai City, locating them felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. And considering that the individual in question possessed considerable strength, he might have already departed from Donghai City. Old Qin, I regret to inform you that we still have no clues. Qin Weiguo fell silent for several seconds before letting out a sigh and reassuringly stated, "If they cannot be found, then so be it. Please keep an eye out for me." He then shifted the conversation. By the way, what is the current situation on your end? We have dispatched a large contingent for rescue operations, and you must strive for greater efforts there. Qin Weiguo remained deeply concerned about the survivors in Donghai City, as it represented hundreds of thousands of lives. Rest assured, I will endeavor to save more people. Aware of the dire circumstances there, Qin Weiguo understood that every life saved was paramount, yet if faced with a more troublesome disaster, they must also ensure the safety of those already rescued. Do you have any new discoveries? Qin Weiguo asked after a prolonged silence. Lin Feng paused briefly before responding. To be candid, old Qin, the situation in Donghai City is rather grim. The zombies are evolving on a large scale. Evolving? This revelation caught Qin Weiguo off guard. Indeed, the combat capabilities of the zombies are significantly increasing. Previously, we could manage them with relative ease, but now, even a few of our warriors struggle against a single zombie. After uttering these words, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of helplessness. Before the evolved zombies, humanity felt increasingly insignificant. However, recalling the evolved zombies today, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before confessing to Qin Weiguo. While we were gathering supplies today, we encountered an unexpected occurrence. In a supermarket, we found numerous corpses of evolved zombies. Qin Weiguo's eyes flickered with interest. Did you eliminate those zombies? Indeed, but it was not our warriors who did so. What? Qin Weiguo was taken aback. Lin Feng continued to clarify. What astonished us the most was that all those corpses have been dispatched with a single blow. Mind you, it is exceedingly difficult for our few fighters to tackle one of those zombies, yet this individual managed it with remarkable ease. Not a single one of those so-called night demons survived. Upon hearing this, Qin Weiguo frowned slightly. Are there such individuals in Donghai City? Is it a skilled civilian? At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It was what his daughter had told him earlier, that the person who rescued her was extraordinarily powerful and could effortlessly deal with zombies. Could it be? Qin Weigwa was momentarily drenched in sweat. Fengzi, you must help me locate that individual, he declared with unwavering determination, his voice resonating with strength. He is undoubtedly a formidable figure among the populace. Assist me in finding him, and, if possible, bring him into our military fold. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. I share the same intention. I have already dispatched scouts and drones for reconnaissance. This person possesses the capability to combat those zombies. And if he were to join our ranks, we must ensure he receives due privileges. Should he truly wish to enlist, I am willing to relinquish my position. Lin Feng spoke earnestly. After concluding the call, he commenced organizing training for all the soldiers. Within Long Yu's refuge, the trading space had cooled down, and Long Yu entered to see what Qin could offer him this time. What? You desire a 1 yuan coin from me? Long Yu gazed in surprise at the grand screen, displaying Qin. Indeed, I know a collector who wishes to amass items from the bygone era. Coins, stamps, anything, and rest assured, he will not shortchange you. I shall search for coins and stamps, Long Yu replied. Within the refuge, such items were scarce, especially in this apocalyptic world where carrying them held little value. Upon returning to his home above ground, Long Yu began rummaging through drawers, recalling that he had once possessed a multitude of coins. During his school days, he frequently took the bus, and those 1 yuan coins were handy for fare. Eureka! Long Yu found a collection of scattered coins, 1 cent, 5 cent, and 1 yuan coins, in a drawer. With a spark of inspiration, he presented these coins to Qin, exclaiming grandly, "Behold, I have found them. These coins are nearly yours." Upon seeing this, Qin was immediately overjoyed. "Wow, so many? Excellent," he exclaimed. "If I can give these to that collector, istantu profit handsome. Oh, you have truly aided me immensely." Long Yu waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "It's no trouble. Trade is all about mutual benefit." Qin nodded in agreement, giving him a thumbs up. "You are absolutely right. I, Qin, shall not let you down. I have a personal item. Would you like to see it?" "Your personal item?" "No thanks." Long Yu shot him a quizzical glance. "Haha, do not misunderstand. I, Mr. Qin, am a serious businessman. I possess a spatial storage ring, crafted based on the principles of spatial transmission matrices. It has a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. With this, you can conveniently gather supplies outside, scanning items for storage." As he spoke, Qin raised his hand, presenting a delicate ring before Long Yu. "However, this item can only store tangible objects. It cannot accommodate humans or gas. As for your refuge, you could scan and store the entire sanctuary within this ring." Long Yu, upon hearing Qin's explanation, felt an overwhelming shock. 1,000 cubic meters of storage space? Has there truly been an invention that transcends the barriers of dimensions? A conventional spatial storage ring possesses a mere 100 cubic meters of capacity. However, the one in my possession is remarkably advanced, as you might surmise. As Qin spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of self-satisfaction. As an exceptional time-space trader, the items in his possession naturally surpass those held by others. This item is for you. Next time, I hope you can bring me some stamps in return, and I shall ensure to provide you with splendid goods." Qin, a merchant driven by efficiency, concluded his words and promptly terminated the call. This time-space transaction is complete. Entering cooldown for the trading space. Duration, 10 days. Long Yu scrutinized the spatial storage ring for quite some time. Could this truly accommodate such a multitude of items? Driven by curiosity, he scanned his discarded furniture within the confines of the storage ring. In mere seconds, those pieces vanished entirely. It had indeed been stored. Following the procedure, Long Yu activated the release switch, and in an instant, the furniture reappeared. Astonishing. Most importantly, he had acquired such a marvel of technology for just a handful of coins. Long Yu felt as though he had struck gold. Chapter 42. The world's unique new humanity that surpassed genetic locks, overcome with excitement. Long Yu carefully stored the spatial storage ring, recognizing its significant value before the next wave of calamity struck. To prepare for the impending disaster, He resolved to enhance his own strength. Elevating personal combat prowess is essential for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Although he had the assistance of nano-armor, drones, and formidable mechanical entities, he understood that reliance on these external aids was insufficient. Cultivating his own strength was paramount. After finishing his lunch, he entered the simulation training chamber. This time, he intended not to equip the nano-armor, but rather to engage in combat using a mantis blade against the soldiers within the simulation. The training chamber provided an excellent venue for improving personal combat skills, allowing participants to experience the most authentic battles without the risk of death, far superior to solitary practice. Xiao Yi, please select the standard difficulty mode for me. Master, I recall that when you wore the nano-armor, you only managed to complete the basic mode practice. Are you truly not reconsidering? Long Yu shook his head and activated the mantis blade. Those who cannot kill me will only serve to strengthen me. His ambitions awaited their realization. Upon commencing the standard difficulty practice, Long Yu found himself engaged in combat with the soldiers resembling Dr. Sai. Initially, he was at a disadvantage, desperately evading their attacks. Seizing an opportunity, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before a Dr. Sai soldier, swiftly striking down 3 of them with the fiery mantis blade. Before him stood a mechanical entity reminiscent of Optimus Prime. At first, no matter how fiercely he swung his blade, he could only shatter its outer armor, failing to harm its core. For over a week, he diligently practiced day and night within the simulation chamber. Having been knocked down numerous times, he was fortunate to possess the neural conduction device, known as the simulation pod, which allowed him to experience the brink of death without actually succumbing to it. Each time he was defeated, he rose to continue the battle. Subtle changes coursed through his body, his bones crackling as if in response to an unseen force. His strength and speed underwent a remarkable enhancement. Throughout the past week, Eulele observed that Long Yu, during the night, remained remarkably composed, not daring to touch her. This restraint stemmed from his need to conserve energy for the forthcoming battles against the mechanical life forms. After a week, when Long Yu resumed his combat with the formidable mechanical entities, he found himself capable of severing their necks with a single strike. He denied these mechanical beings any chance of reprieve, executing a series of slashes that ignited them in flames, each strike growing ever more potent. Congratulations, Master! You have successfully completed the practice at a standard difficulty level. Long Yu emerged from the simulation pod. Master, you have successfully surpassed the human genetic lock and ascended to the status of a new human. As it stands, you are the first person in the world to achieve this milestone. Long Yu smiled, for he had achieved his goal. Becoming a new human signified that his bodily functions had transcended the limits of humanity. This was the reason he had recently felt the crackling of his bones. In fact, prior to his rebirth, he had already become a new human, albeit through the method of injecting a genetic serum. Globally, there exist only 2 methods to attain the status of a new human. The first involves breaking one's own limits through rigorous training to surpass the genetic lock. This method is exceedingly arduous, and the majority of individuals lack either the will or the fortune to succeed. Most perish in their attempts to break the genetic lock, while others abandon their endeavors at the brink of success. However, those who succeed in this manner possess no upper limit. They can continually train or fight, surpassing their original capabilities and unlocking the potential inherent to new humans. The second method involves the use of genetic serums. Firstly, acquiring such serums is a daunting task, as only a handful of genetic serums have been developed and are considered exceedingly precious. Secondly, the side effects of becoming a new human through serum injection are notably pronounced, including sexual dysfunction and infertility. Moreover, upon completion of the injection, one's ultimate potential and upper limits are predetermined by the type of serum used. Unlike those who have broken the genetic lock, whose abilities can continually improve. Now, Long Yu stood as the first individual to break the genetic lock and become a new human. In his previous life, due to the injection of that genetic serum, he reached his 40s without ever experiencing the joys of intimacy. Therefore, in this life, he chose to challenge himself directly, utilizing the simulation training pod, knowing that he could not truly perish. He continuously pushed himself to the brink of his limits, and after a week, he finally broke the genetic lock. In that moment, he had transcended the boundaries of humanity. With a gentle leap, he soared over 5 meters high, his hands brushing the ceiling. In terms of strength, he can effortlessly lift over 500 pounds with one hand, showing no signs of strain. This is merely a preliminary breakthrough of the genetic lock. His body possesses immense potential for further growth. Damn it, the genetic serum is useless for dogs. Meanwhile, within the military stronghold of Donghai City, Lin Feng and his comrades received a mysterious black box from the higher-ups at the Longwood Genetic Research Center. Inside the box were 2 vials of experimental genetic serums. These serums represent a groundbreaking advancement in human genetics, developed by Longwood to combat the unprecedented disaster and fend off the zombies. By altering the original human genome, the serum enhances bodily functions, rendering individuals vastly superior to ordinary humans. However, as these serums are still undergoing clinical trials, no one dares to test them lightly, uncertain whether they will survive the injection. It is said that this serum can amplify human capabilities several times over, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Boss, if it comes down to it, let me take the injection, Zhang Chun declared resolutely. I'll do whatever it takes to eliminate those damned zombies. With determination, he opened a vial of the genetic serum and injected it into his arm. Captain Zhang. The others expressed their concerns, witnessing Zhang Chun collapse to the ground, his eyes rolling back. Moments later, his body began to tremble violently as excruciating pain surged through him, pushing the limits of his physical endurance. Even as a seasoned veteran, he gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Believe in Captain Zhang. With his willpower, he will surely pull through. Hang in there. You are destined to be the first of the new humans here. Currently, our nation is the first to have developed this batch of genetic serums, meaning you will be the inaugural new human of Longwa. The warriors beside him clenched their fists, cheering him on. The first? If Long you were to learn of this, he would likely be filled with questions. Chapter 43. The evolution of zombies launches a full-scale assault at the refuge where Long Yu resided. He sat on the sofa, using a drone to survey the surroundings. He was acutely aware that the zombies had fully evolved. After spending over a week in the shelter, their supplies were nearly depleted. Daily necessities aside, they had enough to last only 2 to 3 months. However, food consumption was the greatest concern. Fruits, vegetables, and meats were essential for replenishing vitamins and proteins, and these items had quickly been exhausted. Long Yu, someone just mentioned on the forum that the outside is now teeming with grotesque monsters. Eulele expressed her growing concern. I know. Those zombies are formidable opponents, he replied. Then why would you go out? Eulele's lips pressed tightly together, her expression tinged with anxiety. I've recently developed a carbohydrate supplement. You should come and taste it. Eulele presented several odd-looking objects resembling paper balls from her experimental desk, claiming they could provide essential carbohydrates. The items were indeed useful and inexpensive, made from extracting beneficial components from waste. Yet, Long Yu's reluctance to consume them stemmed from their unpalatable nature. I still prefer to venture out to gather supplies. Long Yu turned around, gently wrapping his arms around Eulele's waist. Rest assured, I shall return shortly. Do not forget, I possess nanotech armor. Upon hearing the mention of the nanotech armor, Eulele's eyes sparkled, recalling the moment when Long Yu transformed into a valiant armored warrior. Of course, that changes everything. I almost forgot about your nanotech armor. My Iron Man of the Dragon Kingdom. She giggled mischievously, spinning around and playfully pushing Long Yu onto the table. Before you go, let me check your arsenal. An hour later, Long Yu emerged from the basement of the shelter. He suddenly felt as though he had been outsmarted by Eulele. Should he still worry about the evolved zombies outside? Not only did he have the nanotech armor for protection, but with his newfound strength as a human, he could easily dispatch those zombies. However, to expedite his movements, he activated the nanotech armor immediately. After merging with Zeus, he utilized thrusters to soar through the skies, gathering supplies swiftly and efficiently, avoiding entanglements with the evolved zombies lurking underground. Unbeknownst to him, Within a 5-kilometer radius of his location, the evolved zombies known as lickers had mobilized in force. Their intent was clear. They had discovered a shelter that remained unbreached despite relentless assaults, resulting in significant losses among their ranks. The lickers harbored a deep-seated resentment towards that area, oblivious to the numerous comrades who had perished there. This time, they united to annihilate everything within the vicinity of long-used shelter, leaving no stone unturned, no life spared. Simultaneously, 3 kilometers away, numerous survivors gathered at a construction site that had been transformed into a makeshift refuge. A tattooed young woman, exuding an air of resilience, dropped her cigarette in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it true what Xiao Tian reported? Are there over 1,000 lickers preparing to attack us? How is that even possible? Damn it! Why does fate always conspire against me?" Her face twisted with anguish as she drew a handgun from her pocket and fired several rounds into the sky, releasing her pent-up frustrations. "Red Sister, what are we to do?" asked several workers donning hard hats, their faces betraying panic. Indeed, those creatures are formidable adversaries. The group turned their gaze towards the woman known as Red Sister, clearly recognizing her high standing among them. In her pocket lay 3 or 4 different types of handguns. Red Sister had once partnered with her husband in the smuggling of firearms and ammunition, primarily dealing with weapons from a certain powerful nation. After the zombie outbreak, her husband tragically contracted the virus. Without hesitation, she drew a shotgun and fired a bullet into his forehead. Subsequently, she led nearby neighbors to this factory, and with her arsenal, she swiftly rose to power in their new sanctuary. Hong Jie is known for her astute decisiveness and formidable presence, earning the respect of those around her. At this moment, she stands with over 100 survivors, including an infant barely a month old and elders exceeding 70 years. Indeed, I have heard terrifying tales of the lickers. They say that even a blow to the head cannot bring them down. Nonsense. With that gun in Hong Jie's hand, she could take them down one by one. With her hand on her hip and the other gripping her pistol, she calmly stated, "Regardless of how powerful my weapon may be, we are not seasoned warriors. What use is merely having firearms? Outside, there are thousands of monsters. Who among us can contend with them? Can you?" As her words hung in the air, silence enveloped the crowd. At this juncture, there remains but one course of action: to flee. As the leader of this group, she must maintain her composure and deliberate on a strategy. After a brief pause, she commanded, "Call Xiao Tian back immediately. To go, Erwa, go fetch the bus from the factory." "Understood." 3 astute men from the crowd sprang into action. "You, go bring the bulldozer from the factory. And you, stop dawdling. Take some workers and transport all the steel here. We need to modify these buses. We must ensure that the lickers' tongues cannot penetrate the vehicles." Hong Jie's tone brooked no dissent, and without hesitation, everyone set to work. Just days prior, others had attempted to exploit this alluring woman, only to be met with swift retribution. They were turned into Swiss cheese by her twin pistols. Several defiant workers met a harsher fate, unceremoniously cast into the steel furnace by Hong Jie's men. Since then, no one dared to entertain any ulterior motives. Before long, 2 buses and a bulldozer arrived. The workers hastened to weld thick steel plates onto the vehicles. "Move quickly. We must depart and leave Donghai City at once." The urgency fueled their efforts. Once the welding was completed, Hong Jie's subordinates began distributing firearms to everyone. However, the guns were devoid of ammunition, a precaution to prevent any ill intentions from arising. When they encountered the lickers, ammunition would be provided. In the bulldozer's bucket lay some combustible materials saturated with gasoline. This risky maneuver could intimidate the lickers. After all preparations were finalized, the vehicles slowly began to roll out. Yet, it was not long before the rear bus came to a halt. "What is happening?" "Hong Jie muted. Boss, the bus tire has blown." Hong Jie and her team immediately disembarked to assess the situation. Just then, distant sounds began to echo, indicating that something was swiftly approaching. Chapter 44. The Severs and the Swollen Ones. At this critical moment, the tire has exploded, and those monsters are closing in. The moans of the zombies resonate in their ears, dread enveloping each heart. The surrounding buildings tremble violently, the noise indicative of the lickers crawling along the walls. They are here. There is no time to ponder. Get on the bus. The vehicle behind moved at a sluggish pace, rendering any attempt to change the tire a futile endeavor. Nearby, on the street, a horde of lickers sensed the presence of humans and swiftly advanced towards them. They moved with remarkable speed and agility, one of the lickers leaping atop the bus, attempting to pry open the roof with its claws. Fortunately, the steel welded by the workers measured a formidable 10 centimeters in thickness, impervious to the lickers' assault. However, the situation was dire for the brother operating the bulldozer at the forefront. Surrounded by lickers, they converged upon him with ferocity. In an instant, a tongue pierced through the windshield. "Damn it!" the bulldozer driver exclaimed, gritting his teeth in frustration, and accelerated, incinerating the lickers before him. The lickers, not lacking in intelligence, scattered in all directions upon witnessing the flaming bulldozer charging towards them. The truck bed, filled with gasoline, would ignite them thoroughly upon contact with the flames. "It's working." Lao Zhao, push forward, came a command. Sitting beside the bus driver, Hong Jia fixed her keen gaze on the situation at the front. Her trusted subordinates had begun distributing ammunition to the workers, ensuring each person was equipped with submachine guns, shotguns, and ample supplies of bullets. The vehicle continued its advance. They observed that the lickers ahead were dispersing rapidly, showing no inclination to ascend the bus roof, which was peculiar. Why were the lickers suddenly so fearful? Xiao Tian, filled with curiosity, raised his binoculars to survey the surroundings through the front window. Suddenly, the bus jolted violently, causing Xiao Tian's binoculars to slip from his grasp. The bulldozer ahead came to an abrupt halt. "Lao Zhao, what is the situation over there?" Hong Jia called into her walkie-talkie, directing her inquiry at the bulldozer driver. Just then, Lao Zhao's voice erupted in a blood-curdling scream before abruptly cutting off. "Lao Zhao!" A sense of foreboding gripped Hong Jia. "Boss, I'll get out to check on Lao Zhao. Stay safe." Xiao Tian, a slender yet agile scout under Hong Jia's command, recognized the bulldozer's pivotal role in deterring the undead and knew it could not afford to stop. He disembarked and hurried towards the front. The next scene rendered him utterly paralyzed with shock. Lao Zhao, the driver, had been dismembered, blood streaming from the cockpit. The windshield lay shattered, a testament to the violence that had occurred. How could this happen? The glass had been specially treated, akin to bulletproof glass, remarkably resilient. How could it possibly shatter? Just then, he heard a sudden surge of footsteps behind him, quickening ominously. Xiao Tian reacted swiftly, darting into Lao Zhao's cockpit. As the eerie footsteps drew nearer, he beheld a horrific creature composed of countless human limbs suddenly materializing beside him. Xiao Tian's pupils dilated as he retrieved a shotgun from below, firing it with a single shot. Damn it! The shotgun's formidable power unleashed a torrent of gore, leaving his opponent with a severed half. Yet almost immediately, a massive hand struck down upon him with the force of an earthquake. With a deafening crash, Xiao Tian bled from all 7 orifices, meeting an untimely demise. Silence enveloped the walkie-talkie. Xiao Tian was no more. Hong Jia understood that they must have encountered dire misfortune and urged the group to hasten their advance. Gritting her teeth, she clutched her handgun tightly. The bus driver, witnessing the successive deaths ahead, disregarded caution and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle surged forward, flinging numerous flesh-eaters aside. Upon reaching an intersection, the driver abruptly engaged the brakes, halting the bus. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he beheld an alarming sight. 5 or 6 grotesquely obese zombies obstructed the road ahead, rendering passage impossible. Their bulging bellies sagged grotesquely to the ground, a truly repulsive sight. These were evolved zombies, the swollen ones. Their bodies, laden with fat, could withstand bullet fire. As if that weren't enough, upon sustaining injury, they would explode, releasing toxic gas. It was over. This was the only route available, and escape seemed impossible. The corpulent figures began to lumber towards the bus, swaying ominously. While the group was paralyzed with fear, liquid spewed forth from the swollen ones' mouths. The range was short, likely reaching the top of the bus. Hissing, The thick steel plating of the bus was rapidly corroded, exposing the sky above. What a terrifying corrosive liquid. What should we do? Hong Jia, we will follow your lead. At that moment, Hong Jia regained her composure. Everyone armed themselves and disembarked, opting to traverse a narrow path. She unfurled a pre-planned escape route. Since the main road was impassable, they had no choice but to sprint down the small alley. There, a narrow passageway awaited, one that the hefty zombies could never enter. Everyone get off the bus. Hurry. What? Get off. There's zombies everywhere. Stop hesitating. Staying on the bus is also a death sentence. As the doors swung open, the group rushed out with their weapons. Some hesitated, thinking of using the bus to ram through the fat zombies. But just as they contemplated this, the corrosive liquid struck again. In an instant, those who remained on the bus, still undecided, were reduced to mere skeletons. Once outside, the group began to outsmart the flesh-eaters on the road. Fortunately, the shotgun proved immensely effective against the flesh-eaters, as long as they dared to approach. A single shot would obliterate them. However, some failed to react in time, falling victim to the flesh-eaters' tongue piercing their skulls. Hong Jia led her companions down a seemingly tranquil path. Though flesh-eaters followed, it was a stroke of luck that no other bizarre and terrifying zombies pursued them. Oddly enough, there seemed to be fewer zombies in this area. Could it be that even more formidable creatures exist? Some individuals have already noticed this pattern. They arrived at a residence, where the sounds of combat and gunfire echoed. Gunfire? Could it be the military? The crowd hastily armed themselves and rushed over. What unfolded next left everyone wide-eyed. A mechanical creature, reminiscent of a transformer, was engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. Chapter 45, The Apocalypse Siege. Rescue arrives. What on earth is that? A transformer? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Red Sister urged everyone to remain silent and cautiously approached. Before them, the mechanical being swung its massive iron fists, striking down a licker with each blow, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. A few lickers banded together and charged at the mechanical entity, but it swiftly retaliated with a powerful swipe of its hand. Bang! Blood splattered. The lickers were reduced to mere pulp. A few more lickers prepared to use their tongues, attempting to pierce the creature with their sharp appendages. However, the two rocket launchers positioned behind the mechanical being unleashed their fury upon them. The sound of explosions reverberated, shaking the ground once more. Several lickers were obliterated. Others, attacking from the flank, were met with a devastating blow from the mechanical being, which sent them crashing into the earth, half buried in the mud. In an instant, all the lickers that had attempted to assault the mechanical creature were vanquished. Witnessing the scene, Red Sister and her companions were utterly bewildered. What manner of being was this? How could it possess such terrifying power? What impressive robot! If it were to deliver a strike upon us, we would likely be reduced to mere remnants. Red Sister offered her high praise. Is someone controlling this robot? Where did this creature emerge from? It can effortlessly obliterate zombies. This robot is incredible. Some in the crowd could hardly contain their eagerness to ally with the mechanical marvel. Not yet. Red Sister commanded her group to remain hidden in the shadows, seeing the others itching to approach. She cautioned them sharply. We cannot discern whether this entity is friend or foe. What if it turns against humanity? If we recklessly approach, we might as well be courting death. Use your brains. Her words momentarily quelled the excitement of those who had been blinded by the prospect of survival. Upon reflection, they realized her reasoning held merit. They could not ascertain whether it was a friend or foe. If it were to suddenly unleash its wrath, they would have fled for nothing. Let us observe for a while. This robot possesses strength akin to a monster. If we approach and it takes offense, our survival is not guaranteed. Should we take a detour? How could we? There are evolved zombies lurking everywhere. The group continued to debate fervently. The subject of their discussion was none other than Long Yu's subordinate, the imposing mechanical entity. At the entrance of Long Yu's residence, the behemoth had already dispatched all the lickers that dared to intrude. It is also aware that the number of lickers in this vicinity is steadily increasing, and one can only surmise that the population of evolved zombies is alarmingly vast. However, he remains undaunted, ready to confront any adversary that may come his way. Long Yu has already donned his nano-armor and ascended into the skies to procure supplies. His superior has not brought him along this time, likely intending for him to fend off these evolved zombies at the entrance and thereby hone his skills. His leader truly cares for him. After this encounter, he feels that his strength has significantly surged. The large figure continues to speak when, all of a sudden, he notices a presence nearby, approximately 500 meters away, watching him stealthily. To his surprise, it is a human. If they are merely passing through, he has no intention of causing them trouble. However, should they seek his assistance, that is another matter entirely. Acts of altruism are not within his leader's character, nor his own. Considering the time, his leader should be returning soon. As he gazes upwards at the sky, the vehicle's radio communication device suddenly connects. He initially assumes it is a warning from Long Yu, only to discover it is Yu Lei from the shelter. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? I am currently engaged in eliminating zombies. Dakwai, according to the drone reconnaissance. The area within a kilometer radius around you is swarming with zombies. The sheer number is terrifying. Yu Lei, seated cross-legged on her sofa within the shelter, monitors Long Yu's movements outside via her laptop. Upon viewing the footage captured by the drone, she breaks into a cold sweat. What? How many zombies are there? I fear nothing. I will slay as many as come my way. The large figure exclaims with unwavering confidence. There are approximately tens of thousands of zombies, and all of them have evolved. They exhibit various forms, many of which I have never encountered before. Upon hearing this, the large figure feels a sense of bewilderment. What? Tens of thousands of evolved zombies? Are you serious? You mean to say there are that many grotesque creatures like the lickers? He had never anticipated such a multitude. Though not fearful, he recognizes that battling such an overwhelming horde will undoubtedly be time-consuming and exhausting. Perhaps artillery and grenades would suffice. But the crucial issue is that my garage lacks sufficient weaponry and ammunition. He contemplates. How long will it take to defeat them with mere punches? Unbeknownst to him, some of the zombies possess a natural advantage over him. A few minutes later, as the ground trembles ominously closer, a robust wall in a narrow alley suddenly shatters. The detour taken by Hong Jie and her companions reveals the wall being forcibly breached by those zombies. Before them stand several corpulent zombies, the bulging ones, along with the zombies responsible for the deaths of the bulldozer driver and Xiao Tian, the limb reapers. The corrosive fluids within the bulging ones can erode walls, while the terrifying strength of the limb reapers can shatter them entirely. These two evolved zombies are indeed formidable foes. Moreover, the horde of lickers trailing behind them has already arrived, accompanied by grotesque abominations, such as zombie dogs and zombie cats. The burly figure felt a sense of bewilderment. When had this place become the lair of evolved zombies? Not only that, but the group led by Hong Jie, who were covertly observing, were utterly petrified. The sheer number of these evolved zombies was staggering. They appeared in grotesque masses, each emitting chilling, bone-rattling howls. In that moment, it seemed there was no escape. Hong Jie, in despair, gazed helplessly, the weight of hopelessness compelling her to kneel upon the ground. At that instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the clear sky, followed by a series of sonic booms from various directions above. Chapter 46. Destruction is merely the beginning. Abruptly, 3 fighter jets swooped in from a distance. Lin Feng was aboard one of them. Captain Lin, we have reached the designated location. Please provide instructions. An hour earlier, the military refuge in Donghai City had received a report from reconnaissance troops. They discovered a vast horde of evolved zombies clustered in a specific area. As the leader of the rescue team and the overall commander of Donghai City, Lin Feng requested approval from higher command to deploy fighter jets to eliminate the zombie horde. This mission was codenamed Operation Annihilation. The fighter jets dispatched were F-22 Raptors, recently sent from other battle zones for support. With supersonic capabilities, they possessed radar-evading technology and were equipped with nuclear missiles and bombing capabilities. However, considering the possibility of survivors in the vicinity, they refrained from deploying nuclear armaments. Damn it! The fighter jets have arrived. Let us see if these beasts survive. Zhang Chun could not contain his anger as he shouted at the zombies below. Captain Lin, we have arrived at the target location. Shall we commence bombing? Please advise. Another pilot relayed from a different aircraft. Lin Feng, peering through his binoculars, observed the scene below. When he spotted several figures, his expression hardened. No, there are survivors down there. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in shock. How could there still be survivors amidst such monstrous zombies? Lin Feng's voice was grave. Those survivors seemed to be at their wits' end. Zhang Chen suddenly stood up. Boss, let me go. I will evacuate those survivors. Everyone knew the dangers that lay outside. With confidence radiating from him, Zhang Chun patted his chest. Boss, now that I have become one of the new humans, I must contribute to the military. Let those beasts below experience our might. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng realized he had no other choice. They could not proceed with carpet bombing until the survivors were fully evacuated. Without further ado, Zhang Chun jumped from the aircraft, armed with a Type 95 rifle, and began to repel the zombies on the ground. Upon landing, he set aside his firearm, retrieving two Type 56 triangular military daggers from his backpack. Clutching an unusually sharp trident, Zhang Chun lunged forward, executing a roll to evade the attack of the licker. With fury, he plunged two military daggers toward the creature's head and chest. The licker, bleeding profusely, collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Nearby, several other lickers sought to assault Zhang Chun, their tongues darting menacingly toward him. However, with remarkable speed and precision, Zhang Chun severed their tongues with a few swift strokes. You wretched beasts, do you dare to strike at me? In a flash, he dashed forward, his speed astonishing even to the agile lickers, dispatching them swiftly. This was the result of the gene serum injections. New humanity with significantly enhanced physical capabilities. Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Chun pinpointed the location of the survivors and raced toward them, continuously countering the onslaught of licker hordes. A thunderous roar erupted nearby. Zhang Chun glanced toward a residential area, where a robot was engaged in combat with a zombie dog. A robot? He felt a moment of confusion, questioning whether the gene serum had induced hallucinations. With zombies still advancing, he prioritized rescuing the survivors. In less than a minute, he reached their side. Seeing the warrior descend from the aircraft, Red Sister and her group were filled with hope. Our forces are prepared to commence carpet bombing of this area. Please maintain a safe distance, and I will lead you to safety, Zhang Chun declared resolutely. Upon noticing the weapons in the hands of the group, he realized why they had managed to survive amidst the horde for so long. They possessed firearms, notably of American manufacture. Red Sister, noticing Zhang Chun's gaze on their weapons, promptly offered, Sir, if you are in need of firearms and ammunition, feel free to use ours. She extended a shotgun toward him. Zhang Chun declined, choosing to retain his trident and lead the way to safety. You keep the guns for yourselves. Soon, he guided the group away, their cooperation evident as they fired relentlessly at the zombies. Boss, the mission is accomplished. We can proceed with the bombing. The hulking figure not far away received instructions from the shelter's Yule. It was to evacuate the scene promptly. As an intelligent machine, the hulking figure was not foolish. Having observed the aircraft circling overhead, it had surmised their intentions. It swiftly turned, grabbing the Stone Sword sports car from the garage, and evacuated the area. Before long, several missiles were launched at the horde of zombies, with explosions resounding incessantly. A moment of fiery chaos ensued below. After the blast subsided, smoke filled the air, lingering for an extended period before clearing. Surely, that must have dealt with the threat. One of the pilots, eager to investigate, began to lower the altitude of his aircraft. However, Lin Feng, witnessing this from another cockpit, immediately intervened, maintain altitude. Yet it was too late. Suddenly, from the ground, several streams of green liquid surged into the sky, striking the fighter jet with alarming precision. In an instant, the aircraft's control systems failed entirely. Below, the threat of the undead remained unresolved. The pilot let out a desperate cry as he plummeted into the swirling dust. Moments later, the air was filled with horrific screams. Many of the zombies were yet to be eliminated. Indeed, a substantial number remained, as they continued to converge from all directions. Zhang Chun heard his companion's anguished cries and contemplated a rescue. However, it was too late, and he found himself encircled by the undead. How could there be so many zombies? This is dire. Team Zhang is surrounded. Another aircraft noticed Zhang Chen's peril. The encroaching threat comprised ferocious zombie dogs and cats. Their cunning evident as they sprinted away from missile launches with alarming speed, perhaps numbering in the hundreds. Team Zhang is in jeopardy. The pilot of the fighter jet dove downwards, the cannons slowly targeting the horde of zombies. Observing this, Zhang Chen shouted, "No, don't come closer." Bang! Below the aircraft, another bloated undead self-destructed, its fluid striking the fighter jet. Yet another plane fell from the sky. We cannot remain passive. Parachute. We must cleanse the area of zombies. Lin Feng was consumed with rage. This wretched horde was utterly despicable. Just then, a figure whizzed past his fighter jet. What was that? Lin Feng squinted, and to his astonishment, he beheld a figure resembling something out of science fiction film. An individual clad in high-tech armor, strikingly akin to Iron Man. Chapter 47. Iron Man. Truly, I am not deceived. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own vision. Captain Lin, what on earth is that? The pilot in the cockpit asked incredulously, confirming that Lin Feng's eyes had not betrayed him. It was unclear from where this flying entity had emerged. Long Yu had just completed gathering supplies. With a spatial storage ring, he appeared empty-handed, yet contained a significant amount of resources. As he returned, he suddenly realized that his home was under siege by evolved zombies, an overwhelming number of them. He hastily made his way back and noticed military fighter jets arriving for support. It seemed the army intended to eliminate the evolved zombies in one fell swoop. They unleashed missiles. However, Long Yu's gaze remained fixed on his residence. It was gone, reduced to rubble. All that remained was the sturdy underground shelter. It was so fortified that even a nuclear bomb would need to consider its strength before attempting to breach it. Above the shelter, his former home lay in ruins. Alarmingly, the zombies on the ground had not yet been eradicated and continued to gather in relentless numbers. Nearby, within the F-22, Lin Feng urged the pilot, follow that armored figure. He yearned to closely examine this technologically advanced armor. Yet, in the next moment, Long Yu, donning his nano-armor, chose to dive downwards. A sudden sound of breaking air erupted, nearly shattering the glass of the pursuing F-22 fighter jets. The surrounding buildings trembled violently. Long Yu activated the plasma thrusters, releasing an immense surge of plasma energy that propelled him forward at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Big guy, I'm here to assist you. Below, Big Guy was besieged by a horde of zombie cats. These creatures exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading Big Guy's gunfire and punches, which left him utterly despondent. It was clear he was being unfairly targeted due to his slower attack speed. In the midst of his despair, a deafening sound from above enveloped him. Suddenly, a nano-armored suit, glimmering with electric sparks, descended with a thunderous impact. It unleashed waves of plasma energy upon the throng of zombie cats below. In an instant, thick smoke billowed, and all the zombie cats were reduced to ashes. The ground bore a fissure resulting from the plasma thruster shockwave. Boss, you've finally arrived. Big Guy exclaimed, clutching two Uzi submachine guns. Upon seeing Long Yu, he straightened up, shaking off his previous hopelessness. If I hadn't come, you would have been overwhelmed by these zombies, Long Yu replied as he landed, the control panel scanning the remaining zombies in front of him. The system calculated that 300 zombies still lurked, primarily consisting of swift zombie dogs and cats that had evaded the missile bombardment. Among them were the ailing, bloated zombies, which posed a threat of potential self-detonation. Zeus's control panel produced such data after its scan. Activate the charged energy gun, Long Yu commanded, raising his arm as mechanical sounds echoed, revealing a muzzle gathering energy below. First, eliminate those fast-moving zombie dogs and cats. With pinpoint scanning, each of Long Yu's laser shots accurately struck the heads of the zombies. Beams of light sliced through the air, the laser's power immense with formidable penetrating capability. If the zombie dogs were lined up, a single laser shot could obliterate an entire row of them. In a moment, the scene became grotesquely bloody. The zombies struck by the laser burst apart, their putrid blood showering the area. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun seized the opportunity to break free. As he witnessed the incoming laser shots, a chill ran down his spine. Oh no, this is bad. This was Zhang Chen's most genuine thought, astonished by the precision of the attacks. It felt as though he had activated a headshot cheat. Whoosh, whoosh. The firing continued. The zombies continued to explode. Behind him, a group of survivors led by Hong Jie stood in stunned silence. Iron Man, someone in the crowd exclaimed. First a robot, now Iron Man. What on earth is happening here? Enough with the admiration. Focus on your own safety. The crowd's voices jolted Zhang Chun, and as he followed their gaze, he was utterly dumbfounded. Isn't that the mechanical armor I saw earlier at the Eastern Coastal Defense Fortifications? He could hardly believe his eyes upon this unexpected reunion. When he reported it to Lin Feng had been incredulous. At that moment, the armor reappeared, astonishing everyone present. Lin Feng had no reason to doubt its existence any longer. Iron Man, truly I am not deceived. He immediately reported to Lin Feng aboard the F-22 via the intercom. Boss, did you see that? The armor is precisely what I described to you earlier. In his excitement, Zhang Chun had already retreated to a safe zone, wielding a triangular military dagger to eliminate the remaining zombies. Lin Feng was profoundly shaken. He had never imagined that such armor, which seemed to belong to the realm of science fiction, truly existed in reality. Zhang Chun, could you do me a favor? Of course, boss. We must ensure that we capture him. Such talent must be retained. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Lin Feng's words. The individual capable of creating such armor undoubtedly possessed technology that could lead the world. Such top-tier technological talent must be preserved at all costs. Meanwhile, Long Yu continued to fire with his energy weapon, now switched to a sweeping mode. As the laser projectiles scattered, dust and debris filled the air, and flesh was torn apart. Scanning for remaining zombies, the control panel of Zeus provided data. Fewer than 50 zombies remained, and they were concentrated in a particular area, suggesting the use of tracking missiles. All right, load the tracking missiles and eliminate this group all at once. Subsequently, multiple missile launch ports emerged from the back of the armor. With a thunderous sound, numerous missiles, emitting white exhaust, shot forth. Upon seeing the armor about to launch missiles, Zhang Chun immediately warned the survivors to take cover. Missile incoming. Get down. Unexpectedly, the missiles whizzed past them, curving sharply to accurately strike the remaining zombies. Zhang Chun gasped in astonishment as he realized the missiles fired from the armor had tracking capabilities. Incredible. Fortunately, they were locked onto the zombies. Had they targeted humans, it was unimaginable that anyone could escape the assault of tracking missiles. Following a barrage of pinpoint strikes from the tracking missiles, the zombies were utterly obliterated. At that moment, a signal suddenly connected to the internal channel of Long Yu's armor. Hello, I am Lin Feng, the captain of the Donghai City Rescue Team, and also the overall commander of Donghai City. I sincerely invite you to join us in our military stronghold to discuss our collective response to the zombies. Lin Feng aboard the fighter jet successfully made contact via radio. However, Long Yu did not respond, instead severing the signal. Zhang Chun, who was not far away, wished to retain him, but alas, the thrusters beneath Long Yu propelled him away into the sky. Zhang Chun looked up at the armor. Is he leaving just like that? Chapter 48. The second wave of disaster approaches. The final gathering. Long Yu did not wish to waste time, knowing that an evolution of the zombies would herald a second disaster. Once all the survivors and military personnel in his vicinity had evacuated, Long Yu disengaged his nano-armor and returned with a formidable figure. Boss, you're incredible. You truly frightened me just now. You have no idea. That fat zombie spewed a liquid capable of corroding objects. If I were to be struck, this body of mine would surely perish. Long Yu nodded and glanced at the hulking figure, relieved to see it had escaped the corrosive liquid's assault. Turning back, he mused about procuring superior materials to slightly modify your frame. The bulkiness of this body still carries a certain fragility in the face of a second disaster. It may be shattered by those creatures with a mere swipe. Approaching the ruins, which had once been Long Yu's residence, but now lay ravaged by bombardment. He could still discern the entrance to the shelter. Upon entering, Eulele rushed toward him, eager to inspect his condition. "Let me check if you're hurt." Long Yu thought to himself that Eulele was attempting to ensnare him again. With a mischievous grin, she playfully examined him before suddenly noticing something, tilting her head inquisitively. "By the way, weren't you out gathering supplies? Did you return empty-handed?" Long Yu settled onto the sofa, sipping water leisurely as he retrieved a ring from his pocket. "It's right here." Eulele scrutinized the ring, curiosity piqued. "A ring? Oh, could it be that another beautiful survivor has ensnared you?" Long Yu shook his head in exasperation. "What are you talking about?" "I meant that I stored the supplies within this." Eulele furrowed her brows, regarding him as if he were a fool. "How could that be? You can't possibly store items in a ring. I haven't heard of such a thing. Allow me to demonstrate, and you shall see." Long Yu replied with a mysterious smile. Then, holding the spatial storage ring, he scanned Eulele's desk. In an instant, a miraculous event transpired. The desk, along with everything atop it, vanished into thin air. Eulele's mouth fell open in disbelief as she witnessed the spectacle. "Do you understand now?" she exclaimed. "It's truly gone? It's like magic. Just click to release, and the items reappear." Soon, Long Yu produced the desk along with the supplies he had previously gathered. Eulele was rendered speechless by the astonishing display. How could such advanced technology exist? This is incredible. Her gaze fixated on the spatial storage ring in Long Yu's hand. "I've realized you're becoming increasingly enigmatic." Eulele was ecstatic, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she unknowingly settled onto Long Yu's lap. Meanwhile, at the military shelter in Donghai City, the soldiers believed they had effectively dealt with half of the evolved zombies. They anticipated remaining in the city to continue rescue operations for survivors. However, to their dismay, they received orders from higher-ups mandating a complete withdrawal from Donghai City within 3 days, with all troops to be evacuated. This decision meant that countless survivors would be left without aid, and Donghai City was on the brink of abandonment. Such a resolution was utterly unacceptable to the soldiers who had fought so hard for so long. "Boss, why? There are still survivors in Donghai City." Zhang Chun was perplexed. Yet as soldiers, they were bound to obey orders. Compliance with commands from superiors is the duty of a soldier. Initially, Lin Feng was equally bewildered. However, he took the initiative to inquire overnight with the higher-ups at the Disaster Prevention and Control Command Center, which clarified the situation for him. It turned out that the evolution of the zombies did not signify the end of this apocalypse. They had been gravely mistaken. The evolution of the undead was merely the dawn of the cataclysm. According to the channels at the command center, soon, perhaps imminently, or possibly after some time, there would be a massive mutation among all living beings worldwide, one that would exceed human control. This meant that not only would Donghai City face peril, but the entire Long Nation and even human society would confront the most terrifying disaster in history. During this period, the military needed to reorganize and prepare for the impending catastrophe, and the army would no longer oversee Donghai City. Should the second disaster arrive, it would not only be Donghai City that fell. The Long Nation would plunge into a dire crisis. Long Yu was vividly reminded of the second disaster. In his previous life, although he had reached a safe zone, he still witnessed the mutated creatures. At that time, no city that had been attacked by these aberrant beings managed to remain intact. Zombies, at the very least, only ran on land and did not wantonly destroy buildings. Conversely, the mutated creatures of the second disaster were of a different caliber. Those ferocious beasts could soar through the skies to assault aircraft and dive to attack humans. Moreover, some colossal mutated beings, when enraged, had the power to obliterate entire buildings. Humanity would be relegated to the lowest rung of the biological chain. Long Yu had encountered numerous mutated creatures in his past life. Their strength far surpassed that of the evolved zombies. Currently, his plan was to gather the remaining resources in Donghai City as a precaution. Following that, he would continue to enhance his own strength to ensure his safety. Once there were no resources left to collect in Donghai City, and when a second wave of disaster struck, he and Eulele would relocate to another city with their shelter. Resources were always better in abundance. The more resources they had, the longer they could stay in their refuge. Early in the morning, Long Yu began to pack his belongings in preparation for departure. This time, he chose to venture into the city center, the area rife with evolved zombies. There were many zombies there, but correspondingly, few dared to risk their lives to scavenge for supplies. Long Yu, however, intended to drive his stone sword there, slaying zombies to improve his proficiency with the Mantis Blade, thus enhancing his combat prowess while collecting resources. It was a veritable two-pronged approach. Big guy, this time, you need not accompany me. It will be my solo performance, he remarked. Understood, boss. Long Yu climbed into the stone sword, pressed the accelerator, and, accompanied by the roar of the engine, sped towards the city center. Along the way, there were many survivors who had not been rescued or were awaiting help. When they caught sight of the supercar that had recently made waves on the Donghai City Forum, astonishment washed over them all. Was it not said on the forum that the owner of that car had perished? Good heavens! The owner is still racing down the road. Who on earth spread such a rumor? The owner appears to be perfectly fine. Moreover, he is heading towards the city center. What? Does he dare venture into the city center? How reckless! I recall that it is swarming with zombies. So insane. The survivors, already engulfed in despair, reignited their hopes for survival upon witnessing the return of this luxurious supercar. For them, it might be the last lifeline. They had heard through the grapevine that the military had abandoned this place, and no rescue would come. At this moment, there exists but one opportunity, an opportunity to catch up with the car's owner and persuade him to take them away. This is their sole chance. Otherwise, they would be left to languish in this desolate place, awaiting a grim fate devoid of food and water. Brothers, I am charging forward. This may be our only chance at life or death. Are you certain that the car's owner will not fall victim to the zombies in the city center? What gives you such confidence? Rather than sit idly by, it is better to take a leap of faith. If the owner is willing to take me along, I would gladly serve him. Some individuals have already armed themselves with weapons, emerging from their makeshift shelters. They head to the city center in search of the car's owner, hoping he will lead them to safety. Meanwhile, Long Yu quickly reaches the city center. Ahead lies a variety of evolved zombies, lickers, armors, and others of bizarre forms. Long Yu gazes out and indeed sees these creatures lingering about, with numerous supplies still within the many supermarkets around. The car is a mere 100 meters from the zombies, and they quickly take notice, growling at him to deter his advance. Yet, Long Yu remains composed in his vehicle, searching for a gap through which to navigate towards the supermarket. Moments later, a few lickers suddenly extend their tongues, attempting to strike at his supercar, Excalibur. Bang! The tongues meet what feels like impenetrable steel. These creatures are quite eager. Long Yu maneuvers the car to a concealed spot, secures it, and steps out. He strides towards the zombies, his mantis blade appearing in hand. It would be a fine opportunity to enhance my proficiency with this weapon, he muses with a cold smile. He charges forward. Many survivors, approaching the city center, watch from a distance. That car owner looks so young. Do you think he can handle all these zombies? The crowd buzzes with chatter. Just then, they witness the cleanly dressed youth suddenly swing his blade at the zombies. The ground trembles violently. A fierce, fiery slash cleaves through dozens of lickers before him, severing their bodies. In an instant, they are all left in a state of disbelief. Is this real? Could it be some kind of superpower? Goodness, this defies all logic. Chapter 49. Such courage in youth, a considerable number of survivors are making their way here, all yearning to escape this place. However, the outside world is rife with evolved zombies, making their escape exceedingly difficult. With the military having withdrawn, they can only place their hopes in a young man before them. Yet, there is another survivor nearby who does not wish to leave. She remains steadfast in fulfilling her promise. She is Qin Bingxue, the general manager of the oil refinery. At this moment, she stands among several survivors, having heard that someone is driving to the city center. Curiosity piqued, she joins a group of survivors heading there. Her stunning visage bears a softer gaze, though to those outside, she still exudes an unsettling coldness. Alone she may be, yet none of the survivors dare to provoke her. Not long ago, While at the refinery, she and her employees noticed the zombies undergoing evolution. The staff were filled with trepidation, unable to focus on their work. Thus, Qin Bingxue dissolved the team, arranged for a helicopter to evacuate them to the capital, and chose to stay behind to honor her commitment to Long Yu. During this time, she provided Long Yu with numerous resources before embarking on her solitary struggle for survival. Fortunately, due to her significant background and connections with the military, she soon received a secret supply of genetic serum. Indeed, she has now become a new breed of humanity. Having injected the serum, which has greatly enhanced her physical capabilities, rendering her fearless against the evolved zombies. Her strength has become formidable, placing her on par with Long Yu. Though her power stems from the serum, while he has transcended genetic limitations through sheer will. It must be said that the strength gained from the serum is truly terrifying. As the descendant of the soldier Qin Weigua, her physical prowess already surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the military provided her with an exceptionally rare and potent genetic serum. Now, she can effortlessly confront a dozen or more lickers. Thus, even among the crowd of survivors, she remains an untouchable presence. At this moment, she stands atop a high building, quietly observing the surroundings of the city center. Manager Qin, why do you not leave? You could easily depart with a military helicopter. Why insist on staying here? Hurry, the zombies are becoming increasingly formidable. Who knows what disasters may follow? Suddenly, a memory floods her mind, the moment she was preparing to leave. A smile unfurls at the corners of Qin Bingshue's lips, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. She had addressed everyone at that time, because he has not yet departed. At her words, a profound silence enveloped the employees and soldiers alike. Thus, she has endured a tumultuous life in Donghai City for over half a month. She has encountered many survivors who scurry about like mice, evading detection by the zombies, striving merely to survive each day. At this moment, she stood atop a high-rise, having waited for what felt like an eternity, finally having the opportunity to meet him. Long Yu parked his vehicle in a secluded corner. Below, survivors began to make their way towards him one by one. The city center was overrun with zombies. Long Yu swiftly exited his car, wielding the same sharp mantis blade. At last, I have waited for you, Qin Bingxue thought, her face lighting up with joy. Below, a group of weary survivors cautiously navigated through the corridors. Look, it's the car owner from the forum. Someone exclaimed. I just saw him slay a zombie. Is that for real? The crowd peered out, eager to witness the unfolding scene. Indeed, a clean and considerate young man stood surrounded by a multitude of zombies. He wielded his mantis blade with precision, decapitating the zombies that lunged at him. On the rooftop, Qin Bingshue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. As formidable as ever. I did not misjudge him, she remarked, unable to contain her admiration. Meanwhile, the survivors below were awestruck by the sight of him systematically dispatching the zombies. Their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Is he truly unafraid of being killed by the zombies? So courageous, in this city center teeming with thousands of evolved zombies. He fought valiantly. From the current situation, it was evident that he was engaged in a one-sided slaughter of the undead. Incredible. He seems even stronger than that woman. The survivors referred to Qin Bingxue. Having witnessed her prowess, she too could easily dispatch these zombies. Yet she could not do so with the same carefree brutality as this young man. After slaying over 100 of the ravenous undead, Long Yu pressed forward. Suddenly, a massive hand swiped at him. The zombie, adorned with multiple heads, appeared grotesquely ominous. The Connector. This creature possessed exceptionally formidable combat abilities. With a mere swipe, it could reduce a human to pulp. Trouble brewed as he encountered more than one of these monstrosities. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Qin Bingshue's eyes as she contemplated whether to descend and lend him assistance. For her, who had recently acquired the genetic serum to become a new breed of human, even she struggled against these connectors. One might be manageable, but facing 5 or 6 would prove exceedingly perilous, likely resulting in her being torn apart by their numerous limbs. My goodness, it's that creature. What? The one that shattered the civilian shelter with a single blow? Is it? Has the car owner encountered it? And not just one. The crowd gasped, their hearts sinking in dread. It's over, it's all over. They had hoped to escape this cursed place in the car of that esteemed individual, only to see him face such a formidable foe. Can he handle so many? The last flicker of hope began to extinguish in their hearts. Yet, perhaps there was still a chance. If that esteemed individual were to be defeated by the monster, they could rush in and seize his car keys, making their escape in the chaos. Oh, what a brilliant idea. It is somewhat perilous. Does anyone among you dare to venture forth? A voice emerged from the crowd, plunging the atmosphere into silence. No one dared to step forward, even with the key lying there. Rushing into the throngs of zombies would be tantamount to a death sentence. There could be no return. Instead, they fervently hoped that the formidable individual would not fall prey to the monsters. The expressions of the onlookers shifted uneasily, praying for the other's survival and hoping he would lead them to safety. In the next moment, Long Yu sprang into action. With a sudden burst of speed, he utilized the skills of the mantis blade to teleport behind a limb collector, causing the opponent's attack to miss. Without hesitation, the fiery mantis blade cleaved downwards, severing the limb collector in half, flames trailing the strike. Another swift slash dispatched another limb collector that had aimed to attack. Leaping high into the air, over 6 meters, Long Yu brought his blade down once more, slicing through another foe. In mere moments, the limb collectors lay in disarray, their bodies neatly bisected upon the ground. The three-headed, six-armed monstrosities proved utterly powerless against Long Yu's onslaught. On the rooftop, Qin Bingxue stood in stunned disbelief. He was far superior to her. Had he developed an insatiable thirst for slaughter? Chapter 50. Survivors. Is this what you call humanity? At that moment, 5 limb collectors had fallen, their dismembered parts strewn about. Long Yu remained oblivious to the gazes of the survivors and of Qin Bingxue above. His sole focus was on battling the zombies, honing his blade upon them. Alone, he faced approximately 500 zombies. None could fathom that such feats were achievable by a single human being. Qin Bingxue herself dared not entertain the thought. How was this even possible? Was it the blade in his hand? No, that couldn't be the sole reason. She was well aware of its sharpness. Yet even so, it was implausible to vanquish so many towering, robust limb collectors. She had tried herself, for she too possessed a remarkably sharp blade, custom-made for her by her father for self-defense. Could he have consumed a genetic enhancement? Absolutely not. Genetic enhancements were, at this point, exceedingly rare worldwide. Were it not for her family's connections, she would never have had access to such a substance. It was hard to imagine how the scene would unfold if she charged in with her own blade. Her eyes widened, filled with curiosity, as she intently observed Long Yu's every movement, fearful of missing any detail. With arms wielding the mantis blade, Long Yu advanced. The moment he neared the horde of zombies, he suddenly accelerated, his movements quickening several-fold. The blades on his arms became like the scythes of death, reaping one evolved zombie after another. The lickers, though swift, paled in comparison to Long Yu. They were worlds apart. He effortlessly evaded their attacks, seizing the opportunity to strike within human speed whenever they attempted to dodge. Each of Long Yu's motions was executed with impeccable precision, devoid of any superfluous actions, even possessing an aesthetic quality akin to a dance. It was not merely skill. It was artistry. Is this the demeanor expected of a university student? It is far more impressive than a military operation against zombies. Qin Bingxue was utterly captivated, her gaze fixated on Long Yu, her heart swelling with admiration. How wonderful it would be to possess strength akin to his. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, following him to become stronger. She was acutely aware that in this apocalyptic world, only those who grow stronger stand a chance of survival. After dispatching dozens of lickers, Long Yu surged forward once more, charging at the next wave of zombies. Each movement he executed was lethal, leaving no opportunity for the undead to survive. This was a habit he had honed in the face of the apocalypse. In the central square, the number of zombies dwindled rapidly, with Long Yu slaying 7 or 8 of them each second. Within a minute, an entire horde lay defeated on the ground. His once pristine clothing had become stained with the foul blood of the lickers. To the onlookers, he resembled a demon that had just clawed its way out of hell. Is he even human? This is terrifying. With one stroke followed by another, he evaded the licker's tongue, countering with a swift blow, raising his elbow to exert force, and executing a horizontal slash that severed the heads of two lickers. In the same motion, he delivered an elbow strike, snapping the neck of another licker lurking behind. In the next instant, he leapt into the air, using the head of a fallen amputee as a stepping stone, delivering a lethal strike that swept through the zombies below. On a nearby high-rise, Qin Bingxue watched in rapt fascination, oblivious to the fact that the survivors below gaped in astonishment. One man had slain over 500 zombies. I recall discussions on the forum speculating that this driver danced on the brink of death. Yet now it seemed the zombies were the ones courting demise. Amidst the shock, a profound fear gripped their hearts. The man before them could extinguish their lives as effortlessly as crushing an ant. After approximately half an hour, the zombies were entirely eradicated. Long Yu took a moment to catch his breath, feeling an unexpected sense of unfulfillment. It is worth noting that when he broke the genetic lock to become a new breed of human, he had engaged in simulated combat against mechanical soldiers for 7 or 8 hours. Congratulations, user. Proficiency in the Mantis Blade has increased, unlocking a hidden skill allowing you to enter an invisible state for 10 seconds. From previously being able to teleport within 3 meters to now possessing the ability to become invisible for 10 seconds. It seemed the user's status with the Mantis Blade was akin to that of an assassin. This was quite remarkable. If clad in nano-armor, Zeus could serve as a long-range marksman. Then without it, Long Yu wielding the Mantis Blade transformed into a silent harbinger of death. Soon, however, the evolved zombies no longer sufficed to meet his desire for proficiency with the Mantis Blade. Long Yu was reluctant to continue this relentless engagement, as the zombies were endless. It was time to carve out a bloody path toward the nearby supermarkets to gather supplies. The area beside the square appeared eerily tranquil. The young man, when compared to the aloof woman, who is more formidable? One of the survivors, lurking in the shadows, posed this question. Several individuals raised their gazes towards Qin Bingxue, who stood atop the tall building. I believe the young man surpasses her. Both are deranged, yet the young man's madness is far more profound. Their voices were hushed. But Qin Bingxue, who had leaped down, overheard them. A shudder ran through the crowd, their eyes wide with terror as they regarded her. In response to their skepticism, Qin Bingxue merely shook her head and coldly declared, I cannot compare to him. Long Yu is leagues beyond my strength. The crowd fell silent, their fear palpable. Yet they placed their hopes in the formidable young man. With his power and the astonishing speed of his sports car, following him would surely lead them away from this dire place. Time slipped by unnoticed. Long Yu had cleared the last batch of supplies from Donghai City, placing them all within his spatial storage ring. As he exited the supermarket, a figure approached at a brisk pace, maintaining a respectful distance, and timidly spoke, Brother, please save us. We are survivors trapped here for quite some time. Could you take us with you? Upon hearing these words, the others clenched their fists, desperate to seize the chance and surge forward. Big brother, please save me. Handsome young man, I beg you. I will give you anything you desire. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed yet grimy, spoke in a panic. I am the chairman of the Tangshan Apartments in Donghai City, with billions in liquid assets. If you take me away, I can offer it all to you. Finally, Long Yu reacted slightly to this appeal. At that moment, although the supplies in Donghai City had been exhausted, the gold store still held its treasures. Currency had lost its value, yet gold remained a viable medium of exchange in safe zones worldwide. As one who had been reborn, Long Yu understood that in the later stages, gold would continue to be recognized as a universal currency. Gold is a rare commodity, and its applications in scientific research ensure that nations advocate for its use in trade. Presently, the majority of people remained oblivious to the significance of gold, primarily focused on gathering supplies while neglecting its worth. Consequently, many gold stores and banks went unvisited. Now that you mention it, I recall an important matter I must attend to. I must depart, Long Yu stated, turning towards his vehicle. Hey, young man, don't go. I can offer you anything you want. Please take me with you. My home is at Tangshan Apartment number 1. I can give you my Rolls-Royce Phantom. Shall we go retrieve it together? Please, brother, I acknowledge you as my elder. How curious it is that a chairman of a publicly listed company would so readily refer to another as elder brother. Long Yu paid him no heed and continued toward his car. At that moment, several female survivors hurried forward, attempting to intercept him. Daddy, can you take me with you? At this, Long Yu was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful woman, her lips pursed as she loudly implored him. I will do anything you ask. I would even call you Daddy, if it pleases you. The woman beseeched, nearly desperate to cling to Long Yu's leg. Deep down, however, she was intimidated by the young man, fearful of inciting his displeasure. After all, he had just vanquished nearly 1,000 zombies. Long Yu regarded her for a moment, seemingly recognizing her. Are you the internet celebrity from Shark Live? The woman's face lit up with joy upon hearing his words. She lowered her head to wipe the mud off her clothes. Despite her disheveled appearance, her beauty was undeniable. Yes, I am a streamer from Shark Live. You know me. Car owner? That's wonderful. Please take me with you. I promise to serve you well. Not only am I an influencer, but I'm also a university student. University life is truly delightful. The woman exerted every effort to persuade Long Yu to stay. Indeed, university life was enjoyable, a sentiment Long Yu had already experienced and needed no further elaboration on. To him, this internet celebrity held no value whatsoever. He opened the car door and took his seat in the driver's seat, contemplating for a moment before asking her, "What value do you possess that would compel me to keep you in my vehicle?" The influencer pondered briefly, and then a spark of inspiration ignited within her. She flashed him a flirtatious smile and said, "Car owner, it's because I'm alluring. Can I get in your car now?" Long Yu offered a slight smile, but shook his head. What you propose is utterly useless in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, do not refer to me in such a manner. Am I really that old? With that, Long Yu pressed the accelerator and chose to depart, leaving the woman standing there, dumbfounded. Yes, just leaving like that? At that moment, nearby zombies launched another attack. This time, however, they seemed to have gained some sense, refraining from targeting Long Yu, the harbinger of doom. Seeking out the nearby survivors, they redirected their focus towards them. As the chilling howls of the undead echoed in the ears of the survivors, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Oh no, they've spotted us," one exclaimed. "That young man isn't taking us with him. Should we still approach? What are you talking about? Don't you see those zombies coming our way?" Just then, a long tongue lashed out toward the crowd, piercing the head of a survivor. Panic ensued as they fled in all directions, their speed proving futile against the agile, four-legged lickers. Another tongue struck, and yet another fell, lifeless in a pool of blood. "The zombies are coming. Run. Back to the shelter." The group sprinted for their lives, their speed impressive even in the face of imminent death. Those left behind were slaughtered, while others hastily made their way back to the safety of the shelter. Upon reaching the sanctuary, they thought they had escaped calamity. But little did they know, the zombies began a coordinated assault, crashing toward the refuge en masse. "So many zombies are converging upon us. It is entirely your fault. You have drawn the zombies here." "Did you bring the zombies? How infuriating." Those who had just returned to the shelter were immediately assaulted by the original occupants. "This is dire. We must fortify our defenses. The zombies are about to breach the sanctuary." As the sounds of crashing from outside grew louder, the internal strife ceased, and they united against the common threat. Otherwise, they would all perish here. "Quickly, barricade the main entrance. Gather everything we can." Everyone in the shelter scrambled to grab tables, cabinets, and wooden stakes to fend off the zombies' onslaught. However, due to the foolishness of luring the zombies from the city center, their numbers continued to swell. The sanctuary was gradually becoming untenable. Boom! The steel-plated door of the shelter was shattered. Behind the steel, grotesque faces roared in fury. "Run!" The liquor lunged, propelling itself into the crowd. Those within found escape impossible, trapped like fish in a barrel. Chaos ensued, with some individuals shoving their neighbors toward the zombies in a desperate bid for survival. How foolish! Is this not inviting the wolf into the fold? At that moment, a cold female voice cut through the pandemonium. The only one unfazed was Qin Bingxue, who calmly entered the fray. In her hand was the weapon gifted by her father, an 80-centimeter-long Dao sword. Drawing the blade, its sharp gleam reflected off the faces of the zombies. With unwavering determination, Qin Bingxue charged forward, decapitating a licker with a single stroke. She seized the opportunity as the lickers feasted, striking again. Yet, there were simply too many zombies. She could not hope to eliminate them all. She muttered to herself, "Let those who can escape, escape," and felled another one. Meanwhile, Long Yu's vehicle happened to pass by. He understood that some survivors had attracted the zombies from the city center to their constructed sanctuary. This was precisely what he often warned against. Never hastily assemble a team. Fear not the godlike opponent, but dread the pig-like allies. Long Yu slammed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring in his ears. He chose to charge directly through the throng of zombies. As the speed of his vehicle escalated, it reached an astonishing 300 kilometers per hour, seemingly lifting off the ground. Ahead lay a horde of zombies, continuously surging towards the sanctuary. Then, with a thunderous crash, those zombies in his path were sent flying. Some could not withstand the impact and were reduced to mere pulp. This terrifying velocity meant that anyone who dared to stand in his way would surely perish. Among the crowd in the sanctuary, someone noticed that the vehicle had just created an opening in the zombie horde. The driver simply abandoned us and left? He won't take us with him. Don't be foolish. Hurry and run. What incredible speed. Dozens of zombies were flung aside. Run toward that opening. Take advantage of the disruption in the zombie swarm. Escape now. The individuals began to fervently surge toward the gaps in their surroundings. While Long Yu had already vanished from sight, he understood that their chances of escaping were exceedingly slim. The hordes of zombies in the city center were overwhelming and relentless. Even if they managed to flee, where could they possibly go? At that moment, Long Yu was oblivious to the presence of Qin Bingxue amidst the crowd. His next target was the gold shops and banks in Donghai City. Chapter 52. Plundering the Gold Shop. Reaping abundant rewards, the gold shops and banks housed a plethora of gold bars. Long Yu recalled an important matter. During his last encounter with the time-space trader, Mr. Qin had mentioned a desire for stamps. This presented an opportune moment for him to procure some stamps on the side. The bank not only contained gold bars suitable for investment, but also a myriad of commemorative stamps. The speed of the stone sword was remarkable, barreling through the streets without a single zombie capable of matching its velocity. Those mindless creatures that dared to obstruct its path were immediately sent flying. He activated his drone, pinpointing the locations of several renowned gold shops. Upon entering the first establishment, he was astonished to find the shelves completely devoid of gold, silver, jewels, and jewelry. In this apocalyptic world, was there truly anyone still seizing such trinkets? Upon further reflection, it was conceivable that those who sought gold might rationalize their actions. After all, if death was inevitable, why not clutch a trove of gold and adorn oneself with lavish jewelry, thereby compensating for a lifetime of poverty, and depart in a semblance of dignity? This well-known gold shop had left nothing behind. Proceeding to another shop, he was met with the same desolation. Approaching the far end of the shelves, he found a woman lying on the ground, her body adorned with an array of jewelry, rings and necklaces, clutching a gold ring unclaimed in her grasp, beneath which lay a heap of gold bars. She lay motionless, having succumbed to the void of breath, yet her face bore a serene smile. Long Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Her demise seemed a testament to her wealth, dying fabulously rich. Though the gold and jewels were tantalizingly close, Long Yu refrained from disturbing the deceased. After all, she was no longer alive, and he had no desire to claim the possessions of the dead. After scouring several gold shops in the vicinity, he discovered only a single shelf containing a few diamonds. He believed that any rare items could later serve as valuable currency for trade. Thus, he placed the diamonds into his spatial storage ring. Unable to find anything further in this area, he decided to explore another section. He got into his vehicle and drove to a different street. The drone provided him with precise locations, leading him swiftly to another gold shop. Inside this establishment, he was greeted with a wealth of gold and silver jewelry, alongside gold bars displayed at the counter. Elated, Long Yu hurriedly collected everything into his storage ring. The capacity of the ring was ample, and for him, Acquiring gold was infinitely preferable to having none at all. Previously, his focus had been solely on survival, prioritizing essential supplies. Now, with his resources considerably enriched, he had thoroughly scoured the central district of Donghai City and was set to depart with these invaluable commodities for exchange in the post-apocalyptic world. Whether in terms of resources or capital, he is now exceedingly affluent. On the display counters, exquisite artifacts crafted from shimmering gold gleam enticingly. The urge to open each counter and seize every piece is irresistible. Holding the gold in his hands is an exhilarating experience. The thrill of carelessly commandeering tray after tray of golden jewelry is undeniably exhilarating, especially in the absence of any onlookers. No, to call it theft would be a misnomer. It is a justified collection, a means to prevent waste and preserve these treasures from being squandered. This gold shop has been completely raided. Moving on to the next establishment, he employs the same method, opening every counter. To his surprise, one counter is devoid of key. He resorts to using a tactical knife to pry it open, followed by a frenzy of grabbing. Once satisfied, he departs. Lastly, he visits several banks. At one particular bank, he detects a sign of life within the vault, which perplexes him. Could there be survivors? It seems implausible, as resources have been scarce for an extended period. If there were indeed survivors, they would have perished from starvation long ago. With a powerful strike, he breaches the vault door. Inside stands a woman clad in a black bank uniform. Her back turned to him, trembling uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he inquires, "What are you doing here alone?" Just as he finishes speaking, she suddenly turns around, revealing a grotesque disfigure de visage. It is a zombie, and a lowly one at that. Without hesitation, he dispatches her and approaches the vault. Inside, stacks of red banknotes lie untouched, which in times of peace would evoke envy. However, his interest is minimal. He presses further inside, discovering a pile of gold bars, forming a small mountain, estimated to weigh about 500 pounds. Without a moment's hesitation, he employs his spatial storage ring to collect them all. After thoroughly searching one bank, he proceeds to another. This bank showcases numerous commemorative stamps, some of which would fetch a high price in peaceful times, dating back over 30 years, evoking a sense of nostalgia. In this world, they hold no value. Yet, in the realm of temporal trade, they possess considerable worth. Imagining Chin's gratitude upon seeing this collection brings a smile to his face. Once the stamps are secured, his gaze returns to the gold. Here, he finds approximately 100 pounds of gold, which he collects diligently before moving on to the next institution. After traversing over 10 banks throughout the morning, his collection of gold now occupies 50 square meters within his storage ring. The endeavor of gathering gold has left him fatigued. Yet he calculates that he has amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million. To achieve such a substantial gain in a single morning is indeed remarkable. Despite gold's current lack of utility, it may prove invaluable in future transactions in the safe zones of various regions. So much gold. You must be an extraordinary tycoon. Nations still engage in trade using gold. Therefore, what does it signify to possess such an abundance of gold? Take the capital's safe zone, for instance. With such wealth, you could easily acquire the finest villa and procure a plethora of high-quality resources. In just one morning, one could amass an impressive fortune. It is a life of comfort, filled with resources, capital, and strength. Is this still a doomsday scenario? Long Yu settled into his vehicle, igniting the stone sword, and along the way, he observed numerous survivors desperately calling for help. On his return journey, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar woman. She was engaged in a fierce battle against the zombies in the street, her body drenched in blood. A tang dao, a fine weapon, wielded with formidable skill. Long Yu parked beside her, intently watching her combat prowess. After she dispatched a nearby zombie, panting heavily, she prepared to retreat. Suddenly, she caught sight of the familiar vehicle. Long Yu? Qin Bingxue. The woman before him was indeed Qin Bingxue, who had remained behind. Long Yu felt a hint of surprise. In such dire circumstances in Donghai City, she had chosen to stay. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. "How could I leave without my master's orders?" Qin Bingxue replied with a charming smile, a stark contrast to her previously aloof demeanor. Chapter 53. An unexpected encounter with Qin Bingxue, the future goddess of war. So, your employees and soldiers have all left? He had not anticipated that Qin Bingxue would make such a decision, choosing to remain in a city overrun by zombies. Most would have fled to the capital's safe zone by helicopter under such conditions. I arranged for those in the capital to evacuate them. It is far too perilous to remain here. Then why are you still here? Long Yu asked, puzzled. Isn't it because I knew you were here? Qin Bingxue replied with a radiant smile, seemingly unfazed. She had risked her life to stay. As zombies approached, Long Yu urged her to get in the car. The gesture felt natural, leaving Qin Bingxue somewhat bewildered. You actually allowed me into your vehicle? She was well aware of how many had pleaded to be let in, only to be turned away. As Long Yu drove, he explained, you are far more valuable than them. Besides, you have supplied me with so many resources. Moreover, your discretion regarding my secret to the military is greatly appreciated. Qin Bingxue nodded, acknowledging Long Yu's words, feeling a surge of excitement within her. The military personnel, particularly the prominent figures from the capital, had yet to uncover Long Yu's true identity and whereabouts, solely because Qin Bingxue had kept it from them. This included her knowledge of Long Yu's strength and the advanced nanotechnology armor he possessed, far ahead of the world. I saw you just leaving the gold shop. Did you steal gold? Qin Bingxue abruptly changed the subject, causing Long Yu's expression to shift. Ahem. What do you mean I want to steal gold? I merely sought to prevent it from being wasted here. Besides, in this apocalyptic era, such gold does not belong to anyone. It is a matter of first come, first served. I took it, thus it is mine, Long Yu stated earnestly. Qin Bingxue gazed at Long Yu with eyes filled with admiration. This man possessed an extraordinary understanding of survival in the apocalypse. He first harvested all the supplies from the city center, then plundered gold stores and banks, amassing capital. With resources and wealth, combined with an immensely powerful personal strength, it was unimaginable what kind of being he would become in the future. Qin Bingxue had not anticipated that she would follow this man, risking her life for him. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Within the vehicle, the atmosphere gradually thickened. After driving for a considerable period, Long Yu felt fatigued and decided to activate the fully automated driving mode. As he closed his eyes to rest, Qin Bingxue suddenly asked, "What are your plans next?" "A refuge," he replied. "With so many zombies outside, can a refuge withstand that?" Long Yu offered no further explanation. After a while, Qin Bingxue spoke again. "Long Yu, while you were battling those zombies, I was watching from not far away." "Oh." Long Yu turned his head, resting it on his arm, intrigued. "I am curious. How did you become so powerful? You eliminated all those zombies in less than an hour. Your strength is almost inhuman. Are you a new breed of humanity?" Long Yu smiled mysteriously at her. "What do you think?" After contemplating for a moment, Qin Bingxue replied earnestly, "I believe you resemble a new breed, but I do not know how you became one. Is there another way to achieve this transformation? The means by which humanity can transcend genetic limitations to become a new breed was still unknown to everyone." Qin Bingxue revealed to Long Yu that she had injected a genetic serum and had become a new breed herself. When she disclosed this information, Long Yu showed no surprise, which puzzled her. Shouldn't he be curious? Instead, he appeared unfazed, as if such matters were commonplace. "The genetic serum was provided by my father. I am now a new breed, yet the irony is that I am not as strong as you. In fact, I'm not even half as powerful." Qin Bingxue lowered her head, her fear of Long Yu's strength intensifying as she spoke. She had endured immense pain to become a new breed far beyond the ordinary, yet still fell short of Long Yu's capabilities. This was quite distressing. "Is that so? The injection of the genetic serum must have been painful," he remarked. "It was tolerable. I managed the pain and found it somewhat exhilarating," she replied. "Truly, you are remarkable, Qin Bingxue." They continued their journey until at last the car came to a halt at Long Yu's doorstep. "You have arrived home. As for me," upon seeing that Long Yu had reached what he referred to as a refuge, Qin Bingxue felt a twinge of embarrassment. Deep inside, she was apprehensive that Long Yu might dismiss her, rendering her unwelcome. If that is the case, she is destined to wander in Donghai City. The next time she sees him, who knows when that will be? "Won't you come in and sit for a while?" Long Yu smiled, opened the car door. and stepped out. Is it all right for me to do so? Come now. You are a strong woman. Why are you hesitating at this moment? This is not your style. Bingxue. Qin Bingxue was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. She raised her head, looking at him in disbelief. You, who have turned down so many, would never take me into your refuge. Qin Bingxue believed she understood Long Yu's character. He was selfish and cold-hearted, never saving others without reason, nor accepting favors without merit. Such a person was perfectly suited for the apocalypse. However, Qin Bingxue was not like that, although she appeared aloof and proud. Her heart still surged with the blood of soldier. Thus, when she witnessed the horde of zombies storming into the refuge and slaughtering humanity, she instinctively drew her sword to fight back. Qin Bingxue resembled a female hero. Of course, I won't take you in without reason, unless you possess a value of your own. Qin Bingxue was momentarily stunned. What value do I have that you can mistreat me at will? I rather enjoy it, she said, her face flushed as she recalled that night. Indeed, both had enjoyed themselves that evening. If that is the case, I certainly won't take you in. Then what value do I possess? Qin Bingxue herself was at a loss, unaware of what Long Yu could possibly find useful in her. Only Long Yu knew the truth. In her past life, Qin Bingxue had become the war goddess of Long Nation, earning the title of Blade Queen. This was why Long Yu was not surprised when she mentioned injecting a genetic serum. He had anticipated that she would do so. Furthermore, in the future, she would enter the Imperial capital's safe zone and become an excellent female soldier. During the subsequent global calamities, she would, in the name of Long Nation, wield a Tang Dao and slay numerous monsters. Now, this Blade Queen had unexpectedly become his subordinate. Securing a combat talent is quite an achievement. Chapter 54. This refuge is truly comfortable. Qin Bingxue, who usually maintained a high and aloof demeanor in front of others, now appeared somewhat foolish, standing there lost in thought about her own utility. What value did she truly possess? A profound background? No, Long Yu had no desire to be entangled with the military. If he wished, he could attain a high status in the imperial capital without relying on anyone, given his strength. Thus, he was not interested in her military connections. After pondering for a long while, Qin Bingxue could not come to a conclusion. She had no idea what kind of person she would become in the future. Long Yu led her to the entrance of the basement. Stop thinking. If you wish to follow me, it is possible. But the prerequisite is that you must obey my commands and directives and refrain from presenting a superior attitude. You must temper your haughty demeanor, my lady. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingxue nodded without hesitation, a joy bubbling within her that was beyond words. Would she truly remain by this man's side? The very notion of him accepting her had never crossed her mind. It felt akin to winning a grand prize, igniting a profound excitement within her. The accolades and academic triumphs she had garnered in the capital paled in comparison to the exhilaration she felt today. She nodded fervently, as if pecking like a chick at grain, extending her hand earnestly to assure him. Rest assured, I shall heed my master's words. Long Yu said nothing further and led her into the shelter. As the alloy gate swung open, the technological marvel within left the still elated Qin Bingxue momentarily dazed. She cast a deep glance at Long Yu's retreating figure, murmuring to herself, "This shelter is remarkably fortified, surpassing even the official shelters of my fathers. With such a refuge, could one truly fear the monsters lurking in the apocalypse?" In that moment, Qin Bingxue felt that her efforts over the past days had not been in vain. Fate had bestowed upon her the opportunity to serendipitously encounter Long Yu once more in Donghai City, and he was willing to accept her. She silently vowed to support Long Yu diligently with her abilities and to enhance her own strength, resolutely determined not to hinder this man. Upon their return to the shelter, in the kitchen, Eulalie was preparing dinner. Upon seeing Long Yu return, a radiant smile graced her face. "Brother Yu, you finally returned. Come, taste the spicy chicken I made tonight." She placed a platter of food on the dining table in the living room, only to notice the arrival of a guest. "Oh, isn't this Manager Qin, whom we met at the refinery?" Noticing the recognition, Qin Bingxue quickly responded, "Hello, I am Qin Bingxue." What was Manager Qin's story? Eulalie, somewhat puzzled by the formal introduction, observed Qin Bingshue's aloof demeanor, which she often wore in front of outsiders, revealing her true nature only in Long Yu's presence. Now, being urged to adopt a more amiable attitude in social interactions, she seemed a tad out of her depth. Upon seeing the beautiful woman within the shelter, Qin Bingshue's complexion flushed, rendering her rather awkward. She suddenly felt as though she were an interloper, having been brought back and now confronted by the rightful partner. Yet, Eulalie remained unfazed, holding unwavering trust in Long Yu. In this apocalyptic world, anyone whom Long Yu chose to bring back was undoubtedly worthy of his recognition. Otherwise, he would hardly spare them a glance, even if they pleaded for shelter. Moreover, having someone to accompany her in the shelter was certainly a welcome prospect. Sister Bingshue, I am Eulalie, also brought back by Long Yu. Ah, Qin Bingshue, surprisingly shy, averted her gaze from Eulalie, her head bowed, her hands nervously fidgeting with her skin. What has come over Sister Bingshue? Eulalie asked Long Yu in confusion. Long Yu pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps it is her first time in our shelter. She may be feeling a bit out of sorts. She will adjust in due time. After taking a shower, dinner will soon be served. Long Yu gestured towards the delectable dishes on the dining table, inviting the two to take a seat. Qin Bingshue noticed the state of her own body, bloodied and bruised. May I also take a shower? She inquired. Eulalie, chuckling beside her, responded, of course. There is plenty of water here. Eulalie then entered the kitchen, continuing to prepare the remaining dishes, with the addition of a new member to their sanctuary. A sense of ritual was necessary. She intended to showcase her culinary prowess. Qin Bingshue, filled with a hint of curiosity, stepped into the bathroom. Could this really be a place to bathe? Since the water sources had become contaminated, bathing had turned into a challenging endeavor. Most people had resorted to collecting rainwater in a basin during the rare downpours. To her astonishment, this bathroom was equipped with a functional shower. Upon entering, she discovered that the bathtub was filled with warm water, and Long Yu had activated the bathing mode. The surrounding 5D greenery made her feel as if she were immersed in a beautiful and refreshing natural environment. This sensation was delightful and comforting. She had never encountered such an advanced sanctuary before. Considering that Long Yu possessed high-tech armor, the existence of such a technologically advanced refuge was not surprising. Still, she felt a twinge of astonishment. This was even more luxurious than her life before the apocalypse. Bingshue, let me know when you've finished bathing. I'd like to join you, Long Yu called from the doorway. Qin Bingshue quickly responded in agreement. Soaking in the warm water, perfectly heated, she gazed at the surrounding natural scenery. Immersed in the bathtub, she felt utterly at ease. Suddenly, a dreamlike sensation washed over her, starkly contrasting the repulsive zombies she had faced moments ago. Above was hell, while here felt like a splendid paradise. She began to question whether she was dreaming. Even when she had been with her father's military in the safe zone, such comfort was likely unattainable. Beside her lay body wash and shampoo. How she wished for even more comfort. At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. Master Long Yu, I'm done with my bath. She instinctively intended to address him as Master, but hesitated, fearing it might be awkward if Eulalie overheard. Long Yu slipped on a pair of slippers and approached. Are you finished? Come out. I'd like to wash up. After a brief pause, Qin Bingshue replied, Please fetch me a new towel. I'm still damp. Almost forgetting, she realized they indeed needed fresh towels in the bathroom. Long Yu headed to the supplies warehouse and retrieved 2 pristine towels. Opening the door, he prepared to deliver them to Qin Bingshue. Come in. I'm in the bathtub. All right. Long Yu entered. Suddenly, Qin Bingshue emerged from the water. Her flawless physique perfectly revealed to Long Yu. Indeed, there was an abundance of water here. Chapter 55, Drone Surveillance. Are humans about to deploy H-weapons? The two shared a romantic bath in the bathroom. Qin Bingshue expressed her satisfaction. This was the essence of a blissful life. In stark contrast to the calamities experienced outside, this place offers an exquisite comfort and indulgence. After her bath, Qin Bingshue donned a sleek black dress, complemented by black shorts and knee-high boots, which elegantly showcased her long, shapely legs, encased snugly in flesh-toned tights that exuded a blend of sophistication and allure. This attire belonged to Eulalie, yet it fitted Qin Bingshue perfectly, as both women shared a similar height and figure, embodying the essence of confident, mature femininity. Once dressed, Qin Bingshue's noble and graceful aura instantly became apparent. However, in the presence of Yu Lei and Long Yu, she endeavored to adopt a gentle demeanor, striving to blend into the group. With that outfit, you resemble a girl of 17 or 18, Yu Lei remarked, appraising Qin Bingxue from her seat. A hint of bashfulness washed over Qin Bingxue. In the past, compliments have been met with her usual aloofness and silence. This time, she pondered how to respond to Yu Lei's words. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, she finally murmured, "Oh, Lei, you are beautiful as well." Long Yu, seated at the head of the table, could not suppress a smile at the sight of the two. Qin Bingxue was genuinely making an effort to socialize, a stark contrast to her previous reticence about mingling with others for fear of missteps. "You two, enough of the mutual flattery. Let us eat before the meal grows cold," Long Yu interjected, serving himself hastily. "Qin Bingxue, hurry and eat," Yu Lei urged. "You too, Lei," Qin Bingxue replied. "Please, you start," Yu Lei insisted. "I'll serve you a dish," Qin Bingxue offered, only to realize the dish had nearly been devoured by Long Yu. Qin Bingxue gazed in astonishment. The abundance of food and supplies was a testament to Long Yu's relentless scavenging efforts outside. In the realm of survival during these dire times, Long Yu's skills surpassed even those of the military. From food to drink, everything was well stocked here. Dining in this atmosphere, one could easily forget about the impending doom outside, feeling as though they were living in a pre-apocalyptic era of peace. Had it not been for the global disaster, Qin Bingxue would have believed she remained in a time of tranquility. "Long Yu, what are your plans moving forward?" Qin Bingxue inquired, sifting through her rice, her curiosity piqued. Yu Lei mirrored her intrigue, eager to learn Long Yu's next steps, a question she had yet to voice. After taking a bite of a marinated chicken leg, Long Yu replied, "Next, we plan to evacuate from Donghai City." "Evacuate? Are we leaving Donghai for the safe zone in the capital? This place seems quite satisfactory," they questioned in unison. To be frank, while the current situation was indeed pleasant, Donghai City had run out of fresh supplies. Most resources had either expired or been stripped bare by other survivors. "We must venture into new territories to gather supplies, ensuring that our living conditions remain unaffected. Do you understand?" Long Yu explained with earnestness to the two ladies. Both individuals are astute, requiring no elaborate explanations. They possess a profound understanding of the situation. The military has vacated and abandoned this place, signifying that it will henceforth become a desolate city. Even if their supplies could sustain them for an extended period, they will eventually be depleted. At that point, will it still be possible to gather additional resources in this dead city? The answer is painfully clear. It is imperative to explore new territories. Moreover, it is likely that only Long Yu and the military are aware that a second wave of calamity is imminent. Long Yu comprehends the nature of the impending disaster far better than they do. After their meal, Long Yu summoned the artificial intelligence, Xiao Yi. "Hello, Master. How may I assist you?" "Xiao Yi, did we not previously discuss that we possess 4 drones?" Long Yu had kept the matter of the drones in mind, and until now, he had only deployed one named Fire. "Indeed, Master. The 4 drones are named Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain, each serving distinct purposes." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's explanation, Long Yu acknowledged his understanding. "Now, dispatch Wind with the objective of intercepting global light wave signals from the sky." Can the drone Wind accomplish this? The drone Wind is an exceptional monitoring and listening device, capable of receiving broadcast information from across the globe amidst the vast expanse of the sky. He needs Wind to surveil global activities, including a series of clandestine operations. In Long Yu's previous life, nations frequently engaged in unexpected maneuvers, not only for their own interests but also targeting others. At that time, certain countries sought to exploit the disaster as an opportunity to wage war worldwide, with varying decisions leading to all manner of bizarre actions. Thus, understanding their movements became exceedingly crucial. The drone Wind not only possesses this listening and monitoring capability, but also employs covert measures that are centuries ahead of this world. Given the current level of technology, Wind surveillance operations remain undetectable. After deploying the drone wind, information from other countries began to flow in promptly. Long Yu discovered that certain nations had already witnessed frequent occurrences of biological mutations. Not only cats and dogs, but also various wild animals had undergone transformations, morphing into ferocious beasts. As the name suggests, these creatures are brutal and fierce. Indeed, the mutated beings have grown to sizes comparable to monsters. Tigers, lions, and elephants on the grasslands have increased in size nearly hundreds of times. The pack of ferocious beasts could effortlessly obliterate several towns. Messages from the drone wind indicated that these ferocious beasts were erupting frequently, prompting various nations to commence research on new high-tech weaponry aimed at exterminating them. Some countries even contemplated the use of nuclear weapons. However, they faced overwhelming national protests, leading to a unanimous rejection. The destructive power of nuclear weapons is immense. While their effects are undeniably significant, the repercussions are far too horrifying. A few nuclear warheads unleashed would result in severe radiation, leaving those regions and their surroundings lifeless for centuries. To humanity, weapons of mass destruction represent a profound calamity, monitored by the winds of drones. Certain nations in the southern hemisphere have been utterly devastated by beasts, leaving human armies powerless to resist. Upon hearing this, Long Yu took a deep breath. Before the second wave of disaster struck, it was imperative to identify resource-rich locations in advance to establish a sanctuary. As night fell, in the realm of time and space trading, the cooldown period finally concluded. Qin was eager to contact Long Yu regarding the matter of stamps, while Long Yu also had pressing issues to discuss with him. Chapter 56. Preparations for Evacuation. The second wave of disaster approaches. Upon re-entering the time and space trading space and seeing Qin, Long Yu got straight to the point. Qin, this time, I require protective gear that can ensure my safety, with formidable defensive capabilities. Do you possess such equipment? After a moment of contemplation, Qin replied, Indeed, given the ongoing calamities on your end, it is essential to have life-preserving devices. If you were to perish, our space would never reopen. Long Yu was a loss for words. How could I possibly die so easily? Just joking you. Personally, I have a protective shield that I haven't used in ages. If you don't mind, I can give it to you. A personal protective shield? Indeed, I have long since severed my mental link with it, allowing you to bind it to yourself at any time. Long Yu inquired further, how do I bind it? Please wait a moment. I will proceed to bind it to you now. After Qin transferred the personal protective shield to Long Yu, he explained, this shield was invented by the Federal Department of Maximum Security and can assist the user in mitigating a portion of damage. In essence, it operates on a principle of anti-gravity energy. If placed on a battlefield where soldiers are firing live ammunition at you, this shield can absorb their firepower. Furthermore, in the event of intense attacks, it can withstand forces of up to 800 kilograms. A few minutes later, Qin successfully completed the binding for Long Yu. In the next moment, Long Yu felt a slight tremor in his body, sensing an invisible force field enveloping him, instilling a profound sense of security. He could control this force with his mental energy, which would vanish or appear at will, manifesting as a transparent shield encasing him entirely. Long Yu marveled inwardly. This was indeed a remarkable item. With this shield, he could avert numerous troubles, providing protection against potential sneak attack from behind. After organizing his belongings, Long Yu retrieved the stamps he had recently collected. Qin, you have assisted me greatly, and I am presenting you with these stamps I've gathered. The collector on Qin's end had a keen interest in ancient artifacts and planned to establish a museum for such collections. With these artifacts, they would undoubtedly attract a considerable number of customers, ensuring their profits would be no less than the value of the protective shield Qin had provided. However, in the current world of Long Yu, these stamps have lost all significance and can be regarded as mere refuse. Conversely, to Qin, they represent a mountain of genuine wealth. Qin gazed at the stamps, his delight unmistakable. Thank you immensely, my Yu. It has been a pleasure to collaborate. After numerous transactions, the two had developed an unspoken understanding. Once the trade was swiftly concluded, Long Yu began preparations to depart from Donghai City. He first took stock of his supplies within the spatial storage ring. Counting approximately 100 boxes of bottled water, rice, noodles, and snacks. Such an abundance of provisions would suffice for several months, alleviating any concerns about potential shortages during the journey. The following morning, he planned to pack the shelter into the spatial storage ring and set off. "Brother Yu, come quickly and get some rest," Long Yu called as he entered the bedroom, only to freeze in astonishment. On his large bed lay Yu Lei on the left and Qin Bingxue on the right, both watching him with mischievous glints in their eyes. What was happening? Their gazes seemed ravenous, akin to two famished wolves. "It's time to rest. The hour is late." Qin Bingxue winked at him. "What's going on with you two?" "We've come to an agreement. Since the bed is spacious, you shall lie between us," they chimed in unison, giggling. Long Yu felt a bit bewildered. Could this be true? Undaunted, he thought, why not lie down? Thus, that night unfolded in remarkable splendor. The next morning, Long Yu awoke from the soft embrace of the bed, only to find the two beauties had vacated the bedroom. They were both donned in aprons, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Could the eldest daughter of the Qin family actually cook? Intrigued, Long Yu approached to observe. He discovered Qin Bingxue consulting Yu Lei about culinary skills. "Lei, I wish to learn your culinary artistry. Will you teach me?" Qin Bingxue inquired. "Of course, but I have a condition," Yu Lei replied. "What condition?" "I've heard you excel at dealing with those zombies outside. I'd like you to teach me as well, for I do not wish to hinder Brother Yu." Qin Bingxue chuckled. "Ah, so that's your concern. I worry about being a burden too. Aside from possessing some combat skills, I am rather inept in other areas." Yu Lei reassured her. "Sister Bingxue, you are far more capable than I. I once thought my taekwondo training made me impressive, but in Brother Yu's presence, I realized how insignificant I truly am." Long Yu, overhearing their conversation from the kitchen doorway, couldn't he help but smile with satisfaction. Their willingness to actively improve upon their shortcomings and strive to overcome their deficiencies was indeed commendable. After a hearty breakfast, Long Yu proposed a decisive plan. It was time to gather their personal belongings and prepare to leave Donghai City. "Are we leaving so soon?" "It is time to go. There is little left here worth lingering for." "Understood." Upon hearing Long Yu's words, the two began to gather their belongings. "Just take a few personal items with you. The rest, leave to me, and I shall carry them away." Qin Bingxue appeared somewhat bewildered. "Huh? How can we take the shelter?" Yu Lei, with a mysterious smile, interjected. "Are there things that Brother Yu can't carry?" "Really?" Qin Bingxue stared at the two in disbelief, contemplating that they would dismantle the shelter and transport the materials to another location for reconstruction. Long Yu offered little explanation, opting instead to demonstrate how to transport an 80-square-meter shelter. After removing a spatial storage ring and scanning the shelter in the blink of an eye, the entire structure was contained within the ring. "This is truly astonishing." Qin Bingshue's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. "Let us go, Sister Bingxue." Yu Lei beckoned, and together they boarded the large vehicle, which afforded ample space. Long Yu, however, chose to sit atop the stone sword. "Boss, we are finally bidding farewell to this place." The mechanical life form, the large construct, expressed a hint of reluctance. Having spent considerable time here, observing the world outside daily, it felt a pang of nostalgia. "Come on, you sentimental robot." At that moment, the sky grew overcast, and raindrops began to patter down. If Long Yu's calculations were correct, the second wave of disaster was imminent. Chapter 57. The Oncoming Catastrophe. The trap team, following the outbreak of the first disaster, heightened security was instituted nationwide, with cities erecting seemingly impregnable shelters referred to as safe zones, housing local citizens who received daily provisions. Most people resided within these official shelters. However, a minority, unable to access the official shelters in time, resorted to constructing makeshift civilian shelters with family and friends. Compared to the official shelters, these civilian constructs were fraught with flaws. At this juncture, the National Disaster Prevention Command Center predicted that another catastrophe was on the horizon. They observed that biological entities across various nations and regions were undergoing mutations, and Longwo was no exception. Consequently, the Disaster Prevention Command Center declared that all shelters, both civilian and official, must undergo the strictest lockdown measures. Defensive barriers needed to be reinforced, and all entry points closed to prevent the influx of additional survivors. This decision, while appearing inhumane, was imperative to ensure the absolute security of the barriers and maintain a state of isolation. The nation once again entered a state of alert. Sioux City served as the essential thoroughfare for survivors from Donghai City en route to the capital's safe zone. There, official shelters were established alongside scattered civilian shelters throughout Sioux City. Within the military barriers, the captain of the women's special operations team from Donghai City, Lin Yun, found herself reassigned to Sioux City, taking on the role of a search and rescue team leader once more. Lin Feng and Zhang Chun, along with their team, were distributed across various official shelters, where they undertook responsibilities for command and operations. In the conference room of Sioux City, senior officials convened a meeting. Captain Lin, we acknowledge your transfer from Donghai City, where you gained experience in disaster management. However, you cannot defy the orders from your superiors. Our current objective is to seal off the entire city of Sioux, prohibiting anyone from entering. This way, the number of survivors outside our military barrier will significantly diminish. Otherwise, the concentration of survivors around the barrier will attract the attention of those monsters, making our situation even more precarious, asserted Li Tianyi, the chief commander of Sioux City's defenses, while scrutinizing the large screen mounted on the wall. Yet, Sioux City is the essential route for survivors from Donghai City heading to the imperial capital. Once the city is sealed, those survivors outside will stand no chance of survival. I believe we should only close off our shelter and not the entire city. Lin Yun voiced her dissent to the leaders present. Her perspective diverged from that of the senior officials, who advocated for a citywide lockdown to ensure the safety of those within the shelters. Lin Yun proposed to fortify the defenses surrounding the shelter instead, arguing that closing the city would leave those outside with no means of survival. Both approaches held their own rationale. The former aimed at better protecting the individuals within the various shelters of Sioux City, while the latter sought to rescue a greater number of survivors. After all, Lin Yun was a member of the Donghai City rescue team, and her concerns were well understood by the leaders. After extensive deliberation, Commander Li Tianyi and the assembled officials ultimately resolved to proceed with the city lockdown. However, they agreed to temporarily construct a makeshift shelter for the survivors outside, providing them with a secure place to stay until the disaster was under control. Thus, Sioux City dispatched 5,000 elite soldiers to commence the construction of temporary shelters outside the city, supplying ample provisions, sufficient to sustain the survivors for over a month. Of course, should the number of survivors exceed expectations, the food supplies might prove inadequate. The construction of these shelters was straightforward, requiring minimal effort. Merely the arrangement of over 100 armored military vehicles enclosed with reinforced steel and wire mesh, alongside thousands of trucks and buses. Lin Yun directed all soldiers in meticulously aligning the vehicles. Captain Lin, do you think these armored vehicles can withstand the monsters? Inquired a male soldier beside her as he organized the supplies within the vehicles. We'll find out soon enough, Lin Yun replied, wielding a Type 95 rifle and firing several rounds at the armored vehicle. The vehicle remained steadfast, unyielding. Impressive, it's quite resilient. Captain, I think you're quite admirable for expressing such thoughts during the meeting with the leaders. The soldier remarked. What is admirable about it? I simply wish to prevent more lives from being lost. If my Captain Lin were here, he would undoubtedly support my stance. Lin Yun couldn't help but recall Lin Feng. The two were busy arranging various supplies into the vehicle when suddenly, a soldier outside noticed the sky had darkened abruptly. In the distance, the sharp cawing of crows echoed ominously. What was happening? What was that? One soldier spotted a mass of dark figures racing towards them from the sky. Through binoculars, they discerned the creatures. It was a flock of crows. Each crow flew in unison, resembling a swirling black mist. Why were they approaching? The situation was dire. They needed to be on high alert. 5,000 soldiers immediately chambered their rounds, aiming at the crows that were hurtling towards them. Before long, the intent of the crows became apparent as they descended in a spiraling formation. Their target was unmistakable. It was humanity. Open fire, Lin Yun commanded without hesitation. Bullets soared into the sky, igniting a blaze of gunfire. The sheer number of crows was staggering, and their speed was alarming. Although the soldiers managed to bring down large swathes of the flock, many crows continued to dive downwards. In less than a minute, those soldiers had been reduced to mere skeletons. Captain Lin, the feeding rate of these crows is terrifying. We must retreat at once. Lin Yun wasted no time. Get in the vehicle. We need to leave this place. A soldier sprinted towards the vehicle, but as he opened the door, the crows surged towards him. In an instant, one of his arms was devoured, leaving only bone, flesh, and blood gone. He hastily shut the door and used the intercom. Do not let the crows catch you. They will kill you instantly. Lin Yun realized they were too far from the vehicle and could only seek refuge in the already prepared emergency vehicles. These crows have all mutated, she said into the intercom. Everyone, get inside the refuge vehicles and do not venture outside. To her dismay, a second wave of calamity struck almost immediately. Chapter 58, The Assault of the Winged Beasts. The prey becomes Long Yu. The 5,000 soldiers concentrated their firepower. Yet before they could eliminate the mutated crows, they had already suffered significant losses, over half within mere minutes. This demonstrated the sheer horror of the second wave of disaster. All soldiers hurried to the makeshift refuge they had just established, the emergency vehicles fortified with iron sheets and wire mesh, narrowly escaping death. Lin Yun held the intercom tightly, peering through the thick wire mesh to assess the situation outside. Report in. State your positions. The soldiers began to report, indicating which refuge vehicle they occupied. After tallying the numbers, only 2,321 soldiers remained. In less than 10 minutes since the disaster struck, over 2,000 brothers had perished. Lin Yun gritted her teeth, wishing to rush out and confront those beasts. Yet she knew she was the captain, and her comrades awaited her next command. Having experienced numerous battles in Donghai City, Lin Yun found herself at a loss on how to respond. At present, these mutated crows showed no intention of departing. Unlike zombies, these creatures possessed a cunning nature. They lay in wait, silently anticipating the arrival of their next meal, eager to devour any unfortunate souls that ventured forth. Compared to the previous zombies, they exhibited an even greater ferocity, cruelty, and treachery. The only recourse was to alert the city defense soldiers of Sioux City and await their assistance. Additionally, it was imperative to promptly inform the information department of Sioux City to disseminate warnings, ensuring that no survivors ventured into this perilous area. Currently, this place was swarming with man-eating, mutated crows, and a single misstep would surely result in death, leaving only a collection of white bones behind. My brothers, I owe you an apology. If I had not sought approval for this operation, none of us would be ensnared here, Lin Yun said, her expression tinged with anguish as she gazed at the bones scattered outside, her heart aching. Captain Lin, we do not regret accompanying you, came the resounding reply from the soldiers over the intercom. Indeed, when have we ever feared anything? Rest assured, Captain Lin, Commander Li will surely dispatch a rescue team to our aid. The soldiers' voices were filled with fervor, providing Lin Yun with immense confidence. Xiao Bei, can you see the surrounding roads from your vehicle? Lin Yun inquired of the soldier named Xiao Bei, who had just assisted her in organizing supplies. In the recent chaos, he had taken refuge in a shelter vehicle that afforded him a clear view of the surroundings. Yes, Captain Lin, whatever you command, I shall follow. Lin Yun paused momentarily before instructing, be vigilant of the conditions on both sides of the road. Should any survivors appear, remember to use the vehicle's loudspeaker to warn them to steer clear of this place. Coming here is tantamount to courting death. She emphasized her warning earnestly. Indeed, even with the iron shelter vehicle, survivors would struggle to board it, as they would be mercilessly devoured by the mutated crows before they could reach safety. Do not worry. I will keep a close watch on this area. Xiao Bei's voice resonated with determination. He held deep admiration for strong women like Lin Yun, who dare to save lives amid grave danger. Such formidable, courageous individuals were his role models. Captain Lin, I understand that our mission here is to safeguard the lives of as many survivors as possible. Rest assured, I will remain vigilant. If any survivors approach this treacherous area, I will do everything in my power to help them escape, he declared fervently. Before the mutated crows fully vacated the vicinity, anyone who approached would meet their demise. In Donghai City, a sleek Shizhongjian sports car led the way, followed closely by a GMC RV. A light rain fell from the sky, and a thick scent of blood wafted through the air, causing Eulele and Qin Bingxue in a larger vehicle to shudder and retch. The streets were littered with corpses, drenched in crimson. Sister-in-law, if the odor from outside is unbearable, I shall close the window immediately. Eulele rested her chin in her hand, her gaze fixed intently on the view outside. Let it remain open. I wish to behold Donghai City one last time. Qin Bingxue nodded in agreement. Once a flourishing metropolis, it had now devolved into a silent, desolate shell of its former self. Just one more glance. Inside the vehicle of Shizhongjian, Long Yu glanced at the map. Their next destination was Sioux City. Known for its reputation as the City of Paradise, it still harbored a considerable supply of resources. It would be ideal to locate a piece of prime real estate there for their refuge. Two vehicles sped through the deserted streets. Occasionally, a few scavengers would attempt to lunge toward them, but the vehicles moved too swiftly for the creatures to keep up. They had anticipated a tranquil journey ahead. However, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the distance, creating a sonic wave that reverberated painfully against their eardrums. With acute awareness, the large man quickly rolled up the car windows. In an instant, the surrounding glass rattled ominously, nearly shattering under the pressure. The vehicle's emergency alarm blared incessantly. Meanwhile, Long Yu in the sports car ahead remained unscathed. He used the intercom to check on the others. "Are you both all right?" "We're fine, but it felt as if the windows were about to shatter." "Fear not, my sisters-in-law. My car's windows are exceptionally sturdy," the large man continued to assert, even though he had just felt the glass tremble perilously. A second wave of disaster approaches. "Be cautious back there," Long Yu warned. "Rest assured, whatever it is, I shall vanquish it." Qin Bingshue's declaration was abruptly interrupted by an instinctive, unsettling premonition that surged within her, accompanied by waves of dread. Something ominous loomed in the distance. As a new breed of human, her perceptive abilities transcended that of ordinary individuals. Long Yu sensed it as well, reclining in his seat, nonchalantly sipping from a bottle of chilled cola. "I suspect it is a flying creature, and a sizable one at that," he remarked, squinting skyward. "Is it approaching?" "Soon." A piercing shriek echoed from the far reaches of the cloud-laden sky, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard. Emerging from the dark clouds, several enormous hawks with massive wings were hurtling toward them. These exceptionally fierce raptors bore grotesque, human-like faces, their wings splattered with blood, devoid of any feathers, resembling monstrous beings rather than birds. "It is a winged beast, a form of ferocious creature," Long Yu explained, sipping his cola while addressing his companions. From the mere sound, Long Yu had already identified the threat. This formidable beast possessed immense destructive capability, akin to a hawk hunting humans as prey. Its only flaw was its solitary nature. It typically did not hunt in packs. Such creatures usually appeared alone, making them relatively easier to confront. Just moments ago, it had already ensnared hundreds of humans, its wings stained with their blood. Hovering in the air for a while, the creature's fierce gaze swiftly fixated on the two vehicles below. It emitted a piercing, grotesque shriek, akin to an excited cry upon spotting its prey. "Clearly, we have been deemed as its quarry," Dragon Yu sneered. Chapter 59. You have become bald. Yet stronger on this desolate, uninhabited highway. Only these two vehicles sped along. The target of this winged beast was unmistakable. Prior to noticing Dragon Yu, it had already hunted numerous survivors elsewhere, yet its hunger remained insatiable. Before such ferocious beasts, humans appeared as mere ants. The unfortunate survivors were lifted into the air by its sharp claws, toyed with, and left to scream and struggle helplessly. In response, it would emit sharp, excited cries, reveling in the pride and satisfaction of tormenting its captured prey. Once the individuals suspended high above had succumbed to despair, it would begin to savor its meal, methodically peeling away their flesh. Such savagery is precisely why they are referred to as ferocious beasts. It was evident that this winged creature had set its sights on Dragon Yu and his companions. "Big guy, fire shot and bring that thing down." Big Guy glanced upward, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Boss, it's just too ugly. I don't want to shoot at it. The primary concern was the beast's incredible speed, making it difficult for Big Guy to take aim. Stay closely behind me, Dragon Yu commanded, gripping the steering wheel with one hand and flooring the accelerator. Boom! The speed of the two vehicles surged. Remarkably, the creature continued its relentless pursuit. This monster is still chasing us, Eulele exclaimed, peering through the car window as it drew ever closer. Meanwhile, both women in the vehicle tightened their grips on their weapons. Hold on, let's see how this unfolds, Dragon Yu said with a playful smile. For he could already discern through the rearview mirror that the winged beast was becoming increasingly agitated. Dragon Yu, let us stop and take it down, Qin Bingxue declared, her demeanor turning stern as she brandished her tang knife, her gaze growing fierce. Dragon Yu, however, remained unhurried, finishing his soda before replying. Miss Qin is ready to unleash her fury. This creature has taken us for prey. It's utterly insufferable, and its incessant screeching is unbearable, Qin Bingxue remarked coldly, her attention fixed on the direction of the winged beast. Let us not waste our time by stopping for such a minor nuisance, Dragon Yu responded, engaging the vehicle's autopilot. He opened the sunroof and effortlessly leaped onto the roof of the car. To his surprise, he discovered that another winged beast was trailing behind Big Guy's vehicle. Strangely, these typically solitary creatures had united in their attack against them. After a brief observation, he realized that the two winged beasts were engaged in a competition. One aimed to capture Dragon Yu's vehicle, while the other targeted Eulele and Qin Bingxue. Were they treating humans as mere playthings in their game? They likely found it quite amusing. Then let this game come to a definitive end. As the winged beasts dove at high speed, they drew ever closer. Big Guy, you handle the one behind, and I'll take care of the one in front. Understood, boss. Long Yu activated the mantis blades on his arms. The flames roaring on the edges seemed to unleash his wrath upon these winged beasts. Hearing the sound of wings slicing through the air, Long Yu swung down fiercely with his blade. With a sickening squelch, it sliced through as though it were merely cutting through flesh. Half of the winged beast's body plummeted to the ground in a rapid descent, its massive form cleaved in two, engulfed in flames, until it was reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, the big guy behind him transformed in the next moment. Boom! Transformed into a mechanical giant, he delivered a powerful punch to the winged beast. Blood gushed from the creature's mouth. The impact was so forceful it nearly penetrated its entire abdomen. The winged beast, reeling from this brutal blow, crashed directly onto the big guy. What a disgusting monster! Just as the big guy attempted to shake it off, the winged beast let out a pained roar, its claws tearing into the top of the vehicle, ripping off a piece of metal with a screech. Enraged, the big guy leaped up, pressing his weight down upon it, unleashing a relentless barrage of stomps until the creature was reduced to a bloody pulp, finally allowing himself to relax. The turmoil with the winged beasts was swiftly quelled. Both had been effortlessly dispatched by Long Yu and his mechanical companion, without a hint of strain. However, boss, the big guy has reverted to his original RV form, he realized, noticing a section of metal missing from the roof. It now resembled a convertible. Boss, I'm done for. I've turned into a convertible. Long Yu glanced at the rearview mirror, noting that without that piece of metal, even in his robotic form, the mechanical head lacked decorative plating, rendering it akin to a balding scalp. Long Yu reassured, it's all right, big guy. Though you've gone bald, you've also grown stronger. A few minutes later, another voice echoed from within the big guy's vehicle. Long Yu, I'm finished too. What is wrong now? Long Yu inquired, perplexed. The blood from that monster seems to have splattered into my mouth. Ugh, I'm done for, came the anxious voice of Qin Bingxue. Just moments prior, she had been inside the vehicle, raising her Tang Dao, eager to engage the winged beast. However, the big guy had struck first, landing a sudden blow that made the creature spew blood. At the time, it seemed fine. Yet, when the winged beast tore off the metal roof, the blood had splattered across her face, and she had apparently been opening her mouth at the time. I'm doomed, she thought, her body stiffening. Despite her profound background and extraordinary strength, she felt tainted by the blood. With that realization, she raised her Tang Dao, a hint of despair etched on her face. I cannot be a burden to Longyu, Lele, Dad, family, brothers, and sisters. Though she typically exuded an icy elegance in this moment, her heart was filled with an unwillingness to part from this world. Lele plunged the dagger into my heart. I wished to transform into a monster. Qin Bingxue was reluctant to accept this grim reality. Yet, she also did not wish to hinder Longyu. Lele gazed at her with equal hesitation. What should we do? Ye, Sister Bingxue? Longyu remained silent for several seconds, an eternity that saw them teetering on the precipice of life and death, one in doubt, the other awaiting demise. Unexpectedly, Longyu nearly burst into laughter on the other side. He stifled his amusement, finding Qin Bingxue utterly amusing. Was she truly prepared to make such a sacrifice? Through the intercom, Longyu held back a chuckle, asking, "What are you talking about? How could you be infected? You mean that winged beast? There's no virus in it. It's harmless even if you roast it. The mutated beasts are not like zombies." The two women exchanged glances and then embraced, as if in celebration. Wonderful. I want to have to die. Chapter 60. Encountering Red Jia again, survivors in the garage. Suddenly, a sensation of rebirth washed over them. Qin Bingxue appeared exhilarated. Although amidst her excitement, she felt a twinge of embarrassment for her earlier despair. Her aloof demeanor had completely crumbled. Even Lele seemed to find her adorable. "Sister Bingxue, it's all right. Everyone behaves like that when facing death," Lele comforted. Qin Bingxue quickly released her embrace, wiping the remnants of tears from her eyes. "Actually, I was merely performing for you both." "Well then, should we stew that winged beast for soup?" "EW. Not even a dog would eat that." As they neared the outskirts of Sioux City, night had fallen. The roads lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, and the rain poured heavily. They deemed it prudent to find a location nearby to establish a shelter and spend the night. Longyu dispatched a drone to scout for nearby accommodations. Soon, the drone reported that an abandoned car factory lay 3 kilometers to the north, a suitable refuge. Upon hearing car factory, the burly figure behind them immediately suggested, "Boss, I think that car factory is perfect." Lele laughed from the vehicle. "Big guy, are you hoping to find some metal for your car?" The burly fellow replied innocently, "I just want to find a wig to wear." Time was slipping away, and having remained in the vehicle without a meal, they decided to head to the abandoned car factory, planning to enter the city first thing in the morning. "Oh, and big guy, if there are other survivors, refrain from transforming into your mechanical form, so as to avoid attracting unnecessary attention and trouble." Longyu suddenly recalled something and advised the burly man. "Understood." Now, with not only Longyu, but also new individuals like Qin Bingxue, they felt more than capable of handling those mutated creatures. With great speed, the Shizhongjian supercar came to a halt at the entrance of the abandoned car factory. The imposing figure followed closely behind, this time remaining steadfast within its vehicle, obediently adhering to Longyu's command. The automobile factory sprawled across an extensive area, illuminated intermittently by solar-powered light flickering in the surroundings. Could there be ferocious beasts lurking within? A few individuals activated their searchlights and ventured inside. Qin Bingxue gripped her tang knife tightly, her vigilant gaze scanning the environment. Longyu, leading the way, deployed a drone for preliminary reconnaissance. Moments later, the drone relayed information indicating that the abandoned factory harbored no beasts, but there were a dozen individuals in an underground garage. Survivors. If surmised correctly, these survivors had likely escaped from Donghai City. Indeed, as they traversed the factory, it appeared the occupants of the underground garage had sensed their intrusion. Among them, a burly man lay in wait, gun in hand, with the dark muzzle aimed at Longyu. Report, Hongjie, it's humans. Upon realizing the intruders were human, the burly man exhaled slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow, and continued, Hongjie, it seems they bear no ill intentions. They are quite young. Probably survivors from Donghai City as well. Very well, let them in, came a mature, female voice from the distance. Upon entering, Longyu observed that the security measures here were impressively fortified. The area was encircled with iron mesh, and heavy trucks obstructed any potential ingress. Crucially, the location of the survivors was remarkably concealed. Without the drone's reconnaissance, they would have remained oblivious to the presence of others. At that moment, a man emerged from the shadows, wielding a shotgun. "You must be the survivors from Donghai City. Our Hong Jie wishes to meet you." The man's expression remained stoic as he addressed Long Yu and his companions. A few minutes later, in a workshop, Hong Jie sat in an executive chair, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she scrutinized Long Yu's group. "You managed to escape from Donghai City, which speaks volumes of your capabilities." Hong Jie's gaze reflected approval. The arduous journey they had undertaken to flee Donghai City was known only to them. From a once thriving group of several hundred, they now numbered merely a handful. Their survival, and the very fact that they stood there, was a testament to the sacrifices made by their brethren. One could say they had clawed their way out from a pile of corpses. In truth, her admiration lay with the soldiers who had come to rescue them. Without their intervention, her entire team might have perished amidst the evolving horde in Donghai City. Yet, what struck her as most terrifying, leaving her in utter awe, was the sight of individuals clad in mechanized armor, reminiscent of Iron Man. Their prowess transcended the realm of comprehension for all of them. Should she encounter that individual again, Hong Jie would undoubtedly express her profound gratitude. Before her, Long Yu wore a faint smile. He thought to himself, who were these people? They were the same survivors he had encountered at his doorstep last time, armed with advanced firearms from the beautiful country. At that moment, clad in nano-armor. They had failed to recognize him. They had been searching for the man in mechanized armor, entirely oblivious that he stood before them. Dragon Yu had no desire to reveal his identity, nor did he feel any obligation to express gratitude. At that time, his actions had merely been to save one of his subordinates, a hefty individual. As for Hong Jie and her crew, it had been a serendipitous intervention that inadvertently liberated them. Dragon Yu remarked, "Donghai City is already a dead city. We must find a way out." Hong Jie took a drag from her cigarette, her gaze fixated curiously on the nonchalant youth before her. He seemed to perceive the extraction from Donghai City as a trivial endeavor. "Are you here to take a brief respite?" she inquired, harboring no animosity, merely curiosity. Their survivor group was dwindling, and the arrival of fresh faces piqued her interest. She hoped to recruit them, for a larger team could collectively vanquish the monstrous threats they faced. Moreover, they possessed a fair number of firearms and ammunition, but unfortunately, their manpower was severely lacking. "I noticed a garage next door. Let us head there," Dragon Yu suggested, preparing to accompany Yu Lele and Qin Bingxue to the adjacent garage. Suddenly, Hong Jie recalled something and called out to them. "By the way, young brother, I must advise you not to venture into Sioux City at this time." Chapter 61. It seems like a vacation the expressions of all present darkened, for Sioux City was their most desired destination. The authorities had issued a warning about a swarm of mutated crows on the outskirts of Sioux City, where over 2,000 city defense soldiers were trapped. It was rumored that the former captain of the Donghai City Women's Special Forces was among them. Hong Jie, resting her elbow on her arm, exhaled a cloud of smoke and addressed Dragon Yu's group. The burly man, who had been wielding a shotgun, added, "Hong Jie is merely offering a friendly warning. Sioux City is exceedingly perilous right now. You cannot go there, and even if you wish to leave, it's best to wait until the crows disperse." Dragon Yu surveyed the gathering, his expression as tranquil as still water. "Thank you for the warning. However, the conditions here are rather bleak, and we still wish to establish a foothold in Sioux City." Hong Jie nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. This area lacked essential supplies within a 10-mile radius. Had they not prepared ample food and water before their arrival, they likely would not have reached this point. This place is unsuitable. It may serve as a temporary resting spot, but the situation has changed. Young brother, even if it means enduring hunger for a few days, you must not risk your lives by heading to Sioux City. They all understood that confronting monsters which even the military could not handle would be tantamount to delivering themselves to death. Upon observing Long Yu's unwavering demeanor, Hong Jie gestured towards several containers nearby. "My young friend, your journey from Donghai City to this place surely indicates your capabilities. Why not join my team? I shall provide you with the most advanced weaponry and some supplies, sufficient for several days of comfortable living." Hong Jie extended her olive branch, for she was a woman of insight instantly recognizing that the youth before her was no ordinary individual. His calm demeanor in the face of her subordinates and herself, coupled with his composed nature, suggested a depth of character. Moreover, his neat and tidy attire belied any notion that he had fled from the chaos of the zombie-infested Donghai city. Long Yu waved his hand dismissively, declining without a moment's hesitation. "We are merely taking a brief respite here. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow." Hong Jie was momentarily speechless. Why was this young man so oblivious? Had her earnest words fallen on deaf ears? Did he possess such audacity? Or perhaps he simply had no fear of death. Even if he were unafraid for himself, one would think he might consider the well-being of the two lovely young women accompanying him. Hong Jie shifted her approach. "Even if you fear not for yourself, surely you must consider the ladies?" Yu Lele and Qin Bingxue, upon sensing the tension, chimed in unison. "We are quite willing to accompany him." "Wait, what? Have you not heard a single word I said?" Hong Ye Ethlimet. "Very well, we shall not hinder you. You may leave at first light. Should you find yourselves in a heap of corpses upon reaching Sioux City, do not blame us for the warning we failed to give." The burly man appeared somewhat anxious. This young man was truly stubborn. The authorities had issued a decree, clearly stating that those who ventured forth would meet their demise. Yet he remained resolute in his decision. Hong Jie, unaware of Long Yu's true prowess, would have been utterly astonished had she known that he was the very individual they had encountered previously, clad in mechanical armor. She certainly would not have attempted to dissuade him. "We shall take our leave now," she said. The automotive factory was filled with various vehicles, and the basement housed a garage, accessible via a sloped ramp. If they were without a shelter, they would likely struggle to find even a decent place to rest. The garage was markedly dilapidated, shrouded in cobwebs, and offered no suitable sleeping accommodations. Lying on the ground at night would render them vulnerable to mosquitoes, while the beasts lurking outside posed a far greater terror. In such conditions, this place hardly qualified as a sanctuary. It was merely a temporary hiding spot. Should they be discovered by the feral beasts, these individuals would be left without a grave. For Hong Jie and her companions, unless they chose to join an official refuge, survival would hinge on possessing self-defense capabilities akin to Long Yu's. Otherwise, they faced a grim fate amidst the calamity. On the first night of the second wave of disaster, Long Yu murmured to himself. Entering the garage, he surveyed his surroundings. Estimating the area, he discerned it spanned a generous 200 square meters, producing a spatial storage ring. He summoned forth the refuge within. In no time, a high-tech sanctuary, occupying 80 square meters, materialized within the confines of the garage. The remaining space shall serve to obscure the truth. As the sanctuary reappeared before the two women, their faces were etched with disbelief. Though they had come to comprehend the marvels of this spatial storage ring, witnessing the sanctuary materialize as if conjured by light was undeniably astonishing. "Is this the power of technology?" "Brother Yu, rest well tonight. Sister Bingxue and I will handle the cooking," said Long Yu as he retreated to his bedroom. He was not idle, connecting to the virtual training pod. After a brief warm-up to invigorate his body, he re-entered a moderately difficult instance, engaging in combat with the experimental soldiers to ensure his strength had not waned. In this apocalyptic world, maintaining a spirit of progress was paramount. To his astonishment, he discovered that the experimental soldiers were becoming increasingly feeble. Particularly, the towering robot reminiscent of Gundam crumbled under just a few strikes. After approximately an hour of practice, Yulil finished preparing the meal and gently tapped on the door. "Brother Yu, it's time to eat." "Okay." The trio gathered around the dining table. On it, Yulil had prepared braised lamb, dry pot tofu, and fragrant stir-fried chicken, accompanied by fluffy white rice. The two meat dishes and one vegetable were quite a feast in such circumstances. "We have plenty of food, thanks to Brother Yu's previous scavenging in the city center." Yulil beamed, encouraging everyone to begin their meal. "This will last us for several months." In the adjacent garage, Sister Hong began distributing supplies, though most consisted of instant noodles, rice crusts, and compressed biscuits, along with a bottle of mineral water for each person. They considered this to be a heavenly provision amidst the apocalypse. "Sister Hong, that lad is ungrateful. We need not remind him." Let them do as they please. It's of no consequence to us, she remarked, sipping her mineral water while seated on the mat, gesturing towards them. There is a purpose behind my actions. Have you not noticed? They claim to hail from the East Sea, yet they do not resemble typical refugees at all. Upon hearing this, the others pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, this group appeared nothing like those escaping from the heavily afflicted, zombie-infested East Sea city. They seemed as if they were on vacation. Sister Hong, what do you imply? Is it possible they are not from the East Sea at all? Sister Hong's expression turned grave. Regardless of their origins, I believe that group is not ordinary. We are currently in dire need of manpower. I wish to recruit them. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, strength lies in numbers. Even if they were to serve as cannon fodder, they could potentially hold off the monsters. Chapter 62, Alloy Barrier. An exceedingly peculiar scene unfolded. Sister Hong's group genuinely required additional personnel. Otherwise, the numerous firearms they possessed would remain utterly useless. Their intention was to gather survivors and form a substantial contingent of the living, enabling them to weather the impending storm together. Old Lei, go take another look and see what they might need. If they lack food, we still have a few packs of compressed biscuits that we can send over. She instructed the burly man, Old Lei, who was armed with a shotgun. Sister Hong, are we truly going to give away this food for nothing? If he refuses to join us, won't we be at a tremendous loss? Sister Hong shook her head in resignation. You can't catch wolves without parting with your children. If we can exchange this food and water for their allegiance, it would indeed be quite advantageous. Sister Hong had a premonition that Long Yu was no ordinary individual. Their group was in dire need of someone adept at surviving in dire circumstances. Old Lei nodded, adhering to Sister Hong's command, and took 3 packs of compressed food and 3 bottles of mineral water, exiting the garage to the adjacent one. They were well acquainted with the environment, and Old Lei knew that the neighboring garage lacked any sleeping arrangements, as their group had not brought along bedding. If circumstances became dire, they would likely have to sleep on the concrete floor. As he pondered this, he approached the neighboring garage. Before he reached the entrance, an overpowering aroma of meat wafted through the air, perplexing Old Lei. Had his recent diet of pickled vegetable noodles skewed his sense of smell? In this desolate area, there wasn't even a stall selling meat, let alone a restaurant. What could be causing this scent? He pinched his nose, fearful that there was an issue with his olfactory senses. Continuing toward the garage where Long Yu was located, he was astonished to find that the closer he got, the more pronounced the delightful aroma became. This was unmistakably the fragrance of a meal. He sniffed again, confirming that he was not mistaken. Ah, the scent of lamb, specifically braised lamb. This was unmistakable. He used to frequent a braised lamb restaurant where he would devour several pounds of lamb. It felt all too familiar. How could this be? Where were the cooking implements? Who was preparing this meal? At that moment, his curiosity piqued, and in a fit of bewilderment, he pushed open the garage door. The sight before him was truly astonishing. The expansive 200 square meters were engulfed in darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Why didn't these people turn on the lights? Old Lei stood dumbfounded, illuminating the area with his flashlight, proceeding cautiously step by step. As he ventured further inside, he suddenly discerned a clue. Shining his flashlight, he beheld a wall made of alloy material. In one corner of the garage, there was an enclosure formed by alloy metal. This bizarre scene made Old Lei's hand tremble as he held the flashlight. What was happening? He had entered this place just a few days prior, and he distinctly remembered that this barrier had not existed then. The tantalizing aroma of food wafting from within the alloy barrier left Old Lei utterly astounded, almost believing he had encountered a supernatural phenomenon. How extraordinary! A barrier appearing out of thin air. Yet, he had no inkling of what lay within that alloy enclosure. He also failed to detect the presence of the 3 survivors, a man and 2 women. Master, an unidentified intruder has been detected approaching. Should defensive measures be taken? At that moment, a mechanical sound suddenly emanated from within the alloy gate. Old Lei could no longer remain calm. He grabbed some food and water and fled, hastily exiting the eerie garage. Upon returning, he hurriedly explained to Hongjie and the others what he had witnessed in the adjacent garage. How could Hongjie and the others possibly believe Old Lei's words? Old Lei, Are you hallucinating due to hunger? I've heard that extreme dehydration or starvation can cause such visions. As for the metal barrier, we've thoroughly searched this underground garage. If there were truly a metal fortress, wouldn't we know about it? Damn it, if something like that existed, we wouldn't be hiding here. We would have sought refuge inside long ago. Beads of sweat dripped down old Lay's back as he fervently attempted to explain himself. No one believed him. After all, such seemingly unscientific phenomena were far beyond their comprehension. They would rather think that old Lay was hallucinating from hunger or encountering something mysterious like a ghostly wall, than accept that what he described was objectively real. In their hearts, they all agreed that old Lay, unwilling to share his food and water with outsiders, had concocted such a tale. They understood each other without needing to say more. Humans are inherently self-serving, especially in an apocalyptic world. Hongjie tossed a bottle of mineral water to old Lay. Here, drink some more water and get some rest, old Lay. As always, Hongjie prioritized the team's overall welfare. Recognizing that most of her subordinates were reluctant to share their provisions with an outsider. Sitting on his bed, old Lay wiped the sweat from his forehead, pondering. Could it be that I truly experienced a hallucination? The disbelief of everyone else caused him to doubt himself. It's getting late. Let us all rest, Hongjie announced, extinguishing the lights in the garage. In the darkness, Hongjie found herself unable to sleep, lighting a cigarette and lost in thought. She felt that the 3 survivors who had arrived that day were becoming increasingly mysterious. The next day, Long Yu woke early from his slumber. After a tiring day yesterday, he had enjoyed a restful sleep. Wake up, we need to head into the city. The early bird catches the worm. Long Yu stretched and dressed. The 2 beautiful women in bed woke simultaneously, aware of the day's plans, and wasted no time in getting dressed and preparing breakfast. Once everything was ready, Long Yu utilized his spatial storage ring to retrieve the shelter into the ring's storage space. The area then transformed back into a plain, old cement floor. Meanwhile, Hongjie and her team opened the garage door, coming over to inquire how Long Yu and his group had slept the previous night. Upon seeing the barren cement floor, their worries were alleviated, and all eyes turned to old Lay, as if mocking the reality of his hallucination from the night before. Old Lay also noticed that the alloy metal barrier he had seen last night was nowhere to be found. It seemed he had simply been mistaken. Hongjie gently patted old Lay on the shoulder as they moved forward together. Hongjie, we plan to leave for Sioux City in the morning. Hongjie understood that there was no persuading these impetuous young survivors, and could only nod in acknowledgement. I wish you all the best. We will wait until the periphery of Sioux City is somewhat safer before entering. I hope we can meet again by then. Long Yu smiled. That depends on fate. He then proceeded, accompanied by Eulele and Qin Bingxue. Hongjie let out a heavy sigh. Would they truly meet again? She had initially wished for Long Yu to express her gratitude to that figure clad in mechanical armor, should he chance upon them in Sioux City. However, upon reflection, with the mutated crows appearing at the city's outskirts, it seemed this journey would be one of no return. Chapter 63. Journey to the outskirts of Sioux City. Swarms of mutated crows. Long Yu led the 2 women upwards, and before departing, he did not forget to find a few cars and remove some metal sheets to equip the hefty one still waiting outside. Otherwise, it would remain a half-open vehicle, posing a safety hazard. Once inside, Long Yu started the engine of the Shizhongjian supercar and called back to Eulele and Qin Bingxue. I've heard that the outskirts of Sioux City are surrounded by those mutated crows. You must stay vigilant, as they can devour a person at incredible speed. Eulele, taking the driver's seat, instinctively inquired, how fast? In less than 10 seconds, a living person can be reduced to a mere skeletal remains, Long Yu stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the 2 women behind him shivered. No wonder the survivors at the abandoned car factory dared not approach Sioux City. It was a terrifying prospect. Long Yu understood that this was only the beginning. There were countless mutated creatures, many of which were even more horrifying. However, there was no need for excessive concern. As long as they could successfully enter Sioux City, find a safe haven, and establish their shelter, they would be secure. Those monsters would never have the opportunity to breach such a sanctuary. Yet, there remained a pressing issue. The current shelter was rather cramped. At present, there was only one bedroom available. Although it featured a soft, large bed, it was hardly ideal to lie between two beautiful women. While the occasional embrace might be tolerable, enduring it daily would be rather taxing. Lying alone on a spacious bed would be far more comfortable. Once they arrived in Sioux City and located a suitable spot to deploy the shelter, he would inquire with the AI, Xiao, to see if there were any means to expand it. Previously, Xiao Yi had mentioned that the shelter could upgrade automatically, yet had not completed its upgrade after some time, a pace Long Yu found unacceptable. Currently, he was too preoccupied to attend to this matter. But once they reached their destination, he would certainly follow up. As the roar of the Shizhongjian's engine filled the air, Long Yu drove swiftly through the desolate wilderness. On this journey, they traversed the highway and were nearing the city of Sioux, often referred to as the paradise on Earth. At the highway exit, countless vehicles were stalled, with a few emitting thick plumes of smoke, while some zombies wandered aimlessly nearby. Despite the onset of a second catastrophe, remnants of the undead still roamed the desolate roads. Clearly, these souls had intended to escape to Sioux City, only to find themselves ensnared by the horde, meeting their demise here. The rumbling of Long Yu's stone sword caught the attention of the nearby zombies, who began to surge toward them with guttural howls. Long Yu and his robust companion had grown accustomed to such encounters. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged directly into the throng of zombies. In an instant, numerous undead were sent sprawling off the highway. They surged forth from the wrecked vehicles, with Long Yu relying on the exceptional durability of his cybernetic sports car, the stone sword. With a press of the accelerator, they barreled through the scattered debris of abandoned cars. Boom! Some vehicles could not withstand the force and erupted in explosions moments later. The robust companion also bravely initiated charge. At last, the two vehicles hastily departed from the highway entrance. On the outskirts of Sioux City, over 2,000 soldiers found themselves trapped within makeshift refuge vehicles for 2 days. After these vehicles were stationed here to prevent survivors from misusing them to harm others, the control mechanisms at the driver's seat had been rendered inoperable. However, these refuge vehicles had inadvertently become a lifeline for the soldiers, who now had no choice but to await rescue. Within the city, thousands of special operations troops were being organized to mount a rescue for the stranded soldiers. The high-ranking commander, Li Tian, issued orders to ensure the safe return of the warriors. Outside, swarms of mutated crows patrolled the area. Should humans expose themselves, they would be mercilessly devoured by the avian predators. Thus, Commander Li Tian opted to dispatch a significant number of armored vehicles and tanks, commanding the soldiers within to retaliate against the mutated crows. They were resolute in their belief that these creatures could not breach the armored vehicles. Inside the refuge vehicle, Lin Yin utilized a walkie-talkie daily to have the soldiers report their numbers, ensuring the safety of the remaining troops. Xiao Bei, what is the situation on your end? No one has fled to this vicinity, correct? Xiao Bei, equipped with binoculars, had been vigilant ever since the authorities issued warnings about the perilous conditions surrounding Sioux City, deterring anyone from approaching. Report, Captain Lin, there have been no sightings so far. Good, continue your observations. Leaning against the vehicle, Xiao Bei consumed some rations to replenish his energy. Just as he was finishing, he suddenly heard the distant sound of vehicles racing toward them. Startled, he sprang to his feet, placed a loudspeaker nearby, and peered through the binoculars. Indeed, two vehicles were hurtling down the road towards them. This was troubling news. Someone was indeed approaching. He quickly relayed the information to Lin Yin. Following that, he seized the loudspeaker and shouted toward the incoming vehicles. Leave this place. It is fraught with danger. I repeat, vacate immediately. Do not advance any further. Retreat, retreat, retreat. It seemed there was little reaction from the other side. Xiao Bei drew his handgun and fired several shots at the iron net. The surrounding mutated crows were stirred into a frenzy, launching a fierce assault on Xiao Bei's vehicle. Fortunately, the iron net was robust enough to withstand their attacks, forcing the crows to abandon their efforts. Instead, they turned their attention to the approaching vehicles racing towards them. One crow emitted a sharp, piercing cry. In the next moment, all the crows surrounding Sioux City flapped their wings in unison and took to the sky. A dark mass loomed overhead, resembling a dense, inky cloud that enveloped the sky, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically. This scene sent chills down Xiao Bei's spine. The soldiers within the surrounding vehicles also sensed the situation and began shouting for the two cars to retreat swiftly. Captain Lin was at a loss. The crows had already surged toward the survivors' vehicles. Xiao Bei's voice trembled, not from fear, but from the unwillingness to witness the hauntingly bloody and brutal images that had etched themselves in their memories. Chapter 64. Confronting darkness with fire on the other end of the intercom, Lin Yun fell into silence. She leaned weakly against the side of the vehicle, gripping her handgun tightly with one hand. Bang, 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 bang. She fired 4 shots fiercely at the iron net, her face ablaze with unending fury. She blamed herself for not being strong enough, unable to protect her comrades or safeguard the defenseless survivors. Why? Tell me why you came here. Don't you fear death at all? Lin Yun roared hysterically at the mutated crows outside, venting her anger. Yet, those crows had already formed a vast swarm in the air, charging towards the 2 vehicles on the road. Xiao Bei endeavored to calm the captain's emotions while peering through his binoculars. At this moment, all he could hope for was that the 2 vehicles would recognize the imminent danger in time and swiftly turn back. Those vehicles had not comprehended the true peril posed by the flock of crows. Captain Lin, please don't panic. Perhaps they can escape the crows in time. Xiao Bei offered, hoping for such an outcome. Having witnessed the speed of the mutated crows, he understood that escaping their grasp would be exceedingly difficult. Xiao Bei, relay the situation on the highway. Lin Yun and the 2,000 soldiers present were silently praying. They watched as the crows circled ominously above the first vehicle. Xiao Bei's heart sank. It was over, utterly over. He could hardly bear to look, for he had a foreboding sense of what would ensue. With the sharp beaks of the mutated crows, those vehicles would be torn apart as easily as paper. On the highway, Shi Zhongjian sped ahead. Long Yu sat in the driver's seat, calmly gazing at the looming swarm of crows. Boss, it seems those crows have set their sights on you first. The burly man followed closely behind, still a distance away from Shi Zhongjian and thus not yet ensnared by the flock. How foolish to provoke the boss first. They must be tired of living. The hulking figure hastened his pace, eager to catch up and extricate his leader from peril. In the front seat, Yu Lei and Qin Bingxue furrowed their brows, exuding an air of readiness for battle. The number of crows was indeed substantial. Indeed, otherwise, why would the authorities issue an urgent ban? For anyone else encountering such a scene, despair would surely take hold. Enveloped by a swarm of crows, akin to a shroud of black mist, one would inevitably feel as though they were descending into the depths of hell. The cacophony emitted by the crows was jarring, and with no glimmer of light in sight, they would be swiftly devoured, leaving only a heap of bones. There is no more despairing demise than this. Clearly, this was a favored method of the mutated crows. They relished witnessing the terror etched upon human faces, delighting in the taste of flesh and the warmth of blood. After enduring in silence for so long, they finally beheld the arrival of unwary humans. Yuga, while we know you'll be fine, please exercise caution. Long Yu, I'm coming to assist you. Big guy, pull the car closer. Qin Bingxue displayed a commanding presence, drawing her Tang Dao, her gaze filled with lethal intent. Long Yu leaned back in the driver's seat, listening to the nervous tones of the 2 women behind him. He spoke in a languid manner, no need to rush. If this flock of crows wishes to surround me, let them all come. This way, it will be easier to eliminate them, will it not? His words left the 2 women in the hulking vehicle momentarily stunned. With so many crows, wouldn't it be somewhat challenging to confront them without donning nano-armor? Boss, my vehicle is equipped with a heavy machine gun. Should I unleash a barrage? The hulking figure sought Long Yu's command. At a mere signal from Long Yu, he would unleash a relentless spray of gunfire upon the crows with his mechanical arms. Long Yu remained composed, seated in the driver's seat. The drone provided him with a bird's-eye view from above. The footage revealed that a substantial number of crows had converged on the outskirts of Sioux City. It was time. Slowing the vehicle, he leaped from the roof of the stone sword. As Long Yu emerged before the thousands of crows, their cries grew more piercing. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if a command had been issued, and all the crows surged towards Long Yu in unison. With a great flurry, they descended, numbering in the tens of thousands, creating a spectacular sight. The crows perceived Long Yu's deliberate stance as a provocation, prompting them to swarm him even more fiercely. This multitude of crows could surely reduce the opposing human to mere flesh in a heartbeat. The crows charged forth. Xiao Bei, overwhelmed with despair, shouted in his heart. This was the first time he had witnessed such a mass of crows assaulting a single individual. Boom! In the next moment, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. These crows, bound by an invisible force, could not breach even a fraction of distance towards Long Yu, no matter how fervently they lunged. The crows continued their relentless assault. Yet it seemed as though an unseen barrier stood before Long Yu, impervious to their onslaught. Long Yu let out a cold laugh, and then activated the mantis blade. Listen closely. When confronting darkness, we must not employ gentleness, but fire. He advised a burly figure in the back seat, Yu Lei and Qin Bingxue. Fire? The others were yet to grasp the deeper meaning behind Long Yu's words. The blade of the mantis ignited with fierce flames. In an instant, Long Yu's arms swelled with muscle as he silently swung the razor-sharp blade. A single strike, enveloped in a torrent of flames, surged towards the flock of crows. Accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, an explosion echoed. Boom! The flames erupted among the mass of crows. Over 10,000 mutated crows, gathered together, were instantly ignited, transforming the darkness they cast into a roaring inferno. The fire emitted a low hum as the encroaching crows became engulfed in a sea of flames. They burned in the sky for an indeterminate length of time. Ultimately, these crows slowly descended to the ground, all thoroughly roasted. This scene was particularly shocking. What had once been a dense mass of countless crows had inexplicably turned into a blazing ocean of fire, ultimately incinerated and fallen, all lifeless. Xiao Bai, observing from the refuge vehicle, took a deep breath, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Meanwhile, holding the walkie-talkie, Lin Yun and the others on the other end struggled to contain their astonishment. This spectacle was enough to astonish him for a century. The mutated crows that had slain so many of their brothers were eradicated by the survivors in the vehicle in less than 5 minutes, reduced to charred remains. The very notion was utterly incredible. Lin Yun anxiously awaited his response. Xiao Bei, how is the situation? Did the survivors manage to escape? Xiao Bei, still in a daze, picked up the walkie-talkie. The survivors did not escape. Lin Yun fell silent. Xiao Bei swallowed hard and continued. However, all the crows are dead. Lin Yun remained silent once more. Chapter 65. The Royal Garden of Sioux City. An ideal location for a refuge. The over 2,000 warriors present fell into collective silence. Xiao Bei, what did you say? After a moment, Lin Yun incredulously pressed on through the walkie-talkie. All those crows, are they all dead? How is that possible? There were at least 10,000 of them. How could this be? Xiao Bei, you aren't deceiving us, are you? The warriors in the refuge vehicle gazed at Xiao Bei with astonishment. Xiao Bei was still contemplating how to explain. For him, this revelation was equally overwhelming. He had never imagined that a mere vehicle owner could effortlessly eliminate the flock of crows that over 5,000 elite warriors could not handle. Xiao Bei was indeed correct. I too could see that the owner of the vehicle ahead had employed fire. Fire? Did they burn all those crows? Indeed, over 10,000 crows, all incinerated, not a single one spared. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. They had considered using flames to conduct a widespread incineration of these crows. The crux of the matter is that these mutated crows possess astonishing speed before their flames could even be unleashed. They might have been reduced to mere bones by the onslaught of crows rushing past. How he managed to evade the assault of the crow swarm was a question lingering in Lin Yun's mind. I too was uncertain. All I witnessed was that shortly after the crows surged towards that vehicle, they were entirely engulfed in flames. The crows had indeed initiated their attack. One of the team members elucidated that from his vantage point, he could clearly discern the entire movement of the crows. With a composed demeanor, he continued, however, the crows' assault seemed ineffective against him. Ineffective? What nonsense is this? Upon hearing this, The soldiers in the refuge vehicles could not help but express their skepticism. Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. They were acutely aware of the offensive capabilities of that swarm of crows. Had it not been for the sturdy layers of welded iron mesh encasing the vehicle, it would likely have been destroyed by the adversaries. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yun inquired anew, "Xiao Bei, did you see clearly? What kind of vehicle was that?" "The vehicle in front, I do not recognize. I have never seen it before, but it appears quite futuristic. The one behind, however, I am familiar with, a GMC motorhome worth over $1 million. All the soldiers were perplexed as to why Lin Yun was inquiring about the vehicle. They thought it unrelated to the situation at hand. Just as the soldiers fell silent, Lin Yun's voice crackled through the intercom, a sudden realization dawning upon her. "It's him." Xiao Bei, bewildered, asked, "What's going on?" "Captain Lin, do you know the owner of that vehicle?" "No, I do not know him personally. I have merely heard of him. He was quite the sensation on the forums in Donghai City, racing down streets teeming with zombies. At that time, our leader, Lin Feng, believed that he was no ordinary individual. Later, we spotted him near Donghai University, but he declined our invitation. I never anticipated that the man would come to Sioux City." Lin Yun's revelation left everyone in a state of confusion. They were unaware of the significance of her words. Only Lin Yun herself grasped the reality. It was that man. She was oblivious to the true extent of his capabilities, having only encountered him once. At that moment, she merely felt that a man who could refuse an official invitation amidst the apocalypse must possess his own convictions. Little did she know he was still alive. And not only had he arrived in Sioux City, but he had done so amidst the official prohibition, vanquishing the mutated crow swarm. "Captain Lin, what shall we do next?" Lin Yun's expression shifted, and she hastily unlocked the car door, shouting into the intercom, "Quickly, do not let that man escape. Block his vehicle. Xiao Bei, stop him." Xiao Bei dashed out, sprinting towards the road. However, having barely covered a few meters, he suddenly realized that the two vehicles had vanished without a trace. "Captain, they have already left." Lin Yun sighed. "That man possesses unfathomable strength. Our leader previously cautioned me to ensure that we enlist him into the military at our next encounter. Alas, it seems we are a step too late. Captain, that vehicle was too swift. We cannot hope to catch up." Utilizing flames to eliminate those crows is a method that Long Yu had employed in his previous life, yielding consistent success, particularly effective against swarms of mutated creatures. One need only seize the right moment to unleash a great fire, ensuring those beings are incinerated entirely. This time, armed with a personal protective shield provided by Mr. Qin, Long Yu is even more capable of dispatching these crows in a single, decisive blow. In Long Yu's vicinity, the passenger seat of the Shizhongjian sports car is piled with small, palm-sized, crystalline fragments of a striking blue hue, seemingly brimming with boundless energy. In his previous life, following the second disaster, Long Yu had encountered many of these objects, yet remained ignorant of their purpose. After resolving the crows, he noted that some of their brains contained these crystalline entities, while others did not. Holding one in his hand, he scrutinizes the energy crystal intently. Given the opportunity in this life, I must ascertain the true purpose of this item. He places it back on the passenger seat and turns to inform the two women behind him. It appears the area ahead is sealed off, but the drone has already located a small path for us. Stay close, big guy. We shall proceed from there. Understood. The vehicle speeds along, navigating through a narrow path. They swiftly enter Sioux City. The next task is to identify a suitable refuge. Feng, provide me with an overview map of Sioux City. The reconnaissance drone, Feng, immediately zooms in with a million-fold magnification, monitoring all radio networks within Sioux City to gauge the overall situation. Currently, it is known that there are 14 officially established shelters in Sioux City. These include one underground military shelter located within the municipal high-rise, alongside 3 large air raid shelters repurposed as refuges. The remainder consists of birdcage-like structures built from iron mesh, as well as open-air park-style shelters. The number of civilian shelters is countless, with 23 large-scale civilian refuges constructed mainly by local affluent individuals. There are also numerous inconspicuous small shelters that need not be mentioned. Seated in the vehicle, Long Yu meticulously observes the entirety of Sioux City. Eventually, he identifies a promising location, a garden villa situated 10 kilometers away, renowned for its exquisite landscaping. Due to the presence of numerous evolved zombies, few survivors remain. Most importantly, the area is abundant in resources. Nearby, there are dozens supermarkets of varying sizes, a slaughterhouse, and a recently abandoned cold storage facility. These establishments were forsaken due to the sudden evolution of zombies, which the military could not counteract. That's south of place, the Royal Garden of Sioux City. Chapter 66, Upgrading the Shelter. The function of energy crystals throughout their journey. They opt for more secluded mountain paths to avoid drawing attention. Passing by a prison, they encounter a chilling sight, a monstrous figure. Long Yu, what is that? The butcher with the giant axe. A hulking figure, its head wrapped in burlap, wields a massive axe weighing over 100 pounds. Long Yu was aware that this was a mutation of a virus contracted by death row inmates within the prison. This formidable being possessed immense strength, capable of effortlessly cleaving through an iron door. Long Yu elaborated. At that moment, 3 colossal axe-wielding butchers were situated beside the prison, relentlessly hacking at the imposing iron gate with their massive axes. The guards inside hastily drew their firearms and began to shoot, but their efforts proved futile. The axe butchers remained undeterred, continuing their assault on the gate, producing a resounding clang with each strike. The vehicles, Stone Sword and Big Guy, sped past them in a blur. The butcher's velocity was simply too slow, leaving the cars no time to react, as they vanished from sight in an instant. As they approached their designated location, dusk had already fallen, casting a blood-red hue beneath the setting sun. Upon reaching the Royal Garden, the roar of the engines immediately roused the nearby evolved zombies. Bing Shui, Big Guy, you two accompany me to eradicate these zombies. You Lele, command the drones to scout the situation inside the villa. Understood. With clear roles assigned, everyone swiftly sprang into action. Qin Bingxue appeared elated. It was her first time fighting alongside Long Yu since joining him, and she was resolutely determined to clear the surrounding zombies. The number of evolved zombies in the vicinity was indeed considerable. Otherwise, the military would not have been willing to abandon such a precious territory. Without hesitation, Long Yu unsheathed his mantis blade and commenced the slaughter of the evolved zombies. Qin Bingxue brandished her tang knife and plunged into the horde. Big Guy retrieved his weaponry, launching a barrage of attacks with his rocket launcher and high-explosive grenades against the zombies. In an instant, the evolved zombies recognized they were facing formidable foes. The pair of humans and the machine before them were anything but ordinary. Long Yu switched the electronic module of the mantis blade and began to stride toward the throng of dozens of lick eaters. With a swift slash, currents of electricity surged from the blade, crashing down upon the lick eaters. In that moment, a dozen or so lick eaters were illuminated by the electric shock, the acrid scent of charred flesh filling the air as they were instantaneously dispatched. After half an hour, all the evolved zombies had been eradicated. The group entered the garden. Arriving at the villa, Eulele, having procured an air freshener from an unknown source, began to spray the corpses beside the villa. However, this proved futile. Once the shelter was activated, the stench of the bodies would be rendered undetectable, as the air purification system within the shelter had long been established to eliminate all odors emanating from the villa's surroundings. Upon entering the villa, they discovered it was quite spacious, spanning 3 levels above ground and approximately 300 square meters. The basement consisted of 2 levels. The first basement level was initially a leisure area featuring a KTV, bar, and private cinema, while the second basement level was expansive, housing various sports facilities. Long Yu conducted a brief survey and utilized his spatial storage ring to place the shelter in the first basement. Once the shelter was activated, the 3 of them first took a shower and then proceeded to attend to their individual tasks. Yulio continued her research experiments while Qin Bingxue diligently practiced the military combat techniques taught to her by Qin Weigua, alongside some physical training. After a while, Yulio ran over to Qin Bingxue and joined her in practice. Sister Bingxue, please teach me. I too wish to become stronger. Then let us spar, Qin Bingxue replied. I have heard that you hold a black belt in Taekwondo. Yulil stuck out her tongue and nodded vigorously. All right, Sister Bingxue, but please go easy on me. Long Yu observed the two women clad in black form-fitting attire as they engaged in spirited combat in the living room, shaking his head in resignation. A talent for research on nutritional substances, forsaking her expertise to practice martial arts. He retreated to his bedroom, closing the door behind him. Once the sounds of their sparring faded, he chose not to rest, but instead placed the blue crystal he had obtained from the mutated crow on the table. He toyed with another crystal in his hand, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Xiao Yi, can you utilize your technology to analyze what this is for? Immediately, Xiao Yi initiated a comprehensive examination. Master, please rest assured, this is within my capabilities. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi's voice returned. Master, I have conducted my research. These blue crystals are classified as energy crystals, a new type of energy source that can be utilized for energy conversion in any machinery. In simpler terms, if an electric vehicle runs out of power, it can effectively employ energy crystals to replenish its energy. Remarkably, a crystal the size of a thumb can provide a month's worth of energy for an electric vehicle's battery. Long Yu suddenly understood. It was indeed a novel energy source, remarkable for its ability to supply energy to any machinery. He mused while handling the blue crystal, energy crystals, a means to replenish power. The shelter required energy for upgrades, and its inability to complete upgrades stemmed from insufficient energy supply. Could it be possible? Upon grasping the principle of the blue crystals, Long Yu immediately applied it to the current situation. Xiao Yi promptly elaborated, Master, your idea is entirely feasible. The upgrade of the shelter, provided there is sufficient energy, will unlock additional functionalities and allow for the production of various devices, facilitating modernization. Long Yu smiled. These blue crystals could be transformed into electrical energy to supply the shelter for upgrades. Xiao Yi, integrate all 200 energy crystals into the shelter's energy system. In the next moment, the 200 energy crystals vanished instantaneously. The shelter was suddenly illuminated, and various futuristic facilities began to operate. At that moment, Xiao Yi's voice echoed once more. Master, please select the upgrade direction for the shelter. Name, Shelter 1, Survival. Defense, 1 Offense. 3 upgrade paths appeared in Long Yu's mind. After some contemplation, he deemed the shelter's defense to be sufficiently secure for the time being, and offense was not immediately necessary. Upgrade Survival. Master, the upgrade is complete. Please proceed to the second basement level to inspect. The 80 square meter space extends downwards by 1 level. The basement, originally a gymnasium, has been transformed into a shelter, covering an area of 500 square meters. Upon descending to the second basement level, Long Yu discovered an additional door, leading him to a scene that left him utterly astonished. Before him lay a living area, a plantation. Chapter 67. High-tech soilless cultivation plantation. A bountiful harvest at present. The plantation, nearly an acre in size, has successfully unlocked its supporting living area. This plantation employs advanced soilless cultivation technology from the future, capable of swiftly meeting the shelter's demands for fruits and vegetables. In this sanctuary, it implies that even if the world were to implode, as long as the shelter remains intact, these vegetables could be continuously supplied. The artificial intelligence, Xiao Yi, elucidated to Long Yu. Furthermore, as the shelter evolves, more plantations will be developed within the living area. Long Yu stepped inside, while Xiao Yi continued her briefing. Currently, the plantation within the shelter is capable of fully automated management. However, according to Xiao Yi, it would be prudent to find an agricultural expert with specialized knowledge. This acre of plantation is equipped with cutting-edge technology, enabling initial stages of unmanned cultivation. Upon closer inspection, Long Yu observed a fully enclosed planting chamber capable of simulating various climatic conditions. Under the illumination of lights, he could clearly see several small zones, each adorned with layers of cultivation trays. Below them lay nutrient solutions, utilizing the most advanced soilless cultivation techniques, equipped with comprehensive 24-hour simulated lighting. It greatly satisfies the growth requirements of diverse plants. Master, the plantation within the shelter can emulate various climatic environments, significantly shortening the growth period of plants. The AI informed him. For instance, cilantro's growth cycle can be reduced by 34 days, tomatoes by 28 days, spinach by 36 days, and potatoes and beans by 21 days. Hearing this, even the typically composed Long Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Such a high-tech plantation is invaluable in apocalyptic times. With this innovation, there would be no need to scavenge for supplies outside. Utilizing soilless cultivation technology, the freshest fruits and vegetables would be at their disposal, all while being organic and non-toxic. In the past, cultivating on the ground required assessing soil fertility and wading through a growth cycle, with some vegetables unsuitable for local conditions and unable to thrive. This was exceedingly troublesome. In his previous life, Long Yu had attempted to grow fruits and vegetables himself, knowing that during apocalyptic times, one could forego meat, but not the sustenance of fruits and vegetables. However, the geographical environment was harsh, compounded by the frequent onset of disasters. Eventually, officials succeeded in promoting soilless cultivation technology. Regrettably, a series of indiscriminate earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and meteorite impacts followed. Presently, Long Yu possesses the most advanced soilless cultivation technology, surpassing even that which will be officially promoted decades later. Its ingeniously crafted tray design significantly optimizes cultivation space, transforming 1 square meter into 10, within the confines of the closed planting chamber. Unperturbed by external conditions and shielded by this indomitable sanctuary, the yield of this technology is poised to surge exponentially. Efficient, safe, and convenient. According to Xiao Yi, as the sanctuary upgrades and the living garden expands, his plantation could potentially reach tens of thousands of square meters, yielding as much produce as thousands of acres of land, while also diversifying into various types of plantations. With this agricultural endeavor, concerns regarding food shortages will be a thing of the past. Of course, there's also an aquaculture area that will require further upgrades to the sanctuary. Indeed, it seems imperative to expedite the collection of energy crystals to facilitate the sanctuary's upgrades. Long Yu contemplated, marveling at how merely ascending one level unlocked such formidable capabilities. As he pondered the upgrades in other areas, he grew curious about what transformations the sanctuary might undergo next. He now had a clear focus, with 2 objectives firmly established in his mind. First, to extract blue energy crystal from the bodies of mutated creatures. Second, to locate agricultural experts. Though not many, they must possess sufficient expertise, which is of utmost importance. While advanced artificial intelligence technology is indeed remarkable, human oversight is essential for more reliable management. Long Yu, exhibiting a steadfast demeanor, diligently sought generators and took control of the local oil refinery, primarily to ensure his own stable development. In truth, there was no need to worry about power shortages in this sanctuary, nor about the lack of energy. Yet, having survived in a post-apocalyptic world for so long, his cautious nature remained unchanged. In the future, this sanctuary will evolve into a technologically advanced underground city. After inspecting the living area, Long Yu ascended to the living room, where Eulele and Qin Bingxue were already preparing dinner for the evening. Long Yu felt particularly cheerful tonight. He retrieved a bottle of fragrant Moutai from his spatial storage ring, pairing it with a few side dishes to enjoy a pleasant evening with the 2 lovely ladies. After indulging in a bit of wine, Long Yu took a shower and reclined on the sofa to relive a classic film. As fatigue overcame him, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Concerned that the air conditioning might make him chilly, Eulele covered him with a blanket once she noticed he was asleep. Not far from the royal garden, just a few miles from Long Yu's villa, an armed transport vehicle jolted along the road. Inside, several bald men dressed in prison garb wielded guns, firing at the monstrous entities that pursued them from behind. Following closely was the giant axe-wielding butcher, previously encountered during their passage by the prison. This time, not only was there the formidable axe butcher, but also a multitude of mutated rats swiftly pursuing them. These aberrant creatures had escaped from the prison. After the guards were dispatched by the axe butcher, the prisoners hastily seized their firearms and fled in the transport vehicle. Damn it, that behemoth is still on our tail. Hurry, fire at its head. It's no use. What should we do, brother? The brother they referred to was the leader of the prison, a man whose formidable physique was a result of frequent workouts, exuding an aura of danger. Forget about them. That creature is slow. Focus on eliminating the rats on the ground with your machine guns. All right. The group of over 10 individuals on the vehicle quickly concentrated their fire on the rats. Half of the rodents were dispatched, yet many remained, hiding behind the axe butcher. Are the rats gone? It seems they are retreating. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, a mutated rat suddenly leaped out from an unknown location, directly pouncing on a bald man's head and gnawing at him. Help, brother. Bang, bang, bang. The leader of the prisoners fired a barrage at the rat with his handgun, finally putting an end to its assault. However, the man who had been attacked was already lifeless. Speed up. We must prevent those damned rats from closing in on us. Brother, we're almost there. Good, stop right there. He recalled a villa within the garden, where they could take refuge in the basement, a relatively concealed area where they could establish a private sanctuary. Chapter 68, The Second Time Trader, Interstellar Mercenary Corps. In the early morning, Long Yu awoke from his slumber. The sleep had been refreshingly deep. Contemplating the tasks ahead, he quickly freshened up and prepared breakfast. You're up so early? Qin Bingxue, still bleary-eyed, emerged from her room, her hair being styled as she made her way to the bathroom. We have other plans this morning. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Qin Bingxue hastened her brushing in the bathroom and, minutes later, joined him in the kitchen to assist with breakfast. Shall we go together this morning? You should accompany me. The breakfast was rather simple: cheese, bread with jam, and milk. Sitting across from Long Yu, Qin Bingxue appeared somewhat delighted. Hearing that he had specifically invited her along filled her with a sense of pleasant surprise. After finishing their meal, the pair exited the sanctuary and climbed into the stone sword sports car. Today, we shall search for plant seeds. Qin Bingxue nodded, though she harbored some questions. She refrained from asking too many. She would simply follow Long Yu's lead. While in the car, Qin Bingxue was once again able to revert to her previous form of address. Master, last night when I went to the restroom, I heard what seemed to be the sound of a vehicle colliding, coming from outside the garden. Although the soundproofing of the shelter is commendable, Qin Bingxue, as a newly enhanced human through genetic injections, possesses sensory abilities that allow her to perceive the faintest sound from the outside world while conscious. Is that not so? Long Yu, having slept soundly the previous night, did not awaken at all and remained oblivious to the surroundings. However, upon stepping out of the shelter and onto the surface, he immediately sensed something amiss. It had become a habit of his, formed during the apocalypse, to inspect whether the environment around his dwelling remained as it was arranged the day before. Indeed, signs indicated that someone had been here recently. Exiting the villa, he encountered numerous zombies and, additionally, a horde of mutated rats scurrying across the ground. These creatures had evidently come from outside. Long Yu discerned instantly that these zombies and mutated beings were not native to the garden area. It seemed that someone had visited last night, but due to the presence of zombies and mutated creatures, they had likely fled to an unknown location. With this thought, his gaze turned icy. Yet, he did not rush to search. Instead, he prioritized eliminating the mutated rats crawling on the ground. Long Yu activated his mantis blade, equipping it with a fiery plug-in. In the next moment, fiery slashes struck down upon the mutated rats below. Each strike accurately dispatched the rodents while incinerating those nearby. As the rats fell one by one, the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. Some of the rats revealed blue crystals upon their bodies. Energy crystals. Long Yu collected these valuable items. Bingxue, please assist me in gathering these blue crystals. They hold great significance, he instructed. Nodding in agreement, Qin Bingxue joined the fray. Minutes later, the mutated rats on the ground had been nearly eradicated, leaving behind the pungent odor of burnt flesh and pools of dark blood. In total, they gathered over 50 energy crystals. The scarcity of crystals from these creatures likely indicated that they belonged to a lower tier of biological classification. Once the task was completed, Long Yu drove Qin Bingxue to search for plant seeds, primarily for his cultivation endeavors, eager to sow and reap vegetables sooner rather than later. Throughout the morning, Long Yu descended into the underground cultivation area on the second level, bringing back an assortment of seeds: lettuce, cabbage, spinach, potatoes, tomatoes, eggplants, as well as rice and wheat. Meanwhile, Yu Lele and Qin Bingxue remained unaware of Long Yu's industrious activities below as they prepared lunch for that afternoon. After addressing the planning matters, Long Yu was suddenly dazzled by a flash. The temporal trading space had opened. It had been quite some time since its last activation, and he wondered how Qin was faring. To his surprise, this time it was not Qin who initiated the invitation, but rather another individual. Your friend, Mr. Bing, has sent a video invitation. Do you accept? A new person indeed? Long Yu had previously pondered why the trading space had been inactive for so long. It turned out it was awaiting the arrival of a second temporal trader. Hello, Long Yu greeted first, having adapted to direct exchanges with these traders due to prior experiences. On that side, there remained an unsettling silence. Hello, brother? Hey, where is everyone? Long Yu pondered, perplexed by the sudden call and the absence of the other party. Suddenly, the screen flickered to life, revealing an individual clad in mechanical armor, entirely enveloped in high-tech exoskeleton, wielding an unfamiliar, futuristic energy rifle with one hand. Hello, my friend. Please hold on for a moment. I'm a bit occupied, the armored figure spoke. With a crackling sound, the image vanished once more. Was the signal unstable? This trading opportunity was rare. He hoped it wouldn't vanish without a transaction. Long Yu felt an urge to curse, damn it, refund. After 10 long minutes, the image finally returned, and the figure emerged from the confines of the mech. Long Yu beheld a robust, middle-aged man, his right arm intricately crafted from metal. Actively flexing his fingers, the sound of clinking machinery evident. The imposing metallic limb provided a striking visual impact. Greetings, my friend, you may call me A Bing. The mechanical giant greeted with a sudden smile. What has transpired? Was there a signal disruption? A Bing, slightly embarrassed, explained. We happen to be engaged in a skirmish during our call, but it has concluded now. Was it resolved that swiftly? Long Yu inquired. After a brief self-introduction, A Bing disclosed his identity, leaving Long Yu astonished. Mr. Bing was the founder of an interstellar mercenary corps and had recently acquired the role of a temporal trader. In essence, his primary occupation was that of a mercenary leader, with temporal trading as a side venture. He had just been embroiled in a significant conflict with creatures from other planets, but it had been swiftly subdued by the overwhelming might of his mercenary force. After hearing A Bing's credentials, Long Yu probed, "What do you wish to trade with me?" A Bing raised an eyebrow. "What do you have on your end?" "Here, in this apocalyptic realm, resources are scarce. Do you possess potable water? Water? Is there none available on your end?" A Bing shook his head in resignation. He elaborated on the technological advancements and the state of interstellar travel on his planet. Most of humanity had migrated to other worlds, subsisting in survival bases. As the leader of the mercenaries, A Bing led his comrades in battles against creatures from other planets. Unfortunately, they had yet to discover a planet rich in water, akin to their home world. The remaining human survivors relied on extracting nutrient fluids from slain monsters to sustain themselves. Brother Long, to be frank, I have not tasted quality water in a long time. With an impending large-scale battle against creatures from other planets, I wish to provide my men with a morale boost, allowing them to experience the essence of natural water. Thus, I am relying on you. In return, I can send some of my mercenaries to you. Chapter 69, Mechanical Soldiers. In the midst of the apocalypse, Long Yu pondered the vast disparities between the world he inhabited and that of Bing, both set in a futuristic realm. In Bing's domain, humanity had undergone extensive migration, with the survivors on the relocated planet subsisting solely on artificially synthesized nutrients for their very existence. The planet was devoid of even the most fundamental resource for human survival, water, rendering quantum water purifiers mere ornamental devices. Returning to reality, Long Yu procured several water buckets, utilizing the purifier provided by Qin to filter water from the tap, filling the buckets with 20 liters of life-sustaining liquid. Once prepared, he re-entered the trading space, where Bing had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Initially, Bing had harbored little hope, having matched with several acquaintances in the space, all of whom belonged to alien races that had no need for water. Some even claimed to be higher-dimensional beings, hurling ridicule upon him. Yet, he had finally matched with someone of his own kind. The joy of encountering a fellow countryman brought tears to his eyes. However, Bing could not be wholly considered human, as his body had undergone extensive mechanical modifications, with only his brain and heart remaining organic. Bing inquired, "Brother Long, are you ready on your end?" Long Yu placed the buckets of water before the large screen and said, "I have this water. Can we trade?" Upon seeing the water, Bing's mechanical eyes, tinged with a faint red, sparkled with excitement. Despite being a seasoned interstellar mercenary leader, the sight of pure water, unseen for decades, overwhelmed him with emotion. Yes, this is water, the source of life. It has been far too long. Bing's voice became hoarse as he reminisced about the vast oceans they once beheld before their home planet's destruction and the subsequent migration to other star systems, adapting to interstellar civilization without ever tasting decent water again. Brother Long, prior to this, I also attempted to trade for water in the trading space, but encountered nothing but abnormal beings until I met you. A middle-aged man, brimming with mechanical enhancements, spoke these heartfelt words, sending a chill down Long Yu's spine. Cough, cough, cough. Bing, do not be so excited. Since fate has brought us together in this trading space, let us be friends. Although I am in the apocalypse, there is still a water supply here. In the future, should you require anything, feel free to seek me out, though you must also offer something of value in return. Having become adept at trading after his previous dealings with Qin, Long Yu understood the essence of mutual benefit and did not hesitate to express his terms. Bing appreciated Long Yu's straightforwardness, a smile illuminating his face. Rest assured, I am aware of your apocalyptic circumstances. Fortunately, what I have in abundance are mercenaries. I shall send a few your way to help you navigate this desolation. With a grand gesture, Bing summoned a line of mechanical soldiers before Long Yu. They donned mechanical armor and thermal goggles, their bodies augmented with mechanical limbs, each wielding a heavy pulse rifle. There were 50 of them in total. At the forefront stood the captain, clad in blue alloy combat gear, without a mechanical helmet, but wearing tactical goggles that glowed a fierce red. His powerful mechanical arm grasped a nearly 1 meter long heavy pulse rifle. The captain bore a striking resemblance to Soldier 76 from Overwatch, though much of his body had been replaced with machinery. The soldier explained, "It's not the number of mercenaries that matters, but their elite status, Dragon Brother. These are the finest soldiers of the Legion. Soon, I will provide you with an intelligent chip. Once implanted, they will heed your every command without question." The mercenaries under his command excelled in combat, not merely due to their advanced military technology, but because they would be implanted with a chip that enforced absolute obedience to their leader. In battle, they adhered strictly to discipline and orders, displaying valor and fearlessness. Unless commanded to retreat, they would fight to the last breath without yielding an inch. Moreover, these mechanical soldiers, being essentially robots, required no sustenance. Long Yu nodded, recognizing that these soldiers would be invaluable in a post-apocalyptic scenario. "Dragon Brother, you are my benefactor, and as fellow countrymen, I shall ensure your safety in your world," he assured. After a lively discussion, the soldier had to attend to organizing the troops and engaging in fierce battles with alien creatures, so their conversation was cut short. "Next time, I will bring you the technology from our world," he declared firmly before shutting off the screen. The temporal transaction is complete, entering cooldown period of 48 hours. Noticing the shortened cooldown period, Long Yu surmised it was due to the emergence of a second temporal trader. With a command from the captain, the 50 mechanical soldiers saluted in unison. "Greetings, leader." Long Yu gazed at the captain and declared, "From now on, your name shall be 76. He arranged for the mechanical soldiers to reside in the living quarters on the second underground level. Long Yu accompanied Soldier 76 to the living room, where two individuals were preparing a meal. They turned in astonishment upon seeing the high-tech mechanical soldier. "Long Yu, is this another of your inventions?" they exclaimed. With a subtle smile, he replied, "His name is 76, a robot. In future combat, you can bring him along." Noticing the pulse rifle in 70SIX's grasp, Qin Bingxue remarked in awe, "This weapon is incredibly powerful. With this soldier, our combat capability will surely increase." Already possessing imposing robotic strength, the addition of mechanical soldiers was a significant advantage. "Come with me. If any unwelcome intruders dare to trespass on our territory, we shall confront them," Long Yu commanded. as the two watched his retreating figure in silent admiration. He was poised to forge a formidable legion in a world on the brink of collapse. Chapter 70. How fortunate. Brother who, there's no one upstairs. We can build a shelter here. In the upper floor of the villa within the living room, two bald-headed men clad in prison attire rubbed their gleaming heads, their faces finally breaking into expressions of joy. Originally, they had intended to seek refuge in the villa's basement. However, the thought of that dark and damp place possibly harboring unknown mutated creatures left them apprehensive. After a prolonged escape, they had narrowly evaded becoming prey for a horde of rats. Fortunately, they managed to reach the villa in time and securely locked all the doors and windows. This location is quite favorable. I recall there being a supermarket not far away. Once those rats vacate, we shall venture out to gather supplies. A robust man, known as Tiger Brother, resolved to construct a rudimentary shelter within the villa to ensure their survival. Tiger Brother, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, one of the younger men pondered. When we arrived, it seemed there were no zombies in sight. Weren't we told that this area was rife with evolved zombies? At that moment, only a pile of zombie corpses near the garden could be seen, with no living zombies around. Do not overthink it. Perhaps the military has already come through and eliminated these zombies, replied a bald man, who lay excitedly on the plush bed. Ah, if only a woman were to come here, it would be so much better. Tiger Brother's expression darkened as he cast a cold glance at the younger man, then pulled out a cigarette and began to smoke. The advantage of this villa lies in its strategic location, providing a panoramic view of the surroundings, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Do not rush to enjoy yourselves. Gather a few brothers and ensure someone stands guard by each window without interruption to prevent any intruders or monsters. As the leader of the inmates, Tiger Brother's words were absolute. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately drew their weapons and took their designated positions. By the way, Xiangzi, what you mentioned earlier was quite astute. If you happen to see any women, do let me know, Tiger Brother added. A female survivor could certainly be a delightful addition. Upon hearing this, the man named Xiangzi lewdly chuckled. No problem. I'll find a beautiful girl for you, brother. Just to help you relieve some stress, These labor reform inmates, having spent an indeterminate amount of time in prison, had many who had not indulged in carnal pleasures for decades. Were it not for the apocalypse, they would have to wait until old age to be released. On the rooftop of the villa, Xiangzi and several brothers were tasked with monitoring the environment below. Before long, figures appeared within their line of sight, a man and a woman. Quick, inform Tiger Brother, we have survivors. Is it true? Xiangzi exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he grabbed a companion's sniper rifle and peered through the scope. Upon spotting Qin Bingxue, Xiangzi could hardly contain his exhilaration. Wow, there's a woman, and a beauty at that. What incredible luck. Just after escaping, we encounter a stunning woman. On the other end of the radio, Tiger Brother immediately inquired, what does she look like? She's a beauty, a definite knockout. Tiger Brother, we are truly fortunate. Kid, it seems you've hit the jackpot, as if your luck were written in the stars. Indeed, the female survivor is worth saving. We must bring her into our sanctuary. However, Brother Tiger remains cautious. He refrains from sending his men immediately, fearful of potential dangers. Xiangzi, you and the brothers need to observe closely from that position. Brother Tiger, aren't we going over? That woman is right below us, so close. Moreover, there are no zombies nearby. Brother Tiger's face darkens, his frustration palpable. Damn it, don't be careless. Observe first, be wary of any ill intentions from her. Upon hearing Brother Tiger's reprimand, Xiangzi feels a hint of discontent. Is Brother Tiger being overly timid? He peers through the scope once more. The two individuals appear to be a young couple. What is Brother Tiger afraid of? He could just eliminate that man easily. Xiangzi raises his sniper rifle, aiming at the man below, who is none other than Longyu. Leader, we have successfully infiltrated the villa. May we proceed? Soldier 76, with a mechanical mask and communication device, is ready to converse with Longyu at any moment. Proceed, Longyu responds. Suddenly, with a crackle, all radio communications within Brother Tiger's villa abruptly cease. Then, a cold, mechanical voice echoes from Soldier 76. by the leader's command. None of you will leave this villa alive. As the transmission concludes, before Xiangzi and the others can react, a sharp gunshot rings out from an unknown source. The heads of several individuals on the villa's rooftop explode from the pulse rifle fire, and they all fall to the ground, lifeless. Inside the villa, Brother Tiger, startled, takes a sharp drag from a cigarette. What is happening? Where's Xiangzi? He quickly rises, grabbing a hunting rifle from the table, and heads outside with his men. Where did that sound come from? How could the radio signal have been compromised? This is impossible. The nearby bald men feel a chill run down their spines. Bewildered by the unfolding events, Brother Tiger shouts into the intercom, "Who are you? Where's Xiangzi?" "Xiangzi is my little brother. For my sake, could you let him go?" The other party remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a shadow, akin to a specter, flashes from the villa's corridor. In a split second, within 0.3 seconds, a precise shot is fired. Brother Tiger's head bursts like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere. A pool of blood stains the living room. Until his last breath, he cannot comprehend what has transpired. The brothers beside him are paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. They witness a figure clad in mechanical armor, wielding an unfamiliar firearm and wearing tactical goggles, appear before them. "Who are you?" They stammer, bewildered. "What on earth? Is this even human? This is clearly a machine. How could such a terrifying entity exist in Sioux City?" Soldier 76 does not respond. The leader has decreed the execution of those who intrude without authorization. We had no knowledge that this was your territory." Soldier 76, with an expression of indifference, paid no heed to their frantic explanations. The moment he raised his pulse rifle, despair enveloped all present. "Damn it, I shall fight you to the death." A burly man on the right, wielding a machete, charged forward, hoping to exploit his proximity to strike down the mechanical soldier. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. His body was instantly perforated. This echoes the adage, beyond 10 meters. The gun is swift. Within 10 meters, it is both swift and precise. Chapter 71. Emptying the royal gardens of supplies before them, several prisoners knelt, pleading for mercy. Yet Soldier 76 offered them no glimmer of hope for survival. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. The leader's command must be executed. In their final moments, these individuals could not fathom from whence this mechanical soldier emerged. Once the intruders were dispatched, Soldier 76 turned to depart. Long Yu and Qin Bingxue sat in a pavilion beside the villa. They had overheard the prisoners' radio communications from the rooftop. To spare these prisoners a chance at life? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. "Bingxue, how long do you think it took Soldier 76 to resolve the situation?" Qin Bingxue paused, about to respond, only to find Soldier 76 emerging with his heavy pulse rifle at the ready. Reporting to the leader, "All intruders have been neutralized. Please verify." Qin Bingxue inhaled deeply, observing the mechanical soldier's calm demeanor. Within less than a minute, all the armed prisoners inside the villa had been eliminated. The speed was astonishing. Long Yu noted Qin Bingshue's silent astonishment and smiled as he explained, "People of the future value efficiency, and these mechanical soldiers are no exception." Qin Bingxue nodded, still somewhat bewildered. The prowess of the mechanical soldiers far surpassed her own. In less than a minute, it was inconceivable. A typical person would require at least a minute and a half to reach the villa's rooftop from here. "Leader, there are other life forms in the vicinity." Just as they prepared to return, the red glow of 70SX's tactical goggles flashed, locking onto a specific direction. There was indeed further commotion. Long Yu and Qin Bingxue turned their gazes towards the source. "What is happening? Let us go investigate." Shortly thereafter, a message arrived from Eulele, who was in the shelter. "You go, Bingxue Jia. Unidentified creatures are approaching the shelter." "What? They dare to breach his refuge? This is tantamount to seeking death." A cacophony of violent metal clashing resonated as some creature pounded against the alloy gate of the shelter. Qin Bingshue's beautiful eyes narrowed. Such audacity these monsters possess. However, can they breach those alloy gates? The answer was a resounding no. These creatures had been attacking the basement's alloy gate for quite some time without causing the slightest tremor. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the axe-wielding butcher they had encountered earlier near the prison. At this moment, 5 butchers wielding blood-stained giant axes were relentlessly striking the doors of the sanctuary. Their audacity was remarkable. The sanctuary was fortified with several alloy gates, behind which lay energy barriers. Beyond these barriers stood several Gatling guns and charged energy rifles. Even if they were to hack at it for a year, breaching the stronghold would prove exceedingly difficult. The interior of the sanctuary emitted a series of warnings. Alas, these axe-wielding giants were utterly deaf to them. You dare to strike my sanctuary? 76, eliminate them. Long Yu commanded once more. Soldier 76, hesitating momentarily, raised his pulse rifle upon receiving the order and aimed directly at the heads of the hulking butchers. A barrage of lasers erupted forth, forming a searing tongue of fire. In an instant, the heads of several butchers were shattered, flesh scattering in every direction. Only one butcher remained, glaring at Soldier 76, who hastily hurled his giant axe at him with great force. Unfazed, Soldier 76 summoned a biological force field, causing the axe to drop vertically to the ground upon contact. He then lifted his pulse rifle, unleashing a spiraling missile that obliterated the last butcher's body in a spectacular explosion. With the protective barrier in place, this mechanical soldier was, indeed, invincible. Witnessing the fluidity of 76's combat skills as he dispatched those butchers with ease, Qin Bingxue could not help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, he was a seasoned warrior of the future. Report, leader, the enemy has been neutralized. After fulfilling Long Yu's command, 76 fell silent. 5 blue energy crystals tumbled to the ground. Master, what are these? Qin Bingxue inquired as she approached and picked up the crystals, presenting them to Long Yu. These are of great significance to me. In our future operations, I will need you and 76 to help me collect such items. Understood. Brother Yu, what are our plans for the afternoon? Long Yu decided to set off immediately after lunch, without a moment's pause. Surrounding the royal garden where they found themselves were numerous supermarkets and warehouses. This was due to the resurgence of evolved zombies in the vicinity, forcing people to abandon this once prosperous area. After Long Yu's arrival, he had eliminated the majority of the evolved zombies nearby. What were they still waiting for? Long Yu's purpose in coming here extended beyond the villa's basement. Most importantly, the area within a mile was rich in resources. Summoning Eulele, Qin Bingxue, Soldier 76, and a few others, they made a beeline for the warehouses. While their movements may not have been graceful, they were swift, intent on thoroughly scavenging the nearby warehouses and emptying them of supplies. Upon hearing the command, everyone readily concurred. Understood. Let's get to work. The group nodded earnestly, excitement gleaming in their eyes, save for the 2 robots. The resources in this place were indeed plentiful. Opening a box, they were astonished to find it filled entirely with ham sausages. In a previous life, a single sausage could entice a beautiful woman to accompany you for 3 days and nights, even into the dead of night. In the future, possessing such resources would undoubtedly elevate you to the status of a formidable figure. Everyone began transporting the goods from the warehouse. Long Yu also busied himself with the task. How does it feel? He inquired of the 2 women. Quite exhilarating. These resources are abundant. The excitement radiated from Eulele's fair visage. Next came instant noodles, with no fewer than several hundred boxes at their disposal. Take them. Following there were various delectable snacks. Further along was the section for oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. One shelf was entirely stocked with various salts, adjacent to which were soybean oil and peanut oil. Each person carried several buckets in hand. While a few were still transporting bags of goods, a burly individual directly lifted an entire shelf, carrying it away. He took the entire rack with him. Various condiments such as Laogan Ma, fermented tofu, mushroom sauce, and bean paste were swept away in abundance. Long Yu felt that, after this expedition, he likely wouldn't need to scavenge for resources for at least a year or 2. This was an experience he had never encountered in his previous life. It felt akin to a person who had lived in poverty all their life, suddenly winning a grand lottery. Upon reaching the tobacco and alcohol section, Long Yu found an array of cigarettes and spirits that ordinary people could scarcely enjoy in this apocalypse. He casually picked up a pack of Journal. "Come on, 76. Join me," he beckoned. Chapter 72. The Master's Task? It turns out it was to hone my skills. "Chief, nicotine can affect the body's normal functioning. However, if you insist on providing it to me, I shall comply with your wishes." Surprisingly, 76 took his words seriously. Long Yu waved his hand and chuckled. "It's fine. I don't smoke either." In the aftermath of the apocalypse in his previous life, he had been preoccupied with evasion, often going hungry, and had gradually forgotten the existence of cigarettes. Moreover, in this day and age, who still indulges in traditional cigarettes. Although he no longer smoked, he still collected every pack of cigarettes he encountered. Deep down, he considered the possibility of trading these cigarettes in his spatial realm, pondering if there might be a demand for traditional tobacco, among others. There were over 300 high-end cigarette packs. Additionally, there was an assortment of alcoholic beverages, including fruit beer, fresh beer, and stout, along with white wine and red wine. They secured 600 bottles of beer, 300 bottles of white liquor, and 180 bottles of red wine, all carried away by Long Yu and his companions. This was a bountiful harvest, Yu Lele exclaimed with delight. But that was not the end of it. Approximately 2 kilometers away, there was a frozen storage facility. Previously, the drone had provided him with a comprehensive map of Sioux City, and he had already surveyed the area. The frozen warehouse spanned over 600 square meters. "Boss, when shall we depart?" "Immediately. If we don't leave now, when shall we?" The calamity of the apocalypse waits for no one. After thoroughly emptying the supermarket, everyone turned to their vehicles, heading toward the next destination. As they raced forward with exuberance, Yu Lele and Qin Bingxue were filled with excitement at the thought of their impending adventure, sweeping through the shelves and gathering resources until their hands grew weary. They arrived at the entrance of the underground freezer. After parking the vehicle, Soldier 76 took the lead to scout ahead for Long Yu. They discovered that the massive door to the freezer was firmly shut, yet thousands of mutated rats were tirelessly attempting to breach it. These creatures were aware that the freezer was filled with food. Despite their collective efforts, the wretched steel door remained intact. The leader, a mutated being, observed the scene before him. Both the burly figure and Soldier 76 stepped forward, ready to eradicate the pests. "You need not intervene, big guy," cautioned Long Yu. Given the immense destructive power of the burly figure, there was a risk that he might inadvertently open the fortified door, allowing the remaining rats to scurry inside and wreak havoc on the frozen provisions. Such a disaster was better left to 76. 76, open fire and eliminate all these rats. But be careful not to damage the door, lest these vermin seize their chance. Soldier 76 raised his pulse rifle and calmly replied, "Rest assured, Commander, I will accomplish the task." Activating his tactical goggles, he took aim at the swarm of mutated rats gathered at the freezer door. With a series of sharp reports, bang, 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 the power of the laser rifle was formidable, dispatching 4 or 5 rats with each shot. Each bullet was meticulously aimed, ensuring no harm befell the door. Soon, the rats, realizing they were under fire, regrouped and charged towards Long Yu and his companions. In response, 76 deployed a biological force field, halting their advance. Once all the mutated rats had vacated the vicinity of the freezer door, he unleashed a barrage of spiraling missiles from his pulse rifle. In an instant, the rats were reduced to ashes. The burly figure behind him stood in awe, astonished by the sheer might of the weaponry. Both the barrier and the laser missiles were far beyond his own capabilities. "Boss, why do I not possess such advanced equipment?" he lamented. "Do not be disheartened, big guy. I will arrange for some cutting-edge weaponry for you as well." Long Yu promised, painting a hopeful picture for him. Instantly, the burly figure was uplifted, his spirits renewed. Once they confirmed that no rats remained, they obliterated the freezer door with explosives. Standing outside, they gazed into the interior, which was divided into several sections, vegetable, fruit, and meat areas, all brimming with a diverse array of supplies. "Let us get started," Qin Bingxue exclaimed, eager to dive in. "All right." Yu Lele rolled up her sleeves, ready to contribute. Long Yu instructed 76 to find a work uniform for Qin Bingxue, which left her puzzled as to why she was the only one selected for this task. We await your presence outside. Please, bring out all the goods from within. You can manage it alone. Too many people might inadvertently introduce viruses and bacteria to the food. Previously, they had encountered numerous evolved zombies along the way, and none were particularly clean. Very well. Qin Bingxue harbored no grievances. She regarded it as her master's task. Soon, she donned her work attire and began transporting items inside. After countless trips, she finally felt overwhelmed. Exhausted, she finally completed the task. She removed her work clothes. Leaning against the wall, drenched in sweat. Longyu, do you have any idea how many trips I made? She anticipated so many items inside. You truly show no concern for a girl. After saying this, Longyu handed her a 2-liter bottle of mineral water, which she gulped down voraciously. Observing the scene, Eulele fell into a contemplative silence. Dear friend, this hardly resembles a girl. What relief! After finishing the water, Qin Bingxue felt her strength somewhat restored and began to assist him in inventorying the supplies. It's no wonder even Qin Bingxue, who had injected genetic serum, felt fatigued. The sheer volume of supplies was staggering, not to mention the fruits and vegetables. Just the meat alone weighed several tons. Chicken, pork, duck, and beef combined totaled 5 tons. Additionally, there were various seafood, including fish, shrimp, and large crabs, along with an array of fruits and vegetables. The abundance of provisions was truly overwhelming. All of this was single-handedly transported by Qin Bingxue. For an ordinary person, it would have been quite the challenge. Qin Bingxue mused that Longyu indeed possessed the potential of a capable capitalist. Unexpectedly, with a rather enigmatic expression, Longyu pointed to the hefty figure. You lift that. The large figure looked bewildered. Why must I be lifted? I weigh 2 tons myself. Qin Bingxue glanced at the towering figure and instinctively thought it was beyond her ability. However, encouraged by Longyu's words, she decided to give it a try. To her astonishment, with a single effort, she effortlessly lifted the 2-ton figure, including the entire vehicle. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, she realized that Longyu assigned her such tasks to hone her abilities. She comprehended. Chapter 73. Urgent Situation in the Western District. Commander Lee's Arrangements. It turned out that Longyu's intentions were to strengthen her, to enhance the capabilities of a new human like herself. She felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Undoubtedly, her strength had significantly increased. Qin Bingxue felt she had achieved enlightenment. Subsequently, she approached Longyu and whispered in his ear, Thank you, Master. From now on, I shall fulfill any task you assign to me. Longyu found her words somewhat peculiar. Ahem, as long as your strength improves. You should take Eulele back for now. Although Qin Bingxue's power had surged rapidly, courtesy of the genetic serum, such enhancements had their limitations. In the previous life, among the strongest individuals of the Dragon Kingdom, those who had undergone gene therapy reached the pinnacle of B-grade genetic warriors, and Qin Bingxue was among them. Thus, her rapid enhancement of power is hardly surprising. Individuals like Longyu, who broke through the genetic locks, were destined for limitless potential. Within the underground military shelter of Sioux City, the command office was bustling. Commander Li Tianyi addressed the leaders of various departments, discussing the dire situation. The shelter at Lutu Park in the Northern District faced an overwhelming invasion of mutated creatures, massive ants. Reports indicated a staggering toll of 22,845 casualties. In the Southern District, civilian shelters were devastated by mutated cockroaches as efforts were made to evacuate the populace, with casualties numbering 8,720. In the Eastern District, vast numbers of mutated rats surged through the underground pipelines, attacking the air raid shelters, with 3,000 soldiers valiantly defending, suffering heavy losses. The Western District's wildlife park was besieged by enormous mutated creatures. Kangaroos, crocodiles, and tigers rampaged through the streets with impunity. The heads of each district reported the grim details to Commander Lee. The expressions in the room were grim. For the zoo's animals? Why were there still animals? Did they not realize that the second wave of global catastrophe was biological mutation? Why was there no eradication of these creatures? Who was responsible? After the widespread biological mutations, cities had implemented stringent regulations regarding animals. Once anomalies were detected, immediate action was taken to eliminate them, ensuring no danger would arise. Nevertheless, many creatures, much like humans, had survived against the odds, and the head of the Western District, due to his complacency, had neglected the oversight of those animals, leading to a massive mutation outbreak in the zoo. Now, the streets of the Western District had become a haven for these aberrant beings. Who was in charge? Li Qianni inquired again, his frustration palpable. The mismanagement of these individuals had left countless survivors in the Western District homeless. The casualty reports from the Western District had gone unaccounted for, simply too overwhelming to tally. Moreover, no one dared to venture into that perilous area to assess the situation. It's me. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, his gaze averted, unable to meet Li Qianni's piercing stare. He was Chun Chuanqing, the disaster control head for the Western District. In the days following the outbreak of the second catastrophe, he had taken several foreign female students to the shelter to enjoy a semblance of life, claiming he needed to learn a foreign language in the face of apocalypse. Disregarding the risks in his area, this spirit of striving to learn amidst ruin was, indeed, touching. Commander Li, I acknowledge my mistakes, he stammered. Enough. It is too late for words now. If you truly repent, you must drive to the Western District and lure those creatures out of the city. Otherwise, you may as well take your leave and go wherever you wish. You shall not set foot in any official shelter. Commander Li erupted in a fierce reprimand. The method he had just proposed was not without merit. Those creatures, upon sighting humans, would swiftly launch an attack. As long as one could run fast enough and exit the city quickly, the creatures would follow. However, such an approach was fraught with peril, and it could not guarantee the complete evacuation of all mutated beings from the Western District. I was wrong, Commander Li. Please, do not expel me from the shelter. Qin Xuanqing's fear was palpable. Being cast out from the official refuge was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. The privately established shelters, save for a few sturdy ones, were mere playthings for those mutated creatures. Commander Li presented him with these two choices and then instructed him to return, granting him a day to ponder his fate. By the way, where is Captain Lin Yun? After the crisis with the mutated crows had subsided, Lin Yun and her team had retreated back to the shelter. When she informed Li Qianni of the events that had transpired outside the city, he was astounded. That man had come to Sioux City. Had they located the individual who had slain the crows outside the city? Li Qianni poured a glass of water for Lin Yun and took a sip himself to steady his nerves. Not yet. We will investigate this matter further. As long as he remains in Sioux City, we shall find him. For now, there is a new mission. Lin Yun sat up straight, inquiring, what is the mission? Kumandili, please instruct me. In the heart of Sioux City lies a royal garden, abundant with supplies. Unfortunately, it is overrun with thousands of evolved zombies, and we have yet to find an opportunity to intervene. I need you to lead a contingent of soldiers there and retrieve those resources. Li Qianni recognized Lin Yun's capabilities. During their time in Donghai City, she had faced countless varieties of evolved zombies. Thus, she possessed considerable experience. This task was hers alone. Understood. Should any danger arise, I will contact you immediately. I will coordinate with the military to deploy 5,000 airborne troops for your protection. At this critical juncture, the outside world was not only plagued by zombies, but also by mutated creatures. Most people were forced to take refuge in shelters to survive. Yet Lin Yun chose to leave the safest place for a more perilous path. Rest assured, I have my ways to deal with those evolved zombies. I will ensure the successful completion of Commander Li's mission. Truly, she was a soldier worthy of her reputation, proving that women could match men in valor. There was yet another matter that weighed heavily on Lin Yun's mind. The situation concerning the mutated creatures in the Western District. If left unaddressed, they would inevitably migrate to other districts. Reports indicated that these beings had transformed into monsters with terrifying destructive power, making it increasingly difficult for the shelters to cope. Commander Li, what do you think should be done about the situation in the Western District? Lin Yun inquired. Li Qianni felt a deep sense of frustration. He blamed himself for Qin Xuanqing's predicament, for his negligence in managing his subordinates. I will take responsibility for this matter, he assured her. You should go for now. We shall discuss the Western District upon your return. In his heart, Li Qianni had already formulated a plan concerning the Western District. Chapter 74. Could it be? That man. Meanwhile, Long Yu sat atop the large vehicle, intending to make some modifications. He was no stranger to vehicle alterations. In his previous life, he had crafted an array of peculiar vehicles to survive. This time, he began by reinforcing the entire vehicle with several layers of sturdy steel plates to ensure that the attacks from mutated creatures would not inflict any damage. He also welded protective nets over the windows. "Boss, you're truly too good to me," one of his companions remarked. "Enough chit-chat. Soon, you and 76 will accompany me. We have matters to attend to," Long Yu replied. After the modifications, the vehicle structure was significantly sturdier, resembling a genuine apocalyptic war machine. Although the storage space had diminished, the existence of spatial storage ring meant that items did not necessarily need to be placed in the back of the vehicle. 76. How about you fire a shot to test it out? Long Yu suggested. Upon hearing this, the large vehicle interrupted. Boss, please don't. That gun of his is far too powerful. I can't withstand it." Soldier 76 cast a glance at the vehicle and solemnly stated, "Leader, he is right. A single shot from me could pierce through this vehicle." Long Yu took a deep breath. It still lacked sufficient toughness. It seemed he would need to consult the temporal trading space to procure some vibranium. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, is the hardest known material, famously used in the shield of Captain America. Currently, it did not exist in this world, and he could only rely on the trading space. His primary task moving forward was to acquire more energy crystals, especially the blue variety, as the more, the better. The shelter required upgrading. At present, its space was still rather cramped, with only a single bedroom, which was quite uncomfortable. They needed to eliminate the mutated creatures to extract more energy crystals from them. 5 kilometers away from the royal garden, several large trucks had overturned, blocking the road. Piles of corpses tumbled out from the truck beds. A group of men speaking a foreign language carefully navigated the blood-soaked ground while pinching their noses. Compared to our homeland, this place is relatively safe, isn't it? To feel even safer, we must gather more supplies. I've heard there are several warehouses around here. Where exactly are they? These men were mercenaries from nearby islands. They had heard of the greater safety in the Dragon Country and had rushed there after the calamities. They had even established a civilian shelter in Sioux City. Among the 13 individuals, 5 were equipped with rocket launchers, 2 carried heavy machine guns, and the rest possessed shotguns. "I believe we are very close now," one remarked. As the group stood by the truck, they remained oblivious to the presence of something observing them. "Wait a moment, I need to relieve myself," one man said, handing his heavy machine gun to another before heading toward a nearby greenbelt. Just a few seconds later, a chilling cry erupted as that man collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood. "Monster! There's a monster!" This foreign mercenary, terrified, scrambled to a nearby tree stump and hurriedly climbed the tree, his body trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? Beside the truck, several individuals, armed and alert, prepared to investigate the source of the sound. "Don't come over," they shouted. Suddenly, from the shadows of a nearby residence, a towering figure emerged, its muscular physique resembling armored scales. Though it bore human-like limbs, it was unmistakably a terrifying monster. A man perched in a tree gazed in horror at the creature that had stepped forth. In an instant, a massive hand grasped the doorframe, wrenching the door from its hinges with brute force. The man in the tree forgot to call for help as the monster hurled him to the ground, causing his limbs to shatter and blood to pour forth. Soon, his companions arrived in haste. "What on earth is that?" they murmured, staring at the colossal beast. "Open fire," they urged, hastily aiming their weapons. The creature charged towards them with astonishing speed. In a single punch, for mercenaries were reduced to mere pulp. At a distance, another comrade lifted a rocket launcher and fired at the monster. The rocket exploded upon impact, yet it had no effect. "How can this be?" The creature turned, effortlessly lifting a 3-ton truck off the ground. With a swift motion, it hurled the vehicle towards them. The mercenaries from abroad faced total annihilation, with no chance of survival. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, aboard a helicopter with over 500 soldiers, descended from the sky. Their mission was to secure all supplies from the supermarket and warehouse near the royal gardens. "Captain Lin, it's quite tranquil here," remarked Xiao Bei, the soldier at the forefront, as he surveyed the surroundings through binoculars. "Let us not make too much noise. We must avoid attracting those zombies." The 500 soldiers prepared to split into smaller groups, heading toward the supermarket and warehouse to minimize attention from the undead. Their firearms were equipped with silencers. "Captain Lin, I'll accompany you," Xiao Bei declared. Teams 1 and 2 proceeded to the supermarket to the north, while teams 3 and 4 headed to the warehouse for supplies. Lin Yin led a group to the underground freezer. As they cautiously entered the cold storage, they were met with an unsettling sight. It was completely empty. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the barren warehouse. "Captain Lin, it's been ransacked," Xiao Bei exclaimed. Lin Yin's expression darkened. She had already observed signs indicating that someone had been there recently. Moreover, it was inconceivable that no mutated creatures or evolved zombies lurked in the vicinity. The freezer had been thoroughly plundered, and the individuals responsible were certainly no ordinary thieves. "Xiao Bei, didn't Commander Li mention that there are thousands of evolved zombies in this area?" He nodded. "Yes, there are lickers, night demons, and even mutated rats, countless in number." Lin Yin frowned deeply. Picking up the walkie-talkie, Lin asked, "Team 1, Team 3, what is your situation?" A gasp came from the other end. Reporting, "Captain Lin, the supplies in the supermarket warehouse are all gone. Are there any zombies or mutated creatures nearby?" "None seen. However, there are many zombie corpses." After shutting off the walkie-talkie, Lin muttered to herself, "Could it be that man?" Chapter 75. The 500 kilograms mutated mantis. "Captain Lin, are you referring to the one I saw outside the city? The one who dealt with the mutated crows?" Lin nodded. Judging by the state of decay of these zombie corpses, he should be nearby. Thus, Lin promptly notified all 4 teams to search the vicinity for survivors. She sought approval from her superiors, and Li Qianni was very much in agreement with her approach. They were eager to invite such a powerful individual to join their ranks. "However, Commander Li, all the supplies here are completely gone." Li Qianni fell silent for a moment before responding. "It is our inability to procure these supplies that has led to this predicament." They were concerned that the evolved zombies nearby would threaten the strength of Sioux City's defense forces, which is why they had refrained from launching a large-scale military assault until Lin's arrival. Only then did Li Qianni dare to order Lin, who had experience in eliminating evolved zombies, to undertake the mission. But it was too late. Now that the supplies were lost, they could hardly blame anyone else. "You must find that man. We must exert every effort to have him join us. We shall arrange a high-ranking position for him within Sioux City and provide him with accommodation in the underground military shelter, ensuring the highest level of treatment," Li Qianni stated resolutely. Contemplating the thousands of evolved zombies near the royal garden, which had all been eradicated by this individual, one could only imagine the terrifying strength he possessed. Understood. To be honest, Lin also wished for him to join. Previously, Chief Lin Feng had held that man in high regard. At that time, the focus of Lin Feng in Donghai City had been on the man driving the cyber sports car and the one clad in mechanical armor. Lin believed these 2 individuals were undoubtedly the strongest in Donghai City. Now she had confirmed that the man driving the cyber sports car had arrived in Sioux City. In addition to finding him, she needed to locate the one in mechanical armor, reminiscent of Iron Man unbeknownst to them. Both individuals were, in fact, Long Yu. "Xiao Bei, board the helicopter. Our team will use the elevated vantage point to observe for any survivors in the vicinity." Xiao Bei immediately sprang into action, making a call that resulted in 2 military helicopters slowly descending. The soldiers boarded the helicopters, utilizing binoculars to survey the situation below. Long Yu sat in a large vehicle, searching for traces of mutated creatures. "Boss, the drone has detected a large number of mutated creatures in the Western District." He glanced at the videos sent by the drone. The Western District had become a paradise for mutated creatures, with shelters of all sizes utterly destroyed and casualties beyond counting. "How far is the Western District from here?" "Approximately over 100 kilometers. Long Yu said nothing further. He pressed the brake pedal, decelerating the vehicle. Outside the window, a colossal mantis appeared. First, the monster here must be dealt with. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Longyu's eyes. The mutated mantis, with its scythe-like arms stretching an impressive 5 meters, was encased in a thick, armored exoskeleton, towering over 8 meters in height and weighing around 500 kilograms. The bulky figure was taken aback. This mutated creature was significantly taller than him. What on earth was this? This was a formidable adversary. The mutated mantis was not only agile, but had also absorbed human combat techniques, moving with a speed that rendered it lethal before one could even perceive its presence. Seated in the passenger seat, 76 observed the mutated mantis and calmly stated, "Leader, leave it to me. Give me 5 minutes, and I shall shatter it." The mutated mantis had clearly spotted their vehicle. Its scythe-like appendages dripped with the blood of countless humans, having just dispatched over 100 victims, and it seemed exhilarated, utilizing its height to its advantage. The mutated mantis leapt towards Longyu, intent on slicing the vehicle into thirds. 5 minutes? Just watch. I require merely 5 seconds, Longyu replied with a slight smile. Activating his mantis blade, he swiftly exited the vehicle. Following that, he employed the mantis blade skill to become invisible, vanishing from sight. Longyu leapt from the ground, moving with astonishing speed to appear behind the mutated mantis, which remained fixated on the RV and was oblivious to his presence. With the fiery energy of the flame plug-in blazing, he struck fiercely at the mantis's neck. A crisp sound echoed through the air. Even before the mutated mantis touched the ground, its body was cleaved in two. Unbeknownst to anyone, Longyu had already returned to the vehicle, his invisibility lifted. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly. 76 kept an eye on the time. It was exactly 5 seconds. As a robot, 76 was astounded. Truly, the leader possessed formidable strength. Look at the number of energy crystals this mutated mantis has produced. The bulky figure maneuvered the vehicle forward to inspect. 200 energy crystals cascaded from the remains of the mutated mantis. Let us take them all back. These will prove immensely useful. The vehicle continued onward. The recent victory over the mutated mantis felt like a mere appetizer, hardly worthy of mention. However, the soldiers on Lin Yun's side were experiencing a different scenario. They too encountered a gigantic mutated mantis. Teams 1 and 2 provided covering fire, unleashing gunfire upon the mantis. Teams 3 and 4 brandished close combat weapons, charging towards the creature. Ultimately, after a combined effort of over 300 soldiers, they succeeded in vanquishing the mutated mantis that had obstructed their path. In the process, more than 30 warriors sustained severe injuries and were evacuated by helicopter. Lin's team has eliminated the mutated mantis, yet no survivors have been located, Lin Yun pondered. Could it be that the sudden appearance of the mutated mantis has claimed their lives? She observed from the helicopter, her voice steady. Impossible, absolutely impossible. These mutated mantises are powerful, but they should not be a match for that man. Yes, we shall continue our search. The soldiers resumed their quest for any remaining survivors. At long last, they stumbled upon the remains of a mutated mantis on a desolate street. Witnessing this sight, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. Lin's assertion proved accurate. An exceptionally powerful entity was undoubtedly present in this vicinity. No, it could be claimed that this individual had transcended humanity, likely evolving into a new breed of human. They observed that the mutated mantis bore but a single wound from a slicing attack. It was hard to fathom the ferocity of such an assault. Minutes later, Lin Yun, who was conducting a helicopter search, suddenly spotted a black dot moving below. 1 team, 2 teams, 3 kilometers ahead, in the town of Yuanhu, a vehicle was in motion. Lin Yun commanded the driver to head directly towards Yuanhu. Longyu's vehicle entered a quaint town. Strangely, upon entering, they found no trace of mutated creatures or zombies. It was as if the area had been meticulously cleansed. On the highway, several trucks lay across the road, blood staining the ground. As they advanced, they discovered numerous corpses. Most bizarrely, some of the bodies had been reduced to a viscous pulp. What kind of assault could have inflicted such devastation? Fire. Please investigate the vicinity and unveil the truth of this place. Long Yu felt an unsettling premonition. Something far more formidable lurked nearby. Chapter 76, The Pinnacle of Zombies. The Tyrant. Inside the two trucks, a multitude of corpses piled high, the stench of decay overwhelming. This was not surprising. What was peculiar, however, was the sight of several bodies strewn around, all pulverized into a grotesque paste, accompanied by formidable weaponry, including rocket launchers. Boss, what manner of beast is this? One that is impervious even to rocket fire? The massive truck also bore a rocket launcher. If this creature was unafraid of such armaments, the implications were deeply chilling. Logically, considering the known zombies and creatures, the destructive power of a rocket was indisputable. Yet, this group, equipped with rocket launchers, had met a fate that rendered them mere remnants. It was clear that this creature was anything but ordinary. The massive vehicle was gradually decelerating. 76 held a firearm tightly, wary of any lurking threats. The town was eerily silent, and the road ahead lay in ruin, as if ravaged by an immense force. Furthermore, the streets that once teemed with zombies were now devoid of any trace. Ahead, there appeared to be a makeshift civilian shelter, constructed by the townsfolk using cave dwellings. News arrived from the drone surveillance. Upon review, Long Yu's countenance grew grave. The town's inhabitants had taken refuge within the cave. All the elderly and children had sought safety inside, while the adults armed themselves with knives and iron implements, guarding the cave's entrance. At this moment, the shelter had been breached by an unknown entity. There were no survivors left in the town. Inside the shelter, corpses lay scattered, the defensive measures severely compromised. Those who had valiantly resisted had been mercilessly slaughtered, reduced to a macabre pulp upon ground. They noted that the protective walls of the shelter had endured violent impacts, with a massive, gaping hole evident in the structure. Boss, I am incensed. This abhorrent creature shows no mercy, even towards children as young as 3. The burly figure observed the footage transmitted by the drone. Long Yu remained silent, intently focused on the video provided by the UAV. It must be it. What? No sooner had Long Yu spoken than a violent tremor erupted from within a building in the town. Over there, 76 immediately aimed his weapon in that direction. Everyone turned their gaze, witnessing a towering silhouette emerge beside the structure, which is shattered with its formidable physique. What in the world is this creature? On the helicopter, Xiao Bei, seated next to Lin Yun, took note of this scene. All were poised with sniper rifles, utilizing high-powered scopes to scrutinize the situation in the town. It appeared they were confronted by an exceptionally powerful monster. The townsfolk had all fallen victim to this beast. Xiao Bei's expression darkened. Lin Yun promptly seized the radio. Target identified. Target identified. An unidentified entity is approaching the owner of that cybersports car. The soldiers stationed near the town, numbering over 400, seized the opportunity to surround the entire area. Team leader Lin, there is a monster. Please issue the command, and we shall ensure his rescue. The soldiers readied themselves, all aiming at the giant-like creature emerging from the building. Lin Yun paused momentarily before instructing from the helicopter, do not rush. Ensure the safety of the car owner above all else. Lin Yun was uncertain whether the owner of the cybersports car could contend with this monster. This creature stood over 4 meters tall, its body a mass of impenetrable muscle, possessing limbs akin to those of a human. Yet, its grotesque visage resembled that of a mutated giant. Boss, what on earth is this creature? An evolved zombie? Or a mutated being? Long Yu shook his head. Neither. If my memory serves me correctly, this monster is a fusion and mutation of countless zombie corpses. It bears the name Tyrant. One could say this entity epitomizes the pinnacle of all evolved zombies, regardless of whether they are lick-eaters or limb-takers. These evolved zombies are insignificant in the presence of the Tyrant, for it is their remains that gave rise to the Tyrant, which stands at the apex of all zombies. Before them, the Tyrant's heavy form exhibited remarkable agility. With each step upon the ground, a muffled rumble resonated beneath. Chief, allow me to handle it. You all refrain from intervening. It is mine to vanquish. Long Yu declared, disembarking from the vehicle. In an instant, the mantis blade unfurled, a fervent desire for battle evident upon his countenance. Engaging such a being would not only enhance his prowess post-gene lock, but also further hone his skill with the Mantis Blade. This dual benefit necessitated his personal involvement. In the distance, near the wall, soldiers took up shooting positions. One soldier hurriedly relaying the news to Lin Yun on the helicopter. Team Leader Lin. Someone has emerged from the vehicle, seemingly intent on confronting that monster. It appears formidable. Danger! Danger! The soldiers, following Lin Yun, had encountered numerous evolved zombies. However, the one before them exuded an unparalleled sense of dread, unmistakably the most terrifying they had ever witnessed. The creature resembled a colossal beast, akin to a demon from the abyss. Do not act recklessly. Your role is to provide remote support. In this dire situation, their only option was to assist from afar. Hoping he could vanquish this monstrosity, Long Yu stretched his limbs, gradually advancing towards the tyrant. At that moment, the tyrant mirrored his movements, shaking its head and flexing its limbs. Fueled by hatred, it had slain countless humans along its path and had no qualms about crushing the young man before it. It slightly bent its body and lunged towards Long Yu with alarming speed. The ground trembled violently. In an instant, it stood before Long Yu, unleashing a massive fist in a fierce strike. Just then, Long Yu's form abruptly vanished from sight. The tyrant was momentarily bewildered, its attack having missed. As it turned to locate its opponent, a blade emerged from an unexpected angle, striking fiercely. Blood gushed forth, a swift cut to the throat. The tyrant quickly clutched its neck and stomped the ground with ferocity, kicking up dust in a desperate attempt to obscure its enemy's vision. Long Yu seized the opportunity, delivering another blow that severed one of its arms. Soon, the tyrant devised a new strategy. It began to observe the footprints left imprinted in the earth. This creature was cunning. It understood that its adversary was cloaked in invisibility, and the footprints revealed its movements. There! The tyrant noted a fresh set of prints and struck down again, only to miss once more. Isn't this amusing? Long Yu appeared behind it. The tyrant was utterly perplexed as to how its opponent could move with such swiftness. The encounter had reached its conclusion. Long Yu executed a backstab, leaping to deliver a decisive slash to the neck. With a sickening sound, the tyrant's head fell to the ground. Congratulations! The user's proficiency with the Mantis Blade has increased, earning the Haming 8 rotor plugin, which significantly enhances the attack speed of the Mantis Blade. The plugin for the Mantis Blade was designed to elevate attack velocity, truly achieving 9 strikes per second. Upon acquiring the plugin, Long Yu collected the energy crystals that had fallen to the ground and turned to board his vehicle. Engaging in combat with the tyrant felt akin to a warm-up. In truth, he had faced mechanical life forms in the simulation chamber that surpassed this tyrant in strength. Meanwhile, the soldiers lurking at a distance were left in utter astonishment. The Lin team had resolved the threat. Was further support still necessary? Chapter 77. Agricultural Expert. Professor Jiang Ruoyu from Sioux City Agricultural University. Just how formidable was the opponent? At this moment, Lin Yun found herself consumed by this singular question. What could account for such terrifying power? A new breed of humanity? Yet, they had not administered any genetic serum. They remained oblivious to the alternate method of becoming a new human. Moments ago, they had distinctly witnessed the man vanish from their binoculars, only to reappear, almost as if possessing supernatural abilities. Was this still humanity? As Lin Yun was still reeling from the recent battle, Xiao Bei promptly reminded her, Captain Lin, the adversaries are about to depart. Quick, we must pursue them. Xiao Bei's expression darkened as he inquired, shall we encircle them on the spot? Lin Yun shook her head, resolutely rejecting the idea. No, we cannot leave them with a negative impression. Additionally, Lin Yun pondered privately, even if we were to surround them and forcibly detain them, would these several hundred soldiers truly stand a chance against them? Some soldiers stepped forward, attempting to call out to Long Yu. However, Long Yu paid them no heed. With no other option, they could only continue their pursuit. Long Yu was already aware that a group of soldiers had been covertly observing him. He could easily discern their intentions without a second thought. With a swift press of the accelerator, he surged out of the small town. Following the route mapped out by the drone, it wasn't long before he left them behind. Boss, what next? They asked. We must continue to gather energy crystals. We need to amass 2,000 before nightfall. This will allow the shelter to upgrade once more. They had only 500 energy crystals after vanquishing the tyrant. Ding! The drone transmitted another message. It informed Long Yu to continue along the current route, as there was an agricultural university in Sioux City, renowned nationwide for its agricultural programs. Boss, the drone has relayed news that there are still survivors at Sioux City Agricultural University. Oh, and what relevance does that hold for me? Among them is a woman named Jiang Ruyu, 34 years of age. Currently the deputy director of the Sioux City Agricultural Research Institute and a professor at the Sioux City Agricultural University. Before long, Long Yu discovered her information. Jiang Ruyu graduated from Harvard University with a doctorate in plant science and technology. She completed her undergraduate studies in agricultural science at Qingbei University and pursued her graduate studies at the same institution, focusing on applied biological sciences. She is indeed a prodigy in the field of agriculture. With her extensive knowledge and formidable credentials, she became the youngest professor at Sioux City Agricultural University. Upon hearing this, Long Yu's eyes gleamed with interest. Where is she now? He needed someone of her caliber to assist him in managing the plantation within a shelter. After all, as the shelter upgraded, the scale of the plantation would expand significantly. Having a professional in that domain would alleviate many complications. Boss, she is currently at Sioux City Agricultural University, approximately 5 kilometers from you. Sioux City Agricultural University is regarded as the most beautiful institution in the city, often referred to as the Garden University. Yet now, it is in utter disarray. The classrooms and playgrounds are teeming with mutated creatures. Due to the cultivation of various experimental crops, an abundance of insects once thrived here, all of which have now mutated. Many individuals have found themselves trapped in this place. Within the agricultural production experimental base, it was once a venue for students to simulate experiments and prepare practical reports. Currently, a heavily tattooed man wielding a shotgun is assaulting a portly middle-aged man. In a corner, there remained a handful of survivors, among them Professor Jiang Ruyu. The two of them unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the middle-aged man. Another individual covered his mouth, stifling any potential cries for help. You were instructed to gather seeds, yet you dared to scheme against us? He warned, do not utter a sound. If you alert the monsters outside, we shall all perish. Tears streamed down the middle-aged man's face from the pain, yet the sight of the mutated creatures surrounding him silenced him. For he feared that those beasts would rush in and annihilate them all. After mercilessly assaulting the man for quite a while, one of the assailants, referred to as Professor Zhang, voiced his frustration. Why must you be so unyielding? Is it so difficult to send your students to clear a plot for cultivation? With a planting field established, we could rely on your expertise to grow food, ensuring our survival indefinitely. Why then do you refuse? The man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, the scars on his face rendering him even more menacing. Subsequently, he brandished a shotgun and approached Jiang Ruyu. Madam, surely you do not wish for your husband to be cast out to be devoured by the monsters? He gestured with the gun towards the middle-aged man, his gaze lewdly roving over Jiang Ruyu. Brother Long, I implore you, spare us. We cannot cultivate. I have wealth. Surely, I can offer you money instead. Professor Zhang pleaded, but Brother Long merely turned and struck him sharply across the face. What good is money? You are all esteemed graduates in agriculture. What of hydroponics? What of biotechnology? Why do you feign ignorance now? Or is it that you simply do not wish for us to survive? With a grim expression, Brother Long stepped in front of Professor Zhang once more. No, Brother Long, I was wrong. Please show mercy. But Long, consumed by rage, perceived Zhang's stubbornness as a deliberate attempt to delay. Ignoring Zhang's protests, he seized his hair and slammed his head against the wall repeatedly. We serve only the Dragon Nation. We shall not toil for you scoundrels. Realizing his fate was sealed, Professor Zhang transformed his demeanor, gritting his teeth and shouting defiantly, "Then let you perish." A few minutes later, he could no longer withstand the assault and was brutally slain by the thugs. Ha! Your husband is dead. Next will be you, Professor Jiang. If you do not acquiesce to our demands, you will share his fate. These miscreants astutely aware of the circumstances following the biological mutations, had rushed to the agricultural university seeking individuals with specialized knowledge to cultivate land to sustain their survival. The recently deceased Professor Zhang was Jiang Ruoyu's husband, who had resolutely refused to cooperate with these brigands, ultimately leading to his demise. Now it is your turn, Professor Jiang. I must admit you possess considerable beauty. Yet our current focus is solely on survival. Chapter 78, Professor Zhang's Shock. Is this your plantation? Jiang Ruoyu raised her head to gaze at them, and one of the portly thugs, his face a grotesque mask of flesh, grinned at her, eliciting profound disgust within her. She, like her husband, harbored a deep-seated aversion to working for such individuals, even if it meant perishing in the process. However, unlike old Zhang, she did not offer to lead them to the seeds, asserting that with those seeds, the plants could flourish within this laboratory. Dragon, a seasoned figure on the streets, felt a twinge of doubt upon hearing Jiang Ruoyu's words. Nevertheless, seeing her cooperation, he led his men to retrieve the seeds. He holstered his weapon and signaled to the stout man beside him with a glance, instructing him to keep a close watch on her. Subsequently, Dragon adopted a seemingly amicable demeanor towards Jiang Ruoyu. Professor Jiang, had you mentioned this sooner, your husband would have been safe, wouldn't he? You two stay here, fatty. Accompany me to fetch the seeds. Jiang Ruoyu clenched her fists tightly, her gaze filled with indescribable sorrow and fury as she passed by her husband, soon replaced by an unquenchable wrath directed at the bandits. The seeds are in the storage room of the laboratory across, she offered. Haha, splendid. Just don't pull any tricks like Professor Zhang did. You know that attempting to deceive me here leads only to doom. Dragon patted Jiang Ruoyu on the shoulder, his satisfaction evident as she stepped out to guide him to the seeds. Jiang Ruoyu's eyes surveyed her surroundings, and she made a reckless decision. As they descended the staircase, Dragon and Fatty stealthily crept through the corridor, wary of attracting the attention of the mutated creatures outside. To their surprise, at the staircase's edge, Jiang Ruoyu suddenly dashed outside, sprinting furiously towards another floor. What the hell? She asked, making a run for it. Can she even escape? Dragon exclaimed, immediately pursuing her. They dare not fire their weapons, fearing the wrath of the beasts. Jiang Ruoyu capitalized on this, racing towards the outside, her intention to lure the mutated creatures. She sought to perish alongside her tormentors. As she sprinted, she shouted, and before long, several massive mutated cockroaches surged towards her. She asked, courting death. She asked, provoking those monsters. Dragon panicked. Forget her. Let us get out of here. Upon seeing the grotesque cockroaches covered in a viscous substance approach, the two hastily retreated to the laboratory. The mutated cockroaches turned their gaze upon them, unleashing enormous tentacles that ensnared them in midair. Dragon pulled out a shotgun and fired at the cockroach, but remained unfazed. In the next moment, the tentacles withdrew, and the two men were engulfed by the mutated creature. Of course, Jiang Ruoyu was not spared from this fate. Surrounded by 3 mutated cockroaches, she felt no fear. Vengeance would be hers, and she welcomed death without regrets. Old Zhang, I avenged you, Jiang Ruoyu murmured before closing her eyes, aware that she too would soon become a meal for these monsters. Just then, a swift sound pierced the air. In an astonishing instant, all 3 cockroaches were struck down to the ground. Jiang Ruoyu took a deep breath, yet she still did not open her eyes. Why am I not dead yet? She opened her eyes in a daze, only to discover a GMC RV approaching in the distance. On the roof, a futuristic mechanical soldier wielded a firearm, annihilating all the mutated cockroaches nearby. She was bewildered. What on earth is that? Why does it possess such weaponry? Long Yu sat in the vehicle, sipping a drink and gazing into the distance, where he could make out a figure. It must be her, right? I can't afford to be mistaken. Boss, the images sent by phone are unmistakable. Since entering this university, the soldier on the roof, designated 76, had already dispatched countless monsters within a mere kilometer. Behind the vehicle, mutated creatures lay scattered, completely filling the corridors of the teaching building, an exceptionally terrifying sight. As they barreled forward, the massive tires were coated in the blood of the monsters, with bits of flesh splattered across the wheels. Don't mind a mess, big guy. At the right moment, Xiao Yi will assist you with the car wash. It's fine, boss. Witnessing Brother 70SX's remarkable marksmanship has truly opened my eyes. Such trivial matters are inconsequential. After a sudden break, Long Yu parked the vehicle beside Jiang Ruoyu. Professor Jiang, what a pleasure. Upon rolling down the window, Jiang Ruoyu was met with a handsome face. This statement left her momentarily speechless. Why you are safe now. A casually spoken phrase rendered Jiang Ruoyu frozen in place. Enveloped by an almost surreal sensation, she dared not blink, fearing that in the next moment, she might discover she had already departed from this world. After a full minute of being dazed, Jiang Ruoyu suddenly sank to the ground, wrapping her arms around her shoulders, her eyes brimming with tears. I am a third-year student in mechanical engineering at Donghai University, and my name is Long Yu. I am 21 years old. His introduction slightly eased her vigilance. A student from a prestigious university. The mention of being a student struck a chord within her, who had always been an educator. In an instant, her facade of strength crumbled, and her beautiful eyes became moist. And my husband is gone. Jiang Ruoyu began to weep uncontrollably, her body trembling with each sob. Stop crying. Come with me. I need you. Long Yu gestured toward the back seat. Huh? Jiang Ruoyu paused for a moment, utterly devoid of opinion. The sensation of being brought back to life left her with only one thought, to follow this man before her. If he could enter from the outside, he would surely have a way to lead her out, like a drowning person desperately clinging to a straw. Jiang Ruoyu climbed into Long Yu's vehicle. On the road, she glanced around, finding no opportunity to speak. As for the few survivors in the laboratory, I want to be rescuing them. The Sioux City military will take care of that. Long Yu's voice was calm as he spoke. Jiang Ruoyu nodded thoughtfully at that moment. She had no right to demand anything from him. Long Yu, where are you taking me? Jiang Ruoyu's voice still carried a hint of fear. She was concerned that the other party would suddenly change their demeanor, casting her into despair. Professor Jiang, I would like you to assist me in managing my plantation. Plantation? Professor Jiang responded with a hint of confusion. Long Yu, I am a researcher in agriculture, not a farmer. Jiang Ruoyu believed that the other party had misunderstood her role. Agricultural research is distinctly different from the work of a farmer. I understand. Once you arrive, you will see that I am not asking you to farm. Long Yu smiled. Soon, the three returned to the shelter. Is this your shelter? Jiang Ruoyu was immediately taken aback upon seeing Long Yu's refuge. As she entered the second-level plantation, she was utterly astonished. Is this your plantation? Chapter 79. A wealth of talent. Industrialized breeding area. From the moment Jiang Ruoyu stepped into the shelter, her eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scenes before her. After registering, she descended to the underground second level, where even more astonishing revelations awaited her. While she might not have fully grasped the mechanical engineering technology on the first level, she was thoroughly versed in agricultural science and technology. Before her lay a fully enclosed, light-simulated planning area, an area she had diligently researched prior to the apocalypse. Seeing Jiang Ruoyu rendered speechless in awe, Long Yu instructed a mechanical soldier to fetch her a glass of water to help her regain composure. Professor Jiang, there's no need to be so astonished. Take a look. Do you think my soilless cultivation technique requires any improvements? Jiang Ruoyu swallowed hard, recalling her research from the past 2 years. Soilless cultivation had always promised enticing and expansive prospects. However, the technical demands were stringent, and the investment in equipment was substantial. The production, consumption, funding, and technology in Longhua had faced numerous restrictions, often adhering to form models. She had consistently emphasized the importance of conducting research experiments tailored to local conditions, paving a path for soilless cultivation that was adaptable to specific circumstances. Yet, due to the differences in natural resources, nutrient solutions, and types of fertilizers in her country, she had never achieved a breakthrough. This is organic, ecological soilless cultivation, Jiang Ruoyu stated, showcasing her expertise, immediately identifying the areas Long Yu did not comprehend. Currently, most practices remained at the hydroponic stage of soilless cultivation. While utilizing colored substrate, organic, ecological, soilless cultivation technology could yield products that met the standards of grade a green food. How is this biotechnological feat accomplished? Jiang Ryu had published various papers on soilless cultivation techniques within the agricultural field, fully aware of its core principles. It necessitated flexible adjustments based on regional climates, soil quality, and fertilizers, an exceedingly challenging endeavor. For instance, the southern regions primarily relied on deep liquid flow cultivation, while the southeastern coast favored floating board capillary and nutrient-fill techniques. In contrast, most northern areas face challenges due to hard water quality, making hydroponics difficult and necessitating substrate cultivation as the main approach. Remarkably, this flexible adjustment method had been fully realized within this plantation. Moreover, there are numerous aspects that she finds utterly perplexing. Particularly, the automated monitoring and management system for the nutrient solution here is light years ahead of what they have known for decades. It leaves her with a profound sense of inadequacy regarding her own knowledge. Gazing upon this plantation, Jiang Ryu is seized by an overwhelming desire to remain here every night, immersing herself in research. The wealth of knowledge contained within could easily create a sensation among experts and scholars worldwide if incorporated into her doctoral thesis. Furthermore, Professor Jiang. Suddenly, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Xiao Yi, resonates, not only in agriculture, but also in horticulture, forestry, and floral production and development. There exist corresponding soilless cultivation techniques, marking an entirely new phase of advancement. Jiang Ryu's pupils constricted, and she muttered in a daze. Indeed, the prospects for development are immensely vast, and there is so much that eludes my understanding. Long Yu observed that Jiang Ryu had, prior to arriving at the refuge, believed she would merely be engaged in farming. Now, she had completely surrendered herself to the high-tech, soilless cultivation technology. It is astonishing how swiftly this transformation occurred. To be candid, Jiang Ryu initially harbored little hope for this place. Her life was at the mercy of others, and her responsibilities were solely to labor. Yet unexpectedly, the technology here left her profoundly awestruck. Professor Jiang, I entrust this area to your capable hands, and I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Jiang Ryu replied with unwavering determination. Allow me to conduct research here. I would not mind perishing in the process. Her voice exuded remarkable conviction, embodying the scholar's relentless pursuit of knowledge. This plantation evidently surpassed her understanding, and her singular aim prior to the apocalypse had been the pursuit of truth. Fear not the boundless nature of truth. With each step forward, there is joy to be found. She is willing to dedicate herself to the future of agriculture. After guiding Jiang Ryu through the plantation, Long Yu called down Qin Bingxue and Yulele, who were still busy preparing meals above. Upon hearing Long Yu invite them to explore below, the two dashed down in their pajamas, brimming with excitement. Upon witnessing the plantation, their eyes sparkled with wonder. So, we won't have to worry about food anymore? Long Yu explained. Precisely, this is Jiang Ryu, a professor from the Agricultural University, who will be responsible for managing this place. Hello, Professor Jiang. Both women greeted her eagerly upon her introduction. They genuinely admired Long Yu's discerning eye for talent. Not only had he established a plantation, but he had also enlisted an expert to oversee its management, demonstrating remarkable foresight. This was largely due to the drone's influence, which informed Long Yu that Jiang Ryu was fortuitously trapped at school. Well, everyone has completed the tour. Now, I shall take you to another area. Long Yu smiled mysteriously. With the energy crystals collected today, he integrated them into the refuge system. Xiao Yi, assist me in upgrading the survival direction. Name, Shelter No. 1. Survival. 3. Defense. 1. Offense. 1 upgrade complete. The refuge emitted a low, buzzing sound. Another area of the underground villa is the adjacent underground garage, which has been transformed by the upgraded shelter. The sound of crisp machinery resonates through the space. In the next moment, the once ordinary garage has evolved into a breeding zone, still approximately 500 square meters, partitioned into several distinct rearing sections. Here, one can nurture chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, cattle, and sheep, facilitating their production. Each designated area within the breeding zone is equipped with state-of-the-art industrial farming technology, capable of comprehensively simulating the animal's living conditions and temperature, maximizing resource utilization to cultivate high-quality meat. In simpler terms, it is technological farming. Jiang Ryu has conducted research in this field and studied relevant knowledge regarding flora and fauna during her graduate studies. Noticing that she has something to contribute, Long Yu gestures for her to share her thoughts at any time. Jiang Ryu states, "I believe that under suitable conditions, we could establish a complete ecological chain. For instance, beneath these livestock, we could also breed some mice and cockroaches, which can decompose kitchen waste and other types of refuse. Moreover, they are rich in protein." At this point, Yu Lele nods vigorously in agreement. Professor Jiang is indeed correct. They are replete with nutritional substances, making it economically viable to produce energy bars and nutritional meals by breeding them. Energy bars? Jiang Ryu looks at Yu Lele in astonishment, pondering to herself. What a treasure trove of talent this shelter possesses. These are not merely eloquent individuals, but rather true experts with profound knowledge. Jiang Ryu had previously contemplated the idea of energy bars, yet her primary focus has been on agricultural biotechnology research. It is Yu Lele's ingenious innovation that transforms this concept into reality, with a single energy bar capable of sustaining a person's daily consumption requirements. A more advanced variant is a premium energy bar, akin to a chocolate solid, laden with abundant nutrients and convenient for transport, an essential resource for survival in apocalyptic scenarios. In contrast, a basic energy bar is comprised of rapidly reproducing organisms rich in protein, such as mouse and cockroach meat, which are crushed and mixed with other nutritional ingredients. Yu Lele is a graduate student from Donghai University, specializing in nutritional biology. Long Yu provides a brief introduction. The individual, named Qin Bingxue, proclaims, "I hold a master's degree in management from Qingbei University in the capital." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ryu is astonished to discover that they are all graduates from prestigious institutions. This revelation grants her immense comfort. Engaging with a group of exceptional intellectuals offers an opportunity for mutual learning and progress. "You are all impressive," Jiang Ryu acknowledges, nodding in agreement as she hears their academic backgrounds. She believes that while high educational attainment is commendable, the crux lies in the ability to apply learned knowledge practically. Whether in this advanced technological shelter or the adjoining plantation, the results stem from the harmonious blend of knowledge and practice. In this sanctuary, a congregation of peculiar beings resides. Particularly, the advanced technological level of this refuge and the plantation far exceeds her comprehension, rendering her 2 decades of education seemingly futile. Subsequently, she resolutely declared her intention to adeptly manage this plantation. To be able to oversee and learn in such an extraordinary place is indeed the greatest fortune of her life. One afternoon, Yu Lele, Qin Bingxue, and Jiang Ryu convened in the plantation to deliberate on academic matters. Long Yu, once a fervent scholar during his university days, found his focus shifted entirely to survival following the onset of the apocalypse. Now, he was poised to engage in his own endeavors. The cool-down period for the trading space was nearing its conclusion, and he had set a clear objective this time. Soon, as the cool-down period ended, Long Yu entered the temporal trading space. He had anticipated that the soldiers there would be delayed once again, yet to his surprise, they were already waiting. "Soldier, is there no battle on your end?" Long Yu inquired, puzzled, recalling that they had previously mentioned a confrontation with extraterrestrial beings. Observing the soldier's expression, which bore no signs of having just emerged from combat, his confusion deepened. "Don't even mention it. Our front lines are established." Yet those cowards seemed to have lost their nerve. The soldier, armed with a pulse machine gun, displayed a countenance filled with indignation. "Brother Long, you have no idea how long we've been waiting here. The mechanical soldiers are fine, but we, the modified beings, are growing increasingly impatient." They had readied their defenses, perpetually on alert for the enemy's arrival. However, the opposing forces had yet to show, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation on that desolate and ravaged planet. They remained vigilant against potential ambushes from the alien creatures. Despite the soldiers' extensive battle experience, The strain of prolonged concealment in the trenches began to wear on him, particularly given the harsh environment that subjected the modified beings to both physical and psychological torment. Long Yu's expression darkened as he contemplated the situation. Perhaps those alien races are merely waiting for you leaders to reach your breaking point before launching their attack. The soldier nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Long Yu's words. Indeed, we maintain our utmost vigilance against those monsters. While I can endure, some of my comrades are nearing their limits. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the starry sky each day, we live in constant fear of an ambush, and it has taken a toll on our minds and bodies. This was undoubtedly a concern. Unless something could alleviate their fatigue, they would continue to suffer. Suddenly, Long Yu's eyes lit up as an idea struck him, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Soldier, I have something that might just help your modified brothers relieve their weariness. However, I require a piece of technology from your side in exchange. Upon hearing this, the soldier's face lit up with excitement. What is it? I have a few cigarettes here. Cigarettes? Will that be effective? Decades ago, the soldier had indulged in the pleasure of cigarettes on his home planet, but after such a lengthy span of time, the sensation had faded from his memory. Would it be effective? Only experimentation could reveal the truth. Long Yu chuckled softly, retrieving a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and sending it over to the soldier. He emulated Qin's trading strategy, allowing the other party to experience the product before making a decision. Is this indeed a cigarette? The soldier inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It had been far too long since he had savored the experience of smoking. Moreover, Long Yu had presented him with a box of premium cigarettes, which served no purpose for him, with hundreds of cigarettes at his disposal. It was only fitting to offer a few for trade. This might serve as a means of relieving stress. It had been so long since he had smoked that he had nearly forgotten the pleasure it brought. The soldier opened the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, inhaling the aroma deeply, and his eyes lit up suddenly. Was this the scent of tobacco from his home planet? It was delightful. He promptly extracted a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and produced a laser pistol from his pocket. A single shot ignited the cigarette. It must be said, his technique for lighting up was impeccable and undeniably cool. Unfazed by Long Yu's thoughts, he took a deep drag. In an instant, the cigarette invigorated him, alleviating all his negative emotions, the suffocation, the melancholy, the torment, the anxiety, the gloom. The curling smoke enveloped him, evoking a sense of boundless joy. The relief, the comfort, the exhilaration. What a fine cigarette. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed such a sensation. It was remarkably soothing. After finishing one cigarette, he lit another and inhaled deeply, feeling as though he were ascending to another realm, his expression one of pure ecstasy. Long Yu observed the screen, watching the once indomitable leader of the Interstellar Mercenary Corps, now lost in bliss, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of unwavering focus. Was this truly the proud soldier king? Brother Long, you have allowed me to relive an exquisite experience. Since arriving on this planet, I have not felt such a sensation in ages. Without further ado, brother, whatever you desire, I shall procure it for you, provided it is within my means. Chapter 81. The Spatial Transmission Matrix. The Transdimensional Legion Long Yu, witnessing the soldier's exuberance, smiled as he too lit a cigarette, leisurely stating, "This cigarette is called Zhonghua, also known as Huazi. It is a commendable choice here." Zhonghua, what a splendid name. The soldier repeated with delight, praising the cigarette as he enjoyed it. This Huazi is truly extraordinary. Decades ago, how did I remain unaware of such a fine smoke on my home planet? Considering the decades you refer to, traditional cigarettes have likely become obsolete. Most will be electronic, I suppose. Long Yu's words prompted the soldier to contemplate, and he realized this was indeed the case. Eventually, even tobacco had begun to dwindle. I must say this cigarette far surpasses anything I smoked decades ago. It is utterly unbeatable. The soldier exhaled a long plume of smoke, which danced around him before dissipating. It was truly one of life's greatest pleasures. Since arriving on this planet, he had not indulged in such enjoyment for far too long. In that moment, it felt as though life had reached a state of unbridled satisfaction. Long Yu understood that the moment of opportunity had arrived. He began to articulate his needs. Soldier, I am aware that your technology is at least several centuries ahead of ours. Do you possess a tool capable of long-distance transportation? Every day, Long Yu drove in search of monsters to collect energy crystals, only to return, which was quite cumbersome. Particularly, he yearned to venture into the West District, where mutated creatures abounded, and energy crystals were surely plentiful. However, the distance was over 100 kilometers, compounded by the time wasted dealing with colossal monsters along the way and encountering various troubles. It was quite frustrating. Isn't technology meant to provide convenience? If there were a means to reach the enemy's lair directly and return instantaneously to the comfort of one's bed, wouldn't that be delightful? Just imagine, in one moment, you are nestled in bed with two beautiful women, and in the next, you are off to gather energy crystals or supplies, only to return shortly, laden with treasures. Back to your bed. How blissful! Surely, a military force that has achieved interstellar travel, with technology centuries ahead of ours, must possess such advancements, right? That would be quite a jest otherwise. As for transportation, our current technological level can achieve spatial teleportation within a radius of 500 kilometers. The soldier replied earnestly after a moment's contemplation. Our mechanical soldiers employ this technology in combat, transforming our troops into temporal soldiers. As long as they are within 500 kilometers, our forces can launch surprise attacks on the enemy at will. This means that their soldiers can utilize spatial teleportation to arrive at the battlefield instantaneously, provided the distance is sufficient. Additionally, this technology can be employed for strategic tactical maneuvers, such as allowing close combat soldiers to teleport into the enemy's rear. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Long Yu's interest was piqued. Could you elaborate on this? What exactly is it? And how does one use it? Certainly, please hold on, the soldier said, retrieving another cigarette from his pack and lighting it once more. This technology is known as the spatial teleportation matrix. As he smoked, he elaborated for Long Yu. The spatial teleportation matrix, as the name implies, is a technological device that enables spatial transportation. It can break the barriers of distance and time, allowing for teleportation within a radius of 500 miles. Usable anytime and without limitation. This equipment is divided into two types: the mother matrix and the child matrices. The user can utilize the mother matrix to transport themselves and any desired objects between the various child matrices. Of course, the holder must first place the child matrices at designated locations and survey the surroundings to ensure that no mishaps occur post-transport. However, there is no need for concern. The soldier has specialized units responsible for the placement of child matrices. Brother Long, you need not worry about the placement of child matrices. I have two types of soldiers specifically tasked with the placement of child matrices and reconnaissance of the surrounding areas. I shall bestow upon you two distinct classes of soldiers. The first, known as the Bloodhound, possesses a formidable ability to sense nearby enemies and track their trails. The second, referred to as the Robotic Pathfinder, excels at utilizing grappling hooks, enabling it to scale various structures and create zip lines for diverse movements. There are numerous similar reconnaissance units. Should Long Yu desire them, Mr. Bing is prepared to deliver them immediately. These exceptional scouts are tasked with placing sub-matrices ahead of us, allowing our forces to swiftly reach the battlefield. Long Yu has come to fully comprehend the reasons behind Mr. Bing's unparalleled success in survival on other planets, not solely due to advanced technology, but also owing to the remarkable soldiers. This is indeed a transcendent army of soldiers. Brother Long, this spatial teleportation matrix holds immense significance in our realm. Yet, you have generously offered me such precious items from your collection, effectively resolving our military's substantial predicament. I am undoubtedly willing to trade for this matrix. Long Yu felt he had gained a tremendous advantage, while Mr. Bing also profited greatly. With so many packs of Chinese cigarettes allocated to his modified brethren, they would find relief from their gloom and anxiety, playing a crucial role in preparing them for the forthcoming battles. In warfare, one must never lose their momentum. As long as the morale of the troops remains high, Mr. Bing possesses the prowess to bring those self-proclaimed superior beings to their knees, begging for mercy. This temporal transaction has been completed. A cooldown period of 72 hours has commenced. Following the completion of the exchange, Mr. Bing eagerly distributed several cigarettes to his subordinates. Long Yu obtained the spatial teleportation matrix. Now, he began to experiment with it within the shelter to familiarize himself. Before him stood a mother matrix and 7 submatrices. The submatrices were diminutive, akin to a fingernail, and could alter their colors to blend with the surroundings, a feature designed to avoid detection through advanced technology. The mother matrix resembled a futuristic portal, emitting energy waves harmless to humans. Long Yu placed the submatrices in various locations around the shelter, including the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, before activating the switch on the mother matrix. A crackling sound filled the air as Long Yu proceeded cautiously. He first sent a mechanical soldier through. In the next moment, the soldier was instantaneously transported from the plantation to the breeding area. Excellent. Now it was his turn. Taking a deep breath, Long Yu stepped directly into the portal. The next instant, upon emerging, he found himself within his own bedroom. Remarkable. Long Yu continued to experiment. This time, he arrived in the kitchen, where Yu Lei and Qin Bingxue were busy cooking. Long Yu's sudden appearance startled both women. Attempting once more, he entered the mother matrix once again. This time, he found himself in the bathroom. Suddenly, a girl's startled exclamation echoed through the air. Long Yu was left utterly bewildered. He remarked on the absence of Jiang Ruoyu in the planning area. Little did he know, she had just stepped out of the shower in the first-floor bathroom. At that moment, Long Yu happened to appear beside her. Chapter 82. The Giant Mutant Ants. The mechanical soldiers go to battle. Long Yu inhaled sharply. In the bathroom, Jiang Ruoyu looked like a celestial beauty. Previously, her face had been smeared with dirt, obscuring her true allure. Now, her fair skin radiated a healthy glow. Her cheeks were rosy, and her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with a delicate haze. Her willow-like brows and petite, crimson lips parted slightly in surprise as she stared at Long Yu. "Oh, what brings you here?" Jiang Ruoyu exclaimed, taken aback by his sudden appearance. She and T even had time to dry off and hastily donned her clothing, a black, sand-textured short skirt and a white t-shirt, her movements swift. Her long, slender legs fidgeted as she anxiously paced, her bare thighs exposed and charmingly petite. Despite her flustered demeanor, she exuded a mature allure, and the way she twisted her waist while dressing added an enticing appeal. "Professor Jiang, I was unaware you were bathing here," Long Yu said, quickly raising his hand and offering her an apologetic smile. He turned to leave. Jiang Ruoyu, filled with confusion, managed to calm herself slightly and tilted her head curiously to ask, "How did you enter the bathroom?" "I distinctly locked the door." Both their gazes shifted to the locked bathroom door. It was indeed secured, and she was certain no one had entered. "How had he gotten in?" "Professor Jiang, this is a long story. I'll explain later. I truly apologize for intruding. I didn't know you were here," Long Yu stated, preparing to depart. "Wait, could you help me find a new one?" she called out. Long Yu paused in his tracks. "I need a change of undergarments. Mine have been at home for quite some time." Jiang Ruoyu's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Long Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was true. After being trapped at Sioux City Agricultural University for such an extended period, she hadn't had the chance to bathe or change her intimate apparel. "All right, I have plenty of supplies. I'll get you some," he replied, opening the door and rummaging through his storage ring. He had, after all, collected quite a few items of women's lingerie at Yule's request. Entering the bathroom, he handed her a bag filled with undergarments. Jiang Ruoyu stared at it in astonishment for a full 2 minutes before glancing up at Long Yu, somewhat embarrassed. What is all this?" she stammered, noticing the lace, thongs, and playful designs. Long Yu glanced down. "Professor Jiang, there are some standard styles in here. Feel free to choose whichever you prefer." "Oh, allericht." Jiang Ruoyu nodded, and to Long Yu's surprise, she selected a lace-trimmed piece and put it on. He anticipated that Professor Jiang had such a unique taste. At noon, Lei and Qin Bingxue prepared a sumptuous feast. After indulging in the meal, they took a brief respite before attending to their pressing matters. Upon reaching the cultivation area, Jiang Ruoyu was seated at a small table, diligently composing the research report and management insights from the past few days. When Long Yu arrived, he He requested Zhang's review of the document. One cannot help but admire Zhang Ruiyu's meticulous approach to her work. Professor Zhang, please continue with your tasks. I have other matters to attend to, Long Yu remarked as he summoned Soldier 76. Commander, what orders do you have for us? The soldier inquired. Long Yu, shedding his smile for a serious demeanor, replied, I have tested the space-time transmission matrix, and it functions flawlessly. Our next objective is to venture outside, accompanied by your mechanical soldiers, to eliminate the mutated creatures and acquire more energy crystals. He had already dispatched bloodhounds to the nearest North District to establish a submatrix and sent Pathfinder robots over 100 kilometers to the West District, which was teeming with mutated beings, to similarly set up a submatrix. The bloodhounds reached the North District first. Therefore, their mission for the afternoon was to head there and eradicate the mutated creatures. Commander, we have received word from the winds that the mutated creatures in the North District are enormous mutated ants, he informed. Let's show everyone so they can understand the foes we will confront this afternoon. Indeed, knowledge of both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle, Long Yu emphasized. He conducted operations with great prudence, recognizing the strength of his soldiers while ensuring they were aware of the ants' attack patterns and fatal vulnerabilities. Commander, we shall accomplish the mission, the soldiers affirmed. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruiyu gazed in awe at Long Yu's formidable mechanical soldiers, her heart filled with profound admiration. Such overwhelming strength was perhaps the only means by which one could withstand the apocalypse. In the North District, an open-air park shelter, a multitude of mutated ants surged toward the vast refuge. Each ant, comparable in size to a van, viciously lunged at the inhabitants, relentlessly gnawing with their teeth and claws, creating a scene of utter carnage. The soldiers tasked with the defense unleashed their firepower, yet they were still unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of the gigantic ant swarm. The park fell entirely under siege, with countless mutated ants frantically devouring the survivors. What manner of monster is this? Help! It's terrifying. Run for your lives. Use explosives. Destroy these beasts. Cries of desperation echoed throughout the park, transforming it into a nightmarish hellscape. Long Yu, leading all his soldiers, arrived at the park's edge via the main matrix portal. Witnessing the horrific scenes before him, he remained unperturbed. 76, prepare the troops for an assault, he commanded. Understood. 76 acknowledged, organizing the soldiers with precision. All mechanical soldiers took up their arms in perfect unison, resembling a war machine, their movements synchronized as they swiftly entered combat mode. They were cold, unfeeling machines of war, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Remember, I have mandated that the energy crystals total 5,000. Upon completion of the task, return immediately without delay. We must regroup at the shelter before dusk. Do you understand? Long Yu commanded. Understood. The mechanical soldiers growled in unison. Advance! Commander 76 ordered as the soldiers launched an assault on the horde of mutated ants. The sound of gunfire echoed. Click, click, click. The soldiers expertly chambered their weapons, moving in perfect synchrony. Their advance was remarkably swift. Divided into groups of 10, 5 squads in total, they attacked the mutated ants from every direction, north, south, east, and west, surrounding the shelter. The rhythmic crack of pulse rifles reverberated through the air. These mechanical soldiers were sharpshooters, each shot striking with impeccable precision, obliterating the heads of the mutated ants, which then collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. After dispatching one wave, they swiftly moved on to the next. Each mechanical soldier diligently collected energy crystals. Chapter 83. Aren't you here to save lives? In the open-air park shelter of the Northern District, at the heart of a 20-story hotel, a middle-aged, balding man with a greasy complexion gazed down in terror at the scene below. Groups of colossal ants rampaged through the crowd, leaving a ground strewn with severed limbs. What we do, old Liu? Those monsters are about to arrive. Lu Sheng helplessly regarded the balding man. With a shrug, he replied, what can we do? Who would have imagined that humanity would one day be subjugated by ants? Are we going to sit here and wait for death? We need to find the military. Seek help. Are you still the leader of the Northern District? Can't you call for assistance? Lu Sheng, incensed by this remark, leapt to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at him. He shouted, "Chen Quanqing, let me tell you, had it not been for the supplies you sent, I would not have allowed you to stay here. With your current status, no one would dare take you in. Do you think you are in a position to instruct me? What is happening in your western district? Those monsters are rampant in the streets. How many have died? Who knows?" Lu Sheng's ire grew as he spoke. Were it not for the 10 pounds of vegetables and 5 pounds of chicken that this man had provided to their shelter in a desperate bid for survival, he would have absolutely refused to harbor this individual, cast aside by the authorities. Chen Quanqing was the very one responsible for the large-scale outbreak of mutated creatures in the Western District due to his negligence, having been expelled by Commander Li Qianni for his failures. When Li Qianni had ordered him to return and reflect on whether he would venture alone into the Western District to lure the mutated creatures away from the city or gather his belongings and leave the shelter, Chen Quanqing had already devised a plan. Unable to remain in the underground military shelter, he sought out his former friend Lu Sheng, offering his previously hoarded supplies in exchange for refuge in this shelter. Little did he anticipate that this sanctuary would soon find itself in dire peril. Chen Quanqing's face turned ashen. He knew he could not remain idle. The mutated ants have discovered that numerous humans still inhabit this building. Consequently, they will undoubtedly gnaw and destroy it, forcing the survivors to emerge and subsequently devour them all. Below, a multitude of ant swarms awaits. We have no escape. Lu Sheng took a swig of liquor, a desperate smile etched across his face. How could this happen? Lu Sheng, give me back the supplies. This refuge is utterly worthless. How could so many monsters infiltrate? Chen Quanqing seized Lu Sheng by the collar, and they began to grapple. At that moment, a thunderous gunfire erupted outside. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets with terrifying penetration swept through, shattering the bodies of the mutated ants, their heads exploding on impact. The glass doors and windows of the hotel as first floor were reduced to shards, and the walls trembled under the onslaught. The two men gazed downward, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld a battalion of mechanical soldiers they had never encountered before. Rows of these mechanical warriors advanced fearlessly, firing upon the mutated ants, while several others provided cover with pulse-heavy machine guns. What is happening here? Is this official support? Commander Li, have you sent someone? Chen Quanqing furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is likely not Commander Li's troops. I have never seen such units in the underground military refuge." The two observed the mechanical soldiers engaged in combat with the mutated ants, their excitement palpable as they seized the opportunity to gather their supplies and descend. Below, the unit designated 76 was calculating the number of energy crystals they had amassed. Just 200 more to complete today's mission. Continue fighting. Once the task is fulfilled, return immediately. They dutifully followed the leader's orders, advancing forward. After eliminating 5 mutated ants, they successfully collected the 5,000 energy crystals. "Captain, we have completed the 5,000 energy crystals. Good, prepare for return." Having accomplished their mission, the mechanical soldiers turned to head back. Lu Sheng and Chen Quanqing descended from the upper floors in disarray. Upon sighting the mechanical soldiers, they frantically shouted, "Stop! Please stop! We are human! Save us!" To their dismay, the mechanical soldiers appeared oblivious to their pleas, ignoring the two entirely. Throughout their descent, numerous mutated ants remained, and cries for help echoed around them. Yet the mechanical soldiers paid no heed. Their gaze remained fixed solely on the mutated ants. What is happening? Seeing the mechanical soldiers prepare to leave, Lu Sheng rushed forward in desperation. "I am the disaster prevention officer for the North District. You were sent from above, are you not? Are you from the imperial capital?" Lu Sheng pressed forward, attempting to intercept them, for only they could rescue the North District from its plight. Confronted with such formidable mechanical soldiers, he believed them to be reinforcements dispatched by the military of the imperial capital. However, Soldier 76 and the dozens of mechanical soldiers beside him remained indifferent to his presence. The two men were somewhat perplexed. Lu Sheng was filled with indignation. "Since this is a military force, are you truly able to watch humanity perish before your eyes? What on earth are you doing?" Upon hearing these words, 76 abruptly turned and halted, leaving Lu Sheng momentarily speechless with fear. "We do not save. You are worthless. May you seek your own fortune," he retorted. "This is also the command of our leader. After collecting 5,000 energy crystals, we are to return immediately. As for the survivors, they must fend for themselves. The shelter only accepts those who are valuable and can generate worth. Moreover, this mission was not fundamentally about rescuing people. It was to exterminate those mutated creatures and acquire energy crystals." Lu Sheng was taken aback. What manner of survival law is this? Who exactly are these individuals? Not good. "Lu Sheng, come back." Chen Quanxing noticed that there were still mutated ants unaddressed behind them. However, the mechanical soldiers, as if pre-programmed, ceased fire and simply departed. The two men had no choice but to retreat back to their hotel, continuing to bide their time while awaiting official rescue. "Old Chen, what do you think these people truly are?" Chen Quanxing pondered carefully, recalling his time in Commander Li's underground military shelter. He seemed to remember that Commander Li had been searching for a certain individual, reputed to possess formidable strength. Perhaps these mechanical soldiers were his doing. Furthermore, they had already obtained a preliminary location of the individual. However, there had been no movement from Commander Li's side. "Old Lu, I believe it must be the team led by Captain Lin that is responsible for the search." In an instant, a new idea struck him, a method for him to redeem himself. Chapter 84. This is an order from above. Do you have any objections? Shortly thereafter, Commander Li chose to deploy over 1,000 elite soldiers and hundreds of armored vehicles to break the siege in the northern district. Upon learning this, Lu Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the warriors. They were finally saved. Chen Quanxing began to calculate in his mind. "Old Lu, lend me 50 brothers. I wish to venture to the royal gardens." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Sheng was perplexed by the other's intentions and, naturally, did not agree. Chen Quanxing, with a broad smile, draped an arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder. "Old Lu, you may not be aware, but Commander Li has been eager to recruit a certain individual. I happened to be at a meeting previously, and I know the whereabouts of that person. We are so close to the royal gardens. I believe I can give it a try. Should I succeed, not only will I redeem myself, but I will also earn the admiration of the leaders on Commander Li's side. At that point, regaining my former status and achieving promotion will be a simple matter." Lu Sheng was left bewildered. He had been holed up in his shelter, occasionally attending meetings to learn of such figures, yet he was unaware of their exact locations. "What does this have to do with me? Why should I help you?" Chen Quanxing smiled as he patted Lao Lu's shoulder. "Old Lu, you fool. When the time comes, I will certainly bring that person before Commander Li and make sure to mention you. Commander Li will acknowledge your contributions. You won't have to remain in this dismal refuge any longer. What kind of park shelter is this? Anyone who resides here is bound to be unfortunate. The higher-ups are all in underground military shelters, yet you are placed in this exposed location. Have you considered why? It's because the leaders do not regard you highly enough. Old Lu, trust me, once I achieve great merit, you will undoubtedly benefit from your assistance." Lu Sheng fell into contemplation. It seemed to be the case. Those who wield significant power in Sioux City resided in underground military shelters. Well, he was assigned to oversee this place. However, this open, park-like refuge was utterly inadequate, even in the absence of mutated creatures. A horde of zombies could easily breach this place. Did Commander Li truly value that individual? Lu Sheng began to ponder. "What I mean is, if you bring that person to Commander Li, will he genuinely hold you in high regard?" Chen Quanxing nodded vigorously, waving his hand grandly. "That is assured. Commander Li has stated that every effort must be made to bring that individual to him. Moreover, his strength is formidable. If he joins us, our official power will significantly increase." Lu Sheng took a deep breath. If this matter was executed well, they indeed had a chance to receive accolades from Commander Li. This would be a remarkable achievement. "Very well, I shall provide you with 50 soldiers. Make haste and ensure you persuade him." Chen Quanxing, accompanied by over 50 soldiers, set off in an armored vehicle toward the royal garden. He had previously heard that the individual resided there. For reasons unknown, Commander Li had been reluctant to act. This time, it was a perfect opportunity for him to take the initiative, a splendid chance to earn merit. beside a villa in the royal garden. Chen Quanqing and his soldiers commenced their search for Long Yu. In Long Yu's underground shelter, Yugu remarked, "There are people above, moving around as if searching for something." Yu Lele sat cross-legged on the sofa, fixated on the surveillance monitor. Qin Bingshue's expression sharpened. It appears to be military personnel, seemingly here to find Long Yu. What could this be about? Should I go out and drive them away? They cannot enter, so we could just ignore them. The two women began to discuss. Long Yu observed the figure on the monitor and calmly said, "Phone, please send me the details on this person. This bald, rather greasy man. Could he truly be an official?" After a while, the drone phone transmitted all the information regarding Chen Quanqing. Long Yu examined it, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I shall go meet him and see what brings him here. It is also a timely opportunity to express my stance in front of such individuals, preventing future official visits." On the ground, Chen Quanqing bent his body, nervously rubbing his hands. His intentions this time were rather straightforward. Cloaked in the guise of official authority, he sought to commandeer the noble ideals of humanitarianism and democracy, employing every trick to deceive the opposition and seamlessly incorporate them into his fold. Although he had heard that the prospects were dim, he was determined to take a bold step. It was only through this opportunity that he could reclaim his former position and gain the recognition of the high-ranking officials in Sioux City. Rumor had it that his counterpart was a mere youth. Should the young man, brimming with ambition, accompany him back, he could redeem himself and ascend the ranks. In such a scenario, he would still have the chance to remain in that underground military shelter to study foreign languages. Soon, Long Yu emerged slowly with Soldier 76 and a dozen others. Upon seeing Long Yu, Chen Quanqing felt a surge of joy. "You must be the man referred to by Commander Li and Captain Lin. May we have a moment to converse?" Long Yu chuckled silently, choosing not to respond. Noticing this, Chen Quanqing cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and adopted a commanding demeanor, speaking passionately. "Young man, you should have heard of us. We are the official representatives of Sioux City under Commander Li. We have been tirelessly fighting on the front lines against calamity. We strive for the welfare of all the citizens of Sioux City, as you may have observed. This disaster has dealt a severe blow to us, which is precisely why we require the support of individuals like you from the grassroots. As descendants of Yin and Huang, we have been struck down, and in this critical moment, we must unite. As the saying goes, unity is strength. Indeed, when one is in distress, support comes from all directions. The current situation in Sioux City is exceedingly dire. We're struggling to move forward, and many survivors are besieged by monsters, hanging by a thread. Everyone needs you, individuals of capability, like yourself." Long Yu nodded. "Ah, indeed, you're correct." Seeing this, Chen Quanqing remained unperturbed, placing his hands behind his back and speaking with righteous fervor. "I shall speak plainly. We are in dire need of talent. You must accompany me, and I have also heard that you have exhausted the resources in this vicinity. This is untenable, young man. Countless individuals in our shelter are in desperate need of supplies. I implore you to bring your resources and join us. This is an order from above. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Long Yu burst into laughter. "Chen Quanqing, do you still believe you are part of the official ranks?" At this, Chen Quanqing was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Chapter 85. The ball man has collapsed. Apologies to Mr. Long. In the office of the head of the outdoor park shelter in the North District, Lin Yun's face turned ashen as she exclaimed, "What did you say? That Chen Quanqing has gone to the royal garden?" A few soldiers nearby had already restrained Lu Sheng, who had failed to report to superiors and had recklessly assigned soldiers to someone who had been dismissed from the Sioux City military. When Lin Yun learned of the purpose of their visit, her heart sank, her expression becoming exceedingly grim. Could she not surmise that Chen Xuanqing's intent in heading to the royal garden was anything less than nefarious? Indeed, it is true. Old Chen, or rather Chen Quanqing, proclaimed his intention to make amends by personally escorting that man before Commander Li. I was persuaded by his words, resulting in my soldiers being entrusted to him. What audacity! Does Chen Quanqing possess the qualifications to seek out such a person? Is he truly worthy? In a fit of rage, Lin Yun stamped her foot, shattering the desk before Lu Sheng, her ferocious demeanor rendering him utterly speechless with fear. Lu Sheng swallowed hard, trembling uncontrollably, while several soldiers clad in special operations attire restrained him, rendering him immobile. Lin Lin's team might just be able to locate that individual, Lu Sheng said. His head hung low, anxiety evident in his voice. Lin Yun, infuriated to the point of laughter, pointed an accusatory finger at him and declared, "Let me make this clear. That man is Mr. Long. We have already crossed paths in Donghai City. If he wished to join us, he would have done so long ago. What capabilities does Chen Quanqing possess to convince him otherwise? On what grounds? His lewd demeanor? His ability to flirt with young women in the shelter? I assure you, if he tarnishes our military's reputation and leaves Mr. Long with a negative impression, I, Lin Yun, would not spare him." Lin Yun ground her teeth in frustration. This Chen Quanqing, in his arrogance, believed he could outsmart everyone and bring Mr. Long back. If he failed to deliver and instead left a worse impression, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to invite Mr. Long in the future. Should any conflict arise between the parties, the consequences would be dire. Chen Quanqing has vastly underestimated the strength of the opponent. Given their formidable power, even the authorities must tread carefully, not daring to act recklessly. Mr. Long is a figure that even the esteemed Lin Feng covets. She and Li Qianni dare to extend an invitation to Mr. Long, yet what qualifications does Chen Quanqing possess to approach him? Furthermore, he is no longer a member of their official ranks. Commander Li has publicly disavowed him. Lu Sheng, as the head of the North District. I do not wish to speak harshly. Should we provoke Mr. Long's displeasure, you must understand the grave repercussions we would face. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng was left bewildered. He could not comprehend why even the battle-hardened warrior Lin Yun treated the situation with such gravity. Who exactly is this Mr. Long? Captain Lin, what shall we do next? I am eager to make amends. Lu Sheng, displaying remarkable awareness, quickly bowed his head to acknowledge his previous misuse of authority. Lin Yun understood Lu Sheng's motivations. He had acted on impulse in hopes of earning merit before Commander Li. However, he remained oblivious to the significance of Mr. Long, a figure of such paramount importance that they dared not extend an invitation lightly. Does Commander Li know of this matter? Perhaps we should report to him and seek his guidance. Lu Sheng continued, fervently wishing that Commander Li would not hold him accountable, thus preserving his favorable standing with Li Qianni. Currently, I can only report this matter to Li Qianni and await his instructions. Soon, Lin Yun recounted the entire sequence of events to Li Qianni. Upon hearing that Chen Quanqing had taken the initiative to approach the elusive Mr. Long, whom they had always been hesitant to provoke, Li Qianni erupted in fury. Lu Sheng, you are the one who granted him the authority to act so recklessly, are you not? Li Qianni coldly addressed Lu Sheng over the phone. Commander Li, it was not my intention. He chose to do this on his own, Lu Sheng replied, attempting to defend himself. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your motives. I entrusted you with the responsibility of the North District to ensure the safety of its citizens. I place my trust in you. What do you aspire to? Promotion? Access to the underground military shelter? Lu Sheng, you have greatly disappointed me. You should have never empowered Chen Quanqing's forces, giving him the audacity to seek out Mr. Long. Captain Lin is correct. If Mr. Long becomes displeased and we find ourselves at odds with him, the losses we would incur could be catastrophic. Have you considered this? As Li Qianni's words sank in, Lu Sheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His legs buckled, and he felt his knees on the cold floor. I realize my mistake, Commander Li. Please grant me a chance. I will take my men and rectify this to prevent Chen Quanqing from causing any trouble. Li Qianni's voice remained stern. I will dispatch 10 helicopters to you. Ensure you do not escalate the situation. Your mission is to resolve conflicts. At present, Mr. Long's power is second only to that of the enigmatic figure clad in mechanical armor. To them, he is of utmost importance, and they must act accordingly. At the entrance of the Royal Garden shelter, Chen Quanqing stood in shock, bewildered as he asked, "How do you know about my affairs?" "I am aware not only that you are not an official, but also the reason for your expulsion from the government," the other party responded. Chen Quanqing's face momentarily flashed with anger. Although I am not a government official, I am certain that Commander Lee wishes to requisition your base and personnel. All your resources must comply with the directive from above. Do you understand? Do you dare to defy the state? This statement caused the soldier, known as 76, standing beside Long Yu, to flicker with surprise. He raised his pulse rifle, declaring, "Chief, this guy must be out of his mind, perhaps distracted by women." As Soldier 76 aimed his weapon, the 50 or so soldiers behind him also became alert, raising their Type 95 rifles, leading to a tense standoff. Disaster looms. Do you dare to disregard the orders from above? You have quite the audacity. You insolent fool. What is your attitude? I am here representing the government. What is the matter? Anyone standing against the government will meet a grim fate. I advise you to be sensible and come with me. We both have promising futures ahead. Thundering above the royal garden, Lu Sheng sat in an aircraft, observing through binoculars. When he saw the two factions brandishing their weapons in confrontation, he was struck with a sense of dread. Chun Quanqing, you are truly more of a hindrance than a help. How could I have believed the words of such a useless individual? He had presumed that his silver tongue would be persuasive enough to convince the other party. Yet he had not anticipated the rapid escalation into a standoff. What worth does one hold when they dare not offend the likes of Commander Lee and Captain Lin? Blast that bald man surnamed Chun. Everyone retreat. Apologize to Mr. Long. Chapter 86. The luxurious sanctuary is in place below. Chun Quanqing remained blissfully unaware of the dire consequences that would follow his ill-timed remarks. What era was it now? Was it still a time governed by the state, where laws were firmly established? Chun Quanqing had grossly underestimated the influence of the man before him, particularly in the eyes of the authorities. To think he could simply requisition the other's supplies and expect compliance was a naive folly indeed. On the helicopter above, Lu Xing noted the increasingly unsettling expression of Mr. Long below. It was evident that the latter was seething with anger. Commander Lee had issued countless warnings to avoid provoking conflict, to leave no negative impression of the authorities. Yet, the unforeseen had transpired. Take him down. Lu Sheng immediately commanded the sniper aboard the helicopter to aim at Chun Quanqing's head. A single shot rang out. Chun Quanqing had barely grasped the situation before his skull was shattered, resulting in instant death, blood splattering the ground. The soldiers behind him were stunned, looking up to see 10 helicopters hovering above. Lu Sheng hurriedly descended and stumbled before Long Yu, facing a group clad in special operations uniforms. Long Yu displayed no overt surprise. Instead, he wore a bemused smile as he regarded the flustered Lu Sheng. Upon seeing Long Yu, Lu Sheng promptly bowed in apology, then straightened to address the armed soldiers behind him with a grim expression. That wretched Chun Quanqing dared to impersonate an official to approach Mr. Long. Furthermore, he had the audacity to disrespect him. Commander Lee has ordered his immediate execution. Upon hearing this, the soldiers stood in stunned silence, their faces reflecting disbelief at the swift execution of the former head of the Xiqing district. This decisive action underscored Mr. Long's significant standing in the eyes of the authorities. It was high time for Chun Quanqing to meet his end. His negligence had led to the deaths of countless citizens in Xiqing, and today he had recklessly offended Mr. Long, a crime unforgivable. As Lu Sheng spoke, he discreetly glanced at Long Yu, acutely aware of the need to read the room. He feared that his handling of the situation might not meet the other's approval. Long Yu maintained a stoic gaze, observing the unfolding farce. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Mr. Long, I sincerely apologize for the soldiers' earlier disrespect. Chun Quanqing was unworthy to extend an invitation for you to join the authorities. On behalf of the government, I extend my apologies for the earlier affront. The officials among you should exercise stricter oversight. We are no longer in an era of peace, and those lacking foresight must be prepared to pay the ultimate price. A smile graced Long Yu's face, yet it sent chills down the spines of Lu Sheng and the soldiers present. This statement profoundly underscored the fact that the adversary harbored no fear of the authorities whatsoever. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down Lu Sheng's forehead. Fortunately, he had intervened just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Indeed, had Lu Sheng not arrived promptly, The 76 at Long Yu's side would have surely crushed Chun Chuanqing's skull, inevitably leading to a minor skirmish adjacent to the shelter. The victor would undoubtedly have been Long Yu, achieving a resounding and overwhelming triumph. The era in which the authorities wielded control over the nation has long since passed. It is an undeniable reality that only those with strength can survive in this apocalyptic world. Commander Lee has also indicated the necessity of thoroughly reviewing the internal leadership. It is indeed time for stringent management. Please convey my regards to him, and let him understand that I will not be joining the official ranks. This is a point I hope you will remember. With that, Long Yu lost interest. This farce should have concluded long ago. He had merely sought to clarify his stance and position to this group. Subsequently, Long Yu departed with the 76, leaving Lu Sheng to gaze vacantly at their retreating figures. He had undoubtedly left a poor impression on Mr. Long. It was over, and this time it was truly finished. Upon Long Yu's return to the shelter, Yu Lei and Qin Bingxue had already observed the entire process through external surveillance. Brother Yu, that Qin Quanqing is truly despicable for what we have seen. Due to his negligence, nearly 500,000 citizens have perished in the West District, exclaimed Yu Lei. I have also witnessed it. The West District has become a paradise for mutated creatures, teeming with monsters. The shelters there have been utterly breached and are powerless to defend themselves, added Qin Bingxue. The two women sat on the sofa, holding a tablet as they spoke. Long Yu joined them, taking a sip of water as he remarked. The abundance of mutated creatures in the West District indicates that we can acquire more energy crystals, which will lead to further upgrades for the shelter. His next step was to lead his soldiers to the West District to obtain even more energy crystals. He was eager to see what transformations these energy crystals would bring to the shelter. He retrieved the energy crystal obtained from slaying mutated ants in the North District. Xiao Yi, please assist me in continuing the upgrade for survival direction. Name, Shelter Number 1, Survival Level, for defense. 1 offense. 1 upgrade complete. This time, Long Yu discovered a prompt from Xiao Yi, a building blueprint. This blueprint clearly delineated the entire structure of the shelter and its surroundings, signifying that construction could be freely conducted based on this map. Additionally, Xiao Yi would provide technical guidance. Long Yu glanced at the architectural drawings of the upgraded shelter, noting that the living room and bedroom on the first floor could be entirely expanded. Originally a modest one-bedroom apartment, it has been transformed into a magnificent structure featuring 6 rooms, 3 living areas, and 4 bathrooms. The newly reconstructed first floor will be entirely occupied by the shelter, with the surrounding walls replaced with alloy materials. This is no longer a simple residence. It has evolved into a luxurious villa. Upon reviewing the blueprints, Long Yu promptly commanded the mechanical soldiers to commence the expansion. The directives were issued to these intelligent automatons, who executed their tasks with remarkable speed and flawless precision. In less than a day, the opulent villa on the upper floor was completed, with exquisite flooring, spacious interiors, and the valuable sofas, beds, and large-capacity refrigerators that Long Yu had previously acquired. The dwelling was electrified. Long Yu then entered the master bedroom, reclining comfortably on the bed. Before him stood a 56-inch holographic projection screen, allowing him to indulge in movies late into the night. Meanwhile, Yu Lei, Qin Bingxue, and Zhang Ruiyu made their way to their respective rooms. The once cramped quarters had transformed into expansive spaces, granting everyone the opportunity to engage in their own pursuits. The advanced amenities of the futuristic shelter began to spring to life, illuminating the bright, open living area where Long Yu lounged on the sofa, enjoying a film. In his arms was Qin Bingxue, who, with a playful expression, gazed up at him. "My lord, what shall we do tomorrow?" she inquired. "Tomorrow, we shall lead the mechanical soldiers to the West District. Let us enjoy ourselves first." Chapter 87, Steady Progress. Commander's orders early the next morning. Long Yu received intelligence from the drones dispatched by phone. Li Tianyi, the supreme commander of the underground military shelter in Sioux City, had decided to mobilize all forces for a large-scale cleansing of the mutated creatures in the West District. This unexpected move caught Long Yu off guard. According to the footage from phone, the West District was currently a battleground rife with chaos. The warlords referred to the various mutated beings inhabiting the area, most of which had escaped from the zoo that Shun Quan Quan had previously neglected. The vast zoo housed thousands of animals, and combined with other mutated creatures outside its confines. One could only imagine the peril that lurked there. "Commander, shall we proceed?" asked Soldier 76, who had assembled his troops and ensured that all mechanical soldiers were fully armed and ready for action. "Absolutely. With so many energy crystals available there, we cannot afford to miss out." At this moment, the officials are unaware of the crystal's potential. Their only aim is to eliminate the mutated creatures, whereas our objective is to acquire a substantial quantity of energy crystals. The Pathfinder robots were poised and ready to be deployed to the battlefield at any moment. "Gather Qin, Bing Xue, and the others. This time, we shall do everything in our power to seize every last energy crystal." "Understood." In the command center of the underground military shelter, Li Qianni's expression was exceptionally grave, flanked by Lin Yun and a cadre of officials from Sioux City. Before them stood thousands of soldiers clad in tactical uniforms, uniformly brandishing the Type 95 rifle. Commander Li spoke, urging, "Please share your thoughts." Clearing his throat, Li Tian, dressed in military attire, positioned himself before the assembled troops, exuding an aura of indomitable spirit. "Esteemed comrades, due to my inadequate management, the West District has devolved into a haven for monstrosities, rendering it challenging to regain effective control. Consequently, 2 million survivors in Sioux City are enduring unspeakable hardships. Each day, I receive grim reports from our scouts on the front lines, revealing that countless lives are tragically lost to these beasts. I lie awake, tormented by this reality. Brothers." Li Tian gritted his teeth and, with a voice filled with anguish, implored his fellow soldiers. "They seek to eradicate our kind. Can we merely cower in our shelters, awaiting the approach of these fiends? Can we stand idly by as life after life is ruthlessly trampled underfoot? I have come to a resolute conclusion. We must seize our weapons and expel these abominations. They must not dare to set foot in Sioux City. Only then will we have hope for survival. Only then will the citizens of Sioux City have a chance to live." His impassioned outcry resonated among the nearly 50,000 soldiers gathered below, igniting a fire of fervor and indignation on their faces, reflecting their collective wrath towards the vile creatures. "Since these monsters show us no mercy, how can we tolerate their continued rampage in Sioux City? Our objective is clear. We shall eradicate all mutated beings within an 80-kilometer radius of the West District. We will eliminate them entirely. They shall no longer dare to wreak havoc here. Do you have faith in this mission?" "Yes, yes," the soldiers roared, their voices charged with righteous fury. Li Tian understood that inaction was no longer an option. To remain sheltered would ultimately lead to their demise, as the mutated beings would inevitably come for them after decimating the survivors in other regions. Thus, it was better to strike first, allowing the soldiers to mature on the true battlefield, which might prove beneficial for future military defenses. Next, I would like to invite the officer responsible for this operation, Vice Commander Lin Yun, to share her insights. Li Tian handed the microphone to Lin Yun. Waving her hand, she directed attention to the large screen displaying a comprehensive map of the West District. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a detailed layout of all streets and landmarks within an 80-kilometer radius of the West District. Each of you will receive a copy. This large-scale sweep against the mutated beings is fraught with peril. Commander Li and I have decided to proceed with caution, advancing steadily and strategically. Individual recklessness will not be tolerated. We must concentrate our firepower and adhere to commands. If we encounter formidable adversaries, do not act impulsively. Wait for support from other units. Remember, cooperation is key. Do you understand?" "Understood." "We will deploy 30,000 soldiers as the vanguard, entering from the four corners of the West District: northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. You are to converge in the central area with 10,000 soldiers dedicated to providing support from various positions, while the remaining 10,000 will focus on covering the retreat." "Understood." The soldiers nodded in unison. Without further ado, Commander Li announced to the soldiers, "Prepare to set off. There is one more matter to address, Commander Li." Are we certain we will not invite Mr. Long to join us in this operation and lend us a hand? Commander Lee shook his head helplessly. Last time, due to the incident with Chun Quanking, we have already offended him once. This time, we lack the face to request his assistance again. With that, he stood up, commanding all the squad leaders to heed his orders. Squad leaders, pay attention. We shall proceed westward, advancing slowly along the 23 main thoroughfares. Set off. At the command, all the soldiers immediately sprang into action. Within the base, over 30 armed helicopters, hundreds of armored vehicles, and more than 40 tanks were prepared. Lin Yun led the vanguard, followed closely by 30 armored personnel carriers. The armed helicopters swiftly took to the skies, ascending gradually. Among them, Li Tianyi sat in one of the helicopters, wearing sunglasses as he gazed downward. A vast expanse of ruins spread before his eyes, with many areas devoid of any vegetation, resembling a barren wasteland. He could still see mutated creatures crawling aimlessly along the streets, while the dilapidated buildings belched black smoke. The once heavenly city now resembled a hellscape. As they were about to enter the western district, Li Tianyi noticed several high-rise buildings below, on which the letters SOS were spray-painted. He could see that some individuals were even waving brightly colored red flags. He felt a surge of relief, realizing that he had made the right decision. For there were still so many survivors in the Western District. Send 2 helicopters down there carefully to rescue those survivors, Li Tianyi instructed over the intercom. Upon seeing the helicopters soaring above, the survivors below lit up with hope, as if they had suddenly encountered a bowl of clear water in the desert. It's the army. Mom, we are saved. It really is the army. With such a large scale, we won't be trapped here anymore. Well, Mom, I miss Dad. Dad's spirit will bless us. The helicopters were slowly descending, nearing the location of the mother and daughter. Just then, a deafening roar erupted. Out of nowhere, a colossal figure appeared beside the main street, swiftly pouncing upon the descending helicopter. A 7-meter-long spotted leopard leapt high into the air, its terrifying agility bringing the helicopter crashing down. This mutated leopard, bloodied and fierce, opened its gaping maw and snatched a soldier from within the helicopter. Upon witnessing this, Li Tianyi immediately ordered, "Open fire. Concentrate your firepower to cover our brothers as they exit the cabin. Fire." The mounted machine guns on the helicopter began to unleash a frenzied barrage at the mutated leopard. The firepower of more than 30 helicopters proved effective, as countless bullets rained down upon the creature, riddling its body with wounds. In a panic, it fled. Its speed was astonishing, and as it dashed away, it trampled over a building, reducing it to rubble, silencing the survivors atop it. Li Tianyi was consumed by a burning rage. These wretched beasts. Has Captain Lin arrived? Captain Lin is still 3 kilometers away. No more waiting. Engage them. Annihilate these monsters. At his command, the helicopter's machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage upon the creatures below. Incendiary bombs, grenades, and rockets rained down upon the horde of mutated beasts, as Li Tianyi spared no expense in this operation, determined to eradicate these aberrant entities. Below, the pack of mutated wolves, under the assault, scattered in all directions. The howls of the mutated wolves echoed through the air. Before long, peculiar large birds began to appear in the sky from all directions. They were winged beasts. Li Tianyi bellowed into the intercom, "Use the heavy machine guns. And be wary of these winged beast attacks. Provide alternating cover to deny them any chance to strike." Yes, the winged creatures emitted shrill cries as they swiftly charged towards the helicopter. Bang, bang, bang. The helicopter's heavy machine guns and the snipers within the cabin unleashed a fierce counterattack against the approaching winged beasts, who were felled before they could come near. "Kumandili, Captain Lin's troops have arrived," reported a soldier wielding a sniper rifle. "Good. Maintain stability. The helicopter will provide aerial fire support. Create opportunities for Captain Lin's soldiers." Li Tianyi also seized a sniper rifle, taking aim at the grotesque creatures below. Lin Yun led 5,000 soldiers into the fray. "Quick, remain calm, stay steady, and be vigilant against surprise attacks from the monsters." Standing atop an armored vehicle, Lin Yun surveyed the battlefield through binoculars. There were indeed numerous mutated creatures in this area. The wolf pack, under the suppressive fire from the armed helicopters, had already scattered. However, to the north, several fearsome beasts remained. These mutated creatures towered like multi-story buildings, their terrifying forms exuding an undeniable aura of dread. Captain Lin, over there is the old tiger, Xiao Bai exclaimed, standing beside Lin Yun, pointing to a menacing figure watching their soldiers from a distance. To the right were 5 mutated male lions, and to the left loomed several mutated white tigers. They would prove to be quite a challenge. Deploy the bombs. Set them 500 meters ahead. We will hold our ground here. If they dare to approach, understood. Xiao Bei, accompanied by several hundred soldiers, cautiously advanced to commence bomb installation. Minutes later, the mutated creatures charged toward them. The bombs detonated, producing a blinding flash and a thunderous roar. With remarkable effect, 2 of the leading mutated white tigers were blown apart, collapsing to the ground. Open fire. The soldiers unleashed a fierce assault against the advancing monsters. Increase fire. Once we deal with this wave, advance 1 kilometer. Continue installing bombs and construct new defensive fortifications. Lin Yun commanded. This methodical strategy was proving to be advantageous in the early stages. Targeting the enormous creatures, this approach allowed for concentrated firepower, systematically annihilating them one by one. Soldiers from all directions continued to execute this tactic. The advance has swiftly progressed by a kilometer, with casualties numbering fewer than 100. Captain Lin, commendable work. Press on and eradicate those grotesque creatures. Li Qianni observed from above, but suddenly furrowed his brow. The number of mutated beings ahead was overwhelming. Thousands, no. It appeared to be tens of thousands. Moreover, they were insectoid in nature, saturating the entire area. Just below the soldier's position, a multitude of mutated centipedes and millipedes erupted from the ground, their lethal venom immediately incapacitating the soldiers who were fortifying their defenses. Captain Lin, it's centipedes. Be cautious. They are toxic. Before a few soldiers could finish their warnings, their bodies began to decay as the virulent poison coursed through them, transforming them into lifeless corpses. Countless mutated centipedes surged towards the soldiers. Incendiary grenades. Prepare the incendiaries. Hundreds of soldiers retrieved incendiary devices from the armored vehicles, igniting them and hurling them towards the swarm of mutated insects. In an instant, the ground was engulfed in flames. There are too many. Keep throwing them. Burn those vile creatures to ashes. Grenades and high explosive shells were relentlessly launched, successfully halting the advance of the insect horde. However, the frontline soldiers suffered significant losses. The recently unleashed venomous centipedes and millipedes had already claimed over 2,000 lives in an instant. In every direction, north, south, east, and west, similar calamities unfolded. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of mutated insects, they had only advanced a mere kilometer, yet had already lost nearly 10,000 soldiers. Infuriating. Li Qianni cursed vehemently from the helicopter. Our reconnaissance was inadequate. Brothers, continue to advance the helicopter. We must ascertain the situation on the ground. The air was filled with shouts of anger, and gunfire reverberated throughout the area as they pressed onward. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers. The helicopter scouted from above while the soldiers maintained their positions steadfastly. After traversing nearly 20 kilometers, Captain Lin was asked to account for their numbers. 5,700 remain. The gravity of Li Qianni's expression deepened. We still have 40 kilometers to go, and now only a little over 5,000 of us are left. Commander Li, how many of these monsters remain ahead? Captain Lin inquired, seeking information from Li Qianni, who was surveying from the helicopter. Approximately 3,000 more, and they are exceedingly formidable. Ahead, there are creatures reminiscent of prehistoric behemoths, even colossal elephants. Those entities are impervious to artillery. Captain Lin, lend me a motorcycle from the armored vehicle. Li Qianni stretched his limbs before parachuting down to the ground. Commander Li, what are you planning to do? We cannot continue fighting. If we persist, my brothers will perish here. Lin Yun was bewildered. Commander Li, do you mean to retreat? You all retreat. I have observed that area. It is filled with colossal beings. I will venture in alone and lure those creatures out of the city. Commander, their ammunition is dwindling. Continuing the fight will only lead to further casualties. Because they're all formidable creatures, they attract attention on their own. Given the opportunity, I'm certain I can lead them all out of the city. Chen Quanxing is my subordinate, and I must take responsibility for him, as well as for the millions of citizens in the Western District. You must not advance any further. This is a command. After Li Tianyi spoke, he rode his motorcycle forward. Soon, the mutated creatures ahead immediately noticed the presence of humans coming to meet their demise. The mutated beings standing in the center were truly terrifying. The mutated crocodiles and gigantic elephants proved impervious to the heavy machine gun fire from the helicopter. After all, Sioux City was his territory, and he was intimately familiar with the layout here. With a horde of mutated creatures charging towards him, Li Tianyi intended to lure them all away, far from this place, at least to ensure they would leave momentarily, after which he would devise another plan to deal with them. He had already resolved that if he were to perish, the command would fall to Lin Yun, as he had penned a farewell note before their departure. He had failed to safeguard Sioux City, resulting in the loss of over 1 million lives. This time, he would exchange his own life for a temporary reprieve for Sioux City, thus granting the survivors here a glimmer of hope for survival. As he took a detour, he realized that the further he went, the more mutated creatures awaited him ahead. Before him, hundreds of gigantic wolves encircled him. He bravely navigated through the pack, eventually arriving at an abandoned small town. All the mutated beings had congregated there. Once he exited the town, he would reach the outskirts of the city. Success was imminent. Li Tianyi wiped the sweat from his brow, preparing to continue his rapid ride. Just then, out of nowhere, dozens of soldiers clad in mechanized armor appeared. Gumandili, thank you for your hard work in gathering all these mutated creatures here. Standing before the mechanized soldiers was Long Yu, armed with scythe-like blades on his arms. Are you the esteemed Mr. Long? Li Tianyi inferred that he was being signaled to withdraw. It was now Long Yu's moment to hunt. Chapter 89. Is the gap too vast? Li Tianyi remained oblivious to how the other party had materialized here. Earlier, Lin Yun had inquired about him, but he refrained from engaging further out of concern for Chen Quanxing, having already inadvertently offended the other party once. He never anticipated that Mr. Long would appear so suddenly. Could it be that they had been lying in wait, having known of his movements all along in order to assist him? In such a perilous situation, he had gallantly brought a handful of soldiers with him, a display of courage that filled Li Tianyi with profound admiration. They were up against thousands of colossal, mutated creatures, including robust, mutated elephants, rhinoceroses, and crocodiles. These tough-skinned beings were impervious to ordinary firearms, rendering such weapons ineffective against them. Li Tianyi felt a long-forgotten sense of gratitude. Mr. Long's willingness to extend a helping hand from afar was genuinely moving. However, the situation was undeniably dire. Once these mutated creatures launch their assault, they shall meet their demise here. Mr. Long, this place is exceedingly perilous. Gather your soldiers, and together we shall lure them out of the city. Subsequently, I will petition the higher authorities to deploy missiles to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Li Tianyi earnestly declared to him, there can be no further delay. These mutant beings are on the verge of rushing towards us. Long Yu furrowed his brow slightly, unable to comprehend what the other was insinuating. Commander Li, you misunderstand. I have no intention of luring them all out of the city. My aim is to eliminate them entirely right here. Huh? Li Tianyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at him incredulously. Eliminate them all? On what grounds? Merely because he had over 50 mechanical soldiers at his disposal? While these mechanical warriors might surpass his own troops, the fact remained that even his army of 50,000 had suffered heavy losses against such monstrosities. How could a mere 50 soldiers contend with over 3,000 of these colossal mutations? Mr. Long, time is of the essence. Now is the opportune moment to draw them out. Hurry, follow me. Long Yu remained unmoved. He had come here because the pathfinding robot informed him that Li Tianyi had congregated all the mutated creatures in this very location. This presented a perfect opportunity to eradicate them in one decisive blow and reap a bountiful harvest of energy crystals. If these mutated creatures were scattered about, it would pose a challenge for the mechanical soldiers to deal with them. Thanks to Li Tianyi's efforts, all the mutants have been drawn to this desolate town. Thus Long Yu issued orders for the pathfinding robot to install a submatrix here, leading them to this spot. His primary motivation was to acquire more energy crystals. Paying no further heed to Li Tianyi, Long Yu commanded his soldiers to prepare for battle with utmost urgency, exerting all their might to obliterate them. Spare these beasts not a shred of hope for survival. After issuing his orders, he turned to his companions, Qin Bingxue and the imposing figure beside him. Bingxue, big guy, you two shall accompany me as we take down the most formidable foes first. The hunt is on. Long Yu surged forward, entering a state of invisibility, akin to an arrow released from a bow, plunging into the throng of mutated creatures. Before him loomed several gigantic crocodiles, towering dozens of times over him, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Employing an electronic module, electric currents danced around his mantis knife as Long Yu struck at the massive crocodile before him. Coupled with the effects of the acquired rotor parts, his strike unleashed a flurry of over a dozen slashes. Without pausing, he leaped, soaring to a height of 8 meters, delivering 2 more strikes to the crocodile's neck. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible giant crocodile was cleaved into fillets by Long Yu's mantis knife. With the added electric effect, the creature fell heavily to the ground, charred and defeated. Meanwhile, Qin Bingxue was not to be outdone. She unsheathed her personal tang knife and charged towards a mutated mantis, initiating a fierce duel between blades. Qin Bingxue's strength eclipsed that of the mutated mantis, ultimately leading her to sever it in two. Taking another glance at the massive figure, it was seen riding atop a mutated giant elephant. This colossal creature dwarfed it by several times, yet the hefty being rained down powerful punches upon its head. The giant elephant let out a mournful cry, wildly thrashing its trunk in a desperate attempt to shake off its assailant. Almost flung off, the hefty figure managed to grasp one of the sharp tusks with one hand while drawing forth a rocket launcher with the other. A single shot struck the elephant directly in its eye. Another swift punch sent the creature tumbling to the ground. It then mounted the fallen beast, delivering blow after blow until it was reduced to a bloody pulp. Without delay, Long Yu swiftly dispatched the crocodile before him. In a flash, he reappeared in front of another, wielding his mantis blade with precision. With the aid of his rotary enhancement, the crocodile fell, its body severed into several segments. In this manner, he rapidly eliminated all the mutated crocodiles. Yet, the battle was not over. 500 meters ahead loomed a group of towering mutated kangaroos. They brandished their fists, eager to engage Long Yu in combat. With a snap of his fingers, the stone sword supercar raced to his side at remarkable speed. Long Yu effortlessly leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, which carried him closer to the mutated kangaroos. As he soared into the air, the stone sword darted beneath the kangaroos. After separating from the car, Long Yu slashed through one of the mutated kangaroos, eviscerating it and using his anti-gravity shield to block the gushing, foul blood. He deftly returned to the car, executing the entire maneuver with utmost fluidity. "Wow, the boss is incredibly awesome," the hefty figure exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for Long Yu. "No time for chatter, let us finish this quickly." Long Yu leaped from the car, performing a 360-degree spin midair as he swung his mantis blade horizontally, resembling a lethal giant top. In an instant, he cleaved through the abdomens of the surrounding kangaroos, eradicating all of them. With the mutated kangaroos vanquished, the remaining mutated creatures faced the onslaught of 76 and his 50 mechanical soldiers, who unleashed a barrage of fire from their pulse rifles and heavy machine guns. Activating his tactical goggles, he precisely obliterated the heads of the mutated beings. Some mutated insects, cowering underground, were subjected to a carpet bombing from spiral missiles launched from the pulse rifles, shaking the very earth with their terrifying power. The small town, now filled with mutated creatures, was engulfed in smoke, and the sounds of gunfire and roars echoed throughout. Li Tianyi, still perched on his motorcycle, watched in awe as over 50 soldiers, with sheer, overwhelming force, nearly eradicated the most formidable of the giant mutated beings. This band of 50 accomplished what 50,000 soldiers had failed to do. Was the disparity not too great? Chapter 90. The Armory Within the Sanctuary. Weapons produced, Liqiani observed in astonishment as the mechanical soldiers under Long Yu's command swept through the mutated creatures with the efficiency of autumn leaves falling from trees. The massive, hard-shelled monsters were all dispatched by Long Yu with lethal grace. The youth displayed a prowess that far surpassed the seasoned veterans by a terrifying magnitude. While the opponents vanquished thousands of mutated creatures, Liqiani found himself without the opportunity to intervene. After the battlefield was cleared and the energy crystals were collected, he was instructed to assemble immediately. Following Long Yu's orders, he prepared to return to the sanctuary with Qin Bingxue. Liqiani felt a strong urge to speak, yet he was at a loss for words, caught in a conflict of emotions. He had initially assumed that their arrival was to aid him, only to realize that they were there to eradicate the mutated beings. Reflecting on his previous conversation with Mr. Long, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Long Yu noticed the awkwardness enveloping Liqiani and greeted him. Commander Li, the eradication of these numerous monsters is primarily your achievement as well. Had you not lured these mutated creatures here, managing them would have proven exceedingly troublesome. Liqiani looked up, filled with admiration for the young man before him. Typically, a brash youth might flaunt their prowess in the presence of an official military force, exhibiting a sense of arrogance and belittling their adversaries' capabilities to elevate their own status. However, this young man not only refrained from boasting, but also maintained a remarkably composed demeanor. His words were a clear indication of humility. Despite his formidable strength, he remained low-key and modest. This exemplified true character. Liqiani's intense gaze was fixed upon Long Yu, who appeared quite unassuming. The truth of his words was undeniable. The lives of so many soldiers have been sacrificed to cleanse the area of mutated beings. To mock Liqiani at this juncture would be utterly foolish, revealing a lack of emotional intelligence. Those who dare to risk their lives are indeed worthy of commendation. Mr. Long, are you heading back now? Allow me to arrange for the armored vehicle to give you a lift, Liqiani said as he retrieved his walkie-talkie, preparing to establish a connection. However, he noticed that Long Yu and his soldiers had already turned to leave, and Long Yu extended a farewell. Commander Li, there's no need for that. We shall take our leave. No sooner had he uttered these words than a beam of light seemed to glide past Liqiani. His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked closely. Over 50 individuals had vanished without a trace. What could have transpired? Where did they go? After years of military service, he had never encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon. Was there a hidden mechanism nearby? As they returned to the sanctuary, they had amassed approximately 5,000 energy crystals, all acquired through the soldiers' efforts in slaying the monsters. Additionally, the official soldiers of Sioux City had also collected energy crystals, which Lin Yun and her team gathered as well. Unbeknownst to them, the purpose of these energy crystals remained a mystery. Hence, a portion would need to be submitted to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Disaster Prevention and Control Center, the Biological Research Department, and other relevant entities for further study. The forthcoming 5,000 energy crystals shall facilitate the enhancement of the shelter. This time, Long Yu resolves to pursue a different trajectory for the upgrade. As it stands, the current mutated creatures, along with the impending mists, are well within the capabilities of the shelter's defense system. Having lived a second life, he possesses a profound understanding of the combat prowess of these beings. With the shelter's defenses secure, it is time to select an offensive direction. This choice is motivated by the belief that possessing offensive capabilities may render the subsequent collection of energy crystals more convenient, allowing for a cyclical advantage. Furthermore, he is keenly curious about the potential developments that may arise from this offensive upgrade. Shao Yi, initiate the upgrade to the offensive direction. Survival, 4 defense, 1 offense, 2 upgrade complete. In the next moment, the ground below erupted with violent tremors, as if an earthquake were imminent. Master, the shelter has been upgraded. Please proceed to the 3rd underground level for inspection. A 3rd underground level has emerged. One cannot help but commend the sophistication of this shelter's upgrade system. At the entrance to the -3 level, the word armory were boldly inscribed. Upon seeing this, Long Yu quickened his pace and hurried inside. The interior was dimly lit, filled with the sounds of various machinery. Xiao Yi, illuminate the area. Instantly, lights flickered to life overhead. Long Yu beheld an armory workshop, complete with 4 production assembly lines and an array of machinery. Master, an armory has been established here. Currently, there is 1 bullet production line, 1 automatic rifle production line, 1 handgun production line, and 1 grenade shell production line. However, the shelter lacks sufficient raw materials, necessitating that you gather additional resources. Xiao Yi promptly presented a list of required materials, including various chemical supplies, steel, and auxiliary materials. Long Yu gazed at the production lines, lost in contemplation. An upgrade to level 1 has yielded an armory? It is no wonder that the offensive direction has been selected, with these weapons and equipment. Our offensive capabilities will be significantly enhanced. Yet, one must ponder, are these armaments truly advanced enough? Is there a possibility that further upgrades in the offensive direction will unveil even more sophisticated weaponry? Long Yu inquired of Xiao Yi, who explained that all upgrades build upon the existing foundation, continuously evolving and enhancing, whether in living quarters or weaponry defenses. This indicates that such a possibility is indeed plausible. After all, the offensive direction has only just reached level 2. This high-tech shelter is remarkably formidable. What will it evolve into in the future? Long Yu could scarcely fathom it. An underground city? No, a subterranean kingdom brimming with science fiction allure. Suddenly, the large figure of the brawny one appeared, hurrying to Long Yu's side. Now that his shelter is sufficiently spacious, he can finally share the confines with Soldier 76 within the shelter. This order is for you. You shall collaborate with 76 to gather additional raw materials. Numerous abandoned munitions factories in Sioux City house a wealth of usable materials. Understood. We shall depart at once. The two turned around, promptly preparing to set off. Wait, Dragon Yu interjected. What is it, boss? Feel free to issue your commands, one of them replied. Dragon Yu pointed upwards. Isn't it more convenient to utilize the spatial matrix portal? Chapter 91. The Seed Source Cultivation Chamber? The Arrival of Spatial Exchange. The two mechanical beings almost forgot about the spatial matrix. The Bloodhound, tasked with scouting the external environment, swiftly designated a nearby location abundant in raw materials for the two. They moved with great efficiency, and in no time, the large vehicle was loaded with a substantial quantity of raw materials. Before them, 2 machine tools were accompanied by multiple fully automated robotic arms, which assisted throughout the entire process. Once production commenced, it merely required the input of the desired firearm program for the machines to initiate manufacturing. On the assembly line, several robotic arms began managing the transportation of materials and components. Shortly thereafter, the machine tools commenced operation, rapidly yielding semi-finished firearms. At the end of the line, additional robotic arms were responsible for assembly, orchestrating everything with impeccable order and efficiency. Having observed for a while, Dragon Yu found it unremarkable and prepared to take a break on the upper level. However, he heard Soldier 76 nearby, stating, "Boss, the first batch of firearms has been completed." Dragon Yu was taken aback. So soon? He glanced at the clock. Less than 5 minutes had passed since the raw materials were inserted, and an entire batch of firearms had been produced? What extraordinary speed! Dragon Yu was well aware that the production rate of this high-tech munitions factory was impressive, yet he hadn't anticipated such rapidity. Each technologically advanced machine, upon finishing one batch, immediately commenced the next. Boss, I've roughly assessed the situation. This production speed is quite normal for equipment of this caliber. Soldier 76, a man of experience, picked up a firearm for Dragon Yu's inspection. As a mechanical soldier captain from a future era, he possessed a profound understanding of ancient firearms. The QSC-92 semi-automatic pistol, available in both 58mm and 9mm calibers, is said to be designed to fit the hands of Dragon Kingdom soldiers, making it exceptionally user-friendly. The Type 95 automatic rifle boasts an initial velocity of 930 meters per second, a combat firing rate of 40 rounds per minute, a direct range of 375 meters, and an effective range of 400 meters, standardly equipped with 5 magazines, each containing 30 rounds. The M99 sniper rifle is a large-caliber weapon with semi-automatic firing. An initial velocity of 800 meters per second, a total weight of 11.8 kilograms, a barrel length of 800 millimeters, and a shooting accuracy of less than 22 centimeters, exhibiting formidable penetration power. As Dragon Yu held these weapons, he pondered, how many of these can be produced in a day? Soldier 76 did not respond, but Xiao Yi provided the answer. Master, if the munitions factory operates at full capacity, it can produce an average of 500 firearms daily. The current equipment may be limited, yet it is capable of producing a considerable number of weapons. This output is already commendable. However, these armaments prove to be exceedingly ineffective against the mutated creatures outside, particularly the handguns and automatic rifles, which have no discernible impact on the thick-skinned, resilient beings. Once these batches of weapons are completed, the focus should shift towards developing arms with formidable destructive capabilities. My lord, we have the capacity to manufacture grenades, provided we can procure the necessary raw materials. There is no need for concern regarding the raw materials, as the pathfinding robots and bloodhounds outside can assist in their retrieval. We can also produce rocket launchers, incendiary devices, high-explosive grenades, steel ball grenades, white phosphorus grenades, and high-temperature pressure grenades. Dragon Yu nodded in agreement. Given that the mutated creatures have not been entirely subdued, it is imperative to stockpile weapons of mass destruction. The more, the better. We can also create melee weapons, such as dogleg knives, throat-cutting blades, and trident-shaped scrapers. Apart from a few rocket launchers and grenades that hold some utility, the rest of these weapons are not particularly valuable, especially when considering the firearms wielded by our mechanical soldiers, which far surpass these in potency. Retaining a few is sufficient, while the rest need not be stored. As for melee weapons, it is even less necessary, as my mantis blades and the ancestral tang knife from Qin Bingshue's family are superior to these. With the shelter's offensive capabilities only at level 2, my primary objective remains the continued collection of energy crystals and further upgrades. Dragon Yu is also contemplating long-term strategies. With the cooldown period for the temporal trading space nearing its end, he returned to his chamber early and lay in bed, watching a film. An hour later, the temporal trading space opened. He was curious about what valuable items the soldier would bring him this time. Soon, he entered the temporal trading space. On the large screen, the soldier did not appear as promptly as before. He understood that at this moment, the soldier was likely engaged in battle with extraterrestrial creatures. Suddenly, the signal on the screen flickered to life, though the connection was somewhat unstable. On the soldier's end, it was evident that a substantial battle was underway. Dragon brother, wait a moment. Those pesky rabbits have arrived, and our troops are currently engaged. Take your time. There's no rush. Fortunately, this time, Dragon Yu had brought along some cola and a few bags of chips, comfortably munching away while observing the soldier's maneuvers. The soldier reappeared on the screen, one hand firmly gripping a heavy pulse rifle while the other held a plasma shield. Smoke billowed around him as several colossal robots emerged in the frame, appearing even more formidable than those he had previously encountered. One robot wielded a massive hammer, launching frenzied attacks ahead, while two others, also brandishing gigantic hammers, transformed their weapons into laser cannons to provide long-range cover. Such advanced technology. Dragon Yu mused that acquiring such equipment would be quite beneficial. Minutes later, the battle concluded. As the soldier entered the expanse of space, he found himself alone on the screen. Is it over? Indeed, it has concluded. Those creatures, hardly formidable, fled after only a few minutes of confrontation. Once we return to dismantle their lair, they shall dare not return. Observing the soldier's unwavering strength, Long Yu felt a wave of reassurance. This indicated that the technology on the soldier's side remained formidable. By the way, soldier, what weapons are those robots beside you using? Ah, they are activated by the source of fire. In their hands, they wield our weaponry, the plasma technology Warhammer. This technology is impressive, Long Yu admitted, feeling a tinge of envy. If such technology were to be utilized in his era, its potential would be immense. These plasma hammers are primarily designed for our colossal machine warriors. They are not easily wielded by the average person due to their weight and the complexity of their operation, which requires considerable skill. However, if you desire one, I would be pleased to present it to you as a complimentary gift. Oh, really? Long Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Of course, I can provide you with a source of fire cultivation chamber. You can use it to cultivate the source of fire to activate mechanical life forms. And then I shall gift you the plasma technology war hammer for those life forms to utilize. Wouldn't that be splendid? Long Yu took a deep breath, feeling a rush of exhilaration. If this were to transpire, it would be fantastic. The soldier raised an eyebrow, abruptly shifting the tone of the conversation. However, the condition is that you must offer me something of equal value that satisfies my requirements. Chapter 92. Take everything. I shall have all the wine after all. The items the soldier presented, even in their world, held considerable value. The source of fire energy cultivation chamber, upon placing energy-rich materials within, would cultivate the source of fire, which could then activate mechanical life forms. Previously, Mr. Qin, a time-traveling merchant, had only gifted Long Yu a single source of fire for self-preservation. This time, the soldier was directly offering the cultivation chamber for exchange, a proposition whose value was self-evident. Moreover, the soldier was additionally providing several plasma technology warhammers, a deal of exceptional worth. Even the typically composed Long Yu could not contain his excitement. The source of fire activates substantial energy, transforming any electronic device into a robot. Long Yu yearned to possess it. He had wanted to request more from Mr. Qin before, and now, with the soldier offering the cultivation chamber, he was indeed captivated. With the source of fire cultivation chamber, one could activate as many mechanical life forms as desired. In time, his mechanical steel legion would grow even more formidable. Have you thought this through? Brother Long, I must be candid. This item is the key to my mercenary group's success. We discovered another such cultivation chamber during our interstellar explorations, which is why I am willing to exchange it. This item is crucial. So what I seek must be of equivalent value from your side, the soldier stated. Long Yu nodded in understanding, recognizing that fair trade necessitates a balance in value. Soldier, your words prompt me to ponder. Long Yu mused, contemplating what he might offer in exchange. The soldier inquired, what do you possess? Long Yu enumerated, here. We have mechanical watches, antique firearms, vintage automobiles, luxury goods from renowned brands, gold bars, diamonds, iron ore. However, the soldier shook his head, indicating that he had no need for such items. The treasures you speak of hold no value in our world. Survival is a struggle here. We lack the luxury of indulging in antiquities. The soldier's realm starkly contrasted with Mr. Qin's relatively peaceful cybernetic world, where the affluent dabbled in antiques, reminiscing over traditional artifacts and curating museums to attract patronage. Yet, for the soldier, the primary focus was survival, combating monstrous threats, and rallying his troops against alien civilizations. As Long Yu meticulously analyzed the situation, a sudden epiphany struck him. He recalled an item that had significant worth before the apocalypse, one that was treasured and savored only during special occasions, Mutai liquor. In the affluent district of Donghai City, he had discovered a considerable stockpile of Mutai, numbering in the thousands of bottles, all aged to perfection. In a soldier's world, even pure water was scarce, let alone fine spirits. Long Yu's mind raced with the thought of introducing the soldier to this exquisite Mutai. He envisioned the soldier and his augmented warriors celebrating with the liquor, lifting their spirits in camaraderie. This is it, he resolved, smiling as he declared. Soldier, I have conceived of a proposition. I possess a fine liquor for you to sample. If it meets your approval, I shall exchange it all, 100 bottles for your treasures. What say you? Upon hearing the mention of liquor, the soldier raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Liquor? Long Yu was momentarily reminded that, having spent decades on this planet, he had not tasted alcohol in quite some time. Bring it forth for my inspection. Should it satisfy, I shall gladly trade. If not, we shall seek alternatives, the soldier replied with a note of seriousness. Certainly, Long Yu responded, retrieving a bottle of Mutai. The packaging felt alien to him, recalling the many spirits he had enjoyed on his home planet. Yet the taste had long escaped his memory. The bottle appeared unremarkable, and the quantity seemed scant. The soldier took the bottle and assessed it with keen eyes before glancing at the cultivation chamber for the ignition source, feeling a sense of imbalance. Very well, I shall taste it, he decided after a moment's hesitation, lifting the bottle to his lips. As he uncapped the bottle, an exquisite aroma wafted forth, causing the soldier to freeze in astonishment. The scent was a divine fragrance he had not inhaled in decades, a rich and intoxicating essence. He widened his eyes, meticulously scrutinizing the bottle of Mautai in his hand. Was it the aroma of this liquor? The soldier could barely contain his eagerness. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the bottle, casting the cap aside. "Patience, my friend," he urged. "Take it slow." The mechanical arm emitted a steady hissing sound, betraying his urgency. As the cap was fully removed, a rich bouquet of fragrance wafted forth, instantly transporting his thoughts back to his home planet. In those days, he would gather with 7 or 8 companions, relishing skewers and drinks at night markets, and later, singing joyously at KTV after a hearty meal. Those days of joy and happiness had long since vanished. The liquor evoked vivid memories, and in that fleeting moment his eyes welled with tears. Without a second thought, he tilted his head back and savored a generous sip of the exquisite drink. Truly, it was a remarkable wine, oblivious to his presence on Long Yu's screen. His eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly drained the bottle. In his recollections, his brothers encircled him, arms draped over shoulders, singing merrily into microphones at KTV. The familiar melody surged forth, compelling him to join in song, a tune unfamiliar to Long Yu. He was merely 17 then. Subsequently, due to the sun's decay, humanity was compelled to migrate to other planets. Many, for various reasons, remained forever on the desolate homeworld. His comrades were lost to him, and those delightful days had vanished for good. "Are you all right?" Long Yu inquired. As the last drops of fine wine disappeared, his thoughts returned to the present planet. He smiled. "I'm fine. This wine is exquisite, reminding me of the past." He had never tasted such a delightful liquor. Its essence was ineffably enchanting. "What do you say? Would you like to trade? I have 100 bottles. 100 bottles? He inhaled deeply. "Absolutely. Take all my possessions. I will claim every drop of this wine." Chapter 93. The Essence of Trade. Arms deal. The soldier was now positively impatient. Having savored such fine wine, he felt an insatiable desire for another bottle. A liquor of this caliber would be a coveted treasure back on his planet, sought after by all. Not only could it fetch astronomical prices, but it could also serve as a reward for his subordinates. Those who excelled in battle deserved a bottle of such exquisite wine, thereby motivating his transformed soldiers to fight with greater valor on the battlefield. Contemplating its vast potential, the value of this fine wine became abundantly clear. It was hard to imagine the fervor it would incite among the people in their environment if they possessed 100 bottles. "I'll take them all. Long brother, your goods are exceptional. I will now provide you with the seed cultivation capsule and the plasma technology warhammer. Let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration." With a grand gesture, the military commander summoned the seed cultivation capsule before Long Yu, its surface adorned with enigmatic symbols and pictographs, constructed from an unknown material, presenting a perfectly cubic form. Within its confines lay an immense quantity of source code. The temporal transaction has concluded. Cooling period initiated, lasting 82 hours. After the completion of the exchange, the commander, unable to contain his excitement, uncorked a bottle of wine and indulged in sheer pleasure. Meanwhile, Long Yu began to explore the operational methods of the seed cultivation capsule. Xiao-E, how does one activate this contraption? The artificial intelligence, Xiao-E, scanned the enigmatic object in Long Yu's possession. "Master, this item requires a high-intensity energy infusion to activate and commence its operation." Long Yu had anticipated that activating this device would not be a trivial endeavor. As for energy, can energy crystals suffice? Indeed, energy crystals can be transformed into various forms of energy, making them entirely suitable for this object. However, a substantial quantity will be necessary. After a brief calculation, Xiao he concluded that approximately 10,000 energy crystals would be required to cultivate a single seed. The seed is undoubtedly a particularly rare entity, and the ability to cultivate other items from it is already a remarkable feat. Longya devised a strategy regarding energy crystals. Beyond the routine collection of energy crystals, there exists a method that does not require personal effort, yet yields a significant quantity of energy crystals. Moments later, Longyu summoned everyone for a brief meeting, including Eulele, Qin Bingxue, Jiang Ruyu, the burly fellow, and 76. Following our recent battle, the official authorities in Sioux City likely possess a considerable amount of energy crystals. What does the boss intend? The burly fellow inquired, perplexed. Our armory here produces an abundance of firearms daily, and as these weapons accumulate, many become redundant for us. Instead, we could sell these firearms to the officials of Sioux City in exchange for their energy crystals. Longyu's face bore a shrewd merchant smile. This strategy exploits the information disparity. At this moment, the people of Sioux City remain oblivious to the potential of energy crystals. Even if they were aware, their current technological level would hinder them from harnessing it to create new advancements. On Longyu's end, firearms were rapidly being manufactured, and with an automated production facility and ample materials, they could operate continuously. To Longyu, these firearms were akin to scrap metal, utterly useless. It was the perfect opportunity for a tangible exchange. Having spent considerable time in the temporal exchange space, Longyu had grasped the essence of bartering. What you lack, I do not need. What you do not need, I possess. Brother Yu, what shall we do? We are ready to follow your lead. We need an individual with extensive negotiation skills to converse with the officials of Sioux City, trading their surplus energy crystals for our surplus firearms. The more energy crystals, the better. We have an abundance of firearms at our disposal. After Longyu concluded his remarks, without any hesitation, Qin Bingxue suddenly stepped forward, expressing confidence in handling the matter herself. Longyu held great trust in Qin Bingxue's negotiation skills. She possessed years of management experience in an oil refinery and was a distinguished graduate from Tsinghua University, making such matters trivial for her. Very well, Bingxue, I entrust this task to you. Upon confirming this, the group deliberated on the transaction method. The burly man, harboring some doubts, abruptly inquired, Boss, why don't you personally engage in this transaction? They're so courteous to you. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? Longyu shook his head with a wry smile. If I do so, the officials may assume I intend to collaborate with them in the future, and they might incessantly seek me out. Furthermore, the other party might consider my identity, which could jeopardize this transaction. This matter must be handled solely by Qin Bingxue, and we cannot reveal our identities. Longyu resolved to conduct the transaction anonymously, primarily to obscure their identities from the other party, ensuring that any future interactions would require them to seek out the officials, who would struggle to reach him. This strategy allowed him to remain concealed while the other party was exposed, thus enabling him to maintain control over the situation with greater stability. In the afternoon, Longyu initiated their plan, first employing drone technology to infiltrate the wireless communications of the Sioux City official office, conveying their intentions. Inside the office, Commander Lee received a new directive from higher-ups, urging them to expeditiously expel all mutated creatures from the city and lure them to uninhabited areas, as preparations were underway to launch missiles for bombardment. Lin Yun, reporting beside Li Qianni, observed the current predicament of Sioux City with growing concern. Following the extensive cleanup operation in the West District, their troops had dwindled significantly, and, crucially, their supply of weapons and ammunition was severely lacking. Concentrating the mutated creatures from other districts for missile elimination posed a daunting challenge. Commander Lee, allow me to handle this matter. Give me 2,000 elite troops, and I will lead the mutated creatures out of the city. Lin, I have faith in your capabilities. But after the last battle, our ammunition is critically low. You know that dealing with such monsters entails an unimaginable expenditure of ammunition. Lin Yun paused. ISNT, the underground munitions factory in the shelter, still operational? It has been producing consistently. You are aware that our factory's equipment is inadequate and the energy supply insufficient. We barely produce any ammunition each day. Just as Commander Lee grappled with this dilemma, his office communication signal was suddenly breached. A mature and composed female voice emerged from the broadcast. "Hello, Commander Lee. I am a merchant offering a substantial quantity of weapons and ammunition. May I inquire if you have any needs?" "What?" Li Qianni was taken aback. How did the other party know that their army was in dire need of weapons and ammunition? Chapter 94, An Old Friend? Proceed to the trading location. What hackers? How did they suddenly infiltrate the headquarters? Xiao Bei, investigate the situation. No need to investigate. You only need to know that I possess many items you desire. Qin Bingshue's exceptional negotiation skills were evident, as she adeptly navigated the nuances of the conversation. She neither revealed any personal information nor failed to convey her genuine intent to engage in trade. In contrast to her demeanor before Long Yu and these official representatives, she embodied the essence of a queen in the realm of business negotiations. Her articulate expression, combined with the pressure applied regarding their scarcity of weaponry and ammunition, compelled them to reassess their needs. They were indeed in desperate need of ammunition, whether to fulfill superior orders or to continue their efforts in gathering survivors amidst battles against mutated creatures. "Can you trust me?" Qin Bingshue's voice was cold and somewhat subdued. "May I inquire your name?" "Call me Mr. Qin." "Mr. Qin?" But this voice clearly belongs to a woman. Nevertheless, they understood that the other party likely wished to conceal much of their identity. "Very well, Mr. Qin. We have reviewed the information you sent regarding the firearms and ammunition, and it meets our standards. How shall we proceed with the transaction? I will send you the location shortly. You need to prepare 10,000 blue crystals dropped by the monsters, packaged and placed at the designated spot. Upon your arrival, you will quickly see the firearms you require. When will the transaction take place?" At that moment, Qin Bingshue replied, "I still need to confirm this. I will inform you shortly." Li Qianni was momentarily taken aback. "You need to confirm with someone else? Could it be that the other party is not an individual, but rather an organization?" This was not surprising, as it was improbable that a single person could produce such an extensive arsenal. However, they were intrigued by the other party's identity. Was their concealment of identity intended to evade detection by the authorities, or was it a deliberate act of discretion? As for the price, we don't have many blue crystals on our end. Might you be able to accommodate this? Li Qianni contemplated negotiating the price. Though he was unaware of the blue crystal's precise utility, the fact that the other party desired it indicated its undeniable worth. He was not foolish. If he traded away such an item without due consideration, only to discover it was more valuable than the weapons and ammunition they sought, it would be a significant loss. Qin Bingshue pondered for a moment before stating, 10,000 blue crystals, 1,000 firearms, 10,000 rounds of ammunition, and 100 grenades is already a very favorable deal. However, considering this is our first transaction, we will provide you with an additional batch of firearms. Subsequently, Qin Bingshue sent over a new batch of weaponry. This is a recent production from the Longyu Shelter S Armory. 500 shotguns, DBD-09 model, 184mm shotguns, effective range of 100 meters, delivering considerable power and a wide impact area, excelling in close-quarters combat. Upon hearing that 500 shotguns were included in the gift, Lin Yun and Li Qianni could not help but gasp in astonishment. To speak frankly, I must admit to a tinge of envy. Such a shotgun is remarkably well suited for combat against mutated creatures. What do you think? Deal struck. With these firearms and ammunition, the prior mission assigned by our superiors can be accomplished without concern for depleting our weaponry supplies. As the signal was severed, the two began to prepare for the transaction, oblivious to the fact that these items were, in reality, discarded by Long Yu. The production capacity of the armory continues to rise, rendering these surplus items of little use. It would be far more beneficial to exchange them entirely for energy crystals. Thus, engaging in arms trade presents a risk-free opportunity. Furthermore, Long Yu is generously providing them with 500 shotguns, but there is an ulterior motive behind this act. These shotguns necessitate compatible ammunition, and once the authorities acquire the firearms, they will inevitably require a subsequent transaction with Long Yu. Otherwise, The weapons would merely serve as ornamental pieces. My dear master, you truly possess a cunning intellect. Qin Bingxue teased with a smile. Hee, without your keen insight, I would be lost, he replied playfully. The transaction with the authorities was swiftly completed. In terms of efficiency, Longyu is unparalleled. With the aid of the spatial matrix, he merely needed to have the Pathfinder robot scout suitable locations. Then transport all weaponry and ammunition through the mother matrix. Subsequently, he awaited the placement of the energy crystals by the other party, allowing the Pathfinder robot to return with them, all within a minute. Thus, this bounty of 10,000 energy crystals was secured. How delightful it was, rendering the need to venture outside to hunt those mutated creatures unnecessary. Bingxue, moving forward, I require you and Eulele to disseminate information on the Sioux City online forum. Whoever possesses energy crystals may exchange them with us. Their firearms were being produced in a steady stream, and by utilizing them for trade, many individuals urgently in need of weaponry would gather energy crystals to barter with them. Before long, Eulele assisted Longyu in posting a message on the forum. 100 blue crystals can be exchanged for one gun along with several rounds of ammunition. Alternatively, 100 blue crystals can be redeemed for a grenade. To all organizations that have collected blue crystals, speed is of the essence. Accompanying the message were various types of firearms. The moment this announcement was made, it sent shockwaves through the shelters of Sioux City. Goodness, is this an official organization? How can there be so many guns? Where did they acquire such an arsenal? Grenades too? This must be an armory, exclaimed one survivor. Gun dealers. I want to get my hands on a shotgun for self-defense. The primary concern was that acquiring blue crystals was exceedingly difficult. I previously stumbled upon a few, but did not have time to retrieve them. Alas, regret fills me. I wish to obtain some grenades to annihilate those beasts outside. Unfortunately, I lack blue crystals. Most survivors in the shelters had previously paid little attention to collecting such items. Within a dilapidated chemical factory, a captivating and graceful woman, her elegance still intact, was gazing intently at the forum while smoking a cigarette. Sister Hong, can this be trusted? Inquired a burly man beside her, known as Old Lei. Inquire further, for we are in dire need of ammunition. I require you to communicate with these individuals and request their assistance in custom ordering a batch of ammunition suitable for our firearms. If grenades are available, procure as many as possible, considering our growing numbers. A confidence malgré j'y face. After parting ways with the enigmatic young man, they gradually entered Sioux City. Armed with advanced weaponry, they began recruiting and even rescued an individual from a private shelter. The men and women there were eager to follow her. Now, her group has expanded to over 100 members. She harbors ambitions of achieving greater heights, aspiring to rival official forces. Please assist me in contacting the other party. If possible, I wish to meet her in person. Inform that individual that I possess a substantial quantity of the blue crystal she seeks. Along her journey, Hong Jie has gathered a considerable amount of these crystals. Her subordinates, having evaded danger, were compelled to battle mutated creatures when cornered, managing to eliminate numerous foes with their powerful firearms. Yet their ammunition is nearly depleted. Without bullets, the weapons in their possession would spell disaster for them. Her team teeters on the brink of annihilation. The hard-earned 100-person group cannot simply vanish. Coincidentally, she has seen a post on the forum that stirs her desire. She wishes to order a batch of weaponry and ammunition, yet uncertain of the post's authenticity and the identity of the other party. She has requested a face-to-face meeting to discuss the transaction. What if the other party refuses an in-person meeting? If they decline, then so be it. We have no room for risk at this point. Within Longyu's shelter, after Qin Bingxue relayed the request to Longyu, he frowned. This individual insists on a face-to-face transaction, a matter requiring careful consideration. The other party claims to be survivors from Donghai City, having struggled to reach Sioux City, expressing concerns about being deceived and suggesting that a meeting would be more prudent. From Donghai City, they are indeed compatriots. Have our reconnaissance teams, the Bloodhounds and the Pathfinder robots, investigate their identities. Understood. This task will be assigned to Unit 76. Within an hour, the Bloodhound reported back. revealing that the other party comprises a small group of over 100 survivors equipped with American-style weaponry, located in an abandoned factory in the Northern District. The geographical details were also forwarded to Long Yu. Furthermore, the survivors refer to their leader as Hong Jie. Hong Jie, Yu Lele, and Qin Bingxue appeared astonished. It is indeed her. Long Yu chuckled. So it is Hong Jie and her crew. We are well acquainted with her. Since it's her, I can personally pay a visit. It was not a stranger, but rather an acquaintance, Hong Jie, who had strongly advised against their journey to Sioux City. The other party mentioned that they had gathered a considerable number of blue crystals along their route. Hong Jie had no idea who they were or what expression would greet her upon their meeting. Very well, you can inform Hong Jie, she said, to arrange a rendezvous. Coincidentally, the Bloodhound had just sent me the geographical coordinates of the surrounding area. There are several abandoned military bases nearby. Perhaps there are some worthwhile items to collect there. Meanwhile, Old Lei had completed preliminary negotiations with Hong Jie and had secured a meeting location. However, he still appeared troubled. In this apocalyptic world, human intentions are difficult to discern, and he worried that the other party might harbor ulterior motives or, upon seeing their advanced weaponry, might be tempted to act maliciously. Hong Jie, he expressed. The other side insists on bringing only 2 individuals. Might that be a bit inappropriate? Supporting her chin, Hong Jie revealed a hint of helplessness in her eyes. There is no choice. They're concealed while we are exposed. Moreover, we desperately need this batch of ammunition. The future of our team depends on this transaction. She bit her lip, displaying her own anxiety. Without the trade, they would have no firearms or ammunition to defend against the invasion of mutated creatures, leaving them at the mercy of fate. Yet if they were to be ambushed, the outcome would be equally disastrous. They had no choice but to gamble on the sincerity of the other party's intentions to trade. Nevertheless, the prospect of meeting for a transaction was the most prudent course of action. At least the other party would be in front of them, allowing for some measure of control. If necessary, they could resort to mutual destruction. In her contemplation, she suddenly struck the table. Ole, if it comes to that, we should strap explosives to ourselves. If the other party approaches with ill intent and seeks to kill us for our goods, we shall ensure that they perish alongside us. Old Lei gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. This was, regrettably, their only recourse, although he voiced such intentions. He secretly hoped that the other party genuinely wished to engage in trade rather than being the kind of scoundrels who would take both their goods and their lives. The following morning, Long Yu completed the loading of the goods ordered by the other party, accompanied by a hulking figure. He exited the shelter using the spatial matrix of a stone sword. Sitting in the sleek vehicle, Long Yu held a newly cultivated seed of fire in his hands as he disembarked, feeling a surge of excitement. Previously, upon finalizing the transaction with Hong Jie, he had intended to search the vicinity for suitable objects to house the seed of fire, preparing for the next cultivation cycle. Until then, he would entrust this seed to the stone sword, which had been his companion for so long. He wondered what form this cybernetic vehicle would take once it was imbued with the seed of fire. Thus, he activated the seed within the stone sword, transforming it into a mechanical life form. Moments later, the sound of clanking machinery echoed, and the next instant, a colossal robot, black as ink and exuding a metallic aura, emerged before him. The mechanical entity before him was exquisitely crafted, exuding an unparalleled aura of intimidation. This being bore a striking resemblance to the character Lockdown from Transformers. Upon reflection, it was evident that Lockdown's original form was that of a Lamborghini supercar, and indeed, part of this sword-in-the-stone vehicle resembled a Lamborghini, making its resemblance to Lockdown quite understandable. However, due to the more advanced manufacturing of the sword-in-the-stone, this mechanical life form surpassed Lockdown in strength. Henceforth, it shall be named Shadow. Long Yu had a penchant for naming based on appearance. Beside him, the hulking figure was on the verge of tears, lamenting Boss. Why does it have such a cool name while mine is so lowly? Long Yu could only respond with an awkward smile. He had dubbed the large figure Hulk simply because it appeared massive at first glance, never anticipating that he would activate so many mechanical life forms thereafter. This predicament weighed heavily on Hulk. Boss, thank you for the name. Shadow responded with utmost respect. All right, prepare to set off. Chapter 95. Discovering Dragon Nation aircraft in the ruins of the military district inside the vehicle. Long you surveyed the city, which lay in ruins, littered with debris. Numerous areas had suffered attacks from mutated creatures, resulting in the total destruction of buildings. A drone had provided him with a coordinate indicating a desolate military district within 5 kilometers. He contemplated exploring the site to see if there were any items suitable for housing the source of the fire. He intended to capitalize on the opportunity. Next to the long-abandoned military district, the deafening sound of gunfire echoed continuously. This was a small hill. The undulating mountains once served as a training ground for the military, occupying a vast area with an exceptionally defensible position. However, it had now become a gathering place for mutated creatures. Reclaiming this territory would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, a team was engaged in fierce combat with the surrounding mutated creatures. They were official soldiers, led by Lin Yun, following directives from above. Their objective was to lure all mutated creatures out of the city into an uninhabited area, ensuring that no survivors remained before using medium-range intercontinental missiles to obliterate them, thus resolving the threat. Lin Yun, leading the soldiers, advanced at full speed, aiming to attract the attention of the massive horde of mutated beasts. These ferocious creatures, having been drawn by the cacophony of gunfire, had begun to gather in significant numbers. Attention! Do not confront them directly. Our mission is not to annihilate them, but to lead them away from here. Escort them out of the city, Lin Yun commanded, firing her automatic rifle at the beasts. Standard ammunition posed little threat to them, often only serving to incite their fury. A swarm of beasts charged towards Lin Yun's position, while the soldiers relied on their agility to evade and guide the creatures forward. Captain Lin, what is that? Suddenly, a massive spotted tiger, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, charged towards them with ferocity. Before it stood a multitude of ferocious beasts. Yet it remained utterly unfazed, leaping from the heads of the creatures with a colossal body. This jump reached nearly a height of several dozen meters, resembling the majestic northeast tiger as it approached them. Take cover, Lin Yun exclaimed. To her astonishment, the tiger sprouted wings in an eerie fashion, gliding through the air for a brief moment before landing heavily beside them, stirring up clouds of dust and causing the ground to tremble. Armed shotguns. The soldiers hastily retrieved their shotguns from their backpacks, unleashing a barrage upon the spotted winged tiger. Hundreds of shotguns fired simultaneously, their might undeniable. However, the agile beast began to evade with remarkable speed, swiftly striking down several soldiers beneath its powerful paws. This is bad. Captain Lin, the tiger is about to go berserk. The air filled with the tiger's deafening roar, its face contorted in a fearsome rage. Quickly, let's not engage. Lin Yun roared her orders to the soldiers. They could not afford to linger any longer. Commander Li had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of fleeing when confronted with formidable mutated creatures. Keep your wits about you and avoid any significant casualties. The soldiers commenced their retreat, firing as they ran. They needed to draw the creatures away, not annihilate them. Lin Yun organized their orderly withdrawal, recognizing the exorbitant cost of attempting to eradicate these mutated beings. Just then, the distant roar of engines pierced the air. 2 vehicles appeared before the fleeing soldiers, a Stone Sword supercar and a GMC RV. Lin Yun's eyes widened at the sight. Mr. Long? How'd he end up here? After the vehicles halted, Long Yu emerged, his gaze immediately falling upon the tiger. The spotted winged tiger was a highly aggressive aerial mutant, capable of even capturing low-flying helicopters. With the target identified, the vehicles beside Long Yu began to transform. This spectacle caused the distant soldiers to momentarily pause in awe. Transformers. Several soldiers stood transfixed, staring at the mechanical beings beside Long Yu. Lin Yun hurried over, greeting him with utmost courtesy. Mr. Long, what brings you here? Long Yu remained still for a moment before smiling. Captain Lin, are you intending to lead these creatures out of the city? Indeed. It is an order from above to ensure their expulsion within a few days. Long Yu nodded. Well, Captain Lin, I would like to propose a deal. What kind of deal? Lin Yun inquired earnestly. All these mutated creatures will be mine. You may leave at your convenience. What? Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his words. Long Yu offered no further explanation, but instead commanded his imposing companion, Shadow, to strike immediately. Eliminate all these mutated creatures, gather the energy crystals, and then proceed into the military district. Without hesitation, the hulking figure and Shadow initiated their assault. Mr. Long, are you certain? There are so many here. Not to mention that winged tiger. It poses a considerable challenge. Rest assured, I am more than capable, Long Yu replied, leaving Lin Yun at a loss for words. Before her eyes, the hulking figure and Shadow had already charged into the throng of beasts. Long Yu was eager to witness the formidable combat prowess of these mechanical beings, which bore a striking resemblance to a confined entity. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Shadow's head morphed into a colossal laser cannon, unleashing a terrifying beam that surged forward. In an instant, a dozen mutated, ferocious beasts lay slain. The soldiers felt the oppressive aura emanating from the robots, especially the ferocity of that laser cannon. Lin Yun stood nearby, her mouth agape in astonishment. Very well, we shall not disturb Mr. Long any further. Lin Yun concluded that their presence here was entirely superfluous. It would be more prudent to redirect their efforts to another location, as there remained a plethora of mutated creatures in other districts. Without further delay, they bid farewell to Long Yu and departed. During the retreat, Xiao Bei could no longer contain his curiosity and glanced back at the site where the robots were engaged in battle. Captain Lin, Mr. Long, just how powerful are they? With merely 2 robots, they utterly decimate those monsters. Not only are the robots under his command formidable, but his personal strength is also impressive. Enough of that. We have other matters to attend to, Lin Yun reminded him. After Lin Yun's team departed, Long Yu activated his Mantis Blade and joined the fray. Compared to before, each of Long Yu's strikes was even more ferocious. With a single slash, he dispatched the spotted winged tiger. Within a few minutes, he had eradicated all the mutated creatures. Fortunately, the area yielded an impressive bounty of 7,000 to 8,000 energy crystals. Coupled with the previously collected ones, he would be able to cultivate new life forms. Within the military district, remnants of destroyed barriers lay scattered about. Tanks and armored vehicles were overturned, leaning precariously on the ground, most of them utterly wrecked. Finally, amidst the ruins, he stumbled upon a fighter jet, Long Nation's J-35 stealth fighter.